Chapter 1 Rebirth in Another World. In a remote corner of the Taichu continent lies a tranquil village, reminiscent of a paradise, known as Yangjia village. The village is enveloped by lush green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by boundless fields and undulating hills. The inhabitants primarily engage in agriculture, leading simple yet serene lives, working from dawn until dusk, as the wheels of time slowly turn on this land, leaving behind a legacy of simplicity and tranquility. Yangyu, a young man hailing from the modern world, unexpectedly finds himself reborn in this mysterious and fantastical martial arts realm, becoming a member of the Yang family in Yangjia village. One morning, the sunlight filters through the dilapidated window frame, casting mottled patterns on the unfamiliar bed where Yangyu awakens from his slumber. As he gazes around this strange and rudimentary room, a wave of confusion and bewilderment washes over him. "Have I crossed over?" he murmurs, disbelief and perplexity lacing his tone. His bewildered gaze wanders about the room, as if searching for some elusive answer. Yangyu strives to untangle the chaotic memories swirling in his mind, attempting to glean the nature of his surroundings and family circumstances. His father, Yangjun, is a sturdy farmer with a sun-kissed complexion and calloused hands, diligently toiling in the fields, nurturing the seeds of hope with his sweat. His mother, Wang Ning, embodies gentleness and grace, much like a spring breeze, silently managing the household, infusing warmth and peace into their home. His sister, Yang Xiao, is kind and industrious, akin to a wildflower blossoming in the fields, resilient and beautiful, always busy contributing her efforts to the family. The elders in his family each possess distinct personalities and traits. His grandfather, Yang De, often wears a stern expression, yet beneath that serious facade lies a heart of integrity and steadfastness. His grandmother, Zhang Qin, with her kind and amiable smile, radiates warmth and comfort like the winter sun. His aunt, Yang Ying, is sharp-witted and efficient, a capable hand within the household. His uncle, Yang Yi, is as honest and reliable as a solid stone, earning the respect of all. His cousin, Yang Sheng, is generous and righteous, ever eager to lend a helping hand. His third uncle, Yang Quan, is clever and astute, always sparkling with a lively intelligence, adept at handling unexpected situations. His younger cousin, Yang Ming, is playful and endearing, resembling a lively little monkey, constantly bringing joy and laughter to the family. His younger cousin, Yang Shui, is well-behaved and understanding, much like a quiet little angel, evoking a desire to protect her. His fourth uncle, Yang Lin, is composed and reserved, akin to a deep lake, shrouded in mystery. His younger cousin, Yang Shi, is vivacious and cheerful, like a morning bird, brimming with life and vitality. Yang Yu slowly steps out of his room and into the sunlit courtyard. He inhales deeply, savoring the fresh air and feeling the stark contrast between this world and modern society. A gentle breeze caresses his face, carrying the fragrance of the fields and the earthy scent of the soil. He gazes up at the sapphire blue sky, where fluffy white clouds drift like cotton candy and the distant mountains undulate like a colossal dragon stretching across the horizon. He understands that in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme and the law of the jungle prevails, possessing formidable strength is the only way to protect himself and his family amidst the uncertainties and challenges that lie ahead, ensuring a stable and prosperous life for his clan. Since I am here, I shall make the most of it. Having been reborn in this place, I am determined to make a name for myself. Yang Yu resolutely vows, his steadfast gaze burning with a fierce flame as he clenches his fists, as if grasping the hope of the future. At that moment, a mysterious and ethereal voice suddenly resonates in his mind. The augmentation system has been bound. As long as the host exerts effort, corresponding rewards will follow. Yang Yu is taken aback, as if a boulder has been dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples throughout his consciousness. However, he quickly forces himself to regain his composure, for in this realm of wonders and mysteries, anything beyond imagination seems possible. He recognizes that this sudden appearance of a system may be the key to his rise in this world, and he silently resolves to keep this astonishing secret to himself, lest he attract unnecessary troubles and dangers. To ascertain his current strength, Yangyu mentally inquires, "System, could you display my attribute panel?" Instantly, a translucent, crystal-like panel materializes before his eyes like an apparition. Host, Yangyu, age 15, realm, initial skin refinement strength, 200 gene, talent, ordinary, martial arts, basic fist technique beginner, martial skills, none. Yangyu gazes at his exceedingly mediocre talent and almost negligible realm, a wave of unexplainable disappointment and discontent surging within him. It appears I must exert double the effort to establish myself in this world, he mutters to himself, his voice low yet infused with determination and resolve. Without hesitation, Yangyu strides towards a vacant plot of land behind the village. The area is overgrown with weeds, with the occasional birds soaring overhead, chirping melodiously. Standing in the center of this desolate expanse, he takes a deep breath and begins practicing the basic fist technique. Each punch he throws is executed with utmost seriousness and focus, as if each strike is not merely a simple motion, but a cornerstone to his future. With every punch, he channels all his strength, his arm muscles taut, veins bulging, and sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his clothing. His gaze is resolute and unwavering, as if he envisions his future self within each blow. Time ticks by, and Yangyu tirelessly practices for 2 hours. He feels as though a great weight bears down upon him, every muscle trembling, each breath laden with effort. Yet, he harbors no thoughts of surrender. His conviction burns like an ever-increasing flame. At that moment, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoes once more. The host has diligently trained and gained 1 attribute point, which can be freely allocated. A surge of joy fills Yangyi's heart, like a glimmer of dawn breaking through darkness. Without hesitation, he allocates this precious attribute point to his strength, eager for a transformative change. Instantly, he feels a powerful and warm energy surging through his body like a tidal wave, as if every cell has been reactivated, brimming with boundless vitality. Yangyu eagerly checks his attribute panel again. Host, Yangyu, age 15, realm, intermediate skin, refinement strength, 300 gene. Talent, ordinary. Martial arts, basic fist technique beginner. Martial skills, none. Sensing the palpable change within his body, his muscles appear more toned, and strength flows ceaselessly from deep within. This reinforces his determination to continue training, as he envisions himself rising step by step along the path of martial arts. As evening falls, the golden rays of the setting sun bathe Yangjia village in a warm glow. Exhausted yet filled with hope, Yangyu makes his way back home. "Yue, where have you been all day?" His mother, Wang Ning, inquires with concern upon seeing his disheveled appearance. Her voice is laced with worry and tenderness, her eyes filled with maternal care. Yangyu smiles, though weariness lingers. It is overshadowed by anticipation for the future. "Mother, I want to train. I aspire to become a powerful martial artist, so that our family can lead a better life." His voice is resolute and strong, as if making a solemn promise to his mother. Wang Ning steps closer, gently ruffling Yangyi's hair, her soft gesture brimming with maternal love. "Good child, as long as you persevere, you will surely achieve it." Tears glisten in her eyes, moved by her son's maturity and dedication. After dinner, Yangyu lies in bed, staring at the somewhat tattered ceiling, contemplating his future plans. The moonlight spills through the window, casting a soft glow on his determined features. He understands that Yangjia village is merely his starting point, the first step in his martial journey. His goal is to leave this small village and venture to the bustling and opportunity-filled Liulin town, and beyond to an even broader and more mysterious world. There, he will face greater challenges and opportunities, as well as encounter stronger adversaries and companions. Yet, he remains unafraid, for he harbors dreams, a yearning for strength, and aspirations for the future. The following morning, before the rooster has crowed, Yangyu rises early from his bed. After a brief wash, he prepares to continue the training he had left unfinished the day before. Just as he is about to step outside, he hears the hurried footsteps of his cousin Yang Sheng approaching. "Yangyu, I heard you were diligently training. "Come, let us go hunt in the mountains together," Yangsheng exclaims, excitement and anticipation evident on his face. Yangyu contemplates for a moment, recognizing this as an opportunity for training that not only enhances his combat skills, but also provides food for the family. Without hesitation, he nods in agreement. Point two, individuals cautiously ascended the winding mountain path, making their way upward. The trees atop the mountain flourished in lush greenery, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the ground. Birds chirped merrily from the branches, as if cheering them on in their adventurous journey. Suddenly, a formidable wild boar, large and bristling with fur, burst forth from the thicket. Its sharp tusks glinted ominously in the sunlight, and its eyes radiated ferocity and madness. "Be careful. That wild boar possesses the strength of an advanced practitioner," Yangsheng exclaimed, his voice laced with fear and tension. Yet, Yangyu showed no sign of retreat. His gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Clenching his fists, he executed a basic boxing technique and charged boldly toward the boar. In that moment, his figure seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment, embodying fearlessness and courage. The wild boar bared its tusks and let out a deafening roar, lunging at Yangyu. With the agility of a monkey, Yangyu nimbly sidestepped the attack. In swift succession, he delivered a powerful punch to the boar's abdomen. The creature let out a pained cry, yet this only incited it to attack Yangyu with even greater fervor. Yangsheng anxiously assisted from the sidelines, swiftly drawing his bow and arrow, aiming at the boar in an attempt to disrupt its assault, thereby creating more opportunities for Yangyu. As Yangyu engaged in combat with the boar, he continuously adjusted his breathing and footwork, his eyes fixated on the boar's every move, searching for an opening. Each strike from the boar bore immense power and speed, yet Yangyu, with his resolute will and nimble movements, adeptly evaded its attacks time and again. After a fierce and thrilling battle, Yangyu finally discerned the boar's vulnerability. Seizing the moment, he concentrated all his strength and delivered a crushing blow to the creature's head. The wild boar collapsed instantly, thrashing a few times before falling still. "Ha, Yangyu, you are truly remarkable," Yangsheng exclaimed with excitement, rushing over to pat Yangyu on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, which mingled with dust and rendered him somewhat disheveled, Yangyu's gaze sparkled with the joy of victory and confidence. "This is merely the beginning. I will grow stronger in the future," he declared, his voice brimming with anticipation and determination for what lies ahead. In this hunt, Yangyu not only reaped a bountiful harvest, but also significantly enhanced his practical experience. He came to a profound realization that on the path of martial arts, one must continually challenge oneself and confront various dangers and difficulties in order to truly grow and progress. He understood that the road ahead was long and fraught with countless uncertainties and challenges, yet his heart brimmed with confidence, for he had taken a solid first step. Chapter 2. The First Glimmer of Brilliance. When Yangyu and Yangsheng returned to Yangjia village laden with their abundant catch, the entire village erupted in excitement. Villagers gathered around, their eyes sparkling with admiration and astonishment. "This boy Yangyu is truly becoming more accomplished." An elderly man with gray hair stroked his beard, nodding in approval. "Indeed, perhaps he will become the pride of our village in the future," a middle-aged man chimed in, his face glowing with pride. Yangyu smiled, his expression warm and humble like the sun in spring. He politely responded to the praises. "Thank you all, it was merely good fortune." However, deep within, he understood that this was but a trivial beginning, and his quest for martial prowess had only just commenced. Upon returning home, Yangyu presented the game to his mother, Wang Ning. She accepted the weighty prize with a beaming smile, stating, "Today's harvest is commendable. I shall prepare a splendid meal for you this evening." Yangyu nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then he turned and retreated to his room, gently closing the door behind him as he plunged into deep contemplation, meticulously planning his future training regimen. He was acutely aware that the confines of Yangjia village were far too limited for his growth in martial arts. Relying solely on the simplistic training offered in the village would never quench his thirst for formidable power. To swiftly elevate his skills on the path of martial arts and realize his dreams, he must leave the familiarity of his village and venture into the bustling and uncertain realm of Liulin town, seeking greater opportunities. The following morning, before the sun had fully graced the earth, Yangjia approached his father, Yangjun, who was laboring in the fields, with a mix of trepidation and resolve. "Father, I wish to venture to Liulin town to seek a higher realm of martial arts." Yangyia's voice was soft, yet filled with determination. Yangjun paused his work, furrowing his brow, his face etched with concern as he replied, Liulin town is not like our village. It is a place teeming with all sorts of people, and I worry if you can manage alone." Yangyu lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he met his father's eyes. "Father, fear not, I have grown up and am no longer the child who needs your constant protection. I believe that only by facing the vast world outside, weathering storms, can I tread further on my path of martial arts and become stronger." At that moment, his mother, Wang Ning, arrived upon hearing their conversation. Though her eyes brimmed with reluctance, she spoke gently, "June, let your go. The child has his own aspirations, and we should support him." Yangjun remained silent for a moment, gazing into Yangyia's eyes filled with hope and determination, before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, Yuer, do take care. The outside world is different from home. Always be vigilant, and do not act recklessly in danger. Remember to protect yourself." Yangyu nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. He turned back to his room, swiftly packed a few belongings, and bid farewell to his family and familiar villagers, embarking on the journey to Liulin town, fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Along the way, Yangyu endured the elements, traveling day and night. He braved the scorching sun, treading through dust, traversing dense forests and scaling perilous peaks. At night, he rested in rudimentary caves or dilapidated temples, bearing the bites of insects and the chill of the wind. Finally, after 3 arduous days of travel, Yangyu caught sight of Liulin town's towering walls and its bustling atmosphere from afar. He quickened his pace, his heart racing with excitement and nervousness as he entered the vibrant town. Liulin town was infinitely more prosperous than Yangjia village, with bustling streets and throngs of people. Men conversed boisterously, women donned vibrant attire, and children darted through the crowd in playful abandon. The streets were lined with a plethora of shops, some selling weapons, others dispensing medicinal herbs, and yet others offering martial arts manuals, alongside enticing restaurants and lively tea houses. Yangyu inquired around the town, seeking information on ways to enhance his martial arts prowess. Eventually, a kind-hearted elder informed him of a place called Wuhong, reputed to be a hub for martial artists to exchange insights, hone their skills, and acquire tasks. With anticipation and trepidation, Yangyu stepped into Wuhong. The place was abuzz with activity, filled with comings and goings. Some martial artists engaged in fervent discussions about profound techniques, while others formed small groups to prepare for high-difficulty tasks. At that moment, a burly man with a beard approached him. He scrutinized Yangyu from head to toe, his eyes reflecting a mix of skepticism and disdain, and inquired, "Kid, what brings you here?" Yangyu promptly replied with respect, "Brother, I am here to enhance my martial arts skills and to see if there are any tasks suitable for me." The man chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement, and said, "You're just a young pup. At the mid-stage of your training, what tasks could you possibly undertake?" Yangyu, undeterred, stood tall, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Though my rank may not be high, I possess determination and perseverance. I am willing to attempt any task." The man paused, seemingly moved by Yangyia's conviction, and replied, "Very well. There is a task to collect herbs that suits a practitioner at your level, though it carries certain risks. Do you dare to accept it?" Without hesitation, Yangyu affirmed, "I dare." The man handed him a task sheet, carefully advising, "On the outskirts of Black Wind Mountain, there is a herb called Lingxin grass. You must find 5 within 3 days. Remember, Black Wind Mountain is home to many wild beasts, so tread carefully." Yangyu accepted the task sheet, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the warning, brother. I will complete the task." With that, he turned and exited Wuhong. Yangyu hurried to the foot of Black Wind Mountain, gazing up at the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the clouds, shrouded in lush greenery and swirling mists, exuding an air of mystery and danger. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his demeanor and cautiously ventured into the mountain. Not long after entering, Yangyu heard a low, rumbling roar emanating from the depths of the forest. He stopped, muscles tensing instinctively. Suddenly, a massive black panther surged from the thicket like a bolt of lightning. The panther was muscular and agile, its sleek black fur glistening under the sunlight. Its eyes burned like two fiery orbs, radiating ferocity and cruelty. The panther was at the advanced stage of training, boasting astonishing speed and formidable strength. Yangyu felt a tightening in his chest, and beads of cold sweat sprang forth upon his forehead. Yet he swiftly compelled himself to regain his composure, rapidly executing the fundamental boxing techniques and assuming a defensive stance, bracing himself for the impending assault of the Black Panther. The Black Panther lunged at Yangyu with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Yangyu adeptly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to the creature's side. However, the panther's tough hide rendered the strike less impactful than he had hoped. Infuriated and humiliated, the Black Panther launched another ferocious onslaught. Its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously, bore down on him. Yangyu remained entirely focused, skillfully evading the panther's repeated lunges while meticulously searching for any signs of vulnerability. After several rounds of intense confrontation, Yangyu discerned that the panther's left flank was relatively unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated all his strength and unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the panther's left side. This punch, imbued with his entire might, struck with the force of a cannonball. The panther let out a pained howl as its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, struggling momentarily before becoming still. Yangyu exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He took a brief respite before resuming his careful search for the Liulin grass amidst the mountains. The rugged terrain of Black Wind Mountain was fraught with peril, overgrown with thorns and brambles. Yangyi's garments bore numerous tears, and his body was marked by countless minor wounds. Nevertheless, he harbored no thoughts of retreat or complaint. His sole conviction was to locate the Liulin grass and fulfill his mission. After 2 days of relentless endeavor, Yangyu finally stumbled upon 5 specimens of Liulin grass at the edge of a precipice. The delicate plants swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face as he carefully harvested the grass, placing it into his backpack. Without pausing, Yangyu made his way back to the Martial Arts Guild, where he presented the task items to the designated personnel, successfully completing his mission. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Host has completed the task, earning 3 attribute points. Joy surged within Yangyu, his exhilaration beyond words. He immediately allocated the attribute points to enhance his strength and speed, eagerly revisiting his attribute panel. Host, Yangyu. Age, 15. Realm, late stage of body refinement, strength 450 gene, speed 15 milliseconds. Talent, ordinary. Technique, basic boxing, minor achievement. Martial skills, none. Yangyu felt a notable enhancement in his capabilities, his body brimming with newfound strength and his movements more agile than ever. He excitedly clenched his fist, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him. Determined, Yangyu resolved to continue seeking opportunities in Liulin town, embracing more challenging tasks to foster his growth on the martial path and become increasingly formidable. He firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would one day emerge as a true martial master. Chapter 3. The Martial Arts Competition. After successfully completing the task of collecting spirit heartgrass, Yangyu found temporary solace in Liulin town. Each day, at the break of dawn, he would rise early to seek out a tranquil spot where he would diligently train, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. As time quietly slipped by, his strength burgeoned like bamboo shoots after a rain, continually ascending. On this particular day, as was his custom, Yangyu strode into the martial arts hall with unwavering determination. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices and an atmosphere teeming with excitement, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Driven by curiosity, he quickly inquired among the onlookers, only to discover that the hall was to host a grand martial arts competition. The news that the victor would not only be awarded invaluable cultivation resources, but also the coveted yellow-level martial arts technique stirred something deep within Yangjia, akin to a boulder plunging into a serene lake. Sending ripples throughout his being, he recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity not to be missed. Though he was merely at the late stage of skin training, the fervent confidence and yearning for victory within him convinced him that he possessed the capability to shine in this contest and achieve remarkable results. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangjia resolutely registered for the competition. Soon, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the tournament officially commenced. In the first round, Yangjia faced an opponent named Zhao Hu, a burly warrior whose physique resembled that of an ox. His face marred with excess flesh, as Zhao Hu stood on the arena, he resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a derisive and disdainful gaze, he scrutinized Yangjia and taunted. "Boy, with that scrawny frame of yours, do you dare to partake in this contest? I advise you to surrender now, lest you end up crying for your mother after suffering a beating." In the face of Zhao Hu's provocation, Yangjia merely smiled, a smile imbued with composure and serenity, and replied, "The outcome remains uncertain until the final blow is struck. We shall see who emerges victorious. Mere words cannot determine the victor." As the bell for the match rang, Zhao Hu launched a barrage of attacks akin to a tempest. He unleashed a set of techniques known as the Fierce Tiger Fist, each punch manifesting as a roaring gale, aggressively aimed at Yangyi's face, as if intent on obliterating him in one fell swoop. Yet, Yangjia remained unfazed by the onslaught. Calm and collected, he executed his well-practiced foundational techniques with finesse, adeptly defending against the relentless blows. For a time, the two exchanged strikes, their forms intertwining in a fierce dance of combat. Zhao Hu grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to land a hit. His impatience began to reveal openings in his technique. Yangjia, with keen perception, seized upon this fleeting opportunity. Timing his strike perfectly, he delivered a swift kick to Zhao Hu's waist. Zhao Hu grimaced in pain, involuntarily retreating several steps. Seizing the moment, Yangjia pressed the attack, his punches growing more ferocious, akin to a tempest, leaving Zhao Hu no chance to recover. Under the relentless barrage, Zhao Hu found himself unable to withstand the assault and was ultimately knocked to the ground. Unable to rise, the announcement of Yangyi's victory rang out, heralded by the referee's enthusiastic voice, as he advanced to the second round. The second round arrived swiftly, with Yangyi's opponent being a martial artist named Sun Chong, who was also at the pinnacle of skin training, yet stronger than Zhao Hu. As soon as Sun Chong entered the arena, he eagerly unleashed a technique known as the Gale Leg Method. His legs danced with ferocity, sweeping towards Yangjia like a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust upon the arena. Yangjia immediately felt the weight of Sun Chong's formidable presence, yet his gaze remained steadfast and composed. He adeptly evaded the onslaught of attacks, his form akin to a wraith, all while intently searching for an opportunity to counter. After one of Sun Chong's strikes missed its mark, Yangjia seized the moment, closing the distance with blinding speed to deliver a forceful punch to Sun Chong's chest. Sun Chong let out a grunt, staggering back several steps. However, being experienced, Sun Chong quickly regained his composure and launched an even fiercer assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for dozens of rounds, sweat pouring like rain. Gradually, drawing upon his indomitable spirit and exquisite technique, Yangjia began to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, with a clever and precise elbow strike, Yangjia struck Sun Chong's vital point, successfully defeating him and advancing to the third round. At this juncture, the spectators within the martial arts hall began to regard Yangjia with newfound respect. "This young man is remarkable. To advance consecutively is truly unexpected," remarked an elderly man, stroking his beard in astonishment. "He may very well become the dark horse of this competition, creating a miracle," exclaimed a young martial artist. Brimming with excitement, the third round commenced, and Yangyi's opponent was a warrior named Li Gang, who had already reached the early stages of muscle training. Li Gang strode confidently onto the stage, coldly remarking, "Boy, reaching this round is merely a stroke of luck for you, but your good fortune ends here." Yangjia, undaunted, replied, "The battle has yet to begin, and the victor is still uncertain. Do not speak too soon." As the signal for combat sounded, Li Gang unleashed an overwhelming force, each punch seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, his momentum unyielding. Yangjia, faced with such a formidable assault, could only evade with agile footwork, akin to a small boat being tossed in a storm, struggling to find a space to survive. Understanding that a direct confrontation was futile, Yangyu skillfully circled around Li Gang, seeking to exhaust his stamina. As Li Gang's frustration grew with his inability to land a decisive blow, his technique began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful strike to Li Gang's arm. The impact left Li Gang momentarily stunned, halting his assault. Yangyu capitalized on this moment, launching a rapid series of strikes. Although each punch lacked the force to inflict significant damage, they forced Li Gang into a defensive frenzy. At that moment, Yangyu unleashed a technique he had recently comprehended during his training, known as the Breaking Wind Fist. This strike, accompanied by a howling wind, was as swift as lightning. Li Gang had no time to evade, and the blow landed heavily upon his chest, causing him to stagger back several steps. Yangyu pursued relentlessly, delivering another flurry of punches, denying Li Gang any opportunity to breathe or regroup. The announcement of Yangyu's victory echoed through the arena, signaling his advancement to the finals. The moment of the final match had finally arrived, with Yangyu pitted against Lin Feng, a recognized top contender among the younger generation of Liulin town, who had already attained a profound mastery of the mid-stage of muscle training. Lin Feng approached the stage with an air of nonchalance, surveying Yangyu from a superior vantage point, and declared, "Your journey to the finals has indeed surprised me, but this victory will ultimately belong to me. You are merely a minor obstacle in my path." Yangyu's gaze remained resolute, unyielding as he responded. "Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. The fates have yet to be decided." As the bell for the match tolled, Lin Feng unleashed a technique known as the Flying Cloud Palm. His palm techniques were elusive, akin to drifting clouds, rendering them nearly impossible to anticipate. Yangyu remained entirely focused, responding with caution and precision, ever vigilant for any flaws in Lin Feng's technique. Lin Feng's assaults came in relentless waves, gradually forcing Yangyu into a position of defensive hardship. Just as Yangyu felt he was nearing the brink of exhaustion, the familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind. The host persists in battle. Earning 2 attribute points, a surge of elation coursed through Yangyu as he promptly allocated the attribute points to his strength and speed. In an instant, he felt his power significantly amplify. As if recharged with vigor, he began to turn the tide, shifting from defense to offense. Noticing a momentary instability in Lin Feng's footing, Yangyu seized the opportunity, launching a powerful kick towards Lin Feng's leg. Lin Feng stumbled, his balance disrupted, revealing a clear opening. Yangyu capitalized on this chance, unleashing a punch brimming with unyielding resolve, crashing towards Lin Feng's chest. Though Lin Feng staggered back from the blow, his strength allowed him to quickly regain his footing and initiate another fierce attack. The two engaged in a final, intense confrontation, each move imbued with power and determination. Ultimately, through his unwavering spirit and a remarkable surge of strength at a critical moment, Yangyu triumphed over Lin Feng by the slimmest of margins, securing victory in the competition. The head of the martial arts hall approached the stage with a smile, presenting Yangyu with the emblematic resources of honor and the coveted yellow level technique, stating, "Yangyu, you are undoubtedly the dark horse of this tournament. I hope you continue to strive for excellence and evolve into a true martial arts master." With gratitude, Yangyu accepted the rewards. Solemnly expressing, "Thank you," he returned to his residence, filled with a sense of accomplishment and honor, and commenced a meticulous study of the precious yellow level technique. Chapter 4. Breaking through muscle training following his triumphant victory in the martial arts competition in Liulin town. Yangyu's name soared like a bird, rapidly spreading throughout the entire town. Many have begun to regard him with newfound respect, their eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation, as whispers of his extraordinary performance circulate through the streets and alleys. Meanwhile, certain factions have started to covertly take notice of this suddenly rising star in the martial arts realm. On this particular day, Yangyu was deeply engrossed in studying a hard-won yellow-level martial arts manual in his room, attempting to unearth a more potent source of power. Suddenly, a series of crisp and urgent knocks shattered the tranquility within the room. "Yangyu, are you there?" A familiar voice called from outside. It was Yang Sheng. Yangyu hastily set down the manual and strode to the door, enthusiastically welcoming Yang Sheng inside. "Brother Yang Sheng, what brings you here?" Yangyu inquired, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Yang Sheng replied with a smile. I've heard of your impressive performance in the competition, becoming the talk of Liulin town, and I came to see you. The two settled down comfortably, chatting amicably about family matters and sharing updates on their lives. Suddenly, Yang Sheng's expression turned serious as he said, Yangyu, I recently stumbled upon a peculiar ancient text at an inconspicuous old book stall in town. I felt that it might be of use to you. So I hurried to bring it. Intrigued, Yangyu eagerly asked, Oh, what kind of ancient text? Yang Sheng cautiously retrieved a yellowed book from his inner pocket, its cover worn and faded, the pages appearing fragile and aged. He handed the book to Yangyu and said, Take a look. Yangyu accepted the ancient text and gently opened it, only to find the words inscribed within to be archaic and obscure, akin to a celestial script that was difficult to comprehend. Yet, guided by his keen martial instincts, Yangyu sensed that this book was anything but ordinary, as if it concealed boundless secrets and formidable power. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system resonated abruptly in his mind. Host has discovered a mysterious ancient text, triggering a hidden quest. Decode the secrets within the text. Completion will yield generous rewards. A surge of excitement coursed through Yangyu, and a beaming smile illuminated his face as he turned to Yang Sheng. Brother Yang Sheng, this book is indeed remarkable. Thank you for thinking of me. Yang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, We brothers need not be so polite. Study it diligently. You might uncover an astonishingly powerful technique that could propel you to great heights. After Yang Sheng departed, Yangyu promptly closed the door, dismissed all distractions, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of this enigmatic ancient text. After several days and nights of relentless effort, Yangyu finally deciphered some key insights. It turned out that the ancient text recorded a profoundly ancient and mysterious cultivation method, reputed to significantly enhance one's cultivation speed and improve innate qualities. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Yangyu cautiously began practicing according to the methods detailed in the text. Sure enough, he immediately felt his internal energy flowing more smoothly than ever before, akin to a surging river, powerful and unrestrained. Simultaneously, within a formidable family in Liulin town, the Li family harbored intense jealousy and deep-seated hostility towards Yangyu's rise. The eldest son, Li Feng, had long been one of the most prominent young masters in Liulin town. Yet Yangyu's victory in the competition left him feeling utterly humiliated, nursing a grudge in his heart. That Yangyu, that reckless brat, must be taught a lesson. He cannot be allowed to act so arrogantly. Li Feng seethed, his eyes gleaming with jealousy and fury. Thus, Li Feng, accompanied by a few subordinates, lay in ambush in a secluded alley while Yangyu was out running errands, blocking his path. Yangyu, do not think that winning a mere competition makes you significant. Today, you will learn of the might of the Li family. Li Feng taunted arrogantly, his demeanor exuding confidence. Yangyu regarded Li Feng and his cohorts with calm composure, devoid of any fear, and replied coolly, What do you want? Li Feng scoffed, his face filled with disdain and contempt. If you kneel and apologize, swearing never to show off in Liulin town again, I might show you mercy. Upon hearing this, Yangyu couldn't help but laugh, his voice tinged with mockery. Just you? You dare to speak so arrogantly? Enraged, Li Feng's face turned a shade of deep anger. Get him! Upon receiving the command, Li Feng's subordinates charged at Yangyu like ravenous wolves, each a formidable practitioner at the late stage of skin refinement. Yet, Yangyu faced their fierce onslaught with unflinching calm. He maintained his composure and executed basic boxing techniques with powerful, forceful strikes to counter them. In mere moments, he dispatched two of his opponents with swift efficiency. Seeing the tide turning against him, Li Feng took matters into his own hands. He unleashed the Li family's signature technique, the meteor sword technique, its ferocity akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, aimed directly at Yangyu's vital points. Yangyu adeptly sidestepped, engaging Li Feng in a fierce and thrilling battle. While Li Feng's sword techniques were undoubtedly formidable and cunning, Yangyu utilized his agile movements and precise judgment to deftly evade each of Li Feng's relentless attacks. How is this possible? How have you improved so rapidly? Li Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. Seizing the moment of Li Feng's distraction, Yangyu unleashed a powerful punch to his chest, causing Li Feng to grunt and stagger backward. Refusing to grant Li Feng a moment's respite, Yangyu unleashed a torrent of swift attacks, akin to a tempest. Ultimately, Under Yang Yu's relentless assault, Li Feng found himself utterly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground in a state of disarray. This is merely a small lesson for you. Do not provoke me again, Yang Yu declared solemnly, his gaze radiating determination and authority. Seeing the situation turn against them, Li Feng and his companions could only retreat in shame. Upon returning home, Yang Yu briefly tended to his wounds before immersing himself once more in his training. After a period of diligent practice, Yang Yu successfully broke through to the initial stage of flesh refinement. He eagerly examined his attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 15 realm, initial stage of flesh refinement, strength 1000 gene, speed 20 meters second, innate quality, elite techniques, yellow level technique, beginner, martial skill, gale punch, minor achievement. Feeling the transformative changes within his body, Yang Yu recognized a qualitative leap in his strength. He understood that Liulin town could no longer satisfy his pursuit of martial arts, and thus, he resolutely decided to leave Liulin town and venture towards the broader expanse of Weishui County. Seeking a higher realm of martial arts and exploring the unknown, challenging world ahead. Chapter 5. Qingyun Martial Arts Hall. With lofty aspirations, Yang Yu bid farewell to Liulin town and embarked on his journey towards Weishui County. Filled with uncertainty and challenges, along the way, he endured the hardships of travel, facing the elements of wind and sun. At times, he could only find a sheltered nook in the wilderness to sleep clothed. At other times, he would go hungry, having missed an inn. Yet, his indomitable will was as unyielding as steel, showing no signs of fatigue, his heart brimming with boundless expectations and beautiful dreams for the future. After several days of relentless travel, Yang Yu finally arrived at the bustling and lively Weishui County. The scene here was starkly different from Liulin town. The streets and alleys were teeming with people, bustling with activity, the sounds of life echoing in every corner. Shops lined the streets, showcasing a dazzling array of goods that dazzled the eye. Yang Yu found a relatively clean and tidy inn in the county town and settled in. After briefly dropping off his luggage, he could hardly contain his eagerness and stepped out to inquire about martial arts cultivation. His diligence was rewarded when he learned from a kind-hearted elder that Weishui County was home to the renowned Qingyun Martial Arts Hall, a revered sanctuary for many martial artists. The following morning, before the sun had fully bathed the earth in light, Yang Yu set out with resolute steps towards the Qingyun Martial Arts Hall. At the entrance stood two imposing guards, their expressions serious, resembling sentinels who barred his path. "Who goes there?" The guard's voice boomed like thunder, his gaze sharp as he inquired. Yang Yu respectfully cupped his hands and replied, "I am Yang Yu. I have long heard of the illustrious name of Qingyun Martial Arts Hall, and have come to seek methods for the advancement of my martial arts. I hope for your leniency." The guard scrutinized him for a moment, noting his unwavering gaze and upright posture that exuded an extraordinary aura, and said, "You may enter, but remember, within the hall, one must abide by the rules and refrain from reckless behavior." Yang Yu nodded gratefully and stepped into the hall. Inside, the spacious area was filled with martial artists diligently honing their skills, sweat flying and shouts ringing out, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At that moment, a stern-looking steward clad in a gray long robe approached. "Are you a newcomer?" The steward's voice was deep and resonant. Yang Yu quickly nodded. "Indeed, I am a newcomer and would appreciate your guidance." The steward gave a slight nod, saying, "In our hall, to gain access to superior resources and in-depth guidance, one must pass a rigorous assessment." Yang Yu, undeterred, stood tall and firmly declared, "I am willing to accept the assessment. No matter how arduous it may be, I am confident in my ability to succeed." Seeing his resolute determination, the steward's eyes flickered with a hint of unspoken appreciation as he led Yang Yu to the assessment area. The essence of the assessment lies in overcoming three formidable martial artists, each at the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. Yang Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused on regulating his breathing and mindset, striving to attain his optimal combat state in preparation for this arduous challenge. As the bell signaling the commencement of the test told, the three martial artists charged at Yang Yu with the ferocity of tigers descending from the mountains. They unleashed their respective martial techniques, creating a whirlwind of fists and palms that dazzled the onlookers. Yang Yu remained composed, unfazed by the chaos, executing his proficient wind-breaking fist with agility akin to a swallow, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Bang! Seizing the moment, Yangyu landed a powerful punch on one martial artist's shoulder, causing him to stagger back several steps, a grimace of pain etched upon his face. Another martial artist attempted a sneak attack from behind, aiming for a quick strike. Yet, as if endowed with eyes on the back of his head, Yangyu deftly sidestepped, countering with a swift and precise kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. The final adversary, recognizing the peril of the situation, unleashed his full strength, executing a fierce series of wind blade techniques. The flashing blades resembled silver snakes in a chaotic dance, their momentum threatening to strike at Yangyu's vitals. Undeterred, Yangyu maintained his focus, carefully observing his opponent's movements for any openings. With a culmination of his strength, he delivered a punch akin to a cannonball, striking the martial artist squarely in the chest. With a cry of despair, the man was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Before the incense stick had fully burned down, Yangyu had triumphed over all three opponents, successfully passing the assessment. A flicker of evident admiration gleamed in the steward's eyes as he declared, "Well done. From today onward, you are an official disciple of the Qingyun martial arts school. You must cultivate diligently and never become complacent." Upon becoming a disciple, Yangyu exhibited no arrogance or pride. Instead, he immersed himself in even more rigorous training. Rising before dawn and resting only late at night, he fully understood the long road ahead in his martial journey, realizing that only through relentless effort could he enhance his abilities. However, his remarkable performance ignited jealousy in the hearts of some. Zhao Peng, a disciple who had always considered himself the most gifted talent in the school, felt deeply dissatisfied witnessing Yangyu's burgeoning prominence. Envy blazed within him. "Yangyu, do not think you are impressive just because you passed the assessment. If you have the ability, let us duel," Zhao Peng provocatively challenged, disdain evident in his gaze. Yangyu regarded him calmly, responding, "I do not seek trouble, yet I am not afraid of it," Zhao Peng sneered. "Not daring is simply cowardice. Do not make excuses. You are nothing but a timid soul." Infuriated by his words, Yangyu retorted, "Very well, let us compete. I wish to see what you are truly capable of." The two proceeded to the martial arts arena, where a crowd quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. Zhao Peng was at the late stage of body refinement, his strength formidable. He initiated the confrontation with his powerful flame palm technique, the scorching wind seeming to ignite the very air, raising the temperature dramatically. Yangyu felt the immense pressure bearing down on him, but swiftly adjusted his mindset, casting aside distractions as he unleashed his adept wind-breaking fist to counter the assault. Boom! Their strikes collided violently, producing a thunderous sound that resonated like a clap of thunder, the surrounding air vibrating with the impact, dust swirling in the aftermath. Although Zhao Peng's flame palm was potent, Yangyu's wind-breaking fist was faster and more cunning, making it difficult for his opponent to defend. After several exchanges, Zhao Peng began to falter, finding himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu delivered a swift punch to Zhao Peng's abdomen. Zhao Peng gasped in pain, feeling as if the tides within him had turned violently, blood spurting from his mouth as he staggered to the ground. "Yangyu wins!" The onlookers erupted in astonished exclamations, their gazes filled with admiration and surprise. Looking down at the fallen Zhao Peng, Yangyu spoke slowly. A martial artist should prioritize self-cultivation over the need to compete. A skewed heart cannot forge a true warrior. Shamed, Zhao Peng bowed his head, realizing his narrow-mindedness and error, silently vowing to reform himself. From that point onward, Yangyu's standing within the Qingyun martial arts school solidified, becoming a paragon for numerous disciples to emulate. Yangyu's attributes panel: Host, Yangyu age, 15 realm, mid-stage body refinement, strength, 1500 gene, speed, 25 ms, qualification, elite cultivation method, yellow level technique, minor achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, major achievement, chapter 6, the grand martial arts tournament following his victory over Zhao Peng. Yangyu's status within the Qingyun martial arts school became ever more unassailable. He exhibited no arrogance, but rather an even greater dedication to his training, relentlessly uncovering his potential and enhancing his strength. One day, a momentous announcement reverberated throughout the school. A grand martial arts tournament of considerable significance was to be held, with every disciple required to participate. This competition represented a rare opportunity for each disciple. as those who performed exceptionally would be awarded substantial rewards and invaluable cultivation resources. Upon hearing this news, a fierce determination ignited in Yangyu's bright eyes, and he resolved to stand out and achieve remarkable results in the tournament. In the days leading up to the competition, Yangyu not only adhered to his rigorous daily training regimen but also devoted considerable time and effort to a profound study of his martial techniques. He meticulously refined the details of each movement and the nuances of his power delivery, striving to maximize his performance in the tournament and showcase his utmost prowess. At last, the eagerly anticipated day of the martial arts tournament arrived amidst tension and excitement. The school was bustling with activity, disciples eagerly preparing for their matches, the air thick with a palpable sense of anticipation and thrill. Yangyu's first opponent was a mid-stage body refinement disciple named Liu, a hulking figure reminiscent of a small mountain, exuding immense strength that was daunting to behold. He specialized in a ferocious technique known as the diamond fist, each strike seemingly imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds. Unstoppable in its momentum, as the bell announcing the commencement of the match rang, Liu unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, a sound deafening to the ears. He executed his diamond fist technique with relentless vigor, charging toward Yangyu with an overwhelming force. Yet, Yangyu faced this onslaught with unwavering calm. He remained composed, employing his well-honed wind-breaking fist to meet the attack head-on. Bang! Their fists collided in midair, producing a deep, resounding thud akin to two boulders crashing together. Yangyu felt an immense power surging towards him, akin to an unstoppable tidal wave. However, thanks to years of solid training and his agile cat-like reflexes, he swiftly adjusted his stance, deftly neutralizing the overwhelming force. Seeing his full force attack thwarted, Liu grew increasingly agitated. His strikes intensified, each punch accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if intending to tear the very air apart. Yangyu, however, maintained his composure and steadiness, employing skillful tactics to counter raw power, navigating the storm of blows with the finesse of a small boat sailing through turbulent waters. His gaze was keen as an eagle, continuously seeking flaws in Liu's technique. At last, Yangyu's sharp perception revealed a subtle opening in Liu's defense. Seizing this fleeting chance, he unleashed a punch with lightning speed, striking Liu in the abdomen. Liu's face paled as he felt the searing pain, his body involuntarily retreating several steps. Yangyu pressed the advantage, refusing to grant Liu even a moment to recover. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving Liu with no room to retaliate, forced into a defensive stance. Ultimately, Yangyu emerged victorious over Liu, effortlessly claiming his first match. In the subsequent matches, Yangyu continued to dominate, prevailing with overwhelming strength and skill. His martial prowess and agile footwork left his opponents far behind, as he carved his path through the tournament. Thus, Yangyu advanced with resolute determination, smoothly reaching the finals. On the grand stage of the final match, Yangyu faced another renowned martial artist from the school, named Wang Ming. Wang Ming had attained the late stage of body refinement and practiced the yellow level technique, flowing cloud formula, rendering his strength profound and formidable. As the match commenced, Wang Ming vanished in an instant, appearing before Yangyu like a ghost, his speed astonishing. He unleashed the flowing cloud formula, his punches appearing erratic and elusive, akin to ephemeral clouds, making them nearly impossible to predict or defend against. Yangyu felt a rush of unprecedented pressure but quickly focused, concentrating intently on every movement and nuance of Wang Ming's technique. Wang Ming's punches flowed like unpredictable clouds, sometimes gentle as a breeze, other times fierce as thunder, each strike containing an enigmatic and formidable power. Yangyu deftly dodged and weaved, skillfully avoiding the tidal wave of attacks while simultaneously searching for the perfect opportunity to counter. Boom! Wang Ming struck the ground with a powerful fist, and in an instant, a massive crater appeared, dust swirling upwards like a dense fog, obscuring the sky. Seizing this moment of chaos, Yangyu swiftly approached Wang Ming and unhesitatingly unleashed his perfected Gale Fist. Wang Ming reacted with remarkable swiftness, narrowly evading the attack by sidestepping, and retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at Yangyu. The two exchanged blows in a fierce and relentless battle, their movements akin to two brilliant meteors colliding violently in the sky. Yangyu understood that continuing in this stalemate was highly disadvantageous for him. It was not a viable long-term strategy. He decided to take a risk, to gamble everything. Yang Yu deliberately feigned a seemingly obvious opening, and Wang Ming, falling for the ruse, launched a full-force strike. In that critical moment, Yang Yu evaded the deadly blow with astonishing speed and, seizing the opportunity, landed a powerful punch directly on Wang Ming's chest. Wang Ming coughed up blood, his body collapsing like a kite severed from its string, unable to rise again. Yang Yu emerged victorious. The referee's passionate and resounding announcement echoed like a triumphant horn. The arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, each wave rising higher than the last, as if threatening to lift the very roof of the martial arts hall. Standing on the platform, Yang Yu basked in the admiration and respect of the crowd. His heart brimming with joy and pride, a satisfaction born of arduous struggle culminating in success. At that moment, a mysterious and exceptionally distinguished elder suddenly appeared within the martial arts hall. The elder's piercing gaze fixed upon Yang Yu, a glimmer of unabashed appreciation flickering in his eyes. "Young man, your performance was impressive. You truly caught my attention." Yang Yu promptly performed a respectful bow and replied, "Thank you for your kind words." "Esteemed elder." The elder smiled gently and spoke with a measured tone. "I am Elder Su from Changlin County. By chance, I passed through this place today and recognized your extraordinary talent. You are indeed a person of great potential. I wish to ask if you would be willing to accompany me to Changlin County for further training in the martial arts, seeking a higher level of mastery." Yang Yu's heart stirred. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to elevate his martial path. However, at the same time, he felt a profound reluctance to part from his family and friends in Weishui County, the warm companionship and deep bonds weighing heavily on his mind. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Yu, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, penned a heartfelt letter to his father, Yang Jun, detailing his experiences in Weishui County and the difficult choice he now faced. Soon, Yang Jun's reply arrived like a beacon of hope, swiftly delivered. The letter read, "You pursue your path in the martial arts with confidence. Our family takes pride in you, and we will always support you." After reading the letter, Yang Yu felt a surge of resolve. He sought out Elder Su, his gaze steady and his tone resolute. "Elder, I am willing to accompany you to Changlin County." Elder Su nodded in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting warmth and encouragement. "Excellent, we shall depart tomorrow." Yang Yu's attributes panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 15 years realm. Late stage of body refinement, strength, 2,000 pounds, speed, 30 meters per second, talent, elite cultivation method, yellow grade, great accomplishment, martial skill, Gale Fist, perfection, Chapter 7. Entering Changlin County with a heart full of anticipation and longing, Yang Yu closely followed Elder Su's footsteps into the bustling and vibrant Changlin County, a realm brimming with mystery and opportunity. The sights here were starkly different from those he had previously encountered in Weishui County. The streets and alleys were alive with activity, throngs of people flowing like a ceaseless river. The air was thick with the potent essence of martial artists, each breath imbued with a palpable surge of power. Elder Su led Yang Yu to a magnificent and grand estate. The imposing structure stood tall, its crimson entrance exuding an air of solemnity, flanked by stone lions that radiated authority. "This will be our base. Take a few days to rest and familiarize yourself with your surroundings," Elder Su said kindly. Yang Yu nodded respectfully, a sense of curiosity and reverence swelling within him as he entered the room that had been thoughtfully prepared for him. The chamber was elegantly furnished, bright and tidy, equipped with everything he might need. After a few days, Yang Yu's insatiable curiosity could no longer be contained, and he began to navigate the bustling streets of Changlin County. He was delighted to discover that everything here was fresh and exhilarating. The martial arts schools were vast and teeming with masters. The merchant guilds displayed an array of goods that dazzled the eye, including precious martial arts manuals and rare cultivation resources. And the auctions gathered an assortment of extraordinary treasures, each one invoking desire. One day, as Yang Yu strolled leisurely through the streets, he suddenly overheard enthusiastic discussions among the crowd. It turned out that a highly anticipated martial arts competition was about to take place in Changlin County. It was said that this event would be unprecedented in scale, drawing young masters from all over the region, each a standout in their respective fields. The victor would not only receive substantial rewards, including rare elixirs, profound martial arts manuals, and vast wealth, but also the opportunity to enter the county's elite factions, thereby ascending to new heights in the martial arts. Upon hearing this news, Yang Yu felt a surge of fervent passion and an intense yearning swell within him. He was stirred by the prospect of a greater challenge and the pursuit of enhanced strength. Without hesitation, he resolved to participate in the competition, eager to prove his prowess and showcase his talents on this grand stage. Upon returning to the estate, Yang Yu shared his unwavering intention to enter the martial arts competition with Elder Su. The elder's face lit up with a smile of approval as he nodded, saying, "This is an exceptional opportunity. It will allow you to encounter more masters, exchange techniques with them, and thus elevate your own strength and realm. However, be prepared, as the competition will undoubtedly be fierce in the days that followed." Yang Yu trained with the relentless intensity of a wound-up machine. He rose early each morning, greeting the rising sun as he commenced his daily regimen. The enhancement system continuously worked its wonders, providing formidable support for his cultivation journey, propelling his strength to new heights like a rocket. Finally, as the day of the martial arts competition dawned, it arrived like a dazzling ray of hope in Changlin County. Yang Yu stepped confidently into the arena, where a sea of people gathered, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. The cheers and shouts of the crowd reverberated, creating a deafening chorus. Yang Yu's first opponent was a young man named Lin Fenghe. This individual exuded charisma, his confident demeanor and proud aura indicating that he had already reached the pinnacle of body refinement, proficient in a formidable technique known as the Thunderstorm Fist, as the bell signaling the start of the match rang. Lin Fenghe darted forward like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a fleeting shadow aimed straight at Yang Yu. He unleashed the Thunderstorm Fist, the air crackling with the sound of thunder as his punches tore through the atmosphere. Seemingly ready to rend the very air apart, Yang Yu's gaze sharpened as he immediately entered combat mode, deploying his perfected Gale Fist without a hint of fear. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that shook the surrounding air, sending visible ripples emanating outward. Lin Fenghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Yu would so effortlessly withstand his devastating blow. With a roar, his fighting spirit ignited, and with each subsequent punch, he unleashed the full force of the thunderous energy, creating deep fissures in the once solid ground, as if it were being torn apart by a colossal force. Yet Yang Yu remained composed. Undaunted by Lin Fenghe's overwhelming presence, he nimbly evaded the onslaught, moving like a wraith, skillfully dodging the torrential barrage of attacks while his keen eyes sought out any vulnerabilities in his opponent's defense. At last, Yang Yu's acute perception allowed him to seize the perfect moment, delivering a lightning-fast punch to Lin Fenghe's ribs. Lin Fenghe grunted, his expression contorted in pain as he involuntarily staggered back several steps. Seizing the advantage, Yang Yu pressed the attack, refusing to grant his opponent a moment's respite, landing blow after blow with relentless precision, leaving Lin Fenghe unable to retaliate. Yang Yu emerged victorious. The referee's triumphant voice rang out, proclaiming Yang Yu's success in this fierce battle, propelling him into the next round of the competition. His second opponent was a young woman named Liulin, with an elegant figure and striking beauty. Her eyes nonetheless radiated a fierce determination and resolve. In the pursuit of mastering the peak of physical cultivation, one practices a mystifying technique known as the ice palm. As the competition commenced, Liulin let out a delicate yet fierce exclamation, her palms striking forth like frost-laden snow, unleashing a bone-chilling aura that rushed towards the spectators. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted dramatically, as though it had descended several degrees in an instant. Yang Yu felt the oppressive coldness encroach upon him, yet he remained undaunted, swiftly channeling his internal energy to form a warm shield, resolutely resisting the icy onslaught. Liulin's palm techniques were as sharp as icy blades, each strike imbued with a penetrating chill that sent shivers down one's spine. As Yang Yu cautiously evaded her relentless attacks, he sought an opportunity to counter. Suddenly, with his keen combat intuition, Yang Yu discerned a slight opening in Liulin's defenses. Without hesitation, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, condensing all his strength into a single, powerful punch. Liulin, caught off guard, was struck by Yang Yu's thunderous blow, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. Yang Yu triumphed, with each round of the competition unfolding. Yang Yu, propelled by his extraordinary prowess and indomitable spirit, carved his way through adversaries with the force of a raging torrent, successfully reaching the finals. On the grand stage of the finals, Yang Yu faced off against a renowned genius from Changlin County, known as Chen Fei. This individual exuded an impressive presence, his aura remarkable, having already attained the early stages of the body-refining realm, practicing a formidable technique known as the Nine-Yang Divine Art. The moment the match began, Chun Fei emanated an overwhelming aura that was almost suffocating, resembling a blazing sun, radiant and blinding. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself towards Yangyu like a tempest, unleashing the Nine-Yang Divine Art, each punch accompanied by searing flames that distorted the air around them, exhibiting tremendous power. Yangyu felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Yet there was no trace of retreat or fear in his gaze. Instead, a fervent fighting spirit ignited within him. He unleashed his wind-breaking fist, engaging Chun Fei in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle. Boom! Their fists collided with the ferocity of two meteors, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves through the arena, causing the spectators to stagger back, their faces paling in shock. Despite the overwhelming strength of Chun Fei's Nine-Yang Divine Art, Yangyu gradually found himself at a disadvantage in this fierce confrontation. However, with his resolute spirit and clever combat strategy, he continued to deftly maneuver around Chun Fei, searching for an opportunity to turn the tide in his favor. Finally, amidst an intense exchange, Yangyu, with his acute perception, identified a critical flaw in Chun Fei's technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled all his strength into a single, decisive punch that struck Chun Fei squarely in the chest. Chun Fei spat out blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Yangyu emerged victorious. The referee's exhilarating voice echoed throughout the arena. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Yangyu's remarkable performance, showering him with endless admiration and respect for this burgeoning star of martial arts. Standing upon the stage, bathed in the glory of triumph, Yangyu's heart swelled with pride and joy. He understood that his journey in the martial arts realm was far from over, yet this victory undoubtedly marked a significant milestone. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 15 realm, peak of physical refinement, strength, 1,250 kilograms. Speed, 35 ms, talent, elite cultivation technique, yellow grade technique, perfected, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, grand perfection, chapter 8. The storm of the county city after Yangyu's resounding victory in the Changlin County Martial Arts Tournament. His reputation spread like a spring breeze throughout the county city, garnering immense acclaim. Not only did he reap a mountain of generous rewards, but the dazzling glory and endless honor also made him the center of attention. Attracting the keen interest of various factions within the county, on this particular day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor of Yangyu's room. Deeply immersed in his training, he endeavored to break through his limits. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted outside, shattering the tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, and rose to open the door to investigate the commotion. He found Elder Su in a heated argument with a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black. The figure was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of gleaming, cold eyes, their voice deep and raspy, as if emanating from the abyss. Elder Su, this Yangyu must accompany me, the figure asserted with an unyielding tone. Elder Su's eyes widened in anger as he retorted, "You shall not. Yangyu is under my protection, and no one shall take him without my consent." Yangyu stepped forward, confusion etched on his face, and inquired, "Elder, what is happening?" Elder Su's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, and he replied, "This person is of unknown origin, inexplicably seeking to take you away. I will never agree to such a thing, even at the cost of my own life." The cloaked figure let out a chilling laugh, the sound reverberating ominously in the air. "Yangyu, do you not understand? Accompany me, and you shall gain access to unimaginable, more powerful techniques and endless resources. Staying here is merely a waste of your extraordinary talent." Yangyu's gaze was unwavering, resolute as iron, and he declared firmly, "I do not know you, nor will I accompany you. Do not waste your efforts." A flicker of anger flashed in the figure's eyes, akin to a bolt of lightning. Without warning, he struck out with blinding speed, aiming to seize Yangyu. Elder Su reacted swiftly, stepping protectively in front of Yangyu, engaging the cloaked figure in a fierce confrontation. The black-clad figure unleashed an extraordinarily enigmatic technique, his form elusive and ghost-like, making it nearly impossible to track. Elder Su countered with his renowned star sword technique, the sword's brilliance twinkling like stars as they engaged in a breathtaking battle of life and death, neither side yielding. Boom! Their internal energies clashed violently, akin to two meteors colliding, generating an immense shockwave that radiated outward. The surrounding furniture was instantly shattered, reduced to a flurry of wooden splinters. Yangyu watched in alarm, his heart racing. He could clearly perceive that the cloaked figure's strength was at least in the mid-stages of body refinement. While Elder Su began to falter under the pressure of their clash. "Elder, I shall assist you," Yangyu shouted, his blood surging with fervor as he unleashed his signature wind-breaking fist, unhesitatingly joining the fray. The cloaked figure, seeing this, scoffed disdainfully. "You overestimate yourself." With a swift motion, he unleashed a suffocating force that struck Yangyu, sending him staggering back several steps. Yangyu felt a surge of blood rise within him, as if a raging fire burned in his chest, causing immense discomfort. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persevered, driven by his indomitable will, charging forward once more. At that moment, numerous experts from the manor rushed in, akin to a powerful tide. The cloaked figure, sensing the shift in circumstances, realized that he could not achieve his aims and coldly declared, "Yangyu, you cannot escape my grasp. For today, I shall spare you, but we shall meet again." With that, his form dissipated like smoke, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. Elder Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. He turned to Yangyu, earnestly advising, "This cloaked figure is of unknown origin and shrouded in mystery. He is likely after your extraordinary talent. In the future, you must exercise caution and never let your guard down." Yangyu nodded solemnly, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Elder, I understand." This incident profoundly impressed upon Yangyu the realization that his strength was still insufficient. Only by growing stronger could he protect himself and those around him in this world filled with uncertainties and dangers. Thus, he dedicated himself even more fervently to his training, tirelessly investing every moment into enhancing his abilities. In the intervals of his training, Yangyu also began to actively forge connections with the heroes and talents of the county city. Among them was a young warrior named Liulin, with whom Yangyu felt an immediate rapport, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Liulin was a remarkable scion of the Li family, possessing extraordinary talent and a prodigious aptitude for martial arts, having already reached the early stages of body refinement at a young age, earning him acclaim among the younger generation in the county. "Yangyu, I have heard of your spectacular performance in the martial arts tournament. It is truly deserving of admiration," Liulin said with a warm smile, sincerity shining in his eyes. Yangyu returned the gesture with humility, replying, "Brotherly, you flatter me. You are the true hidden master." The two engaged in delightful conversation, their rapport deepening as if they shared an unspoken bond. In a serendipitous moment, they uncovered the existence of a mysterious relic in Changlin County. It is said that within this ancient ruin lies unparalleled techniques and treasures of immeasurable value, yet it is also fraught with daunting dangers. After much contemplation, Yangyu and Liulin ultimately resolved to embark on a joint exploration of this enigmatic site. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were enveloped in a mysterious and eerie aura, akin to an invisible web that sent shivers down their spines. "Be cautious, Yangyu," Liulin warned gravely, his demeanor serious. The two proceeded with utmost care, every step imbued with vigilance and caution. Suddenly, a throng of shadows surged forth from the darkness like phantoms. These shadows revealed themselves to be an unfamiliar breed of bizarre beasts. Their speed akin to lightning and their strength formidable, rendering any defense nearly futile. In an instant, Yangyu and Liulin transitioned into a combat stance, their muscles taut and nerves highly attuned. Liulin unleashed the Gale Sword technique, the blade slicing through the air like a tempest, sweeping towards the oncoming horde of beasts. Meanwhile, Yangyu retaliated with the wind-breaking fist, the air around him howling with the force of thunder. As he engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle against the creatures, bang bang, the beasts' resilient bodies were struck, emitting a dull, heavy thud. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, instead becoming more frenzied in their assault. Yangyu and Liulin synchronized their movements with remarkable precision, gradually gaining the upper hand. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they finally succeeded in repelling the ferocious beasts. Without pausing for respite, they took a moment to catch their breath and then plunged deeper into the ruins, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation as they sought the fabled treasures and techniques. Yangyu's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age. 15 realm. Initial stage of muscle transformation. Strength. 5000 gene. Speed. 50 ms. Talent. Ordinary genius technique. Mysterious level technique. Entry level. Martial skill. Wind-breaking fist. Intermediate level. Chapter 9. The sinister shadow after successfully fending off the menacing beasts. Yangyu and Liulin remained undeterred, cautiously navigating the depths of this mysterious and unknown ruin. An ancient and enigmatic aura permeated the air, as if time itself had crystallized countless stories within these walls. The indistinct runes etched onto the walls appeared as memories eroded by time, flickering in and out of visibility, whispering tales of past glory and desolation. As they traversed the dim, profound corridor, the stone slabs beneath their feet occasionally emitted faint sounds, resonating with an unsettling clarity in the oppressive silence, each step echoing the pulse of history. Yangyu, there is an inexplicable eeriness about this place. We must remain on high alert, Liulin murmured, his voice reverberating in the narrow passage with a hint of anxiety. His grip on the sword tightened, knuckles paling from the strain. Yangyu nodded gravely, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning every corner for the faintest sign of movement. Indeed, exercise utmost caution. Do not let your guard down. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path, presenting a fateful choice before them. Exchanging a glance, they communicated their unspoken agreement and opted to venture left. As they delved deeper, the passage constricted, the walls seeming to close in, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, nearly suffocating. Wait, what is that? Liulin halted abruptly, lowering his voice as he pointed to a dust-covered stone box nestled in a corner. Yangyu approached and delicately brushed away the thick layer of dust, his movements gentle and cautious, as if handling a fragile treasure. He carefully opened the stone box, and a blinding light erupted from within. Momentarily blinding them, as the brilliance gradually faded, they beheld a weathered ancient tome lying quietly inside. Could this be a legendary technique? Excitement flickered in Liulin eyes, the light igniting a deep-seated yearning for power within him. Just as Yangyu reached for the tome, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from it like a tidal wave. Watch out, there's danger, Yangyu shouted, his voice filled with urgency. In an instant, the walls of the corridor began to tremble violently, as if a dreadful earthquake had struck. Countless sharp spikes shot forth from all directions like a torrential downpour, carrying a lethal threat. Yangyu and Liulin reacted swiftly. Evading the onslaught like agile leopards in the confined space, Liulin unleashed the Gale Sword technique, the blade's aura weaving through the air, severing the incoming spikes with a series of crisp snaps. Yangyu countered with the wind-breaking fist, the force of his strikes resonating like thunder, clashing against the spikes with a resounding clang, sparks flying. What kind of mechanism is this, so formidable? Liulin gasped, sweat streaming down his forehead and dripping onto the stone floor. Yangyu's brow furrowed, deep in thought as he dodged the relentless barrage of spikes. Suddenly, his keen insight revealed a flaw in the mechanism. Liulin, follow me, he shouted. The two swiftly dashed towards a corner. Yangyu struck a slightly protruding section of the wall with all his might. Boom! A deafening sound erupted like thunder, halting the mechanism's operation, and the menacing spikes ceased their assault. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, their bodies relaxing. Yangyu once again picked up the ancient tome, examining it closely. The text was obscure and cryptic, seemingly requiring a specific method for interpretation. This is perplexing, Yangyu remarked, his brow knitted in contemplation. Liulin leaned in to scrutinize the text, suggesting, "Let us stow it away for now and study it thoroughly once we exit." Regaining their composure, they pressed on, encountering several chambers filled with decayed weapons and vials of elixirs. The blades were rusted, and the potions had long lost their efficacy. It seems this was once the lair of a formidable warrior. Liulin mused, his voice infused with reflection and reverence for the past. Yangyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the remnants. Yet, I wonder why this warrior concealed their abode here. Perhaps there are secrets yet to be uncovered. At that moment, a chilling, sinister laughter reverberated through the ruins, as if emanating from the depths of an abyss, sending shivers down their spines. Who goes there? Yangyu and Li Yunfei shouted in unison. Their voices laced with vigilance and wariness. A shadow emerged from the darkness, its features obscured, but an overwhelming and malevolent aura radiated from it. The treasures within this ruin belong to me alone. You shall not take them, the shadow declared coldly, its voice echoing with the chill of millennia, instilling fear. Yang Yu's heart raced. From the overwhelming energy, he discerned that this individual was at least a mid-stage muscle transformation expert. Far beyond their capabilities. Why must you be so tyrannical? The treasures of this ruin should belong to those with fate. Yang Yu suppressed his fear, attempting to reason with the shadow. The shadow scoffed. Let us see if you possess the capability. With that, the shadow struck with lightning speed. A thick, inky black mist surging towards Yangyu and Li Yunfei, moving so swiftly that they barely had time to react. Be careful, Li Yunfei cried out. They hastily deployed their martial skills to defend themselves. Yangyu's wind-breaking fist collided violently with the black mist, producing a thunderous noise, akin to thunderclaps in their ears. He felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him, nearly suffocating him. Li Yunfei's Gale Sword technique only slightly diminished the mist's potency, yet the mist appeared inexhaustible, continuously pouring forth. Seeing this, the shadow intensified its assault. The mist growing denser and heavier, as if it sought to engulf them entirely. Back to back, Yangyu and Li Yunfei braced themselves against the shadow's overwhelming onslaught. Their clothes soaked with sweat and their bodies trembling from exhaustion. They struggled to hold on. Just as the weight of despair began to crush them, Yangyu suddenly recalled his enhancement system. System, grant me strength. Yangyu silently pleaded, his voice brimming with a desire to survive and a determination for victory. Instantly, a mysterious and potent energy surged into his body like a torrent, elevating Yangyu's aura dramatically, akin to a roaring flame, growing ever more fierce. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a wind-breaking fist of tremendous power, forcibly tearing a gash through the black mist. Seizing the moment, Li Yunfei launched a fierce counterattack, his sword aura slicing through the air, aiming directly at the shadow. Caught off guard by Yangyu's sudden outburst, the shadow swiftly evaded the attack. You are fortunate this time. Next time, it shall not be so easy, the shadow declared, vanishing into the darkness like a phantom, leaving behind a lingering threat that echoed in the air. Exhausted, Yangyu and Li Yunfei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell. That was truly perilous. They both breathed heavily, the gravity of their encounter weighing heavily upon them. Li Yunfei uttered, his voice tinged with a tremor of fear and apprehension. Yangyu gazed at the ancient tome in his hands, his eyes flashing with a resolute glimmer, as if he beheld the hopes of a promising future. Yet we have also gained something. Let us depart from this place first. The two supported each other, their heavy steps trudging laboriously towards the exit of the ruins. Yangyu's attributes panel read, Host. Yangyu age, 15 years realm. Early stage of muscle transformation, strength, 5,500 pounds. Speed, 55 meters second. Qualification, ordinary genius technique. Profound level technique, entry, martial skill. Wind-breaking fist, subtle, chapter 10. Deciphering the ancient tome. Yangyu and Li Yunfei emerged from the ruins, steeped in an aura of danger and mystery, their bodies feeling as though all vitality had been sapped away, utterly exhausted to the core. Yet, within their eyes sparkled a luminous light, reminiscent of brilliant stars adorning the night sky. Brimming with excitement and anticipation, upon their return to Changlin County City, the bustling streets, alive with a throng of people, seemed to fade into an ethereal backdrop, entirely disconnected from their perception. Yangyu and Li Yunfei swiftly sought out a tranquil and secluded place, far removed from the clamor, preparing to devote their entire focus to the profound study of the enigmatic tome they had procured from the ruins. Yangyu, what astonishing secrets lie concealed within this ancient text? Li Yunfei could no longer suppress the fervent curiosity burning within him, breaking the silence that enveloped the room. Yangyu delicately opened the now yellowed pages of the tome, the ancient script densely inscribed upon its time-worn sheets, accompanied by inscrutable and perplexing illustrations. These lines seemed to bear the indelible marks of time's relentless passage and the weight of ages. I am equally uncertain. However, judging by the unique aura emanating from this tome and its extraordinary appearance, It is evident that it is far from an ordinary artifact. Yang Yu's voice was low and focused, his gaze magnetically drawn to the pages, unwavering in its intensity. The two immersed themselves, scrutinizing every word and illustration with unwavering concentration. Yet, all of it resembled an intricate puzzle, ensnaring them in a dense fog, leaving them wandering for ages without a discernible path to the answers they sought. What are we to do? This is utterly incomprehensible. Akin to an arcane script, Liulin, whose temperament was already somewhat impulsive, was now as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously within the confines of the room. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his furrowed brow resembling a key to a long-buried secret. Do not rush. Let us study it slowly. With wholehearted dedication and earnest exploration, we may uncover some subtle clues. His voice was steady and resolute, an attempt to soothe Liulин's mounting agitation. Just as they were on the brink of despair, Yang Yu experienced a sudden epiphany, recalling an esteemed scholar he had fortuitously met in Changlin County City. Known as Uninvited, was said that this venerable figure possessed profound knowledge and an unparalleled understanding of ancient texts. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yu resolved to visit Mr. Sun with the tome in hand, filled with hope that he might glean invaluable insights and tangible assistance. Arriving at Mr. Sun's residence, steeped in the rich scent of books and enveloped in tranquility, Yang Yu approached with profound respect and eager anticipation. Articulating his intentions clearly, Mr. Sun accepted the tome with deliberate care, donning a pair of time-worn yet impeccably clean glasses, and began to scrutinize it with unwavering attention. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The room was so silent that one could only hear the soft rustle of pages being turned. After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Sun finally raised his gaze, his weathered face etched with a grave expression. This appears to be a long-lost cultivation method, yet the most crucial elements are regrettably missing, which is indeed a great pity. Yang Yu's heart sank. The hope he had harbored was abruptly doused. Yet he expressed profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance. Even the slightest hint is of immense assistance to us." Upon returning to their abode, Yang Yu and Liulin did not succumb to discouragement from Mr. Sun's revelations. Rather, their resolve to unravel the secrets of the tome intensified. They labored tirelessly day and night, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of even the faintest hint of insight. Meanwhile, during the countless tranquil and solitary nights, Yang Yu often found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his family in Yangjia village. One night, the silvery moonlight cascaded through the window, gently illuminating the floor like a delicate veil of silk. Yang Yu sat quietly by the window, gazing up at the resplendent moon hanging in the night sky, his thoughts surging like tumultuous waves, ebbing and flowing endlessly. He could not help but recall his father Yangjun laboring tirelessly in the fields, each bead of sweat carrying hopes for the family's future. His mother Wang Ning's gentle, caring gaze, each warm smile akin to the sun in winter, warming the depths of his soul. His sister Yang Zhao's carefree laughter, each peal of joy resonating like a beautiful melody in the corridors of his memory. And his grandfather Yang Da's expectant and affectionate eyes, each encouraging word acting as a powerful impetus driving him ever forward. "I wonder how they are doing now." Yang Yu sighed softly, the sound resonating clearly in the stillness of the night, laden with profound longing and concern. Liulin approached, gently patting his shoulder, as if to impart boundless strength. "Yang Yu, do not dwell too much on worry and anxiety. Once we establish ourselves firmly in Changlin County, possessing formidable and unrivaled strength, we shall return triumphantly, ensuring that every member of our family enjoys a life of happiness and contentment." Yang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared more resolute and steadfast, as if aflame with an unquenchable fire. After days of unwavering persistence and diligent study, Yang Yu and Liulin finally discerned some elusive hints within the seemingly insurmountable tome. It resembled a unique and wondrous route for the cultivation of a special technique. Yang Yu exclaimed with excitement, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Eagerly, the two commenced their training based on their newfound understanding, immediately sensing a remarkable and delightful transformation in the flow of their internal energy, as if a grand door to an unknown, mystical realm had swung open before them. However, just as they reveled in this initial, promising achievement, an unforeseen calamity struck without warning, a fierce and uncontrollable force erupted within Yangjia, rampaging like a wild horse unleashed, wreaking havoc within him. Yangjia collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. His features contorted in extreme pain, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Yangjia? Liulin cried out in horror, his voice sharp and piercing with terror. Yangjia gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of willpower to rein in the surging power. But it proved overwhelmingly potent, rendering his efforts futile and insignificant. We cannot continue like this. You risk losing yourself in madness, Liulin exclaimed urgently, his eyes filled with helplessness and panic, as if the impending doom were at hand. In that critical moment, Yangjia made a resolute decision to summon the mysterious and formidable powers of the enhancement system. System, assist me, he cried out in despair within his heart, as though this plea were the last flicker of hope in the enveloping darkness. In an instant, a cool and gentle sensation, soothing and comforting, washed over him like a long-awaited rain after a drought, gradually subduing the uncontrollable fury within, ultimately restoring tranquility. Gasping for breath, Yangjia struggled to rise from the ground. His complexion as pale as paper, devoid of color. That was close, he spoke weakly, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell, having endured a harrowing ordeal that nearly cost him his life. After this heart-stopping and treacherous experience, Yangjia became increasingly cautious in his subsequent research, treading carefully as if walking on thin ice while studying ancient texts, unwilling to entertain even the slightest hint of carelessness or negligence. Yangyia's Attributes Panel. Host. Yangjia Age, 15 years Realm. Early stage of muscle transformation, Strength, 6,000 Gene, Speed, 60 meters per second, Talent, Ordinary Genius Technique. Profound Level Technique, Minor Achievement, Martial Skill. Wind-Breaking Fist, Subtle Mastery, Chapter 11. Breaking through the crisis after their previous thrilling and perilous encounter. Yangjia and Liulin became increasingly meticulous on their arduous journey to explore the mysteries of ancient texts. They toiled day and night, pouring all their time and energy into their studies. As the saying goes, diligence pays off. Eventually, they successfully uncovered the key to controlling that mysterious power. During this challenging and arduous period, Yangyia's strength surged like spring bamboo shoots, rising sharply with remarkable improvements, growing at an astonishing pace akin to a geyser. However, those tranquil and serene days slipped away like sand through fingers, vanishing with alarming swiftness, hardly lasting long. One day, a mysterious and elusive invitation, resembling an extraordinary bird that appeared without warning, quietly fell into Yangyia's hands. This invitation was meticulously crafted from extremely precious and valuable paper, adorned with exquisite and unparalleled patterns, exuding a strange and unique fragrance that evoked curiosity in anyone who caught a whiff. Who could have sent this? Liulin furrowed his brow, engulfed in a thick fog of doubt. Yangjia similarly knitted his brows, his gaze fixated on the invitation, fully concentrated, attempting to discern even the faintest hint of a clue. He felt an ominous presence, sensing that this might lead to a perilous banquet of intrigue. The invitation bore no clear signature, merely instructing Yangjia to arrive at a secluded and desolate villa outside Changlin County at a specified time. Despite being filled with an unknown dread and profound concern, Yangjia resolutely decided to investigate, determined to unveil the secrets concealed behind this enigmatic invitation. On the appointed day, he and Liulin walked side by side, stepping forward with unwavering resolve toward the mysterious villa. Outside the villa, two towering guards, their expressions as cold as icebergs, stood like imposing gatekeepers, blocking their path with an overwhelming aura. "Who goes there?" the guards bellowed, their voices resonating like thunder, reverberating across the desolate wilderness, carrying an invisible yet oppressive force. Yangjia remained calm and composed, displaying no signs of panic. He leisurely handed over the invitation. The guards scrutinized it sharply before stepping aside, allowing them to enter the villa. Upon entering, the atmosphere within the villa was chillingly eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. A faint mist enveloped the surroundings, as if it possessed a life of its own, flowing and swirling, casting a mysterious and terrifying veil over the entire villa. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the mist, gliding forward like a wraith. Its face was completely obscured by darkness, rendering it impossible to discern. Only a chilling and sinister laughter echoed through the air, sending a chill down one's spine. "Yangjia," You have finally arrived. The shadow's voice seemed to emanate from the deepest abyss of hell, laden with an unending chill. Who are you? Why have you summoned me here? Yangyu inquired warily, his gaze sharp as a blade, muscles taut and ready, prepared to counter any sudden attack. The shadow let out a cold laugh, its voice echoing ominously in the mist. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know that you shall not leave here alive today. With that, the shadow struck with lightning speed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that felt suffocating, akin to a tempest bearing down upon them. Yangyu and Liulin could not afford a moment's lapse in focus. They immediately unleashed their full strength to confront the threat. Yangyu executed the wind-breaking fist, the force of his punch roaring like a tumultuous sea, crashing against the shadow's attack in a thunderous collision that reverberated through the silent villa, as if it could shatter the very foundations of the place. Liulin, not to be outdone, unleashed the Gale Sword technique. Dazzling flashes of light akin to a starry sky surged forth, piercing toward the shadow with fierce determination. Each strike infused with a resolute spirit as if embracing death itself. However, the shadow's power was formidable, transcending into the high depths of the late stage of muscle transformation. Its form flickered like a phantom, evading their attacks effortlessly, retaliating with a swift motion that sent a bolt of black light racing toward Yangyu. Yangyu reacted with remarkable swiftness, narrowly evading the deadly beam as it struck the ground, erupting with a thunderous roar, creating a massive and deep crater, sending dirt flying and dust billowing into the air. What immense power! Liulin exclaimed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes filled with shock and uncontainable fear. Yangyu was deeply astonished yet maintained his composure, his mind racing like a well-oiled machine. He focused intently on observing every move of the shadow, determined not to overlook any minute flaw. Suddenly, Yangyu's keen insight revealed a brief yet subtle vulnerability on the shadow's right side during its attacks. Liulin, let S strike at its right side together. Yangyu shouted decisively, his voice brimming with an undeniable authority. The two synchronized their efforts, launching a rapid and thunderous assault. The shadow, caught off guard, failed to defend in time and was struck solidly by Yangyu's full-powered punch, forcing it to stagger back several steps. Enraged, the shadow's eyes, hidden in darkness, seemed to ignite with fiery fury. It unleashed an even more powerful and terrifying technique, enveloping the entire villa in an overwhelming wave of force, as if the very air were about to be mercilessly torn apart. Yangyu and Liulin increasingly felt their strength waning, their breaths becoming heavy and labored, their movements sluggish and weak. In that desperate moment, Yangyu once again activated the mysterious and powerful augmentation system. Instantly, his strength soared like a rocket, infused with seemingly boundless power. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yangyu unleashed his most formidable strike, akin to a dragon breaking free from the sea, radiating an unstoppable and overwhelming momentum. Finally, the shadow could no longer withstand the onslaught, being forcefully repelled. Realizing the peril, the shadow swiftly retreated, vanishing into the swirling mist as if it had never existed. Yangyu and Liulin finally breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing. What on earth just happened? Liulin gasped, his face etched with confusion. Yangyu shook his head, his gaze filled with profound contemplation and uncertainty. I am unsure, but this matter is far from simple. There must be deeper conspiracies and unknown secrets lurking behind it. Upon returning to Changlin County, Yangyu plunged into deep thought, his mind racing in an attempt to unravel the threads of this series of bizarre events. Yangyu's attributes panel. Host. Yangyu age, 15 years realm, mid-stage of muscle transformation, strength, 8,000 gene, speed, 70 meters per second, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound level technique, major achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, mastery, chapter 12, family news. After experiencing the series of perilous and enigmatic events at the mysterious villa, Yangyu and Liulin felt increasingly acutely aware of the countless dangers and secrets hidden within Changlin County. During this tumultuous and unpredictable period, Yangyu not only devoted himself tirelessly to his training but also frequently engaged in profound discussions on martial arts with Liulin, exchanging insights and unique perceptions. Their mutual sparring and encouragement allowed them to grow together like twin lotus flowers, steadily enhancing their strength on a solid foundation, akin to climbing a mountain, step by step. Toward a higher realm point one day, Yangjia was deeply engrossed in his training within his room, wholly focused and striving to break through his limitations to reach a new realm. At that moment, a sudden and frantic knocking resonated through the air, the sound akin to a torrential downpour battering against the doors and windows, urgent and forceful. Yangjia, open the door quickly. Outside, Liulin voice pierced through the door, filled with anxiety and a hint of trepidation, trembling as it broke through the wooden barrier and reached Yangyi's ears. Yangyi's heart tightened abruptly, as if an unseen, colossal hand had gripped him fiercely. A profoundly ominous premonition swelling within him like a tidal wave, causing his breath to hitch. He dared not delay for a moment, hastening to the door and flinging it open. What's wrong? Liulin? Liulin gasped heavily, his breaths coming in quick, labored bursts as though he had just endured a grueling and protracted race. Yangjia, I have just received a chilling and spine-tingling piece of news. Your family in Yangjia village may be facing an unimaginable peril. In an instant, Yangyi's face drained of color, turning pale as a sheet, as if winter's frost had seized him. What is happening? His voice quivered with profound shock and deep concern, laden with fear and confusion. Liulin struggled to steady his rapid breathing, attempting to regain composure. The specifics remain unclear, but there are reports of a group of mysterious and sinister martial artists frequently appearing near Yangjia village, lurking suspiciously as if probing for some unspeakable secret. They are certainly not of good repute. Yangjia was consumed with anxiety, as if a raging inferno burned within his heart, rendering him restless and unable to maintain his composure. I must return immediately. I cannot allow my family to endure even the slightest harm. Without hesitation, Liulin nodded decisively. I will accompany you, and no matter the hardships or dangers that lie ahead, be they mountains of blades or seas of fire, we shall face them together, resolutely standing our ground. Without a moment's hesitation or delay, they took off like arrows shot from a bow, racing towards Yangjia village. Along the journey, Yangyi's heart felt heavy, as though burdened by a colossal stone, nearly suffocating him. Vivid images of his family flooded his mind. His father's weary, sweat-drenched back, his mother's gentle, loving smile, and his sister's innocent, vibrant visage. Each recollection pierced his heart like a sharp needle, causing an unbearable pain as if it were being torn asunder. After days and nights of relentless travel, they finally arrived, weary and travel-worn, at the long-absent Yangjia village. However, the sight that greeted them sent their hearts plummeting into an icy abyss. The village lay in eerie silence, devoid of the former sounds of laughter and merriment. An oppressive and tense atmosphere hung in the air, as if a storm were imminent, suffocating in its weight. Yangjia, driven by urgency, rushed towards his home. He found his father, Yangjun, sitting in the main hall, a troubled expression etched on his face, brows knitted tightly like two entwined ropes, eyes filled with worry and unease, as if bearing an immense burden. Father, what on earth has happened? Yangjia asked urgently, his voice laced with anxiety and concern, burning like a flame eager for answers. Yangjun sighed deeply, his breath laden with profound resignation and exhaustion. As if he had endured endless suffering. You've returned. Recently, a band of ruthless, deranged bandits have set their sights on our village, coveting our fertile land and abundant resources, intent on seizing them by force. Their audacity knows no bounds. Yangyi's fists clenched in fury, knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if he were channeling all his rage into that tight grip. Where are they now? I shall make them pay a grievous price. So they know that Yangjia village is not to be trifled with. They've established a camp in the mountains outside the village, occasionally entering to harass us, instilling fear among the villagers, who live in constant dread. Unable to find peace day or night, Yangjun replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangyi's eyes ignited with unwavering determination, resolutely deciding to take the offensive rather than remain passive. He and Liulin quickly gathered some of the village's young, brave, and justice-driven martial artists, forming a makeshift team fueled by righteous fury, marching boldly towards the bandits' camp. Upon reaching the camp, Yangjia stood tall and unafraid, shouting, "Bandits, come forth and meet your demise." His voice echoed like thunder through the valley, brimming with fearless courage and resolute determination, as if he intended to shatter the very mountains. Before long, a horde of vicious, malevolent bandits surged forth from the camp. Leading them was a burly man named Zhang Hu, his face a mask of brutishness, wielding a gleaming, razor-sharp blade, his gaze fierce and predatory, as if he intended to devour those before him whole. "You dare to provoke us, you must be tired of living." Zhang Hu bellowed, his voice a thunderous roar, laden with threats and intimidation. Yangjia regarded him coldly, his eyes betraying nothing but disdain and contempt, as if surveying refuse. "Today marks your end, you vile miscreants. Steeped in wickedness, shall face the judgment of justice and pay for your crimes." With that, Yangjia surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing a formidable and awe-inspiring strike with his wind-breaking fist. Zhang Hu, unyielding, swung his heavy blade to counter, the air slicing with a piercing sound as if it sought to sever reality itself. Bang! The fist and blade collided with a resounding thud, echoing like the earth splitting apart. Sending dust swirling into the air, Yangjia felt an overwhelming force crash upon him like a tidal wave, yet he refused to falter, gritting his teeth with iron resolve, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Liulin and the other martial artists joined the fray, their battle cries shaking the heavens, as if the very fabric of the world might be torn asunder. Though the bandits were numerous, Yangjia and Liulin wielded tremendous strength and skill, their coordination seamless. They maneuvered through the enemy ranks with ease, gradually gaining the upper hand. Realizing the tide was turning against him, Zhang Hu unleashed his most formidable technique, the Savage Lion Blade technique, which shimmered with blinding light, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. Yangjia deftly evaded, like a swift swallow, and seized the opportunity to strike Zhang Hu's abdomen with a thunderous punch. Zhang Hu let out a howl, blood spilling forth as he staggered back, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. "Brothers, charge together!" Zhang Hu cried desperately, his voice rife with hopelessness and defiance, striving to salvage the situation. The bandits surged forward, the battle intensifying as blades clashed and blood flew, evoking a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Yangjia and Liulin fought in perfect synchrony, their movements echoing a profound connection. They darted about like twin stars, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Boom! Yangjia delivered a powerful punch to one bandit, launching him several meters away, crashing into a cluster of trees with a cacophony of splintering wood. Liulin swordplay was equally fierce, the blade flickering like a meteor streaking across the night sky. As bandits fell, cries of agony reverberating through the air. After an arduous and harrowing battle, Yangjia and his comrades finally succeeded in repelling the bandits. Achieving a hard-won victory, Yangyi's attributes panel, host, Yangjia age, 15 years realm, mid-stage muscle transformation, strength, 9000 gene, speed, 80 ms, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound grade technique, perfected, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, transcended, chapter 13, family's plans with the bandits repelled. Yangjia village finally experienced a brief yet invaluable respite. Yangjia and Liulin, without complaint or hesitation, diligently assisted the villagers, pouring their energy into restoring the chaos wrought by the bandits and rebuilding their once warm and welcoming home. United in purpose, they worked tirelessly to repair the homes ravaged by the marauders, gradually restoring them to their former glory. They also undertook the laborious task of recultivating and meticulously tending to the once trodden, desolate farmlands. Once fertile land has become pockmarked and overrun with weeds, yet through their diligent toil, it has been rejuvenated with vibrant life. Yangyi's father, Yangjun, gazed at the bustling figures, dripping with sweat and immersed in their labor. His heart brimming with emotion, he earnestly addressed Yangjia. "My son, we owe our gratitude to your timely return. In this critical moment, you have turned the tide. Otherwise, our already vulnerable village would have faced utter devastation, plunging into an abyss of despair." Yangjia replied with a warm and reassuring smile, akin to the sun's rays in spring, capable of dispelling all gloom. "Father, safeguarding our village and protecting our family is my inherent and sacred duty. As long as we can live together in peace, harmony, and unity, no matter the cost or sacrifice, it is all worthwhile, and I embrace it willingly, without regret." His mother, Wang Ning, could not help but wipe away her tears of emotion, her voice trembling with profound concern. "My child, you venture forth alone, enduring hardships and trials. I understand the struggles you face. I only wish for you to take care of yourself, to avoid even the slightest grievance or suffering. Yangyu gently grasped his mother's hands, which bore the marks of years of labor, his gaze filled with unwavering tenderness. "Mother, do not worry. I have grown into a man, no longer the child that requires your constant protection. I now possess the capability and courage to navigate life's myriad challenges, and I promise to look after myself, sparing you and father from worry." His sister, Yangxiao, looked at him with pride, her bright eyes shimmering with admiration, as if Yangyu were the hero of her dreams. "Brother, you are becoming increasingly formidable. With great skills and an impressive presence, I believe you will achieve remarkable feats that will immortalize our family name and bring honor to Yang family village." Yangyu affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, his face radiating confidence. "Sister, just watch. I will devote myself fully and strive to meet the expectations of you and our family. I will ensure we live a happy and carefree life, making our family a source of pride for all." Amidst the fervent reconstruction of their homeland, Yangyu did not neglect the critical pursuit of his own cultivation. Each morning, as the first gentle rays of sunlight graced the tranquil hills behind the village, he would appear there as if bound by a pact with the sun. He would sit quietly, eyes closed, meditating and absorbing the pure, abundant energy of the universe, allowing his skills to flourish and improve. One day, while immersed in the wondrous realm of his practice, his grandfather, Yangjia, approached with a steady and measured gait. "My child, your strength has grown, and your progress is remarkable, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after rain, which is indeed a cause for immense joy and celebration. However, you must guard against arrogance and complacency. Remember that there are always those who surpass us, and the world is vast." Yang's serious demeanor was imbued with deep expectations and gentle admonition. Yangyu promptly stood, bowing respectfully, his tone sincere. "Grandfather, your teachings will be etched in my heart, and I shall not forget or become lax. I will not allow a small achievement to lead to self-satisfaction or stagnation." Yangjia nodded in satisfaction, a smile of encouragement gracing his face. "Our Yang family village has always been relatively weak, akin to a fragile vessel adrift amidst turbulent seas, perilously close to capsizing. Although we have narrowly driven away those vile bandits, we cannot guarantee that more formidable foes will not soon follow. Do you have any insightful plans for our village's future?" After a moment of contemplation, Yangyu's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve and fearless courage as he spoke. "Grandfather, after careful consideration, I propose to establish a martial arts school in the village, where I can impart my knowledge and skills to the younger generation, enabling them to protect themselves. This way, in the face of danger, we will not find ourselves in a state of panic, helpless and defenseless." Yang's eyes sparkled with delight, his face radiating profound satisfaction. "What a brilliant and practical idea. It will significantly enhance our village's overall strength, allowing us to secure our place in these tumultuous times, while ensuring the legacy of our family's martial arts endures. However, this will not be an easy endeavor. It will demand considerable human, material, and spiritual resources." Without hesitation, Yangyu responded with unwavering determination. "Grandfather, rest assured, no matter the obstacles ahead or the thorns in our path, I will do everything in my power to overcome them. I will not falter or retreat in the face of difficulty." Simultaneously, Liulin was passionately engaging with other young villagers. "We cannot always rely on Yangyu to shield us from adversity and lead us into battle. We must strive for excellence, diligently enhance our own abilities, and grow stronger. Only then can we truly take control of our destinies and govern our futures." His words were filled with fervor, his eyes ablaze with unwavering determination, like an eternal flame. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting shared conviction as they wholeheartedly endorsed Liulин's perspective. Yangyu elaborated on his vision for the martial arts school, receiving unanimous support from all. Their spirits ignited with enthusiasm and eagerness. Thus, Yangyu and Liulin commenced the meticulous preparations for the martial arts school, laboring tirelessly, traversing every corner of the surrounding area. They sought suitable venues and diligently collected precious and rare martial arts manuscripts. Throughout this arduous journey, Yangyu's enhancement system played a crucial role. Every time he devoted himself to the village's development, the system generously rewarded him, allowing his strength to soar like a blossoming flower. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 15 realm, late stage of muscle transformation, strength 10,000 gene, speed 90 ms, talent, Ordinary genius technique. Profound grade technique, peak, martial skill. Wind-breaking fist, peak. After a period of intense and meticulous preparation, the martial arts school finally celebrated its grand opening. On that day, Yang Family Village was enveloped in an atmosphere of lively festivity and joyous celebration. Standing before the school, Yangyu observed the excited villagers, their faces alight with anticipation and dreams, filling him with hope for a brighter future. He understood that this was merely a challenging and opportunity-laden beginning, and a longer, more arduous journey lay ahead. Yet he was fully prepared to face it all fearlessly and boldly. Chapter 14. Uninvited guests. Under the tireless efforts of Yangyu and Liulin, the martial arts school gradually found its footing and thrived vibrantly. The village's spirited youth appeared daily at the school, filled with passion and determination, diligently honing their skills, drenched in sweat, on a bright and breezy day. As Yangyu was fully engaged in guiding the young practitioners through their forms, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside, shattering the tranquility of the school. What is happening? Yangyu furrowed his brow, his expression mirroring the undulating contours of the mountains, filled with confusion. He exchanged glances with Liulin, and together they hastened outside to investigate. There, a group of ominous strangers clad in black stood like a looming storm cloud in the village's center. At the forefront was a stern-faced middle-aged man, his hawk-like gaze exuding an unsettling arrogance. Who are you? What brings you to Yang Family Village? Yangyu inhaled deeply, steadying himself as he stepped forward to inquire, his voice laced with caution and vigilance. The middle-aged man scoffed, his tone as chilling as a winter wind, sending shivers down one's spine. I am Lin from the Lin family of Liulin town. I have heard that your Yang Family Village has opened a martial arts school, and I have come specifically to observe and discern its merits. Yangyu felt a shiver run through him. The Lin family of Liulin town was a formidable force, notorious and not to be trifled with. Widely renowned and feared in the region, it is the esteemed Lin elder. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit? Yangyu, suppressing his unease, spoke as politely as he could, wearing an expression of respect. Lin Batian cast a disdainful glance at Yangyu, his face a mask of scorn as he remarked, I find your martial arts school to be utterly mediocre, unremarkable, and lacking any brilliance. It would be best to close your doors, lest you mislead the youth and waste their precious time and energy. Yangyu's countenance darkened instantly, akin to a sky beset by storm clouds. Elder Lin, this martial arts school was established to empower the youth of the village with the ability to protect themselves and seek a sliver of hope amidst these chaotic times. I implore you to show restraint and not to deliberately impose difficulties upon us. Lin Batian erupted into a boisterous laugh, the sound echoing mockingly in the desolate village. You country bumpkins, who have never seen the world and lack any substantial background or resources, dare to dream of achieving greatness in martial arts? You are nothing but delusional fools. As he spoke, one of his followers arrogantly stepped forward, declaring, Let me teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend what true martial arts entails and what it means to be a master. This subordinate, possessing the mid-stage of body refinement, was a force to be reckoned with. He unleashed the fiery fist technique, the air around him ablaze with an intensity that warped and twisted as it passed. Yangyu, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, focused intently and unleashed his signature technique, the windbreaker fist, boldly confronting the oncoming challenge. Bang! Their fists collided violently, producing a dull yet resounding noise akin to thunder cracking. Yangyu felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, akin to a tidal wave, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several paces, leaving deep imprints upon the ground. Humph! Is this all you can muster? Daring to flaunt your skills before me? The follower taunted, his expression brimming with arrogance and derision. Yangyu's gaze turned icy, like flickering stars, resolute and unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward once more, his form swift as lightning, his spirit unwavering. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists intertwining in a flurry of blows, the intensity of the battle escalating. The follower's fiery fist technique was formidable, each strike emanating a scorching heat that ignited the surrounding air. Transforming it into a sea of flames, Yangyu, relying on his agility and indomitable will, matched him blow for blow, deftly dodging and countering while keenly searching for any openings. At last, in the heat of battle, Yangyu seized the moment, his fist striking the follower's chest with lightning speed. The follower let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling to that of a ghost, and he crumpled to the ground like a kite with its strings severed. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Lin Baishan's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming as heavy as lead. Young man, you possess some skill, however. Your Yang family village's martial arts school must shut down today, without room for negotiation. Yangyu stood tall, akin to a proud pine tree, and declared with unwavering resolve, Elder Lin, if you insist on forcing us into a corner, do not blame me for being impolite. I will fight you to the bitter end. Lin Batian, a master in the initial stage of bone refinement, exuded an unfathomable power. When he struck, the force was overwhelming, like a tempestuous storm, unleashing the dominant heaven fist technique, each punch bearing the weight of a mountain. Suffocating in its intensity, Yangyu felt an immense pressure, as though an invisible mountain bore down upon him. Yet he did not falter or yield, his gaze steadfast as iron. Channeling all his inner strength, he unleashed the most powerful version of the Windbreaker Fist, meeting the formidable assault head-on. Boom! Their fists clashed once more, the impact shaking the very ground beneath them. The surrounding structures trembled, creaking ominously, while the earth fissured. Spreading like a spider's web, Yangyu felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, the crimson stain stark against the sunlight. Yet he remained resolute, standing firm as an unyielding warrior. At that moment, Liulin stepped forward, raising his voice, Elder Lin, as a respected elder, you bully the weak and take advantage of your strength. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by your peers in the martial world? Leaving behind a legacy of infamy? Lin Batian hesitated, gazing into Yangyu's defiant and unyielding eyes, a flicker of doubt and uncertainty creeping into his heart. Today, I shall spare you. However, do not think this matter is concluded. With a cold snort, he turned and strode away, his figure retreating into the sunlight, appearing somewhat forlorn and begrudging. Yangyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in his body easing. He wiped the blood from his lips. His gaze resolute and unyielding. Yangyu's attributes: host, Yangyu age, 15 years realm, late stage of muscle transformation, strength, 11,000 gene, speed, 100 ms, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound level technique, peak, martial skill, Windbreaker Fist, peak, chapter 15. Racing against time after Lin Baishan's disgruntled departure from Yang family village. Yangyu understood deep down that the true troubles were far from over. He was acutely aware that a behemoth like the Lin family would not easily let them off the hook. To navigate the impending storm unscathed, it was imperative to swiftly enhance the strength of the martial arts school in the days that followed. Yangyu held himself to increasingly rigorous standards, training with fervor to the point of neglecting food and sleep. Simultaneously, he selflessly imparted his insights and invaluable experiences to every student at the martial arts school, patiently guiding them. His remarkable talent for allocating points was also generously rewarding him for his relentless efforts. As his strength surged like bamboo shoots in spring, advancing at an astonishing pace. One day, under a bright sky, Yangyu was deeply engrossed in instructing the students at the martial arts school when, out of the blue, a mysterious invitation appeared before him as if descending from the heavens. This invitation was crafted from an exquisitely smooth and warm jade tablet, intricately inscribed with bizarre and perplexing runes. Emanating an aura of enigma, Yangyu's heart was clouded with confusion, as if tangled in a web of uncertainty. He cautiously opened the invitation, his gaze eagerly scanning the elegant script, which read, Young friend Yangyu. Having heard of your gallant deeds in Yang family village, I am deeply impressed. I cordially invite you to meet at Qingfeng Tower in Changlin County, as there are important matters to discuss. Sincerely, a mysterious person. Yangyu furrowed his brow, resembling two deep ravines, as he pondered the implications of this mysterious invitation, uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Yet he understood well that in this unpredictable and tumultuous world of martial arts, opportunity and peril often walked hand in hand. After careful consideration, his yearning for discovery overcame his trepidation, and he resolutely decided to investigate further. After meticulously briefing his concerned family and Liulin, he set forth on the long journey to Changlin County without hesitation. After much travel, Yangyu finally arrived at Qingfeng Tower. Upon entering, he was courteously guided by a sprightly attendant to a serene and elegant private room. Inside sat an elder cloaked in black robes, the fabric seemingly absorbing the light, obscuring his features. Yet the elder exuded an overwhelming aura that was suffocating, akin to a towering mountain pressing down upon him. "Are you Yangyu?" The elder's voice was deep and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of a valley. "Indeed, I am the junior. May I inquire the reason for your summons?" Yangyu replied respectfully. His demeanor humble, yet his vigilance remained undiminished. The elder smiled faintly, his expression somewhat obscured in the dim light. "Do not rush. Sit down and have a cup of tea. We shall converse at our leisure." Yangyu complied, yet the tension in his heart remained taut, like a bowstring ready to snap. The elder continued, "I have been observing you from the shadows for quite some time. From your every word and deed, I perceive that you are a promising talent worthy of cultivation. There is a vital task at hand. If you can execute it superbly, a substantial reward awaits you." Yangyu inquired, "What is this task?" "I would appreciate your clarification, esteemed elder." The elder replied calmly, "Outside of Changlin County, in the Black Wind Ridge, there exists a band of ruthless and deranged bandits. They wreak havoc, committing heinous acts, leaving the local populace in despair and lamentation. I require you to lead a team to eradicate these bandits and restore peace to the people." Yangyu's heart jolted. He had heard many tales of the bandits of Black Wind Ridge. It is said that the leader is a formidable warrior, having reached the mid-stage of bone tempering, with power that is unfathomable and methods that are ruthless and merciless. "Senior, this bandit possesses great strength. I fear—" Yangyu hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. The elder decisively interrupted him. "Rest assured, since I have entrusted you with this task, I will ensure that you are well prepared. I will provide you with capable allies and ample resources. If you succeed in this mission, not only will you acquire a wealth of precious cultivation resources to further your martial path, but you will also gain a valuable opportunity to enter the Martial Arts Academy in Changlin County for advanced study. That is a sacred hall long coveted by countless martial artists." A spark ignited within Yangyu. The name of the Martial Arts Academy shone in his mind like a brilliant light. It is a place that embodies the aspirations of all martial practitioners, and to gain entry for further study is undoubtedly a shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. "Very well, I am willing to give it a try," Yangyu declared, his gaze resolute, having made up his mind to seize this rare opportunity. The elder nodded in satisfaction and handed Yangyu a small, exquisite pouch. Inside, you will find crucial intelligence and rare treasures that may aid you in critical moments. Potentially turning the tide. Yangyu solemnly accepted the pouch, expressing his gratitude profusely before departing from Qingfeng Tower. Upon returning to Yangjia village, Yangyu hurriedly gathered Liulin and several other capable students, thoroughly recounting the details of the situation. The group was eager and ready to confront the bandits at Deciphering Ridge. Before they set off, Yangyu's father, Yangjun, grasped his hand tightly, concern and worry evident in his eyes as he cautioned, Be sure to exercise caution and not act recklessly." Yangyu's mother, Wang Ning, had tears shimmering in her eyes, filled with apprehension. Yangyu reassured them, saying, "Father, mother, please do not worry. I will return safely and will not let you down." With that, he led the group forward with determination toward Deciphering Ridge. Deciphering Ridge rose steep and treacherous, resembling a winding dragon. The mountain was densely forested and overgrown with thorns, appearing as a natural labyrinth. Yangyu and his companions advanced cautiously, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Suddenly, a group of bandits surged forth like phantoms, blocking their path. At the forefront was the notorious leader, a hulking figure with a face marred by scars and eyes gleaming with malice. "Haha! You dare to come and deliver yourselves to death?" The leader cackled, his laughter echoing ominously through the valley. Yangyu called out boldly, "Today marks your end. Justice shall prevail over evil." In an instant, a fierce and life-threatening battle erupted. Yangyu unleashed the breaking wind fist, the force of his punches howling like thunder. As he engaged in a desperate struggle with the bandits, the leader wielded the frenzied blade technique, the flashes of his sword cold and menacing, each strike imbued with immense power, aimed ferociously at Yangyu. With agility akin to a monkey, Yangyu deftly evaded the leader's brutal attacks. Meanwhile, Liulin and the other students fought fiercely against the bandits, the clash intensifying. As the battle escalated, both sides were consumed by fury. Seizing an opportune moment, Yangyu decisively opened the pouch, and a gleaming yellow-grade sword out. Grasping the sword, he unleashed a final, desperate assault toward the leader. Crash! The sword met the blade in a thunderous collision, a deafening sound reverberating through the air. Surrounding trees were instantly severed by the fierce sword aura and violent blade energy, debris flying and dust billowing. Ultimately, with indomitable will and exceptional martial prowess, Yangyu struck precisely at the leader's vital point. The leader let out a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining bandits, witnessing their leader's demise, were instantly demoralized and scattered in all directions. Fleeing in disarray. Yangyu's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age, 15 realm. Peak of muscle transformation, strength 13,000 gene, speed 120 ms, talent. Ordinary genius cultivation technique. Profound level technique, perfected, martial skill. Breaking wine fist, perfected, chapter 16. Journey to the Martial Academy after successfully eradicating the bandits of Hafeng Ridge. Yangyu led his companions on the long journey home. Along the way, they were enveloped in the boundless joy and excitement of victory, laughter and cheer flowing like a gentle stream, unceasing. Yet, Yangyu remained unusually calm. His gaze deep as the vast cosmos, distant and contemplative, seemingly mapping out a future fraught with uncertainty and change. When they finally arrived at Yangjia village, the entire village erupted in a fervor akin to boiling water. Villagers lined the streets to welcome them, their thunderous cheers crashing like a tidal wave, resonating through every nook and cranny of the village. Yangyu, you are truly the unparalleled hero of our village. Thanks to you, Yangyu, from now on, we can live without the daily dread and anxiety. Yangyu's parents, sister, and other relatives rushed forward, their faces brimming with uncontainable excitement. Their eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction, shining as brightly as the most luminous stars in the night sky. Why you are. Now that you have returned safely, my heart, which has been hanging in the balance, can finally rest. Wang Ning's voice trembled with emotion, her body slightly shaking as she embraced Yangyu tightly, tears welling up in her eyes like a flood ready to burst its banks. Yang Jun's face radiated with immense pride as he patted Yangyu's shoulder with a robust hand, his voice resonating with strength. Well done, son. You have brought great honor to Yangjia village, and I am immensely proud because of you. Sister Yang Xiao beamed like a vibrant flower in spring, her eyes alight with admiration and joy. Brother, you are now the pride of our village. Wherever we go, everyone speaks of your heroic deeds with great enthusiasm. Yangyu gazed at the radiant smiles of his family, filled with joy and pride, feeling an overwhelming warmth and satisfaction within. It was as if a powerful, warm current flowed through him, continuously infusing him with boundless strength, bestowing him with the courage and determination to overcome any obstacles. However, Yangyu's heroic deeds did not merely stir up a tremendous uproar in Yangjia village. They spread like a gentle, warm spring breeze, swiftly reaching every corner of Liulin town and Changlin county. The mayor of Liulin town personally visited, his face adorned with unabashed admiration and profound gratitude. Yangyu, your courageous actions have greatly enhanced the reputation of our town. After careful deliberation, the town has decided to grant Yangjia village a series of tangible rewards and preferential policies to commend your remarkable contributions. Yangyu hurriedly bowed with respect, humbly replying, "Thank you, Mayor, for your generous support. I merely did what I ought to do. It is my great honor to contribute to the town." Meanwhile, powerful and renowned factions in Changlin County began to focus their attention on Yangyu. One day, a messenger from a prominent family in Changlin County arrived, dressed in magnificent attire, exuding grace and poise. "Young Master Yangyu, my master holds your extraordinary talents and unparalleled courage in high regard. Believing you to be a gem to be meticulously honed, we sincerely hope you will consider joining our family, and we will provide you with vast opportunities for development and abundant resources." After a moment of contemplation, Yangyu responded with unwavering determination, "Thank you for your family's kindness and favor, but at present, I have no intention of joining another family. I aspire to rely on my own relentless effort and hard work to contribute fully to my family's flourishing development." Seeing Yangyu's resolute stance, the messenger did not press further, leaving behind some precious gifts before departing graciously. Yangyu understood that his refusal might inadvertently bring about some troublesome challenges and setbacks. Nevertheless, he felt no regret or hesitation, as he was resolute in his desire to rely on his own strength, guiding his family step by step toward greatness and prosperity. That moment, Yangyu received an admission notice from the Martial Arts Academy in Changlin County. Filled with anticipation and hoped, this is a once-in-a-lifetime, invaluable opportunity. You must seize it tightly and make the most of it. Within the academy, you must diligently train and continuously enhance yourself. Grandfather Yangjia gazed intently, filled with earnest anticipation and imparted heartfelt admonitions. Yangyu gravely nodded in response, assuring his grandfather, "Rest assured, I fully comprehend the rarity of this opportunity. Akin to a precious gem, I shall undoubtedly live up to everyone's fervent expectations and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to advance with unwavering determination." Before embarking on his journey to the Martial Arts Academy, Yangyu resolved to first elevate the overall strength of his family. He selflessly distributed the invaluable cultivation resources and rare martial arts manuals acquired from Black Wind Ridge among the younger generation of his family, ensuring fairness and methodical organization, while personally guiding them with meticulous care and patience. Cousin Yangjia encountered a stubborn bottleneck in his training, persisting in his efforts yet unable to break through. His anxiety evident as he sweated profusely, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Yangyu patiently elucidated the key points and essential techniques to him, saying, "Cousin, your method of exerting force in this punch is flawed. It should be executed this way." As he spoke, he demonstrated with fluid grace, a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, seamlessly executing the movements. Yangjia suddenly realized, as though doused with a revitalizing splash of cold water. "So that is how it is. Thank you for your thoughtful guidance. I have now fully comprehended." Cousin Yangming, characterized by his impatience, often sought immediate results in his training, yearning to ascend to greatness in a single leap. Yangyu earnestly counseled him, "Ming, the path of cultivation must not be rushed. One must proceed steadily, laying firm and solid foundations. Only with a robust base can one traverse the martial arts journey further and higher." Under Yangyu's meticulous guidance and patient assistance, the prowess of the younger generation within the family significantly improved, their rapid advancements astonishing all. At last, the day arrived for Yangyu to depart for the Changlin County Martial Arts Academy. Family members and villagers flocked to bid him farewell, creating a scene both jubilant and profoundly heartwarming. "You must take good care of yourself at the academy. Do not overexert," his mother, Wang Ning, implored, holding his hand tightly. Her eyes brimming with reluctance and concern, tears threatening to spill over. "Though not worry. Mother, I shall look after myself. You need not fret," Yangyu replied with a reassuring smile, his gaze imbued with confidence and resolve, as if unafraid of any challenges that lay ahead. With the weight of their expectations and heartfelt blessings upon him, Yangyu stepped forward with firm and resolute strides, embarking on a new journey brimming with challenges and opportunities. Yangyu's Attribute Panel. Host. Yangyu Age. 16 Realm. Peak of Muscle Transformation. Strength 15,000 Gene. Speed 150 ms. Talent. Ordinary Genius Technique. Mysterious Level Technique. Grand Completion. Martial Skill. Wind-Breaking Fist. Grand Completion. Chapter 17. First entry into the academy. Yangyu bid farewell to his tearful family and the sincere, warm-hearted villagers, resolutely setting forth on the long journey to the Changlin County Martial Arts Academy, fraught with the unknown and challenges. The academy stood grand and magnificent, a sight that evoked awe. Towering structures were artfully arranged, every inch of land resonating with a fervent and pure martial spirit that stirred the blood. Yangyu crossed the imposing and solemn gates of the academy. He immediately attracted numerous curious and inquisitive gazes. After all, his valiant and audacious exploits in vanquishing the bandits of Black Wind Ridge had spread like wildfire throughout the academy, becoming a topic of lively discussion. "Look, that is Yangyu. I've heard he possesses formidable strength. I wonder if the rumors are indeed true." Yangyu remained undeterred by the murmurs of curiosity and skepticism, his demeanor as calm as still water as he strolled purposefully towards the registration area for newcomers. The instructor in charge of registration scrutinized him with a discerning gaze and said, "You are Yangyu, correct? Your dormitory is assigned in East Zone 305. Please settle your belongings. There will be a rigorous assessment for new students this afternoon." After graciously thanking the instructor, Yangyu strode confidently towards his dormitory. Upon arrival, he discovered two roommates already awaiting him. One was a robust figure named Zhao Gang, exuding an aura of boisterous enthusiasm. The other, A more slender individual named Sun Ming appeared scholarly and refined. "You are Yangyu? I've long admired your reputation," Zhao Gang exclaimed heartily, his smile radiating warmth and friendliness, as if capable of melting hearts. Yangyu responded with a smile. "Let us look out for one another in the academy, striving together towards the pinnacle of martial arts, in the afternoon." Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the grand new student assessment commenced. Upon arriving at the assessment venue, Yangyu observed throngs of vibrant and expectant newcomers gathered around. The first test was a strength evaluation. Yangyu approached calmly, taking a deep breath as if to harness the very essence of the universe's power within him, then unleashed a punch with the might of thunder, striking the strength-testing stone with all his might. The stone displayed an astonishing number, 16,000 jin, prompting a chorus of gasps and exclamations from the surrounding crowd. This strength is simply phenomenal, like an unstoppable force. Truly, Yangyu lives up to his name. One cannot help but be in awe. Next came the speed test. Yangyu darted down the testing track like a fierce gale, his form swift as lightning, ultimately recording a time of 180 ms. Leaving onlookers speechless in astonishment. During the martial skill demonstration, Yangyu executed the wind-breaking fist, the wind howling as he unleashed his power, each punch resonating with overwhelming force, captivating the supervising instructor, who nodded in approval, eyes gleaming with admiration, as if discovering an uncut gem. Upon completion of the tests, Yangyu's composite score ranked him among the very best of the newcomers, shining brightly like a resplendent star, drawing all eyes. However, such remarkable achievements also ignited envy and discontent in some quarters. One newcomer, Wang Chong, who believed himself to be an unparalleled genius, harbored deep resentment towards Yangyu's outstanding performance, his jealousy burning like an unquenchable flame. It's merely a stroke of luck," Wang Chong remarked disdainfully, his eyes filled with envy and scorn, as if capable of shooting venomous arrows with his gaze. Yangyu cast a calm glance in his direction, unperturbed by his malicious words, choosing to ignore him, like a gentle breeze passing through, leaving no trace behind. Days later, the academy organized a practical training expedition to the perilous back mountain for the newcomers. Yangyu formed a closely knit team with Zhao Gang and Sun Ming in the back mountain. They encountered a formidable and fearsome beast known as the Iron Armored Bear. With its tough hide and impenetrable armor, it possessed immense strength, embodying the pinnacle of martial prowess, instilling dread in all who beheld it. "Everyone, be cautious," Yangyu shouted, his voice laced with urgency and vigilance, sounding the alarm for battle. Wang Chong's team happened to be nearby. Instead of offering assistance, they stood by, reveling in their misfortune, their malicious expressions abhorrent. "Let us see how they fare. Ha ha." Yangyu's gaze remained resolute, unyielding in the face of fear, igniting a fierce fire of determination within him as he boldly charged towards the iron-armored bear. He unleashed the wind-breaking fist, each strike powerful and precise, yet merely causing the bear to stagger back a few steps. Enraged, the iron-armored bear opened its massive maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Lunging at Yangyu with ferocity, Yangyu deftly sidestepped, evading the attack like a willow in the wind, while Zhao Gang seized the moment to launch a fierce counterattack targeting the bear's vital points. Sun Ming, maintaining his composure from a distance, utilized his bow and arrows to continuously harass the iron-armored bear, creating excellent opportunities for his teammates, each arrow finding its mark with precision. The trio's cooperation was seamless, as if they shared a psychic connection. Yet, the iron-armored bear retaliated fiercely, its every strike powerful enough to send nearby trees crashing down, causing chaos as if a calamity had befallen the land. "This won't do," Yangyu pondered, his mind racing to devise a strategy to overcome this formidable foe. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him, and he quickly exchanged a determined glance with Zhao Gang and Sun Ming, filled with unwavering conviction and wisdom. Understanding his intent, Zhao Gang bravely drew the iron-armored bear's attention, acting as bait. Yangyuza seized the opportunity to circle behind the ironclad bear, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a decisive blow that struck true at its fatal weakness. This strike was a culmination of all his strength and determination. The ironclad bear let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, as though the very earth trembled beneath them. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Wang Chong brazenly charged forward, attempting to seize the precious inner core of the ironclad bear, his avarice revolting to behold. "This is our hard-earned trophy." Yangjia bellowed with unrestrained fury, his eyes alight with the flames of indignation, as if he intended to scorch Wang Chong to ashes. "Come and take it if you can," Wang Chong retorted arrogantly. Exuding an air of unreasonableness and arrogance, the tension between the two parties escalated to a breaking point, as if a single spark could ignite a fierce confrontation. Yangyia's attribute panel: Host, Yangjia, age, 16, realm, peak of muscle transformation, strength, 18,000 gene, speed, 200 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, profound level technique, great perfection, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 18. A clash of steel. Yangjia glared at Wang Chong, his gaze shimmering with a resolute brilliance akin to cold stars, emanating an unwavering determination as solid as rock. "Wang Chong, we endured countless hardships and trials to defeat this ironclad bear, and you will not brazenly snatch it away," Yangjia proclaimed, his voice filled with an uncontrollable rage that burned like a raging inferno, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Wang Chong, however, remained unfazed, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "You insignificant nobodies dare to claim possession of such a precious inner core? I, Wang Chong, have never desired something I could not obtain." Zhao Gang could no longer contain his fury, stepping forward with a fierce determination, his eyes wide with anger as he shouted, "Wang Chong, do not overstep your bounds. One must adhere to basic principles and follow fundamental ethics." Sun Ming, equally incensed, chimed in, "We are all classmates in the academy, meant to support one another and progress together. How can you act so recklessly? Devoid of camaraderie?" Wang Chong's lackeys chimed in, "Himph, do you dare to oppose Brother Wang? Do you wish to be expelled from the academy? If you have any sense, hand over the inner core obediently, lest you bring unnecessary suffering upon yourselves." Yangjia took a deep breath, striving to quell the tempest of anger surging within him. He understood that acting impulsively would only exacerbate the situation, leading to chaos and possibly irreparable consequences. "Wang Chong, should you insist on this brazen attempt to seize what is ours, do not blame us for abandoning courtesy and tolerance," Yangjia warned, his tone as frigid as frost, as if the air around him could freeze in an instant. Wang Chong erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with arrogance and self-importance. "You think you stand a chance against me? I have already attained the initial stage of muscle transformation, and the flame technique I practice is no trifling matter. You insignificant insects are utterly powerless before me." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura radiated from Wang Chong, igniting the air around him with a searing heat that felt unbearable, as if one were standing within a raging furnace. Unfazed, Yangjia stood tall, his posture as firm as a pine tree, declaring, "Then let us see. I, Yangjia, am not a feeble target to be toyed with." Yangjia swiftly channeled his inner strength, and in an instant, the energy surged through his meridians like a torrential river, preparing himself for the impending onslaught from Wang Chong. Wang Chong initiated a relentless barrage of attacks, unleashing a fiery palm strike from the flame technique, the heat radiating to the point of suffocation, as he bore down upon Yangjia with an unstoppable force, intent on reducing him to ashes. Yangjia evaded with the agility of lightning, simultaneously executing the wind-breaking fist, the force of his punch roaring like thunder, colliding fiercely with Wang Chong's palm. Boom! A tremendous power erupted, shaking the surroundings, as the grass and trees were instantly charred to a crisp, turning to ash. Wang Chong was taken aback, astonished that Yangjia could so effortlessly withstand his formidable blow. "It seems I underestimated you." Wang Chong roared, his eyes wide with disbelief, intensifying his attacks with lethal intent, as if vowing to fight Yangjia to the bitter end. Yangjia remained composed, moving like a wraith, deftly dodging Wang Chong's tempestuous strikes while searching for an opening to deliver a decisive blow. Zhao Gang and Sun Ming watched anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white, wishing to assist but feeling utterly helpless, silently praying for Yangyia's safety and triumph over Wang Chong. Yangjia seized the moment, his gaze sharp as a hawk, identifying a nearly imperceptible flaw in Wang Chong's defense, and struck like a cannonball to Wang Chong's abdomen. Wang Chang let out a muffled groan. Stumbling back several steps, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Wang Gu! His lackeys cried out in panic, their voices laced with dread, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Wang Chang, humiliated and enraged, charged forward again. His face contorted like a malevolent specter, heedless of the consequences. The two exchanged blows, their fists colliding in a fierce struggle, the intensity of the battle palpable and heart-stopping. Yangjie's wind-breaking fist was powerful, each punch carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, as if capable of splitting the heavens. Wang Chang's flame technique was fierce and scorching, each strike seeming to incinerate all in its path. Threatening to obliterate the world, boom! Another cataclysmic clash reverberated through the air, as both combatants were forced back several steps, the ground cracking beneath the strain of their immense power. At that moment, Yangjie's attire was tattered, with patches singed by flames, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his gaze remained resolute and fearless, burning with a fervent fighting spirit. Wang Chang, on the other hand, was panting heavily, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a deluge. Clearly exhausted from the fierce confrontation. Just then, the Academy's instructor arrived like a divine intervention, commanding attention with an authoritative presence. Enough! Cease this at once! The instructor's voice boomed, filled with an undeniable authority that resonated like thunder in their ears. Reluctantly, Yangjia and Wang Chang halted their skirmish, their hearts still aflame with anger and resentment, yet unable to defy the instructor's commanding presence. After the instructor thoroughly grasped the situation, his expression darkened ominously. And he sternly reprimanded Wang Chang. In this academy, private dueling and theft are strictly forbidden. Wang Chang, you have violated the academy's explicit rules. I hereby sentence you to 1 month of solitary reflection. Contemplate your misdeeds, the instructor declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Though Wang Chang seethed with resentment, his eyes blazing with fury, he dared not oppose the instructor's decree, grinding his teeth in reluctant acceptance, his demeanor suggesting he wished to devour Yangjia whole. Following this fierce confrontation, Yangjie's reputation within the academy soared, drawing the attention of many. He came to realize that on this arduous and challenging path of martial arts, possessing unparalleled strength was the true means of survival and foundation for existence. From that day forth, Yangjia dedicated himself to relentless training, neglecting sleep and sustenance, driven by an insatiable fervor. His enhancement system continuously provided him with formidable assistance, propelling him forward on the path of martial arts, advancing with unwavering determination. Yangjie's attribute panel, host, Yangjia age, 16 realm, peak of muscle transformation, strength, 20,000 gene, speed, 220 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, profound level technique, great perfection, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 19, an unexpected discovery following the heart-pounding and intensely fierce altercation with Wang Chang. Yangjie's life at the Martial Arts Academy gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in diligent training, tirelessly absorbing the rich nutrients of martial arts, steadily enhancing his strength through unwavering persistence. Akin to a sesame seed blossoming into greater heights, on this particular day, the Academy organized a momentous event of profound significance, an excursion to the Scripture Pavilion to select martial arts techniques. Yangjia, along with numerous fellow students brimming with anticipation and excitement, stepped into the ancient and mysterious sutra repository with a complex mix of reverence and curiosity. Within the repository, the bookshelves stood tall like rows of disciplined steel soldiers. Arranged with an air of solemnity and grandeur, a plethora of manuals and secret texts dazzled the eyes, overwhelming the senses with their abundance. Yangjia focused intently, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as he navigated the shelves with meticulous care. Determined not to overlook any minute detail, searching earnestly for a martial art that would suit him, as if he were on a quest for the most precious treasure in the world. Suddenly, in a quiet and dimly lit corner, he stumbled upon an ancient tome, thickly coated in dust, as if forgotten by time itself. With utmost caution, he gently brushed away the accumulated dust, revealing a cover adorned with the flourishing characters of Qingyun, which seemed to exude a mysterious and unfathomable power, instilling a sense of awe within him. Driven by an insatiable curiosity akin to a blazing flame, he opened the ancient text, only to be met with disappointment as he discovered that most of its contents were missing, leaving behind only a few scant pages. Yet, the obscure and profound information on those pages captivated him like a powerful magnet, igniting a spark of inspiration in his mind, as if a brilliant light had flashed through his consciousness. It appeared to be an incredibly esoteric and profound martial art. Yangyu pondered, his eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and anticipation, a radiance that seemed capable of illuminating the dark path ahead. Just as he was about to immerse himself wholly in the study of these invaluable pages, a harsh and discordant voice interrupted him. "Oh, isn't this Yangyu? How did you come across such a tattered and incomplete book?" The speaker was a classmate named Linyu, a person known for his narrow-mindedness and jealousy of Yangyu's accomplishments. Yangyu merely cast a calm glance in his direction, his eyes as tranquil as still water, disregarding the malice in Lin Yu's mocking tone and refocusing on the mysterious and precious pages in his hand, as if the world had shrunk to just him and those pages filled with hope. Lin Yu, feeling ignored, seethed with anger, his fury escalating like a raging inferno, almost consuming his reason. "Humph, I see that book is nothing but worthless trash, yet you treat it like a treasure," Yangyu replied coolly. "Whether it is useful or not is not for you to judge with your baseless opinions." Lin Yu's irritation reached a boiling point, transforming him into a volatile powder keg. "Yangyu, don't get too arrogant and dismissive. If you have the ability, let us compete and see who the true master is." Yangyu set down the precious remnants of the ancient text, his gaze steady yet resolute. "Very well, I shall accompany you to the end and ensure you are thoroughly convinced." They moved outside the sutra repository to a vast open area, where curious classmates gathered, forming a lively and boisterous circle around them. Lin Yu initiated a rapid and fierce assault, executing a martial technique known as the Gale Leg technique, his legs striking with the swiftness of a tempest, accompanied by the chilling sound of slicing air. Yangyu, like a wraith, deftly evaded Lin Yu's aggressive onslaught with effortless grace, his movements fluid and seamless. Seeing this, Lin Yu grew frantic, intensifying his leg technique with even more ferocity, each kick accompanied by a thunderous wind, as if attempting to tear the very air apart. Yet Yangyu remained unperturbed, calm and composed, countering with the wind-breaking fist, the powerful strikes colliding with Lin Yu's attacks in a series of fierce clashes. The tremendous force generated from their encounters created visible ripples in the air, akin to waves breaking upon a tranquil lake. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming force radiating from Yangyu's punches, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly losing sensation as if struck by lightning. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth and launching another desperate attack, striving to turn the tide, Yangyu, with the keen sight of a hawk, recognized Lin Yu's vulnerability and decisively struck his chest with a powerful punch. Lin Yu gasped, stumbling back several steps, his face paling to a ghostly "Is this all you can do? And yet you dare to boast," Yangyu taunted, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Yu, consumed by rage and humiliation, charged at Yangyu once more, resembling a frenzied beast devoid of reason. Yangyu showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of relentless punches, each strike overwhelming Lin Yu, who could only defend himself, left in a pitiful state. Ultimately, Lin Yu lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, like a fish out of water, unable to rise. "Yangyu wins!" The surrounding classmates erupted in cheers, their voices rising in a chorus of excitement and admiration. Yangyu picked up the remnants of the ancient text from the ground, turning to leave, his figure exuding confidence and strength. Yangyu's attribute panel, host. Yangyu age, 16 realm, pinnacle of Eugene, strength 22. 000 gene, speed 250 ms, talent, ordinary genius martial art, profound level technique, great perfection, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 20. The secret of the Qingyun with the enigmatic and seemingly boundless secrets of the ancient text in hand. Yangyu hurried back to his residence, his heart racing with excitement as he began to study it in earnest. The text's language was arcane and profound, resembling an ancient and mysterious code that left him bewildered. The illustrations were intricate and convoluted, akin to a vast and perplexing labyrinth, dizzying and disorienting. Yangyu was wholly absorbed, his brow furrowed in concentration, as if he were entangled in an insolvable knot. What profound mysteries lie hidden within the Qingyun? Yangyu murmured to himself, his voice laced with deep uncertainty and an intense desire for exploration, akin to a traveler groping for an exit in the darkness. He tirelessly pondered the esoteric content of the pages, oblivious to the nightfall that silently enveloped the world in tranquility. When his roommates Zhao Gang and Sun Ming returned, they found Yangyu still engrossed in contemplation over the pages. Zhao Gang, unable to suppress his concern, advised, "Yangyu, don't overexert yourself. Your health is the foundation of cultivation. You should rest." Yangyu resolutely shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the pages, as if they contained something soul-stirring. "This Qingyun is extraordinary. I can sense it harbors astonishing power. I must uncover its secrets, and I won't rest until I do." Sun Ming, peering over curiously, furrowed his brow with worry. "This seems fraught with difficulties and dangers. You must be cautious. Don't let your obsession lead you to perilous paths." Yangyu smiled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. "Fear not, I am clear-headed and aware of my limits. I won't allow myself to fall into danger." In the following days, Yangyu devoted nearly all his time and energy to the study of the Qingyun. He became utterly absorbed, losing track of time, as if enchanted, completely detached from the outside world. At last, after countless attempts and intense contemplation, Yangyu began to grasp some elusive principles. "So it is," he thought, elated, as if he had finally glimpsed a faint yet hopeful light in the long darkness. The Qingyun required a unique and specific meridian pathway to guide internal energy. Eagerly, he began to cultivate according to his newfound understanding, filled with anticipation and trepidation, as if embarking on a road filled with unknown challenges. However, as he commenced his practice, he encountered unexpected and unforeseen troubles. As the inner energy coursed through the meridians, it encountered one formidable barrier after another, as unyielding as granite, making every step forward an arduous struggle. It felt as though an overwhelmingly powerful, indomitable force was exerting itself with relentless determination to thwart his progress. Yangyu clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging distinctly like serpentine earthworms. As he forced his inner energy to advance painstakingly, inch by inch, suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips, akin to a blossoming crimson flower. Yangyu's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Devoid of color, yet his gaze remained steadfast as iron, unwavering and resolute, reminiscent of an unyielding mountain peak. "I cannot give up. Absolutely not. Even if the road ahead is strewn with thorns, I shall forge ahead with courage." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the flames of defiance ignited in his eyes as he bravely attempted once more. Resolute and unhesitant, at that moment, Elderly, a mentor from the academy, happened to pass by and heard the unusual commotion emanating from Yangyu's room. Elderly knocked and entered, witnessing Yangyu in a state of utter disarray and weakness. Anxiously, he exclaimed, "Yangyu, your method of cultivation is excessively reckless, akin to walking along the edge of a precipice. It could easily harm your meridians, leading to irreparable and regrettable consequences." Enduring the extreme discomfort of his body, Yangyu struggled to rise and respectfully saluted. "Elderly, I have discovered that the starry technique seems to possess immense potential and power. However, I have yet to fully grasp its key principles and essence." Elderly examined the ancient manuscript pages closely, his eyes flickering with surprise as though he had laid eyes on a rare treasure. "This starry technique is a cultivation method passed down from ancient times, long lost to the world. Your acquisition of these remnants is a monumental fortune, a serendipity that is both rare and sought after. Yet, cultivation must be approached gradually. Haste makes waste." Yangyu nodded humbly. Resembling an obedient student, "Thank you, Elderly, for your guidance. I will remember your words and adhere to your teachings." Under Elderly's patient mentorship, Yangyu adjusted his cultivation methods, although progress remained as slow as a snail's pace. Akin to water dripping through stone, he at least avoided further injury and evaded more severe repercussions. Meanwhile, Yangyu's rival in the academy, Wang Chong, learned of his cultivation of the starry technique and immediately concocted sinister plans. Wang Chong approached his friend Lu Feng, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Lu Feng, I've heard that Yangyu has obtained a mysterious cultivation method and is diligently training. We cannot allow him to succeed and enhance his strength. Otherwise, we shall never rise above." Lu Feng, filled with doubt, asked, "What do you intend to do?" We can't just confront him head-on and rob him. Can we? Wang Chong smirked malevolently, his eyes glinting with malice, like a venomous serpent poised to strike. We'll find the perfect opportunity to sabotage his training, ensuring all his efforts come to naught. A few nights later, in a silence profound, Yangyu was deeply engrossed in his cultivation of the starry technique when he suddenly heard a cacophony of chaotic noises from outside, disturbing his focus. Instinctively on guard, he opened the door to find Wang Chong and Lu Feng, accompanied by a group of individuals, confronting him with a menacing air. Yangyu, today is your unlucky day. Wang Chong declared triumphantly, his smile laced with malice and provocation, sending chills down one's spine. Yangyu's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a sword. Wang Chong, what trickery are you up to this time? Without uttering another word, Wang Chong signaled to his companions to attack immediately, brimming with eagerness and impatience. Thus, a fierce and breathtaking melee erupted, sweeping through the air like a tempest. Wang Chong and Lu Feng, both at the initial stage of the muscle transformation realm, unleashed their most formidable martial techniques without mercy, attacking Yangyu with the ferocity of wild beasts. Unfazed, Yangyu's gaze remained resolute, embodying the steadfastness of a rock as he bravely countered with the Gale Fist. Showing no sign of retreat, the sounds of their fists clashing echoed like thunder, reverberating in the air, deafeningly loud. Wang Chong's flame palm was potent, each strike radiating a heat that was nearly unbearable, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Lu Feng's ice leg was equally chilling, sending shivers down the spine, perfectly harmonizing with Wang Chong's assaults. Under the relentless onslaught from both opponents, Yangyu found himself in a precarious predicament, besieged by danger from all sides. Yet, armed with unwavering determination and exceptional martial skills, he persevered, refusing to entertain thoughts of surrender, akin to a ship navigating through a tempestuous sea. Yangyu, today you are destined to fail. Wang Chong shouted confidently, his voice brimming with arrogance, as if victory were already in his grasp. Yangyu snorted dismissively, who knows who will prevail? Don't celebrate too soon. You might end up regretting it. At that moment, a sudden spark ignited within Yangyu, and he cleverly utilized the uneven terrain of the courtyard to evade their assaults, seizing the opportunity to counterattack like a poised leopard. With a resounding crash, Yangyu struck Lu Feng's shoulder with all his might, causing Lu Feng to shriek in pain, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Chong's heart raced with alarm, and panic set in as his attacks faltered, revealing a fatal weakness. Yangyu seized this rare chance, delivering a swift kick to Wang Chong's abdomen, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. The remaining onlookers, witnessing Wang Chong and Lu Feng's defeat, were struck with terror, scattering like startled birds. Yangyu gazed coldly at the fallen Wang Chong and Lu Feng and declared, "Do not provoke me again. If you do, you shall regret it. I will show no mercy." Yangyu's Attributes Panel. Host. Yangyu Age. 16 years Realm. Pinnacle of Muscle Transformation. Strength 25,000 Gene. Speed 280 ms. Talent. Ordinary Genius Cultivation Methods. Profound Level. Great Perfection. Starry Technique. Entry Level. Martial Skills. Gale Fist. Great Perfection. Chapter 21. Academy Grand Competition. After successfully repelling Wang Chong and his cohorts, Yangyu remained focused, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the starry technique. Although the process was fraught with thorns and challenges, much like ascending a steep, perilous mountain that pierced the clouds, every inch gained required tremendous effort. Yet, fortified by an unwavering conviction as solid as rock and aided by the extraordinary support of a point allocation system, he gradually made precious and hard-earned progress in mastering this enigmatic and profound technique. During this lengthy period, Yangyu's roommates, Zhao Gang and Sun Ming, also exhibited no signs of slackening or relaxation. Exerting all their efforts to enhance their own strengths, they frequently exchanged insights and experiences regarding their cultivation journeys, engaging in open and sincere discussions, encouraging one another as they advanced together on the path of martial arts. Yangyu, I feel as though my martial skills have recently experienced a new breakthrough, as if I've shattered an invisible and incredibly solid shackle, Zhao Gang said excitedly, his expression brimming with uncontainable joy and genuine pride. Yangyu responded with a warm smile, akin to the sun's rays on a spring day. That is truly wonderful. Maintain this positive and ambitious attitude, and I believe you will certainly reach new heights and achieve even greater accomplishments." Sun Ming, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, "Yangyu, how is your mysterious starry technique coming along? Have you made any new progress or unexpected gains?" Yangyu furrowed his brow slightly, his expression turning serious, as if contemplating a profoundly complex issue. "It remains quite challenging, akin to navigating through a dense fog, struggling to find a clear direction. However, I firmly believe that as long as I persist and remain dedicated, I will eventually reap rewards and welcome the dawn of hope." At that moment, an exhilarating announcement reverberated through the academy, heralding an unprecedented, grand competition of monumental scale. This event was not only a thorough and rigorous examination of the students' abilities, but also a rare opportunity to obtain invaluable rewards and the highest honors. Upon learning of this thrilling news, Yangyu silently resolved, his gaze resolute and fiery, as if ablaze with an unquenchable flame. He was determined to shine brightly in this competition, achieving remarkable results that would draw everyone's attention. To prepare for the competition in the best possible manner, Yangyu embarked on an even more intense, relentless, and fervent training regimen. Every dawn, when the first rays of sunlight have yet to fully illuminate the earth and the world remains enveloped in a hazy slumber, he is invariably the first to stride resolutely and unhesitatingly to the training ground, embarking on a day of arduous and exceptional training. As night descends, with stars twinkling and the bright moon hanging high, casting its cool, silvery light, he is once again the last to depart, dragging a weary yet fulfilled body away. One day, while Yangyu was cultivating, he suddenly sensed an unusual and ineffable stir within his internal energy. A surge of joy welled up within him, and he instantly realized that this could be the long-awaited, coveted opportunity for a breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, he seated himself on the ground, focusing intently, guiding his internal energy through his meridians with utmost care and precision. At that moment, his internal energy surged like an unstoppable torrent, crashing through formidable obstacles with the force of a cataclysmic flood. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, dotted Yangyu's forehead, glistening like translucent jewels as they cascaded down. His complexion fluctuated, at times flushed like a ripe apple, vibrant and dripping, and at other times pale as winter's snowflakes. Devoid of color, "I must break through, no matter the cost," Yangyu screamed internally, his voice piercing through his soul, reverberating through the cosmos, stirring the winds and the clouds. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on and was on the brink of exhaustion, the system activated as if a divine weapon had descended, playing a crucial role in turning the tide. A mysterious, formidable force surged into his body, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly restoring his vitality and vigor, aiding him in breaking through the seemingly insurmountable bottleneck. Yangyu slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling brilliance flickered within them, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. Magnificent and resplendent, "I have finally broken through to the initial stage of bone tempering." He reveled in the overwhelming and astonishing power coursing through him, his heart brimming with unparalleled, indescribable joy, as if he were floating on clouds, transcending reality in a dreamlike state. His strength and speed had undergone a qualitative leap, ascending to an unprecedented new height, as if reborn, radiating newfound vitality and energy. Yangyu's breakthrough captured the keen attention of the Academy's mentors. Elderly personally came to assess the situation, his face reflecting concern and anticipation, eyes filled with admiration and satisfaction. "Yangyu, well done. To achieve a breakthrough at this critical moment bodes well for your prospects in the upcoming Academy competition." Elderly praised, his gaze infused with encouragement and affirmation, as if beholding a rising star in the martial arts realm. Yangyu respectfully replied, "Thank you, Elderly, for your concern and encouragement. I shall give my all and live up to your earnest expectations." Meanwhile, upon learning of Yangyu's breakthrough to the initial stage of bone tempering, Wang Chang was instantly consumed by jealousy and unease, as if shrouded in a dark cloud of despair. Damn it! How could he break through so swiftly? It's utterly inconceivable. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with resentment and unwillingness. Lu Feng, cautiously interjecting, said, "Don't worry, we still have our chances. We'll find a way to deal with him during the competition. We cannot let him succeed so easily." Wang Chang nodded, a glimmer of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes, cold and merciless. This time, I will make him pay and let him know my strength. I will not let him off lightly. As the date of the academy competition approached, a palpable tension and anticipation enveloped the entire academy, akin to a storm brewing on the horizon, igniting feelings of both excitement and trepidation. Yangyu's attribute panel read, Host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, initial stage of bone tempering, strength, 50,000 gene, speed, 300 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, Xian level technique, great perfection, star technique, minor achievement, martial skill, gale fist, great perfection, chapter 22. The storm begins. The day of the academy competition finally arrived amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, transforming the martial arts academy into a bustling hub, akin to a pot of boiling water, bubbling with excitement. The students were all eager to showcase their skills, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination, as if they were ready to ignite the very arena itself. Yangyu arrived early at the competition venue, his demeanor calm and composed, resembling a seasoned warrior who seemed to have everything under control. His gaze resolute and unwavering, akin to two piercing beams of swordlight, exuding an indomitable spirit. As the competition commenced, the first event was a gripping and intense knockout round. Yangyu found himself placed in a formidable group. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, his fighting spirit blazed fiercely, radiating an air of unyielding confidence. His first opponent was a fellow student named Zhang Hua, who was equally at the initial stage of bone tempering. Zhang Hua was tall and robust, his muscular physique resembling a towering mountain, emanating a powerful sense of pressure. He practiced a technique known for its ferocity and incredible might, the diamond technique. Standing side by side on the arena, they resembled two opposing peaks, and as the referee signaled, the grand spectacle of the match began. Zhang Hua launched a fierce assault, his voice booming like a thunderous bell, as he unleashed the diamond technique. The force of his punches whistled through the air, imbued with an indomitable, earth-shattering momentum, crashing toward Yangyu like a bolt of lightning, as if intent on obliterating him in an instant. Yangyu evaded with ghostly agility, his movements light and nimble, effortlessly dodging Zhang Hua's overwhelming onslaught. Frustrated by his failure to land a hit, Zhang Hua's fury ignited, and he retaliated with an even more ferocious barrage, his fists raining down like a tempest. Relentless and fierce, as if one were caught in the eye of a storm, where a moment's lapse could lead to being engulfed by this violent power. Yet Yangyu remained composed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, meticulously observing the slightest openings in Zhang Hua's attacks, seizing every opportunity. Suddenly, he unleashed the gale fist, the force of his blow swift as the wind, striking Zhang Hua's arm with remarkable speed. Zhang Hua grimaced in pain, a muffled groan escaping his lips, filled with agony and indignation, causing his aggression to falter. Seizing the moment, Yangyu pressed the attack, refusing to grant Zhang Hua any respite, his fists flying like a storm, each strike resounding with force, driving Zhang Hua back in disarray, utterly defenseless. With a resounding thud, Yangyu landed a powerful punch squarely on Zhang Hua's chest, the sound deep and resonant. Zhang Hua staggered, his body convulsing violently, blood spewing forth, akin to a wounded beast, collapsing to the ground like a kite with severed strings, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yangyu wins, the referee announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout the arena like a clap of thunder. Yangyu effortlessly triumphed in his first match, showcasing extraordinary and awe-inspiring strength. In the subsequent matches, Yangyu continued to advance with remarkable prowess and a calm, collected strategy, cutting through his opponents like a hot knife through butter. Throughout this challenging progression, Yangyu encountered several formidable opponents, among them a student named Lin Feng, who, like Yangyu, was at the initial stage of bone tempering, yet practiced an elusive and unpredictable technique known as shadow step. His movements were ghostly and erratic, akin to a specter, making him difficult to pin down and defend against, seemingly poised to deliver a lethal strike from the shadows at any moment. Once the match commenced, Lin Feng utilized his shadow step to flit around the arena, elusive and difficult to catch, launching unexpected and surprising attacks against Yangyu. Initially, Yangyu found himself somewhat on the defensive, struggling to keep up with Lin Feng's erratic movements. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure, calming the tumult within, carefully observing Lin Feng's trajectory, ensuring not to miss even the slightest hint of his movements. Eventually, Yangyu detected a fleeting and subtle fluctuation in Lin Feng's aura while executing the shadow step. He seized this rare opportunity and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the star technique with all his might. An incredibly powerful and surging force erupted from within him, forming an invisible yet formidable aura. Akin to an indestructible shield, as Lin Feng approached, he was instantly repelled by this overwhelming energy, like a small boat being battered by a colossal wave, utterly powerless to resist. Seizing the moment, Yangyu charged forward without hesitation, delivering a punch of immense force that struck Lin Feng decisively, leaving no chance for retaliation. As the competition progressed with fervor, Yangyu gradually attracted the keen attention of the academy's higher-ups and the genuine admiration of his fellow students. Wang Chong, watching from the sidelines, felt his jealousy spiral into a frenzy, the flames of envy nearly incinerating his reason, while his restless emotions spread like wild grass. How can this kid be so strong? No, I must find a way to defeat him in the upcoming matches, to bring him low and strip him of all dignity. Wang Chong seethed silently, his face contorted with malice as he schemed his nefarious plots. Meanwhile, Yang Yu's roommates, Zhao Gang and Sun Ming, cheered for him with palpable excitement, their voices trembling with fervor, as if they were channeling all their strength to him. Yang Yu, well done, you are the best. Unmatched by anyone, go Yang Yu, you will surely win the championship. We believe in you. We will always support you. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, early bone forging, strength 55. 000 gene, speed 320 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique. Profound level technique, grand completion, star technique, minor success, martial skill. Wind-breaking fist, grand completion, chapter 23. Clash of Titans. Yang Yu continued his unstoppable march through the academy competition, advancing with an irresistible momentum to the highly anticipated semifinals. His opponent in this round was none other than Wang Chong, who harbored jealousy and resentment towards him, lurking like a ravenous wolf. His malicious intent glaringly evident. Before the match even began, Wang Chong's eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Yang Yu, his gaze as if he sought to devour him whole, leaving no remnants behind. He silently plotted, Yang Yu, this time I will ensure your complete and utter defeat at my hands, so you will know the might of Wang Chong and bow to me in submission henceforth. In stark contrast, Yang Yu remained calm and composed, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, unperturbed by the turmoil around him. His eyes reflected unwavering determination and immense confidence, as he thought to himself, Wang Chong, bring it on. I, Yang Yu, will not be intimidated by a petty and despicable coward like you. The two competitors strode onto the stage with heads held high, their footsteps firm and resonant. The audience erupted into a frenzy, as if ignited by gunpowder, their enthusiasm palpable as they craned their necks and widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating this breathtaking and thrilling showdown. With a commanding voice, the referee declared, begin. Wang Chong launched the first assault, unleashing a torrent of attacks akin to a tempest, employing his most formidable and prideful technique, the fiery palm. Flames erupted from his palms, scorching and intense, as he charged towards Yang Yu with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, intent on turning him to ashes without a trace. Yang Yu, unfazed, moved like a wraith, his movements light and agile like a butterfly in flight, effortlessly evading Wang Chong's aggressive onslaught. Enraged by his failure to land a blow, Wang Chong's fury erupted like a volcano, magma boiling within him, propelling him to execute increasingly vicious and ruthless strikes. The air around his fiery palm distorted from the searing heat, as if the very fabric of space might melt away. Yang Yu, today is your doom. Wang Chong bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating throughout the arena. Yang Yu responded with a cold laugh, his expression brimming with disdain and scorn. Wang Chong, is this all you can muster? You dare to boast before me with such meager skills? With that, he unleashed the powerful and forceful wind-breaking fist, its wind howling as it surged forward with the might of an avalanche, colliding fiercely with Wang Chong's fiery palm. Boom! Deafening crash echoed. A cataclysmic sound that sent shockwaves through the arena as immense forces collided, creating a massive shockwave that surged outward like tumultuous waves of the sea. The ground of the arena cracked under the strain, as if the earth itself trembled in agony. Wang Chong staggered backward, Shaken by Yang Yu's overwhelming power, disbelief etched on his face as if he had encountered a specter. How has Yang Yu's strength increased once more? This is simply unfathomable. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth in rage, his face contorted, and he launched another desperate attack, striving to regain control of the situation. Wang Chang's fiery palm intensified, the flames becoming even more brilliant and blinding, as if seeking to engulf the entire world in an unending inferno, turning everything to ashes. Yang Yu felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the mysterious and profound star technique, his inner strength sparkling like the stars, illuminating the entire arena. "Behold my star power!" Yang Yu roared, his voice resonating through the heavens. Akin to a dragon's roar, a mysterious and immense force surged from his fist, colliding once more with Wang Chang's fiery palm. Boom! This collision was even more intense, enveloping the arena in a blinding radiance that was nearly impossible to behold. The tremendous force left the surrounding audience gasping for breath, as if the very air had been siphoned away, inducing a near-suffocating sensation. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, straining against Yang Yu's unstoppable assault. But he gradually felt overwhelmed, his arms trembling uncontrollably like leaves in the wind, his footing faltering as though he were treading on cotton. Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Yu's gaze sharpened, piercingly keen, and he unleashed a thunderous punch that struck Wang Chang squarely in the chest. Wang Chang let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body soaring through the air like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust akin to a sandstorm. "Yang Yu wins," the referee announced loudly, his voice clear and resonant, echoing throughout the arena, reverberating in everyone's ears. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, a cacophony reminiscent of a mighty tidal wave. Shaking the very rafters, Zhao Gang shouted with exhilaration, "Yang Yu, amazing! You are our hero, unmatched by anyone." Sun Ming chimed in, equally thrilled, "Yang Yu, you are a pride. No one can compare to you." As Yang Yu gazed down at the defeated and pitiful figure of Wang Chang, he spoke slowly, "Wang Chang, the path of martial arts relies on one's own strength and relentless effort, not on jealousy and deceit. I hope you come to understand this truth and reflect upon your actions, lest you continue to be lost in your delusions." Wang Chang's face turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, resembling a corpse, his eyes filled with bitterness and regret, yet utterly helpless, lying on the ground like a stray dog. Clinging to life. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 realm, early bone forging, strength 60,000 gene, speed 350 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique. Profound level technique, grand completion. Star technique, medium success, martial skill. Wind-breaking fist, grand completion. Chapter 24. The eve of the finals, having defeated Wang Chang and forged his path through the competition, Yang Yu advanced to the finals of the Academy tournament with an unstoppable momentum. Yet, at this moment, he felt not a shred of ease or comfort, for he was acutely aware that his opponent in the finals would undoubtedly be even more formidable, possessing unfathomable strength, akin to a bottomless abyss. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Yu sat quietly on his bed, resembling a statue lost in contemplation, utterly still as he reflected on the series of heart-pounding and perilous battles he had endured. He knew that in the upcoming finals, he could afford no hint of carelessness, not even the slightest. "I cannot allow myself to be complacent," he thought, his expression grave like a sky heavy with storm clouds. Contemplating matters of life and death, pivotal to his destiny. His roommate Zhao Gang approached with steady steps, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly and with deep concern, "Yang Yu, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. You have performed remarkably, surpassing expectations and truly dazzling us." Yang Yu smiled slightly, a smile imbued with unwavering determination and indomitable spirit. "I understand, but I do not wish to be content with my current achievements. My ambitions reach far beyond this. My pursuit is endless." Sun Ming, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation, joined them, his eyes filled with unreserved trust and steadfast support. "Yang Yu, regardless of the final outcome, win or lose, we will stand by you unwaveringly. You will always be our irreplaceable hero." Yang Yu gazed at them with gratitude, his eyes radiating warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunshine. "Thank you all." He expressed, "With your encouragement and support by my side, I feel immensely fortunate and reassured, as if I possessed the most steadfast backing." That moment, his mind surged with thoughts, tumultuous waves crashing one after another. He recalled his family in Yangjia village, envisioning his father, Yangjun, whose eager and expectant gaze seemed to pierce through the vastness of time and space, landing directly upon him, continuously bestowing upon him the inexhaustible strength to forge ahead fearlessly. His mother, Wang Ning, whose tender and meticulous care enveloped him like the warm, gentle rays of the sun in spring, filling his heart with love and courage, and his sister, Yang Xiao, whose encouraging and heartfelt words shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating his path and guiding him forward. "I must bring glory to my family, making them proud and honored, letting my existence be a source of pride for them." He clenched his fists, the joints turning slightly pale from the intensity, underscoring his unwavering determination. Suddenly, Yang Yu felt an unusual surge within his body, an indescribable shift of inner strength, a flicker of hope ignited in his heart, akin to glimpsing a faint light in the depths of darkness. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, concentrating fully, carefully guiding his inner energy through his meridians with utmost caution. As the energy flowed gently and steadily, Yang Yu gradually entered a mysterious and elusive state. He sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him, as if summoned by a hidden force, merging seamlessly into his being, nourishing his meridians and dantian, rendering them increasingly resilient and potent. This was a golden opportunity for a breakthrough. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yang Yu's heart surged with joy, as if he had discovered the most precious and unique treasure in the world, excitement spilling over. He channeled the powerful and mysterious star technique with all his might, his inner strength surging through his meridians like an unstoppable river, crashing against formidable barriers with the force of a great tide. "I must succeed. I will succeed." Yang Yu gritted his teeth, nearly crushing them. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, dotted his forehead, reminiscent of dewdrops glistening on morning lotus leaves. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within him, as his inner power broke through the final obstacle, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Reborn anew, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of bone tempering. Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance flashing within them, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the night sky. "This time, I have greater confidence," he murmured to himself, his tone brimming with self-assurance and a resolute determination to succeed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, Yang Yu's opponent in the finals, a talented student named Lin Yu, was also preparing fervently for the impending showdown. Lin Yu, an outstanding scion of the Lin family from Changlin County, was a prodigy of rare talent, a once-in-a-century genius. He practiced the family's top-tier technique, the Azure Cloud technique, which was immensely powerful and fearsome. "Yang Yu, although you are formidable, the championship shall undoubtedly be mine," Lin Yu declared to himself, his eyes filled with unyielding determination and pride, exuding an air of superiority. Within the academy, discussions regarding the finals grew increasingly fervent, bubbling with excitement like boiling water. "Who do you think will win this time, Yang Yu or Lin Yu?" "I believe Lin Yu has the upper hand. After all, he is a genius from the Lin family, blessed with deep resources and advantages. But we cannot underestimate Yang Yu. His performances have been astonishing, like a dark horse breaking through the fray." At this moment, Yang Yu had already adjusted his state, remaining tranquil and unperturbed, akin to a serene lake, ready to face the forthcoming finals and embrace the unknown challenges and unparalleled glory. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, mid-stage bone tempering, strength, 70. 000 gene, speed, 400 ms, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, intermediate completion, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 25. The championship battle. The day of the Academy's grand finals arrived. Awaited with bated breath by all, the atmosphere within the Academy was thick with tension and excitement, as if the very air trembled with the impending confrontation. Yang Yu and Lin Yu stood tall on the massive, solemn arena, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange, igniting the spark of battle amidst swirling smoke. In the audience, Yang Yu's family and friends had gathered tirelessly, delighted to cheer him on. His father, Yangjun, clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging like serpents, his gaze filled with anticipation and anxiety, seemingly piercing through all obstacles to reach Yangyu's heart. Give it your all. You must win. Bring glory to our family. His mother, Wang Ning, hands clasped in prayer, was as devout as a pilgrim, silently wishing for her son's success, her heart brimming with deep blessings and endless concern. His sister, Yang Xiao, flushed with excitement, shouted, "Brother, you are the best. Unmatched, you will surely win." Taking a deep breath, Yangyu endeavored to calm his racing heart. His gaze burned bright, like a fire ignited, as he scrutinized Linyu before him. Linyu stood tall and proud, exuding an air of confidence and superiority, as if the championship was already within his grasp. Linyu spoke first, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Yangyu, while you have managed to reach this stage, your skills are merely trivial today. The championship is mine for the taking, and you shall not wrest it from my grasp. That is an impossibility." Yangyu smiled slightly, his expression tranquil and composed. "Then let us see the truth of our abilities on the field. Words alone cannot win a match." With a commanding voice, the referee declared, "The match begins." In an instant, Linyu launched a rapid-fire assault, swift as lightning, employing the azure cloud technique. His movements were elusive and ghostly, rendering him hard to predict, like flowers obscured by mist. Simultaneously, he struck with both palms, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that soared skyward, an overwhelming force crashing down upon Yangyu. Yangyu dared not show the slightest negligence, focusing intently as he countered with the wind-breaking fist, resolutely meeting Lin Yu's onslaught. The clash of their fists produced a resounding and thunderous sound, the immense force causing the air around them to ripple as if a massive stone had plunged into a calm lake, creating tumultuous waves. Such formidable power! Yangyu marveled inwardly, feeling as if a stone had been cast into tranquil waters. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a fierce, burning fighting spirit ignited within him, prompting him to strike back with even greater ferocity, his fists becoming increasingly powerful and unstoppable. Linyu, not to be outdone, demonstrated agility akin to willow catkins dancing in the wind, evading Yangyu's strikes as if they were mere whispers, rendering his attacks futile, like punching soft cotton. "Humph, Yangyu, is this all you can muster? Pathetic," Linyu scoffed, his face awash with disdain, as if he were observing an insignificant insect. Unfazed, Yangyu remained calm, his mind as tranquil as still water. While he deftly countered Lin Yu's tempestuous onslaught, he meticulously observed every movement, seeking the fleeting opportunity for a counterattack. Suddenly, Yangyu noticed a nearly imperceptible pause in Lin Yu's movements during a shift. Seizing this rare opportunity, he acted decisively, channeling all his strength into the star technique, his inner energy radiating like the brightest stars in the night sky, coalescing within his fist. "Receive my blow," Yangyu roared, his voice booming like a dragon's roar, reverberating through the air as his fist surged forward with unstoppable momentum, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Linyu. Linyu's expression shifted dramatically, panic flashing across his face as he hurriedly raised his arms in defense. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, akin to a clap of thunder, as Linyu was sent staggering back several steps, his arms trembling as if numbed and devoid of sensation. How could this be? This is impossible. Linyu gazed at Yangyu in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock and perplexity, as if he had witnessed the most unimaginable spectacle in the world. Seizing the moment, Yangyu launched a relentless assault, his fists raining down upon Linyu with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving no room for respite, intent on achieving a decisive victory. Linyu steadied himself and once again unleashed the ultimate technique of the Qingyun Ju. Known as Qingyun Bai, a formidable, surging wave of energy enveloped him, forming an impregnable shield, radiant and dazzling. Yangyu's fists collided with the shield, producing a resounding clang, sparks flying like the clamor of a blacksmith's forge. Yet the shield remained unyielding, steadfast as a mountain. "Yangyu, you cannot breach my defenses. Surrender gracefully and cease your futile struggles," Linyu proclaimed triumphantly, his expression one of conceited arrogance. Yangyu's gaze remained resolute, steadfast as a rock, unwavering. "That may not be the case. I shall not yield easily. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain." He summoned his inner strength, channeling the power of the Xingqian Ju to its zenith. as if stars were exploding within him, radiating brilliance. At the same time, the augmentation system provided a significant boost, amplifying his strength, as if he had gained the wings of a tiger. Yang Yu's fist shone with dazzling brilliance, piercing through Lin Yu's shield with unstoppable momentum. Lin Yu's expression turned to one of horror. There was no time to evade, and he could only watch helplessly as the fist approached like a shooting star. With a thunderous impact, Yang Yu struck Lin Yu's chest, causing him to shudder violently, blood spewing forth like a fountain, and his body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if time itself had come to a standstill then. Roaring tide of applause erupted, deafening in its fervor. Yang Yu wins. Yang Yu is the champion. Yang Yu stood tall upon the stage, his posture reminiscent of a towering tree, his heart swelling with joy and pride, as if he were atop the pinnacle of the world, surveying all of existence. Yang Yu's attributes panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone refinement, strength, 80,000 gene, speed, 450 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, Qian level technique, great perfection, Xingqianju, great achievement, martial skill, breaking wind fist, great perfection. Chapter 26. The first of the great competition. The news of Yang Yu's victory in the academy competition spread like a bird with wings, swiftly traversing every inch of Changlin County, reaching every corner with lightning speed. In an instant, he became the focal point of attention, akin to a brilliant star, as discussions ignited in every street and alley about this young, promising martial arts prodigy, his name becoming the hottest topic, known to all. Yangjia village was transformed into a bustling hub of celebration, the atmosphere lively and joyous, reminiscent of a grand festival. Villagers flocked to Yang Yu's home to offer their congratulations, each face radiating uncontainable joy and heartfelt pride, as if they themselves had achieved great honor. Yang Jun, your son Yang Yu has truly brought great glory to our village. This is an unprecedented honor for us. An elderly man, sprightly despite his years, exclaimed with a beaming smile, his expression brimming with warmth and admiration, akin to the gentle sun of spring. Yang Jun's face glowed with pride, as if he possessed the most precious and incomparable treasure in the world. His eyes sparkling with pride. This child has always been intelligent and gifted. I have unwavering faith that his future accomplishments will soar beyond our imagination, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary folk. His mother, Wang Ning, was busily attending to the incessant stream of guests, her face aglow with happiness, a smile radiant as blooming flowers in spring, captivating and uplifting, enveloping all in warmth. Sister Yang Xiao, who assisted her mother with nimble efficiency, felt immense pride for her brother, as though his achievements were her own supreme honor. Yu has always been diligent and hardworking, never shirking from his training, persisting through all weather. All of this is merely the reward for his tireless efforts. Upon returning home, Yang Yu was enveloped in the lively and harmonious atmosphere. His heart warmed as if surrounded by a blazing fire. "You come quickly. Everyone is eagerly awaiting you," Wang Ning called out with enthusiasm, her voice filled with joy and affection, like a gentle stream flowing, melodious and delightful. Yang Yu stepped forward, his demeanor humble and courteous, expressing his gratitude to everyone with sincerity, his words as refreshing as a spring breeze, making all feel at ease. At this moment, his uncle, Yang Yi, spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with deep emotion. "Yang Yu, now that you have achieved such remarkable feats in martial arts, do not forget your family. The rise and fall of our clan rests upon the shoulders of spirited, hopeful youth like you." Yang Yu nodded solemnly, his expression serious and resolute. "Uncle, I fully understand. I will devote myself to the family's development, working tirelessly to meet everyone's expectations." His cousin, Yang Shang, approached with a beaming smile. You must guide me more in the future, so I too can stand out like you." Yang Yu responded warmly. "Cousin, let us strive together, advancing hand in hand to create a prosperous and thriving future for our family." Amidst this jubilant celebration, Yang Yu remained clear-headed, unclouded by the euphoria of victory. He understood that this was merely an insignificant beginning. The road ahead was long and fraught with challenges and obstacles. That night, in the profound stillness, Yang Yu found himself alone atop a hillside behind the village. He gazed up at the starry sky, the stars twinkling like jewels embedded in the dark canvas above, deep and mysterious, leading him into contemplation. Though I have achieved some trivial accomplishments, they are but a drop in the ocean within this vast, boundless, and enigmatic world of martial arts. I must become stronger, invincible, to protect my beloved family and lead our clan to a resplendent peak. Yangyu silently vowed, his resolve as steadfast as steel, unwavering and filled with determination. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him, as silent as a ghost. Yangyu, a familiar voice softly called out, resonating distinctly in the serene night. Yangyu turned to find it was Elderly, his mentor from the academy. Elderly, what brings you here? Yangyu asked in surprise, his expression one of astonishment and confusion, as if he were a bewildered monk. Elderly smiled. Yangyu, your outstanding performance fills me with genuine delight and satisfaction. However, remember, there are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. This world is vast, teeming with strong contenders. With your talent and potential, you should not be confined to such modest achievements. Yangyu replied respectfully, Elderly, I appreciate your heartfelt guidance. Please continue to enlighten me, showing me the path forward, so I may no longer feel lost. Elderly regarded Yangyu, his gaze profound as the sea, distant as the sky, and spoke slowly. Beyond Changlin County lies a mysterious and legendary ruin, said to harbor supreme techniques and invaluable treasures. Yet it is also fraught with unknown dangers and formidable challenges. Are you willing to venture forth and confront this enigma? A resolute glimmer flashed in Yang Yu's eyes, unwavering as he replied without hesitation. Elderly, I am willing to go. Even if the path ahead is perilous, I shall not retreat, but forge ahead with courage. Elderly nodded, satisfied. Well, ensure you are thoroughly prepared and vigilant. Do not underestimate the dangers that lie ahead. Upon returning home, Yangyu commenced meticulous preparations for his journey to the ruins, organizing the rewards he had earned in the academy competition. Carefully selecting useful weapons and precious elixirs, his mother, Wang Ning, expressed her concern, her brow furrowed. You must be cautious on this journey. Take care of yourself, and do not cause me worry. Yangyu reassured her, Mother, do not worry, I have grown up and am no longer a child. I will be fine. On the day of departure, the sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze accompanied the warm sunlight. Family members and villagers gathered in droves to bid farewell to Yangyu. Their voices filled with concern and blessings, akin to a warm spring breeze that caressed Yangyu's heart. With the heartfelt expectations of the crowd in mind, Yangyu stepped forward with a resolute and powerful stride. Embarking on a new journey filled with the unknown and challenges in pursuit of higher martial realms and a greater mission. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone refinement, strength, 90, 000 gene, speed, 500 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star techniques, major success, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 27. The mighty beast having bid farewell to his family and fellow villagers. Yangyu resolutely set off alone on the lengthy journey to the ruins. Along the way, he braved the elements, enduring the trials of nature, yet his heart burned with an unquenchable fire of anticipation and vigilance toward the unknown. After several days of relentless travel, day and night, Yangyu finally arrived at the fabled ruins, shrouded in an air of mystery. Before him lay a desolate valley, devoid of human presence, enveloped in an eerie, thick fog that obscured the path ahead, as if he had entered a dreamlike, surreal world. Cautiously, he treaded into the valley, each step taken with utmost care, the ground beneath emanating a foul, decaying odor that seemed to lament the endless passage of time. Vigilant, he observed his surroundings intently, gripping his sword tightly, which seemed to sense its master's anxiety, trembling slightly as if sharing in his concern for safety. This place exuded an ominous aura. I must proceed with caution and never let my guard down. Yangyu thought to himself, his brow furrowed tightly, his expression grave as if he could weep at any moment. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept through, and Yangyu felt a powerful, chilling presence surge forth like a tidal wave from ahead. He halted, witnessing a colossal figure, towering like a mountain, slowly emerging from the mist. The presence was oppressive, as if it could suffocate the very air around him. Before him stood a terrifyingly large beast. Its body covered in scales as hard as iron, glinting coldly in the dim light. Its eyes glimmered with a savage bloodlust, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. A knot tightened in Yang Yu's chest. From the aura radiating from the beast, he deduced it possessed the terrifying strength of an early blood exchange stage warrior. Such an overwhelmingly powerful beast is beyond imagination. It seems these ruins indeed harbor extraordinary perils and daunting challenges. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yu endeavored to calm himself, striving to remain as tranquil as still water. The beast opened its gaping maw, releasing a nauseating stench that churned Yang Yu's stomach, and lunged toward him with the swiftness of lightning. Reacting swiftly, Yang Yu sidestepped, his movements agile as a nimble monkey, and unleashed the wind-breaking fist, the force of his punch roaring forth with the might to obliterate the heavens and earth. The beast roared in pain, its voice resonating like a soul-shattering thunderclap, as its tail lashed toward Yang Yu. Akin to a massive whip capable of shattering boulders, Yang Yu leapt, light as a feather, evading this lethal strike like a leaf dancing in the wind. "Beast, witness how I shall deal with you today," Yang Yu bellowed, his voice booming like a bell, echoing through the valley as he launched another relentless assault. He infused his inner strength into his sword, which erupted in dazzling brilliance, casting a radiant glow. He executed a series of unparalleled and exquisite sword techniques, each strike imbued with unmatched power, leaving ghastly wounds on the beast. Blood sprang forth like blossoms of crimson. The beast, unwilling to yield, retaliated with a potent innate skill, unleashing a torrent of black flames from its maw, searing hot enough to reduce everything to ashes. The temperature surged dramatically, enveloping Yang Yu in an unbearable heat, as if he were trapped in a raging furnace. Yang Yu felt the scorching waves crashing over him and swiftly employed an elusive, ghostly agility to evade, his form flickering like a specter, making him nearly impossible to capture. This creature is exceedingly formidable. I must give it my all, leaving nothing to chance, Yang Yu pondered, his gaze resolute as a mountain. Prepared to wield the mysterious and potent power of the star techniques, as he activated the star techniques, his inner strength blazed forth like brilliant stars, illuminating the surroundings with a light too radiant to behold. His power surging dramatically, as if reborn. Yang Yu charged once more at the beast, sword and fist illuminating the night sky, engaging in a fierce, breathtaking struggle for survival. Boom! Yang Yu's fist struck the beast's head with a deafening crash, the sound reverberating like a cataclysmic roar. The beast let out a wretched scream, its cries echoing like a lament from the underworld, collapsing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sun. Exhausted, Yang Yu panted heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his brow like rain. As he gazed upon the fallen beast, relief washed over him, as if he had lifted a burdensome weight from his heart. At last, it is resolved. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Yang Yu pressed onward deeper into the ruins, each step fraught with uncertainty and challenge. Within the ruins, he encountered a myriad of intricate and treacherous traps, each concealing deadly threats. Yet, with his keen intellect and cautious demeanor, he deftly navigated through them, turning peril into safety. Finally, he stood before a hidden chamber. Gently pushing open the heavy, rusted door, Yang Yu discovered an ancient, enigmatic chest radiating an aura of mystery. Could this be the treasure Elderly spoke of? Anticipation surged within him, his eyes sparkling with excitement, like the brilliant stars in the night sky. As he approached the chest, poised to open it, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming, spine-chilling danger surge forth from behind him. Yang Yu whirled around, finding a shadow materializing at the doorway like a ghost. "Who goes there?" Yang Yu demanded, his voice laced with vigilance and authority, as if piercing through the darkness. The shadow laughed coldly. "You, boy, are not worthy of this treasure." Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone refinement, strength, 100. 000 gene, speed, 550 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star techniques, major success, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 28. The life and death struggle. Yang Yu's vigilance heightened as he fixed his gaze upon the ghostly shadow at the doorway. Gripping his sword with such intensity that it felt as though he might crush the hilt, he stood poised like a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to confront any unforeseen threat. "Who are you?" Yangyu asked again, his voice brimming with wariness, akin to a porcupine bristling with sharp quills, prepared to strike at any moment. The shadow advanced slowly into the chamber, illuminated by the flickering dim light. At last, Yangyu discerned the figure's features. A middle-aged man with a countenance as cold as ancient ice, his eyes gleaming with a chilling, sinister sharpness, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall not lay claim to this treasure," the middle-aged man declared with a cold smirk, his laughter echoing ominously in the silent chamber. A sound that sent shivers down one's spine, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld. Yangyu furrowed his brow, his expression deepening into a profound frown, like a chasm carved into the earth. "The treasures within these ruins are destined for those with fate. By what right do you assert that I cannot claim them?" The man scoffed, his disdain unmistakable. "I am a mid-stage blood exchange warrior, with profound power and extraordinary depth, while you are merely a fledgling in the mid-stage bone refinement realm, naive and unaware of your own limitations." A weight settled in Yangyu's heart, akin to a colossal boulder bearing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Yet, his visage betrayed no fear, instead igniting within him a stubborn defiance and unwavering courage. The disparity in realms does not dictate everything. Whether you can seize the treasure depends on your true capabilities. The middle-aged man erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth wild and unrestrained. "What an ignorant and arrogant boy you are! Today, I shall demonstrate to you the depths of despair and the futility of your efforts." Having spoken, the middle-aged man flickered like a specter, appearing before Yangyu in an instant. He raised his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind akin to a razor's edge, roaring like a tempest. Exuding an overwhelming force, Yangyu hastily swung his sword to parry, and with a thunderous crash, it was as if the heavens themselves had split open, the immense impact forcing him to stagger back several paces. Deep footprints etched into the solid ground, resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike. "An alarming sight indeed. Is this the extent of your meager strength?" The middle-aged man scoffed, his face contorted with disdain and triumph. As if everything lay firmly within his grasp, Yangyu gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching audibly, pondering inwardly. "This fellow's power is unfathomable, far beyond imagination. I cannot recklessly engage him head-on. I must seek out his weaknesses to uncover a glimmer of survival." A thread of hope. Yangyu unleashed the starry technique, his internal energy surging within him like an unrelenting torrent, both speed and power significantly enhanced. He dashed forward with the swiftness of lightning slicing through the night sky, launching a formidable assault on the middle-aged man, his momentum overwhelming. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, as steady as a mountain, executing a martial art known as the nether palm technique. Each strike emanated a chilling aura that instilled fear, as if demonic entities from the depths of hell were clawing their way forth, sending shivers down the spine, a tremor of the soul. Yangyu's sword clashed violently against the middle-aged man's palms, producing a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds. The air in the chamber was stirred into a frenzy, as though it were about to be torn asunder, while the surrounding walls bore witness to horrifying crisscrossing fissures, stones cascading down like raindrops. Boom! Another earth-shaking collision reverberated, causing Yangyu to feel his insides churn violently, as if his organs had been jostled out of place, agony racking him. Yet, he persevered through the piercing pain, continuing his relentless assault without faltering. "Humph, truly obstinate and infuriating," the middle-aged man remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, seemingly taken aback by Yangyu's unexpected resilience, surpassing his expectations. Seizing a fleeting moment of distraction, Yangyu swiftly altered his attack's trajectory, darting towards the man's side with the agility of a striking serpent, aiming for his ribcage. The middle-aged man's reflexes were lightning quick. He evaded just in time. Yet Yangyu's sword still grazed his arm, blood gushing forth, staining his sleeve crimson. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man seethed, his expression transforming into a grotesque mask of rage, akin to a demon unleashed. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, like a torrential storm descending upon Yangyu, leaving him no respite. Yangyu gradually sensed his strength waning, both his energy and stamina depleting rapidly, akin to a well running dry, on the verge of exhaustion. "Is this how my life ends today?" A flicker of despair crossed Yangyu's mind, akin to a fleeting bolt of lightning in the darkness, but he quickly steeled himself. No, I cannot surrender so easily. I have unfinished missions, family expectations to uphold. At that moment, Yangyu's enhancement system surged with unprecedented vigor, a mysterious and formidable force flooding into his body. Yangyu felt his strength restored and magnified. As if reborn anew, he let out a roar, reverberating through the skies like a dragon's roar, charging once more at the middle-aged man with unstoppable momentum. The middle-aged man, startled by Yangyu's sudden burst of power, found himself momentarily flustered, his composure shattered. Yangyu seized this rare opportunity, thrusting his sword with the swiftness of a shooting star, striking the man's chest with precision and lethality, showing no mercy. The middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching scream, echoing like a mournful owl, collapsing to the ground like a mighty mountain crumbling. Gasping for breath, Yangyu resembled a battered bellows, wheezing audibly, as he gazed at the fallen figure of the middle-aged man. His heart brimming with relief and indescribable joy. It's he last. It is resolved. Yangyu approached the treasure chest, his hands trembling with excitement and anxiety as he opened it, revealing an ancient and enigmatic tome. Exuding an aura of antiquity, along with a dazzling artifact radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone forging, strength, 120,000 gene, speed, 600 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, profound level technique, great perfection, starry technique, great achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 29. Returning with abundance, Yangyu triumphed over the mysterious shadow within the ruins, joyfully obtaining invaluable treasures, rare to the world. After a brief rest, he meticulously adjusted his condition, eager and resolute to return home. Throughout his journey, Yangyu's emotions were as complex as a labyrinthine web, tangled and chaotic. Reflecting on the harrowing, life-threatening battles within the ruins, he understood deeply that his path in martial arts was still a long and arduous one, with countless formidable obstacles akin to towering mountains awaiting his conquest. Though he had achieved much, the world outside was teeming with powerful adversaries, as numerous as the stars in the night sky. I must continuously elevate myself, becoming increasingly formidable and unyielding, to truly safeguard my family and clan from harm, ensuring their everlasting peace and happiness. Yangyu resolved, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination and fearless courage. After days of relentless travel, undeterred by wind or rain, Yangyu finally returned to the familiar and cherished Yang family village, which had haunted his thoughts day and night. As he stepped into the village, the villagers surged forth like a tidal wave. Yangyu has returned. Look at him, radiant and full of vigor. He must have gained much. Yangyu greeted everyone with a warm smile, his expression as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, then hastened towards home, his steps firm and strong, akin to a victorious warrior returning from battle. Upon entering, his parents and sister greeted him with joy, their faces beaming with delight. You are finally back. We have been on edge, unable to eat or sleep, consumed with worry. His mother, Wang Ning, grasped Yangyu's hand tightly. Her eyes filled with concern and affection, as if she wished to scrutinize every part of him, inside and out. His father, Yang Jun, spoke with unsteady voice, barely coherent. It's good that you are back. Good that you are back. Quickly, tell us about your thrilling and perilous adventures. Yangyu sat down, taking a large gulp of water to soothe his excitement before recounting his experiences in the ruins in vivid detail, animatedly sharing every moment with his family. Sister Yang Xiao listened with rapt attention, her focus unwavering, occasionally gasping in awe. Brother, you are incredible, truly our pride, the glory of our family. Yangyu smiled, a hint of humility and bashfulness gracing his features. Then carefully, as if handling a precious treasure, he produced the tome and artifact he had acquired from the ruins. This is what I endured great hardships and dangers to obtain in the ruins. It may aid in our family's growth, leading us to prosperity and success, Yangyu stated, his eyes shimmering with hope and anticipation. Grandfather Yangda, leaning on his cane, approached with unsteady steps, meticulously examining the tome and artifact. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. These are remarkable finds, Yuer. You have rendered great service to the family. You are undoubtedly a deserving hero." At that moment, Uncle Yang Yi and third Uncle Yang Quan arrived in haste, eager to hear of the news. "Yang Yu, we hear you have returned with treasures," Uncle Yang Yi inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Yang Yu nodded solemnly, presenting the items for their inspection. Uncle Yang Yi pondered for a moment, his expression grave, as he spoke earnestly. "Yang Yu, you now bear a rare opportunity. The future of our family may rest upon your shoulders. However, you must proceed with caution, never underestimate your foes, and avoid inciting jealousy and covetousness from other powers, lest you invite unnecessary troubles upon yourself." Yang Yu replied earnestly, "Uncle, I understand the stakes. I will act prudently, advancing step by step, ensuring not to disappoint everyone's expectations, and I will exert my utmost efforts." Third Uncle Yang Quan continued, "We can fully utilize these invaluable resources, making the most of what we have and cultivating the talents of the younger generation within our family, allowing them to achieve success and bring honor to our ancestors." The crowd nodded in agreement, fervently discussing the family development plan, the atmosphere vibrant and filled with hope, akin to a blazing bonfire. Radiant and vigorous in Yang Yu's heart, a plan began to form. He would harness the miraculous powers of the enhancement system, racing against time to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible, while also dedicating himself to assist his siblings in the family, fostering mutual growth and progress, united in their endeavors. As night descended, the world fell into a profound silence, enveloped in tranquility. Alone in his room, Yang Yu, by the flickering light of a wavering candle, focused intently on studying the enigmatic and profound manual. This tome seemed to contain incredibly potent and earth-shattering techniques. Should he master them, his strength would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights, rendering him invincible. Filled with anticipation, Yang Yu envisioned his future self as a formidable presence, commanding respect and authority as he traversed the world. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone refinement, strength, 130. 000 pounds, speed, 650 meters second, talent, ordinary genius techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, starry technique, major completion, martial skills, gale punch, great perfection. Chapter 30. Undercurrents. Yang Yu devoted himself wholeheartedly to the family, generously imparting the techniques and training insights he acquired from the ruins. The younger generation within the family, fueled by fervent enthusiasm and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, eagerly immersed themselves in training. Resembling a flock of hungry chicks, clamoring for growth and strength, yearning to make their mark on the path of martial arts. Cousin Yang Sheng encountered a bottleneck during his training, his anxiety palpable, akin to an ant on a hot stove, and he hurriedly sought Yang Yu's counsel. "Brother Yu, I've exhausted all my efforts and pondered deeply, yet I still cannot grasp the essence of this move. What should I do? I feel trapped in a dark, narrow dead end, unable to find my way out. It's driving me mad." Yang Yu patiently and meticulously explained and demonstrated. "Cousin, observe here. You must concentrate your inner strength at this point. Then apply it precisely and accurately without deviation." Following Yang Yu's guidance, Yang Sheng attempted once more and indeed made significant progress. Overjoyed, he danced with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, thanks to your attentive and thorough guidance. Without you, I would have remained stuck indefinitely, utterly clueless, like a headless fly." Younger cousin Yang Ming, not one to lag behind, diligently pursued his training day and night, tirelessly like an unflagging machine, frequently consulting Yang Yu with a myriad of intriguing, diverse questions. However, the tranquility of Yang family village did not last long. One day, a mysterious and elusive visitor, akin to a specter, silently arrived in the village. Cloaked in black robes, he concealed himself thoroughly, as if to hide in an endless abyss of darkness. His features obscured by shadows, making him difficult to discern, as if shrouded in an enigmatic veil. He approached the family patriarch, Yang Da, handed him a letter, and then hurriedly departed, as if fleeing from some malevolent force. Unwilling to linger even a moment longer, upon opening the letter, Yang Da's expression turned grave, as if overshadowed by a thick, ominous cloud, heavy enough to crush all in its wake. Noticing his grandfather's distress, Yang Yu rushed over, his heart racing with anxiety. "Grandfather, what has transpired? Your face is so somber." It has me on edge. Yang sighed heavily, worry etched on his face, appearing suddenly aged at Yuer. Our Yang family may be facing grave trouble. This letter is from a powerful local force, demanding that we surrender half of our land and resources within a month, or they will strike us mercilessly, showing no compassion. Yang Yu's brow furrowed in anger. His eyes ablaze, seemingly ready to unleash a torrent of fire. This is utterly intolerable, grandfather. We cannot simply yield and be at their mercy. We must have dignity and fortitude. Yangda's face was lined with concern, his hair seemingly graying with worry. Their power is formidable. It is said they have experts of the blood exchange realm among them. We must not act rashly, or the consequences could be dire. Clenching his fists, knuckles white with resolve, Yang Yu declared, Grandfather, we cannot remain passive and surrender. I will devise a strategy to confront this threat. I will not let our family fall into peril, I swear. If I fail, let heaven strike me down. The rest of the family soon learned of this shocking news, plunging into panic and anxiety, as if the end of the world were nigh. Aunt Yangying, her face clouded with worry, lamented, What shall we do? Must we truly relinquish the foundation of our family, letting our years of hard work vanish into nothingness? I refuse to accept this fate. Third Uncle Yang Quan, filled with righteous fury, exclaimed, Let us fight back. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. I refuse to believe that our Yang family will be cowed. Uncle Yang Yi, however, maintained a more composed demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, his expression grave, he advised, Let us not act impulsively. Rashness will only exacerbate the situation. We must deliberate carefully and act with strategy, lest we create chaos among ourselves. Yang Yu sat alone in his room, contemplating countermeasures, vowing silently, No matter the cost, even if it means sacrificing everything, I shall protect my family and ensure they suffer no harm. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host? This is an excellent opportunity to enhance your strength and elevate your family's status. If you commit fully and strive tirelessly, you will surely lead your family through this crisis to a glorious future. Determined, Yang Yu intensified his training, neglecting sleep and food, tirelessly racing against time, preparing for the impending crisis, vigilant and ready, unwilling to allow any hint of complacency. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone refinement, strength, 150. 000 pounds, speed, 700 meters second, talent, ordinary genius techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, starry technique, major completion, martial skills, gale punch, great perfection, chapter 31. The approaching crisis. Yang Yu fully understood the urgency of the crisis facing his family. Time was of the essence, and the situation had reached a critical point. He trained relentlessly day and night, tirelessly striving to maximize his strength within the limited time available, refusing to allow even the slightest lapse in diligence. One night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Yang Yu focused intently in the courtyard, practicing the starry technique, his inner strength surging through his meridians like an unstoppable torrent, tumultuous and relentless. Beads of sweat, glistening like pearls, dotted his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute, burning brightly like an unquenchable torch, radiating brilliance and light. I must break through to the late stage of bone refinement to better confront our enemies and safeguard the peace and honor of our family. Yang Yu thought, his unwavering conviction as solid as steel, unyielding and indomitable. At that moment, his sister Yang Xiao approached quietly, cautiously, holding a warm and comforting cloak. Brother, take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount, she said, her voice filled with deep concern, gentle as a spring breeze, warming the heart. Yang Yu paused his training, accepting the cloak with a smile. Sister, I'm fine. Our family is facing an immense and urgent crisis. I must grow stronger as soon as possible to protect everyone, safeguard our home, and shield our loved ones. Yang Xiao let out a soft sigh, a sound imbued with boundless helplessness and profound heartache. Yuer, you have already exerted yourself to the utmost. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall steadfastly and unwaveringly support you, forever standing behind you as your strongest pillar, shielding you from the storms of life. Yang Yu nodded, his gaze brimming with genuine gratitude, and then, without hesitation, resolutely immersed himself once more in his cultivation, wholly focused and undistracted, as though the entire world had faded away. leaving only him and his practice. Through Yangyu's relentless perseverance, the enhancement system finally manifested its astonishing and miraculous effects. He felt an overwhelming, surging force within him, a torrent of power that threatened to burst through his meridians as if they might shatter under its might. A breakthrough was imminent. Yangyu's heart surged with joy, an uncontrollable excitement akin to a volcanic eruption, as he carefully and meticulously guided this formidable energy, leaving no room for negligence or oversight. Boom! The air around Yangyu trembled violently, akin to a tempest howling, waves crashing against the shore, and mountains crumbling. He successfully advanced to the late stage of bone refinement, radiant and resplendent, a brilliant spectacle. Fantastic! Yangyu exclaimed, his voice filled with elation and pride, soaring like a thunderclap, echoing across the heavens. Simultaneously, the other members of the family were consumed with anxiety over the impending brutal battle, preparing with utmost seriousness as if facing a formidable adversary. Uncle Yang organized the younger generation to undergo rigorous training in martial arts, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Everyone, focus your spirits. We cannot allow the enemy to succeed easily, nor can we bring shame upon our family. Nor let our honor be tarnished, nor our dignity trampled upon." Cousin Yang Sheng swung his sword, drenched in sweat as if caught in a torrential downpour, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination. A fearless spirit ready to sacrifice everything. Let us strive together for the honor and dignity of our family, even if it means shedding the last drop of blood or fighting until the final moment. We shall never retreat. Third Uncle Yang Quan busily prepared various defensive fortifications, working tirelessly like a spinning top, unceasing and tireless, leaving no moment to waste. Grandmother Zhang Qin and Mother Wang Ning diligently prepared an abundance of nutritious and delicious food, as well as rare and potent herbs, their hands never ceasing in their labor, as if machines that knew no fatigue. Aunt Yang impatiently comforted the young children, her gentle words soothing their trembling, fragile hearts like a spring breeze. Yangyu approached Grandfather Yangda and said, "Grandfather, I have broken through to the late stage of bone refinement. This time, we will surely overcome the crisis, defeat the enemy, and safeguard our family's peace and future." Yangda looked at Yangyu with pride and trust in his eyes. You are the hope and future of our family, the pillar that supports us. But do exercise caution. Do not act recklessly. Every action must be well considered, and think twice before you proceed. Yangyu solemnly nodded, his expression grave and resolute, like an unyielding mountain. Just then, a scout rushed in, breathless and pale, exclaiming, "It is bad, Chief. The enemy has set up camp just 10 miles outside the village and is likely to launch a fierce attack tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the family members grew tense, as if the very air had solidified into ice, making it difficult to breathe, as if their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Yangyu clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, and declared, "Fear not. Everyone, we are well prepared to meet the battle. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to us, to our united, indomitable family." Yangyu's attributes panel. Host. Yangyu age, 16 realm, late stage of bone refinement, strength 180. 000 gene, speed 750 ms, qualification. Ordinary genius cultivation method. Profound level technique, great perfection. Starry sky formula, major achievement, martial arts. Wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 32. A blood-soaked battle the following morning. As the faint light of dawn broke, the soft rays struggled to penetrate the clouds, seeking to illuminate the land. However, at this moment, Yang Family Village was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The enemy's army loomed like a surging storm cloud, their numbers so vast that they seemed to threaten to engulf the entire village. Yangyu stood tall at the village entrance, his resolute gaze fixed upon the dark mass of foes before him. Devoid of fear, instead ignited by an unquenchable fighting spirit, he clenched his fists tightly, his body leaning slightly forward, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. "Yangyu, surrender obediently, and we might spare your family," the arrogant commander of the enemy shouted, his voice brimming with disdain and threat. He sat astride a magnificent steed, clad in heavy armor, with a long saber gleaming coldly in the morning light. Yangyu scoffed, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "To make us surrender is but a dream. You bandits shall never force us into submission." His voice rang clear and resolute. echoing across the silent battlefield. Filled with determination and defiance, the two sides ceased their banter, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Yangyu charged into the enemy ranks like a descending tiger, unhesitatingly unleashing his wind-breaking fist. The wind howled with each punch, each strike imbued with tremendous force, as if capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. His figure darted through the enemy lines like a bolt of lightning. Leaving fallen foes in his wake, One enemy swung a gleaming blade at Yangyu, the deadly weapon slicing through the air with a menacing rush towards his head. Yangyu deftly sidestepped, his movements as agile as a cat, easily evading the lethal blow. In response, he retaliated with a punch of thunderous might, striking the assailant's chest, shattering ribs and sending forth a spray of blood, leading to the adversary's immediate demise. "Kill!" Yangyu roared, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. His eyes blazed with fury as he pressed forward, his momentum unstoppable. Cousin Yangshang was equally undeterred, wielding his sword with a ferocity akin to the wind, engaging in a fierce life-and-death struggle against the enemy. Each swing of his blade radiated with a resolute force, as though he aimed to vanquish every foe in sight. "Shanggu, be careful," Yangyu shouted. Noticing an enemy attempting to ambush Yangshang from behind, in a flash, he darted toward him, his speed akin to a gale. He arrived just in time to deliver a swift kick that sent the ambusher flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Yud, thank you," Yangshang called out, his voice filled with gratitude and fighting spirit. Blood stained his face, yet his gaze remained resolute as he continued to wield his sword against the enemy. Third Uncle Yang Quan, armed with a spear, surged through the fray, each thrust sending enemies sprawling, akin to leaves swept away by autumn winds. His spear danced like a silver dragon, each strike sprouting a bloom of blood. Uncle Yang maintained a calm demeanor, orchestrating the family members to form an unassailable defensive formation against the relentless waves of enemy attacks. His eyes were steadfast, his voice steady, continually adjusting the positions and tactics of the clan, ensuring the village's defenses were as solid as a fortress. Among Yangyu's adversaries was a master at the initial stage of blood transformation, his gaze cold and contemptuous as he fixed his eyes on Yangyu. Viewing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect, an aura of immense power emanated from him, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. "Brat, prepare to die," he bellowed, unleashing a technique known as blood evil palm. His palms turning crimson, exuding a nauseating stench of blood as they surged towards Yangyu. The air seemed to ignite in his wake, crackling ominously. Yangyu felt an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate him. Yet he stood resolute, clenching his jaw, channeling the starry sky formula as his inner strength surged into his fists. His eyes locked onto the enemy's palm, filled with unwavering determination and defiance. Bang! The two forces collided, producing a deafening sound that reverberated across the battlefield. The surrounding warriors staggered back, unsteady on their feet, as dust swirled into a massive cloud. Yangyu felt a tremendous force threatening to shatter his arm, but he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, desperately resisting the onslaught. His feet sank deep into the ground, his body trembling slightly, yet he remained unyielding. "Humph, a mere bone refinement realm dares to contend with me." The opponent's face twisted into a snarl as he intensified his inner strength, attempting to overwhelm Yangyu in one decisive blow, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as if victory were already assured. Yangyu thought to himself, "I cannot allow this stalemate to continue. I must find his weakness if I am to seize victory." His mind raced with thoughts, and his eyes keenly observed every move of his opponent. At that moment, Yangyu astutely discerned a slight vulnerability in his adversary's stance. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the opponent's knee, swift as a tempest. The force behind that strike was a culmination of his entire being, its speed rivaling that of lightning. The skilled fighter winced in pain, his technique momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu delivered a punch with the ferocity of a landslide, crashing into the opponent's chest. This strike was imbued with all his fury and strength, as if he intended to utterly obliterate his foe. With a cough, the expert spat blood, his body retreating like a kite severed from its string. His complexion ashen, his eyes brimmed with shock and resentment. He had never anticipated being bested by a mere boy of the bone-forging realm. "Impossible!" he exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice, filled with despair and dread as he gazed at Yangyu. Yangyu pressed his advantage, launching into a relentless barrage of attacks akin to a torrential storm. His fists fell upon the opponent like raindrops, each strike infused with boundless wrath and might. After an exhilarating battle that stirred the blood, the clansmen of Yang family village gradually gained the upper hand, their morale soaring. Their cheers echoed through the heavens, as if they sought to rend the very sky. "Everyone, rally! Drive the enemy out!" Yangyu shouted, his voice resonating with encouragement and strength. He weaved through the battlefield, continually inspiring his kin. Ultimately, the enemy could not withstand the fierce counterattack from the clansmen of Yang family village. Retreating in disarray, their silhouettes appeared small and frantic in the morning light as Yangyu gazed at the blood-soaked ground and the weary yet resolute expressions of his kin. His heart swelled with myriad emotions. He understood that this was merely a victory. Greater challenges awaited them in the future. Yangyu's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age, 16 realm. Late bone forging, strength, 200,000 gene. Speed, 800 ms. Talent, ordinary genius cultivation method. Mystic level technique, great perfection. Star technique, major achievement, martial skill. Wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 33. Enemies in the shadows. After driving back the enemy, Yang family village entered a brief and precious period of tranquility. However, the scars of war were starkly evident. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere lingered in the village. Yangyu and his clansmen hurriedly began to clear the battlefield, tending to those injured in the fray. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and blood stained the earth, while broken weapons and banners lay scattered about. Yangyu, suppressing his sorrow, directed his kin in their meticulous efforts. Yangyu's father, Yangjun, surveyed the devastated village, worry etched across his face. Although we have fortuitously repelled the enemy this time, they will undoubtedly return with a vengeance," he said, his eyes filled with concern. He understood the enemy's strength and cruelty. This victory was merely a temporary respite. Wiping the blood from his face, Yangyu responded with unwavering determination, "Father, we cannot remain idle. We must prepare thoroughly and comprehensively for what lies ahead." His gaze burned with an indomitable fire, and his clenched fists betrayed his resolve. His mother, Wang Ning, cautiously bandaging the wounds of the injured, expressed her anxiety. "Please be careful. Do not overexert yourself. I worry for your safety." Her eyes were filled with concern, and her hands trembled slightly, fearing she might inadvertently hurt the wounded. Yangyu approached his mother, gently reassuring her, "Mother, do not worry. I will protect myself and our family, and I will not let you down." He held her hand tenderly, offering warmth and solace. His sister, Yang Xiao, distributing food and water, looked anxious as she said, "Brother, what should we do next? We cannot continue living in fear." Her face reflected fatigue and unease, and her eyes conveyed her uncertainty about the future. After a moment of contemplation, Yangyu spoke with conviction, "We must fortify our defenses, making the village impregnable, while also enhancing the strength of our kin, ensuring everyone possesses the means for self-defense." His voice was steady and powerful, as if instilling hope into the hearts of those around him. At that moment, their grandfather, Yangjia, approached with unsteady steps, the passage of time etched into his deeply lined face. "You is correct. We cannot afford to be complacent, for even the slightest oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. This battle has made us acutely aware of our shortcomings, and we must address them swiftly," Yangjia stated, his words laden with concern and hope for the family's future. Uncle Yang nodded in agreement, his expression grave. "I suggest organizing the younger generation for more rigorous and challenging training, enabling them to mature rapidly," he proposed, fully aware that the youth represented the family's future. Third Uncle Yang Quan added, "I will gather more weapons and supplies for unforeseen circumstances." His demeanor was resolute, determined to contribute to the family's defenses. Yangyu concluded, "Very well. Let each of us fulfill our roles and work together. I will also continue to train diligently, striving to break through to the blood exchange realm as soon as possible to enhance my own strength." His words were imbued with an inspiring force, igniting hope among the clansmen. In the days that followed, Yang family village bustled with activity. Yangyu immersed himself in relentless training, the enhancement system consistently providing him with formidable support. He began his practice with the first light of dawn, sweat soaking his garments, yet his movements remained steadfast and vigorous. At night, beneath a sky speckled with stars, he meditated in the moonlight, delving into the mysteries of his cultivation methods. One day, while fully engrossed in his training, his cousin Yangming rushed over in a fluster. "Brother Yu, something's wrong. Someone in the village has been injured again. Seems like spies sent by our previous enemies." He gasped, his face a mask of terror and urgency. Yang Yu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He followed Yangming hurriedly to the injured individual. The victim lay on the ground, their complexion pale, breathing faintly, with a strange black discoloration around the wound. "This is a vile and treacherous poison. An insidious palm strike," Yang Yu assessed after examining the injury. His eyes blazed with anger and concern. He had never encountered such a toxin, and the difficulty of antidoting it was evident. Aunt Yangying, visibly distressed, implored, "Yuer, can it be cured? You must save him." Her voice trembled with fear, her hands gripping Yang Yu's arm as if clinging to a lifeline. "I will do my best, Aunt," Yang Yu replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself before applying his medical knowledge and inner strength to attempt the antidote. Fully focused, Yang Yu meticulously directed his inner energy, cautiously extracting the poison from the injured person's body. Time passed agonizingly slowly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his hands remained steady and resolute. After an arduous struggle, he finally succeeded in neutralizing the toxin. "You have saved him, Yuer, thank you," Yangying exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down her face, filled with admiration and respect for him. Yang Yu replied, "This is merely a temporary reprieve. Danger may descend upon us at any moment. We must strengthen ourselves swiftly to ensure our family's safety." His voice resonated with urgency and a sense of responsibility. That night, Yang Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, contemplating the path ahead. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the resoluteness in his features. "I must ensure our family grows strong, no longer subject to bullying or fear," Yang Yu silently vowed, his eyes alight with determination. He understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet he was prepared to face them all. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 realm, late bone forging, strength, 220,000 gene, speed, 850 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, mystic level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 34. An unexpected turn of events. After a period of recuperation, Yang family village gradually regained its former vitality. The crops in the fields blossomed with fresh greenery, their vibrant leaves swaying gently in the breeze, as if narrating tales of resilience and tenacity. The village children resumed their playful antics, their laughter ringing like silver bells, adding a lively and joyful note to the serene village. The faces of the villagers reflected newfound ease and tranquility, their brows unfurrowed and lips slightly upturned, indicative of improving circumstances. Yet, Yang Yu remained diligent in his practice, refusing to succumb to complacency, fully aware that peril could strike at any moment. On this particular day, Yang Yu was honing his martial skills in the courtyard, each move executed with vigor and determination. The sunlight bathed him in a golden glow, sweat trickling down his resolute face, sparkling like jewels in the light, a testament to his unwavering effort. The sword in his hand danced like a dragon, slicing through the air with a whoosh, creating a dazzling display that dazzled the eyes. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the village entrance, shattering the tranquility. The sound reverberated through the air, imbued with a sense of urgency and curiosity. "Hurry and take a look, it seems a stranger has arrived." The melodious voice of my cousin, Yang Shui, rang out, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring, delightful to the ears. Yang Yu set aside the sword in his hand, its blade glistening with a cold radiance under the sun, akin to a fierce flash of lightning. He wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and strode purposefully towards the village entrance. His steps firm and powerful, stirring a gentle breeze. At the village entrance stood two figures, one old and one young. The elder, clad in a gray robe that bore signs of age yet remained clean and tidy, exuded an air of unblemished dignity. His gaze was profound, as though he could perceive the essence of all things, his eyes reflecting boundless wisdom and experience. The wrinkles etched upon his face narrated tales of time's passage, each line a testament to his life's journey. The younger figure was a strikingly beautiful girl, her large, bright eyes sparkling with curiosity and vitality, as if she were filled with an insatiable desire to explore the world. Her long, raven-black hair was braided into two playful pigtails that danced upon her chest, complementing her charming innocence. Dressed in a light green dress, she resembled a delicate flower of spring, fresh and captivating. Yangjia stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, and inquired, "May I ask what brings you both here?" His voice was steady and polite, resonating like the chime of an ancient bell in the still air. He scrutinized the elder and the girl, his heart brimming with curiosity as he sought clues from their demeanor and appearance. The elder smiled faintly, a warmth emanating from him that felt like the gentle sun of spring, instilling a profound sense of comfort. "I have heard of the valor displayed by Yang family village in resisting outside threats, and I came to pay my respects." His voice was deep and magnetic, possessing an enchanting quality that seemed to dissolve all worries in its wake. Yangjia observed the pair with caution, his gaze sharp, missing no detail as if he sought to penetrate their very souls. The elder's subtle aura hinted at an extraordinary depth, akin to an undercurrent in a deep pool, concealing formidable strength. The girl's lively eyes seemed to harbor secrets that eluded his grasp. The elder appeared to discern Yangyi's apprehension and said, "There is no need for alarm, my young friend. I harbor no ill intentions. I am Mo-yun, and this is my granddaughter, Mo-li." His gaze shifted to Yangyi, a glimmer of appreciation evident within, as if he found satisfaction in the youth's vigilance and perceptiveness. Yangjun interjected, "Ah, so it is you. Esteemed Mo, please, do enter the village." He gestured graciously, leading the duo inside. Upon reaching the grand hall of the Yang family, the guests and hosts took their seats. The hall was modestly furnished yet immaculate, not a speck of dust to be found. On the walls hung a few calligraphies and paintings, their strokes vibrant and dynamic, infusing the atmosphere with cultural richness and evoking the profound heritage of the Yang family. Mo-yun began. "I have roamed the martial world for many years, witnessing the relentless survival of the fittest. It is indeed rare to see such courage as exhibited by Yang family village." His gaze swept across everyone present, filled with nostalgia, as if he were reminiscing about his own past experiences. Yangjia replied, "You flatter us, esteemed elder. We fight merely for survival." A bittersweet smile graced his lips, tinged with helplessness and sorrow as he recalled the harrowing battles with foes, memories of bloodshed still vivid in his mind. Mo-li, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, turned to Yangjia and said, "My grandfather has spoken highly of your prowess." Her voice was bright and melodious, reminiscent of a yellow oriole, uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. Yangjia, with a modest smile, responded, "It is merely luck, nothing more." As their eyes met, a fleeting sense of fluster washed over him, prompting him to avert his gaze, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Mo-yun suddenly interjected, "To be frank, we have come with a proposal for cooperation." His expression grew serious, his eyes radiating determination, as if this decision had been made after careful deliberation. Everyone was taken aback, and Yangjia inquired, "What kind of cooperation do you speak of, esteemed elder?" His brow furrowed slightly, suspicion evident in his eyes. Mo-yun continued, "I am aware of a secret realm that may harbor treasures and techniques capable of enhancing one's abilities. Albeit fraught with peril, I wish to explore it alongside the Yang family." His voice was low and powerful, as if revealing a significant secret that quickened their heartbeats. Yangjia pondered for a moment before stating, "Esteemed elder, this matter requires careful consideration." His gaze shifted to the others, seeking their opinions, his expression cautious. Mo-yun nodded. "Of course, take your time to deliberate." He lifted his teacup, sipping gently, his movements graceful, as if savoring the very essence of life. That evening, the Yang family convened for a discussion. The dim light of the room cast shadows upon their solemn faces, their expressions shifting between hope and trepidation. "Could this be a trap?" Yang Quan voiced, his tone laced with concern as he rubbed his hands together, attempting to assuage his inner unease. "But if it is genuine, it presents a rare opportunity," Yang Xiao countered, her eyes glinting with anticipation. For strengthening their capabilities was of utmost importance to the Yang family, the hopeful light in her gaze shining vividly in the dim room. "I believe we should at least try." but we must prepare thoroughly," Yangyu asserted, his expression resolute, as thoughts of a preliminary plan began to form in his mind, conveying an unyielding confidence to the others. The discussion continued, opinions exchanged fervently, and ultimately, the Yang family decided to collaborate with Mo Yun. Before their departure, Yang Yu's mother, Wang Ning, grasped his hand tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern as she cautioned, "You do take care." Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, catching the soft light in the room. Yang Yu nodded, "Mother, you need not worry." His gaze was imbued with confidence and resolve, as if assuring her that all would be well. With his kin by his side, Yang Yu set forth alongside the Mo grandfather and granddaughter towards the secret realm. Their silhouettes gradually receded into the morning light, filled with both uncertainty and hope, each determined step proclaiming to the world that they feared nothing. Yang Yu's attributes panel. Host. Yang Yu age. 16 years realm. Late stage bone refinement. Strength. 250. 000 gene. Speed. 900 ms. Talent. Ordinary genius techniques. Profound level technique. Great perfection. Star ascension technique. Major achievement. Martial skills. Wind-breaking fist. Great perfection. Chapter 35. Perils abound under the guidance of Mo Yun. Yang Yu and his companions traversed tirelessly for several days, finally arriving at the location of the secret realm. It was an ancient ruin hidden deep within a tranquil mountain, surrounded by towering peaks that embraced one another. With trees reaching skyward, their lush branches intertwining, a thick shroud of mysterious mist enveloped the entire site, casting an air of oppressive awe upon all who beheld it. "Everyone, be cautious. This secret realm is fraught with unknown dangers," Mo Yun warned gravely, his demeanor serious. His voice echoed in the silent forest, heightening the tension, as if the very air had thickened. Yang Yu nodded, gripping his sword tightly, feeling as if it had become an extension of himself. His gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. His heartbeat quickened, a rapid drumbeat within him, yet the steadfast courage in his heart spurred him forward without a hint of retreat. The group advanced carefully, as if treading on thin ice, the ground beneath them slick with moss and sharp stones. Each step required utmost caution, as a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. The damp, decaying scent in the air was so intense that breathing became a struggle, as if an invisible hand were constricting their throats. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "Ah!" Yang Shui cried out in terror. The sound was jarring in the quiet of the secret realm, instantly tightening everyone's nerves, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. They rushed towards her, only to witness a colossal python erupting from the nearby underbrush. Its girth was akin to that of a barrel, its massive form instilling dread. The scales glimmered coldly in the dim light, while its gaping maw, red and gory, lunged ferociously towards them, exhaling a nauseating stench that churned their stomachs. "It's a blood-exchanging beast?" Mo Yun's expression shifted, a shadow of seriousness crossing his eyes, as if dark clouds had gathered. Yang Yu, undeterred, stepped forward, unleashing the wind-breaking fist against the serpent. His form darted like a streak of lightning. Charging boldly into the fray, bang! His fist collided with the python's body, producing a resounding thud, reminiscent of thunderclaps echoing in the air. The force of Yang Yu's strike pushed the serpent back a few paces, but its formidable strength and resilience soon propelled it forward once more. Its speed and ferocity intensified, like a tempest unleashed. Yang Shang and Yang Quan joined the fray, each unleashing their signature martial techniques. Yang Shang's swordsmanship was as fierce as the wind, with shimmering sword shadows that carried the force of a gale, howling with authority. Yang Quan's spear resembled a dragon, its tip glinting coldly as it aimed directly at the serpent's vital points. The spear's momentum formidable and unyielding, Mo Yun, observing the situation with piercing eyes, remained calm and collected, his gaze sharp and unwavering, meticulously directing the actions of his companions. "Yang Yu, strike at its 7 inches. Mo Yun called out, his voice steady and powerful, akin to a stabilizing anchor, instilling a flicker of confidence among the group. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's form flickered, evading the serpent's assault like a specter. His movements were agile and fluid, weaving effortlessly between the serpent's strikes, akin to fish frolicking in water. Seizing the opportune moment, he delivered a punch imbued with overwhelming force towards the serpent's vulnerable spot. His fist, charged with immense internal energy, seemed poised to tear through the very air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The serpent, in agony, let out an enraged roar, a sound deafening enough to resonate like the collapse of mountains, sending shivers down one's spine and threatening to dislodge the very soul. It lashed out with its tail, a whirlwind of fury that swept through the surrounding trees, snapping them as if they were mere twigs. The fallen trees crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. "Everyone, scatter!" Yangyu shouted, his voice laced with urgency and concern, fearing that someone might be struck by the serpent's tail. His tone suffused with care for his comrades. The group quickly dispersed, evading the serpent's onslaught, their figures darting through the forest with the agility of nimble monkeys, taking advantage of the serpent's distraction. Yangyu launched another assault. He channeled his internal energy into his sword, which gleamed with a dazzling radiance, reminiscent of a blazing sun. He executed a series of fierce sword techniques, the strikes swift and overwhelming, captivating the eyes of onlookers. Swish, 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 the sword light flashed, leaving deep gashes upon the serpent's body, wounds that were shocking to behold. Blood gushed from the lacerations like a surging spring, staining the ground and transforming it into a gruesome mire. At last, the serpent could withstand no more and collapsed to the ground, emitting a final, despairing wail, a sound filled with hopelessness and unwillingness. Its body convulsed slightly, gradually losing vitality, akin to extinguished flame. "Finally, it's over," Yangyu breathed a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead like glistening pearls, and his breath came in quick gasps, as if he had just run a marathon, yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. That joy shining like brilliant stars, the group pressed on, encountering various traps and formidable beasts along the way. Each challenge left them trembling with fear, as if teetering on the brink of death. Nevertheless, they supported one another, facing every trial together, unwavering in their camaraderie. In a narrow passageway, countless sharp arrows suddenly shot forth. The arrows flew with blinding speed, accompanied by a piercing sound, reminiscent of a swarm of deadly hornets. "Be careful," Yangyi warned loudly, his voice tinged with tension and concern, as if his heart were lodged in his throat. Yangyu reacted swiftly, wielding his sword to deflect the arrows. His sword became an impenetrable shield, blocking every arrow with precision, leaving no openings. "This secret realm is fraught with danger," Yang Ming remarked, his face pale and devoid of color, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as his body trembled slightly. Yang Xiao comforted him, saying, "Do not fear. We will remain vigilant." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like a spring breeze, offering Yang Ming a measure of solace and gradually calming his nerves. After a considerable struggle, they arrived at the entrance of a massive stone chamber. The door was tightly shut, adorned with mysterious runes and patterns, as if concealing endless secrets. "This must be the place where treasures and techniques are stored," Mo Yun declared, his voice tinged with anticipation and excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Yang Yu's attributes panel displayed: Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, late stage bone forging, strength 280,000 gene, speed 950 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, great accomplishment, martial skill, gale-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 36. The Trial of the Stone Chamber. Standing before the Stone Chamber, the group was filled with a mix of anticipation and tension, their eagerness blazing like a consuming fire, while their anxiety resembled a taut string, ready to snap. Yang Yu inhaled deeply and slowly pushed open the heavy stone door. The door groaned under his effort, emitting a deep, resonant sound, as if narrating the passage of time and countless untold stories. As the door swung open, an ancient and mysterious aura surged forth like a tidal wave. This essence, intertwined with the weight of time and an unknown mystical power, jolted the hearts of the group, as if their very souls were profoundly stirred. Cautiously, they entered the stone chamber, where they beheld several stone cabinets intricately carved with strange and complex patterns, akin to ancient incantations whispering forgotten legends. The walls were adorned with peculiar characters that twinkled with a faint, enigmatic glow, evoking an inexplicable sense of reverence, as if standing before the divine. "Be cautious. There may be traps here," Yang Yu warned, his voice echoing through the silent chamber, sounding particularly clear and resonant, akin to a warning bell ringing in their ears. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a colossal beast were thrashing beneath the surface, striving to break free into the world. The stone cabinets shifted slowly, emitting a heavy grinding sound that was both jarring and disquieting. As a stone platform gradually rose from the center, a shimmering silhouette emerged atop the platform, a phantasmal figure gradually materializing. This apparition flickered in and out of visibility, like a mirage from a distant and mysterious realm. Welcome, brave warriors, to this place. To obtain the treasures and techniques here, you must first pass my trial, the ethereal figure proclaimed, its voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance, as if transcending the bounds of time from ancient epochs. Yangjia stepped forward cautiously, his demeanor respectful as he inquired, "What is the nature of this trial?" His face bore a mixture of caution and eagerness, his gaze filled with a quest for knowledge. The phantom figure smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to harbor profound implications, eluding comprehension. "The trial is simple. Only one among you may claim the treasures and techniques, while the others must forfeit and endure a year of sealed powers." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief and unease, as if frozen in a moment of turmoil and inner conflict. "This is impossible. We entered together. How can only one of us emerge victorious?" Yangjia exclaimed, his voice charged with anger and confusion, akin to a blazing inferno, with the weight of his bewilderment resembling a thick fog. "This trial is utterly unfair." Yangjia concurred, his brows furrowed tightly. Akin to a knotted rope, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction, a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yangjia remained silent, his mind racing with potential solutions. He scanned the faces of his companions, witnessing their anxiety and helplessness. An image of ants scurrying on a hot stove, trapped like beasts in a cage. Oli turned her gaze to Yangjia, concern etched in her eyes as she asked, "Brother Yangjia, what do you intend to do?" Her voice was soft and laced with dependence, as if seeking refuge. Yangjia looked at his companions and said, "Let us not rush. We must devise a plan." His tone was steady and calm, attempting to soothe their restless spirits. At that moment, Yangjia suggested, "Why don't we forfeit? We cannot allow this to jeopardize our family." Her face bore a look of determination and sacrifice, reminiscent of a martyr facing their fate. "But this is a rare opportunity. Acquiring the treasures and techniques could greatly benefit our family's development," Yangjia argued, his eyes flashing with desire and conflict. The longing akin to twinkling stars, while the turmoil resembled entwining threads. Yangjia found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he did not want to disappoint his family, letting their years of effort go to waste. On the other hand, he wished to spare them from punishment, safeguarding the family's future combat prowess. His heart felt torn as if pulled by two formidable forces, a struggle that was agonizing, as if he might be torn asunder. As the debate raged on, the phantom figure interjected, "Time is of the essence. If you cannot reach a decision, all shall lose this opportunity." Its voice was laced with urgency and a hint of threat. Like a sword poised to strike, Yangjia gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes as he declared, "I will accept this trial. The powers of my companions must not be sealed." His words were resolute, leaving no room for dissent, as if they were an unbreakable vow. The group protested in unison, "No, you cannot bear this burden alone," Wangning implored, her voice thick with emotion, her eyes shimmering with concern and reluctance. The ache akin to a blade's cut, the reluctance like flowing water. "I am confident I can pass the trial. For the sake of our family, I am willing to take the risk," Yangjia asserted, his gaze filled with the weight of responsibility and commitment, a burden as heavy as Mount Tai, his resolve akin to steel. The phantom figure laughed heartily, "Very well, since you have made your choice. The trial shall commence." Suddenly, the stone chamber was illuminated with a brilliant radiance, the intense light dazzling like the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Yangjia was swept away by a formidable force into a mysterious realm. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had lost all connection to the outside world, as if he were plummeting into an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Yangyi's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age. 16 realm. Late stage bone refinement. Strength. 300. 000 gene. Speed. 1000 ms. Talent. Ordinary genius cultivation technique. Profound level technique, great perfection. Starry sky art, great achievement, martial skill. Windbreak fist, great perfection. Chapter 37. Battling the inner demon upon being engulfed by the mysterious space. The surroundings shifted in a dreamlike manner. He found himself abruptly situated within an expansive, desolate desert, the merciless sun scorching the earth with unrelenting intensity, as if it could evaporate every drop of moisture in existence within an instant. The sand beneath his feet was searing hot, akin to burning coals, each step sending waves of blistering heat surging through the soles of his shoes, as if attempting to sear his very flesh. The air was thick with suffocating heat waves, distorting his vision to an almost unbearable blur. Where am I? Yangyu thought cautiously, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand, its hilt slick with sweat. Threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment, he advanced cautiously, leaving deep imprints in the soft, yielding sand, only to have them quickly obscured by the shifting dunes. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled past like a roaring beast, stirring up a tempest of sand and dust. The swirling grains, akin to a ferocious golden dragon, obscured the sky, casting the world into a haze of yellow. Amidst the storm, a colossal shadow began to materialize. As Yangyu focused, he was taken aback to see a figure identical to himself, yet its eyes burned with malice and madness. That wicked gaze seemed to pierce through his very soul, sending chills down his spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. "You are my inner demon?" Yangyu uttered coldly. His voice was somewhat faint amidst the raging wind, yet it resonated with unwavering determination. As if he were a mighty boulder standing resilient against the tempest, the inner demon grinned grotesquely, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld. "Indeed, Yangyu, today marks your doom." The voice of the inner demon echoed as if from the depths of hell, imbued with boundless resentment and murderous intent, piercing Yangyu's eardrums like icy daggers. With that, the inner demon launched the first attack, wielding an exceedingly bizarre technique, its form flickering like a specter, elusive and unpredictable. In an instant, it appeared before Yangyu, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric. Yangyu sidestepped nimbly, his movements as agile as a lithe leopard. He retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword aimed at the inner demon, the blade's momentum fierce and unrelenting, akin to a shooting star racing across the night sky. The inner demon effortlessly dodged, renewing its assault. Its speed was blinding, each strike carrying the threat of death, reminiscent of the relentless march of time. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. Yangyu soon realized that the inner demon's prowess was on par with his own, and it anticipated his every move with unnerving precision. Each of Yangyu's techniques was deftly countered, and the mounting pressure felt as if a colossal weight bore down upon his heart. This cannot continue. Yangyu pondered anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and cascading down his cheeks. Disappearing into the scorching sands below, as if consumed by the merciless desert, he began to contemplate a strategy, his gaze sharpening with focus, as if he could perceive everything around him as he danced with the inner demon. Yangyu remained acutely observant, scrutinizing for any weaknesses. His eyes locked onto the demon's every movement, not missing even the slightest twitch of muscle. At last, he discerned a fleeting defensive lapse on the demon's right side during its attacks. However, this opening was ephemeral, requiring exceptional timing to exploit. A single misstep could spell disaster. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu unleashed a devastating strike. He channeled all his inner strength into the sword, which blazed with radiant brilliance. Resembling a blazing sun, the blade shot forth like a flash of lightning towards the inner demon's vulnerable side, cutting through the air with a fierce wind. The inner demon failed to evade in time, the sword piercing its heart, eliciting a chilling scream of anguish. That cry reverberated through the vast, desolate desert, instilling terror and dread. Yet, the inner demon did not succumb. Instead, it became more frenzied and powerful, emanating an aura of darkness so intense that it turned the surrounding sands a deep, inky black. "Yangyu, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Such naivety!" The inner demon roared, its voice brimming with wrath and defiance, as if it aimed to incinerate the very world itself. As he lunged at Yangyu once more, its speed and strength surging to a terrifying new height, as if a malevolent deity had descended. Unyielding, Yangyu engaged the inner demon in an even more brutal and intense clash. His eyes betrayed not a hint of fear, only a steadfast resolve and indomitable will, akin to an eternal flame, forever ablaze. In the desert, the air crackled with the energy of their duel, sword strikes intertwining like a dance of shadows and light. Each blow infused with Yangyu's determination and courage, pressing forward unrelentingly. The winds howled with ferocity, each punch imbued with his profound inner strength, overwhelming as a tidal wave. With each collision, a colossal sandstorm erupted, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. I shall not be defeated by you, Yangyu bellowed, his voice resonating across the heavens, thunderous and deafening. He poured his inner power into the sword once more. Its glow brighter and more resplendent than ever, as if intending to illuminate the darkened desert, banishing all shadows. The inner demon was undeterred, its form shrouded in a swirling black mist, akin to billowing smoke, attempting to engulf Yangyu's light and drag everything into the abyss of darkness. Boom! Their powers collided once more, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The surrounding dunes were instantly flattened, creating a profound pit as if the earth had been rent asunder. The shockwave sent both Yangyu and the inner demon spiraling backward, like kites severed from their strings. Yangyu crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, he rose swiftly, his gaze unwavering, as solid as a mountain. Unyielding, the inner demon, too, was gravely injured, its aura diminished, yet it still struggled to launch another attack, akin to a dying beast making its final stand. This ends now. Yangyu seized the moment, disregarding his injuries as he propelled himself forward once more. He thrust his sword through the inner demon's heart, the blade emerging from its back, drenched in crimson. The inner demon let out one final, despairing roar, its voice laden with hopelessness and regret. Then, it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving Yangyu standing alone in the ravaged desert, solitary and forlorn. The mysterious space began to tremble, as though celebrating Yangyu's triumph. A warm, gentle light appeared before him, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. He understood that he had passed the test. Yangyu's attribute panel: Host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, late-stage bone refinement, strength, 320,000 gene, speed, 1050 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, starry sky art, great achievement, martial skill, wine break fist, great perfection. Chapter 38. Abundant rewards. After vanquishing his inner demon, the brilliant light gradually faded, akin to the dazzling fireworks dimming in the night sky. He found himself back in the stone chamber, the surroundings becoming clearer once more, revealing the ancient, weathered stone walls adorned with enigmatic runes. The ethereal figure reappeared, its form flickering in and out of sight, its visage bearing a subtle hint of approval. Well done, young man. You have passed the trial, the figure spoke, its voice echoing from distant, profound realms, ethereal and timeless, as if traversing the endless river of ages. Yangyu inclined his head slightly, his demeanor respectful and humble, akin to a student before a venerable teacher. Thank you, esteemed elder. His gaze radiated genuine gratitude and deep respect, clear and resolute. With a wave of its hand, the figure conjured forth a brocade box and an ancient tome upon the stone pedestal. The box emanated a mysterious and alluring glow, as if it contained boundless power, like a miniature universe. The tome's cover was aged and rustic, inscribed with the characters 9 Yang divine art, which seemed to shimmer with a life of its own, radiating extraordinary brilliance, as if narrating its remarkable legacy. This brocade box contains a pill that will significantly enhance your martial prowess, while this tome encompasses an immensely powerful technique known as the 9 Yang divine art. I hope you will wield these wisely, illuminating your path in the martial arts with resplendent brilliance. The figure articulated, its gaze deep and benevolent, as though beholding the rise of a future martial star under its watchful eyes, filled with anticipation and blessings. Yangyu accepted the brocade box and tome, his hands trembling slightly, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy and boundless gratitude. This was not merely a priceless gift, but also a weighty and sacred responsibility, laden with earnest expectations. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will not fail your expectations, Yangyu declared solemnly. His voice was resolute and powerful, akin to the resounding toll of a great bell, and his gaze shimmered with an unwavering determination. reminiscent of burning stars. The ethereal figure nodded slightly before gradually dissipating, much like smoke vanishing into the air, leaving no trace behind. Yangyu opened the ornate box, and a rich, fragrant aroma of medicine wafted forth. As if it could penetrate the very depths of his soul, within lay a smooth and lustrous pill, radiating a soft yet brilliant light, resembling the resplendent stars in the night sky, beautiful and enchanting. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill, which melted instantly upon contact, unleashing a powerful and tempestuous force within him, erupting like a volcano. What potent medicinal power! Yangyu gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging like serpentine worms. He felt as though his meridians were being ruthlessly sliced by countless sharp blades, the pain excruciating, as if he were engulfed in the fiery inferno of hell. Yet, he understood that this arduous process was essential for enhancing his strength, and he must exert all his efforts to channel this surging power. Seated cross-legged, Yangyu closed his eyes, focusing his mind and employing the techniques he had learned, endeavoring to guide the ferocious, beast-like energy through his meridians. Each surge felt as though it could tear his soul apart, yet he persevered, akin to a steadfast ship navigating through a tempestuous storm. After enduring a torturous ordeal, Yangyu finally absorbed the entirety of the medicinal force. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them, akin to the dawn's light illuminating the darkness. He sensed a qualitative leap in his strength, his body brimming with an unprecedented power, as if he could shake the very mountains. Yangyu examined his attribute panel. Host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, blood exchange initial stage, strength 500. 000 gene, speed 1500 ms, talent, top-tier genius technique. Profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 young divine art, entry level, martial skill. Wind-breaking fist, great perfection. A surge of joy welled within Yangyu. His excitement akin to surging waves difficult to articulate. He recognized that he had taken a significant step towards leading his family toward greatness, as if he could glimpse a glorious future beckoning him. Having gathered his belongings, Yangyu exited the stone chamber, his steps light and resolute, akin to willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. A confident smile adorned his face, radiating warmth like the sun, illuminating everything around him. Are you all right? Wang Ning inquired with concern. Her eyes brimmed with worry and anticipation, as if they could penetrate Yangyu's soul, finally releasing the weight from her heart upon seeing him unharmed. Yangyu replied with a smile, "Mother, I'm perfectly fine, and I have acquired precious treasures and formidable techniques." His voice resonated with joy and pride, akin to a merry stream, his pride soaring like a towering peak. Upon hearing this, the others rejoiced, their faces blossoming with gratifying smiles, akin to blooming flowers. Their eyes sparkled with hope for the future, as if brilliant stars illuminated their path ahead. "Oh," Yun remarked, "young friend Yangyu, you are indeed extraordinary. This harvest is quite substantial, and it is time for us to return." His tone carried a hint of admiration and approval, flowing like a mighty river, warm like the gentle spring breeze. Yangyu nodded, and the group embarked on their journey home. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing touch, reminiscent of a tender embrace. "Oli, this time, I owe much to you and Senior Mo," Yangyu expressed. His gaze was sincere and warm, filled with gratitude that resembled a profound ocean. Oli blinked, a blush spreading across her cheeks like the evening glow on the horizon. "Yangyu, you flatter me. Your bravery and fearlessness are truly admirable," she replied, her voice as melodious as a babbling brook, enchanting and delightful. Upon returning to Yang family village, Yangyu recounted his legendary experiences in the secret realm in vivid detail to his kin. They gathered together, captivated by his tale, occasionally gasping in awe, their voices echoing like the undulating waves of the sea. "You have made great contributions to the family. We must utilize these precious resources wisely to enhance our strength," Yang proclaimed. His eyes sparkled with beautiful visions and earnest expectations for the family's future, akin to a splendid painting, his anticipation resembling a brilliant lighthouse. "Grandfather, I understand. I will do my utmost to assist everyone in their cultivation," Yangyu asserted, his voice firm and powerful, instilling confidence in his kin, a flame of hope that would never extinguish. Thus, under Yangyu's guidance, Yang family village embarked on a hopeful new journey. They diligently practiced, continually enhancing their strength, striving for the prosperity and development of their family. Akin to soaring eagles, fearless and resolute. In the days to come, Yang family village may face more daunting challenges and obstacles. Yet they firmly believe that as long as they stood united, like a formidable fortress, and pressed forward, like a surging river, they would undoubtedly create an even more brilliant tomorrow, akin to resplendent stars illuminating the entire world. Chapter 39. The craze for cultivation upon Yangyu's return from the secret realm. A fervent wave of cultivation swept through Yang family village. The desire and pursuit of strength burned like a raging fire in the hearts of every clan member, as if they sought to ignite the entire village. Yangyu selflessly shared everything he had gained in the secret realm with his kin, his steadfast and industrious figure frequently appearing in every corner of the village, patiently guiding them and practicing new techniques, much like an indefatigable beacon of light. One morning, sunlight poured down like a golden waterfall onto the training grounds of Yang family village, draping the vibrant land in a sacred and dazzling glow. Yangyu was patiently explaining the essentials of the nine Yang divine art to his cousin Yangsheng, his expression focused and immersed, as if the world contained only him, Yangsheng, and the mysterious yet powerful technique. Cousin, the key to the nine Yang divine art lies in guiding the inner strength to form a nine Yang cycle within the meridians. Each cycle enhances the purity and might of the inner power. Yangyu elucidated. His voice was clear and resonant, echoing like a great bell across the training grounds. His gaze remained fixed on Yangsheng, filled with hope and encouragement, wishing for him to quickly grasp the essence of the technique. Yangsheng furrowed his brow, straining to comprehend, beads of sweat glistening in the sunlight like exquisite pearls. This seems a bit complex. I always feel my inner strength is not circulating smoothly, he confessed. Anxiety and confusion lacing his tone, akin to ants on a hot pan, restlessly agitated. His bewilderment felt like a dense fog, obscuring his direction. His eyes reflected dissatisfaction with himself, as if blaming his own ineptitude. Yangyu chuckled, his smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, warm and soothing, gradually easing Yangsheng's tense demeanor. He placed a hand on Yangsheng's shoulder, a warm and gentle stream of inner power flowing into him. Tender yet resolute. Cousin, follow my inner strength and feel it. Yangyu's voice was like a whisper in the spring breeze, soft and clear, instilling profound peace within Yangsheng's heart. With Yangyu's assistance, Yangsheng finally discovered the key, a radiant smile breaking across his face, akin to brilliant fireworks suddenly bursting forth in the darkness, illuminating his entire world. I understand now. Thank you, Yangsheng exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with gratitude and exhilaration, as if a long-lost traveler in the desert had finally discovered an oasis. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future, akin to brilliant stars illuminating his path ahead. Meanwhile, his younger brother Yang Ming was diligently practicing martial skills, his clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to him like a damp suit of armor. Each punch bore his determination and effort, yet the results were less than satisfactory. His movements appeared somewhat stiff, and his utilization of inner strength lacked finesse. Yang Ming, pay attention to the angle and force of your punches. You must concentrate your inner strength in your fists. Yang Yu advised, approaching to personally demonstrate the correct movements. His motions were fluid and powerful, as if each action contained boundless strength, surging like unstoppable waves. His form was agile and lithe, reminiscent of a swift and graceful leopard. Gasping for breath, Yang Ming lamented, "Brother, I feel like my progress is so slow." His voice was filled with frustration and despondency, akin to heavy clouds pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. His disappointment resembled fallen leaves in late autumn, drifting aimlessly in the wind. He gazed at his fists, his expression clouded with confusion, like a child lost in darkness, unable to find his way forward. Yang Yu encouraged him, "Don't lose heart. As long as you persist, breakthroughs will surely come." He patted Yang Ming's shoulder, imparting strength and confidence. That gentle touch seemed to convey endless power, rekindling the flames of hope in Yang Ming's heart. At that moment, their uncle Yang Quan approached, weariness and helplessness etched on his face, the marks of time more pronounced. The lines on his face seemed like the carvings of time, chronicling his hardships. My old bones find it quite challenging to practice this new technique," Yang Quan sighed, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. resembling the chill of a deep autumn breeze, imbued with a touch of coolness. His gaze was tinged with a hint of self-doubt, as if he had lost faith in the future. Yangyu consoled, "Third uncle, please do not fret. Allow me to explain it to you once more." His voice was infused with patience and affection, akin to the warm sun of winter, enveloping Yang Quan's heart in warmth. The tone carried an unwavering strength, instilling within Yang Quan an immense sense of reassurance. As the days passed, the members of the Yang family, under the meticulous guidance of Yangyu, experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. Their eyes sparkled with newfound confidence and determination, that confidence standing tall like a radiant lighthouse illuminating their path, that resolve resembling an unyielding mountain, steadfast and immovable. Each movement became more adept and vigorous, akin to steel forged through countless trials, exhibiting unparalleled resilience. However, the transformation of Yangjia village attracted the attention of certain nearby factions. One day, a small gang known as the Black Wind Gang dispatched individuals to Yangjia village. It was a fine day, yet the arrival of these uninvited guests cast a tense atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent. "Your Yang family has been thriving lately, hasn't it? Perhaps it is time to pay some protection fees," boomed a burly man, his face adorned with brutish features. His voice was gruff and grating, reminiscent of a battered gong, evoking distaste. His eyes glimmered with greed and tyranny, akin to a famished beast yearning to devour Yangjia village whole. Yangda stepped forward, his gaze resolute and defiant, piercing through the burly man like a sharp sword. "Our Yang family has always been self-sufficient and requires no protection," he declared, his voice steady and powerful, akin to a resounding war drum, undeterred by the man's imposing presence. The burly man scoffed, "Humph, if you refuse our hospitality, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." His eyes turned vicious, as if ready to pounce and tear the villagers apart. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his men to take action. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a boiling point, taut as a string poised to snap. Yangyu stepped forward, his stature unwavering like a mountain, embodying an indomitable fortress. "If you wish to make a move, you must first inquire whether I consent." His voice resonated with authority and confidence, akin to a thunderous proclamation, causing all present to shudder in response. The burly man regarded Yangyu with a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by disdain. "You think a mere novice in the blood exchange can stand against us?" he mocked, his laughter sharp as a dagger, attempting to pierce Yangyu's confidence. Yangyu's eyes turned cold, reminiscent of ancient ice that sent shivers down one's spine. "You will find out soon enough." His voice was frigid and resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat, that unwavering stance akin to an impregnable fortress of steel. Both sides were on the brink of confrontation, the air seemingly frozen. The burly man launched the first strike, unleashing a martial technique known as the Black Wind Fist, the force of his punch howling like a tempest. Imbued with ferocity, the punch surged forth, threatening to rend the air as it barreled towards Yangyu, akin to an unstoppable hurricane. Yet, Yangyu remained unperturbed, executing the Nine Suns' divine art, his internal power radiating like searing sunlight, effortlessly dissipating the man's assault. His movements flowed like water, demonstrating remarkable martial prowess, akin to a master adeptly countering his adversary's onslaught. The burly man was taken aback, astonished by Yangyu's prowess. A flicker of panic crossed his face, swiftly overshadowed by rage, that fury igniting like a blazing flame, blinding him to reason. "All of you, attack together!" he bellowed. His subordinates rushed forth, plunging the training ground into chaos, the clamor of battle intertwining with cries of war. Resembling a fierce conflagration, Yangyu darted through the fray like a wraith, each strike infused with formidable strength. His punches were powerful and relentless, reminiscent of a mountain pressing down. His kicks agile and unpredictable, akin to a tempest, leaving his foes bewildered. With a series of thunderous impacts, the members of the Black Wind Gang fell one after another, groaning in agony, their earlier bravado extinguished, their cries echoing like a lament for the vanquished. Seeing the tide turn against him, the burly man sought to flee. His steps faltered, eyes wide with terror, that fear enveloping him like a suffocating shadow. Yangyu lunged forward, blocking his path. "Think you can escape?" "Not so easily." His voice boomed like thunder, halting the man in his tracks, filled with authority and ire. The burly man begged for mercy. "Hero, spare my life. We shall never return." His voice trembled, his face a mask of dread and remorse. That regret reflecting profound repentance for his past transgressions. Yangyu commanded, "Return and inform your leader to cease any further provocations against Yangjia village." His tone was laden with authority and warning. Akin to a king's decree, unequivocal and final. The burly man scurried away, leaving behind a chaotic training ground and a victorious Yangyu. Yangyu's Attributes Panel. Host. Yangyu Age, 16 Realm. Early Blood Exchange, Strength 600. 000 Gene, Speed 1800 ms, Talent. Top-tier Genius Techniques. Profound Level Technique, Great Perfection. Starry Sky Technique, Grand Achievement. 9 Suns Divine Art, Minor Achievement, Martial Skills. Breaking Wind Fist, Great Perfection. Chapter 40. The Revenge of the Black Wind Gang. After driving away the Black Wind Gang, Yangjia village temporarily regained its superficial tranquility. However, Yangyu was acutely aware that matters would not conclude so easily. In the following days, the air seemed thick with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Sure enough, not long after, the leader of the Black Wind Gang arrived at Yangjia village with a cadre of formidable fighters, their faces etched with malice, eyes gleaming with a ferocity that seemed capable of devouring souls, exuding an aura of hostility that enveloped the entire village like a dark fog. "Yangyu, today shall be your demise," roared the leader of the Black Wind Gang. His voice reverberated like thunder, echoing ominously across Yangjia village, causing the villagers' ears to ring. The leader, a hulking figure with bulging muscles, resembled an iron tower, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he intended to reduce Yangyu to ashes. Yangyu stepped forth, his gaze unwavering as he met the threat head-on, devoid of fear. "Is it truly just you?" His voice was calm and powerful, exuding an aura of indifference towards the impending danger, his demeanor suggesting complete control over the situation. The leader of the Black Wind Gang sneered, "Boy, do not be so arrogant. I am a mid-level practitioner of the blood exchange. Today, you shall learn your place." With that, he swung his arms vigorously, unleashing a torrent of potent internal energy, crashing forth like an overwhelming tide, brimming with untold power. With a swift motion, the leader initiated his attack, employing a technique known as the Raging Wind Palm. The gusts surged forth, howling with a ferocity that threatened to obliterate all in its path, the air seeming to tear asunder wherever the palm winds traveled. Yet, Yangyu remained unfazed, channeling the 9 Suns Divine Art, his internal energy surging within, forming a solid barrier. This protective layer shimmered like a translucent shield, emitting an enigmatic glow. With a resounding crash, the clash of palm winds and internal energy reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air, stirring up dust as if a sandstorm had descended. Yangyu stood firm, a slight smirk gracing his lips, tinged with disdain. "Is that all you have?" His words were soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Brimming with contempt, the leader's expression darkened, a flicker of astonishment and anger crossing his features. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike could be so effortlessly repelled by Yangyu, a wave of unease washing over him. Renewed determination surged as he escalated his assault, his palms moving in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of even more ferocious palm winds that charged towards Yangyu like a stampede of wild horses. The skilled fighters behind him surged forward, and in an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, plunging Yangjia village into a chaotic battlefield. Yang Sheng, Yang Quan, and others did not hesitate to join the fray, clashing fiercely with the members of the Black Wind Gang. "Yang Sheng, be careful." Yangyu noticed Yang Sheng being ambushed from behind by an enemy, and in a flash, he dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant sprawling. His movements were as swift as lightning, swiftly neutralizing Yang Sheng's peril. "I'm fine. Just watch yourself," Yang Sheng shouted, his face slick with sweat, akin to rain cascading down, yet his eyes burned with steadfastness and courage, that bravery flickering like an unquenchable flame. Yangyu turned to face the leader, his gaze icy, reminiscent of dual swords poised to pierce through the man. "This ends now." His voice was chilling and resolute, sending shivers through all who heard it, as if a frigid wind from the depths of the abyss had swept through. He unleashed the breaking wind fist, the force of his punch akin to a tempest. crashing towards the leader with tremendous power. Before the punch even landed, the wind of it stung the leader's face as if it were being cut by blades. The leader hastily raised his hand to defend. But Yang Yu's strength was overwhelming. He felt an insurmountable force pushing him back several paces. A numbing sensation coursed through his arm, rendering it nearly lifeless, as an unprecedented fear surged within him. "How is this possible? Your strength is beyond comprehension," the leader gasped in terror. His voice trembled, stripped of its former arrogance and confidence, now resonating with despair and disbelief. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Yu unleashed a flurry of increasingly fierce punches, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound, as if he sought to shatter the very air around him. His figure darted like a specter, eluding the leader's grasp and forcing him into a passive state of receiving blows. "Ah!" the leader cried out in agony as Yang Yu's fist struck his chest. In an instant, his chest caved in, the sound of cracking bones piercing the air, and blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain. His body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the other members of the Black Wind Gang were thrown into disarray. Their faces etched with terror, their previous ferocity and arrogance evaporated as fear spread like a plague. "None shall escape," Yang Yu bellowed, his voice thunderous and deafening. Alongside his kin, he launched a siege, subduing every enemy without exception. After the tumultuous battle, the reputation of Yangjia village spread like wildfire in the surrounding areas. People eagerly recounted the heart-stopping confrontation, their narratives brimming with passion and awe. Rumor had it that a formidable figure had emerged from Yangjia village. A name that echoed in the air, Yang Yu, who had vanquished even the Black Wind Gang. An onlooker at a tea house animatedly recounted the tale, his expression one of exhilaration, as though he had witnessed the clash firsthand. "Indeed, Yangjia village is destined to rise," another chimed in, eyes glimmering with admiration and envy, their respect flowing like a mighty river, their envy twinkling like bright stars. The name Yang Yu gradually became well known, sparking curiosity and reverence among the populace. Meanwhile, Yangjia village welcomed an influx of opportunities and challenges, the path ahead brimming with uncertainty and hope. Yang Yu's status panel revealed. Host: Yang Yu, age 16, realm early blood exchange, strength 700, 000 gene, speed 2000 ms, talent top tier genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, great achievement, 9 young divine technique, minor achievement, martial skill, wind breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 41. The mayor's invitation under Yang Yu's leadership. Yangjia village gained renown following the intense and breathtaking clash with the Black Wind Gang. The villagers' lives gradually stabilized, their crops flourishing under the nurturing sun and rain, each green seedling resembling a jade treasure. Vibrant with life and hope, laughter of children echoed joyfully through the village, their chimes akin to the melodious streams of spring, clear and delightful. The family's strength steadily increased as clan members engaged in rigorous training. Each morning and evening, their diligent silhouettes could be seen. Their faces radiated with aspirations for the future, those dreams shining like brilliant stars, illuminating their paths ahead. One day, while Yang Yu was practicing at home, sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden threads upon him, highlighting his resolute and upright silhouette. Suddenly, an unfamiliar envoy arrived in Yangjia village, clad in a flowing azure robe, the fabric soft and smooth, glistening faintly under the sun. A black belt adorned his waist, embellished with exquisite gemstones, lending an air of grandeur. His demeanor was respectful, and each step he took exuded a solemn sense of ceremony. "Is young master Yang Yu available?" "My master has a message for you," the envoy stated respectfully. His voice resonated clearly in the serene courtyard, akin to a crystal-clear stream flowing through the mountains. Yang Yu emerged from his chamber, his stride steady and powerful, as if the ground trembled beneath his feet. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and vigilance as he scrutinized the envoy. "Who is your master?" Yang Yu's voice was deep and magnetic. Imbued with an undeniable authority, the envoy presented an invitation letter, its cover adorned with a radiant blue gemstone, transparent and shimmering like a pearl from the deep sea. "Exceptionally exquisite, my master is the mayor of Liulin town. He has heard of your heroic deeds and wishes to invite you for a discussion in town." Yang Yu accepted the invitation, unfolding it to reveal elegant calligraphy that flowed like dragons and phoenixes. Exuding an aura of dignity and grandeur, each stroke imbued with boundless strength, he pondered, why would the mayor of Liulin town suddenly extend an invitation to him? Was it out of goodwill or did it harbor ulterior motives? His father, Yangjia, approached, concern etched on his face, casting a shadow of worry over his brow. Why you? What is the meaning of this? Father, the mayor of Liulin town has invited me to visit, though I am uncertain of his intentions. He furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to decipher the mayor's thoughts from the brief invitation, his gaze filled with contemplative light. His mother, Wang Ning, expressed her anxiety. Could there be danger involved? Her eyes brimmed with concern as she clasped Yangyu's hand, her fingers trembling slightly, revealing her inner unrest. Yangyu reassured her, Mother, there is no need for worry, I will be cautious. He gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile, warm and steadfast like a spring breeze. Deciding to journey to Liulin town, Yangyu brought along his cousin, Yangsheng. They hastened along the way, the sound of galloping hooves echoing like urgent drumbeats, shattering the tranquility of the road. The scenery on either side blurred rapidly, swept away by the torrent of time. Upon reaching Liulin town, Yangyu and Yangsheng were led to the mayor's residence. The estate was grand and magnificent, resembling a small castle. The stone lions at the entrance stood imposing, their eyes sharp and vigilant, seemingly watching every visitor. The crimson doors were tightly shut, evoking a sense of mystery and authority, as if concealing countless secrets. The door creaked open slowly, the sound heavy and resonant. As if narrating the long history of the estate, as they entered, they found the mayor waiting for them in the courtyard. He was a middle-aged man, with eyes deep as the ocean, as if capable of perceiving everything. His presence was remarkable, exuding an air of authority and confidence with every gesture. Clad in a violet robe embellished with intricate patterns that seemed to tell ancient tales, he wore a green jade pendant at his waist, glimmering gently in the sunlight. Young friend Yangyu, I have long heard of your esteemed name, the mayor said with a warm smile. His demeanor was friendly, akin to the sun's gentle warmth in spring, fostering an immediate sense of familiarity. Your praise is unwarranted, Mayor. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Yangyu's gaze held steady on the mayor, seeking answers in his expression, filled with curiosity and doubt. The mayor replied, Recently, peculiar occurrences have arisen in the town. An ancient tomb has been discovered, seemingly harboring mysterious powers. I wish to request your assistance in exploring it. His voice was low and magnetic, imbued with an air of mystery, as if recounting an ancient and enigmatic legend. Yangyu felt a stir within. An ancient tomb? His heartbeat quickened, anticipation igniting within him, like a blazing flame roaring to life in his heart. The tomb may contain precious techniques and treasures, yet it is fraught with peril. I believe that with your strength, young friend, you will undoubtedly reap rewards. The mayor's gaze shimmered with expectation and trust, illuminating Yangyu's uncertainties like a guiding light. After a moment's contemplation, Yangyu declared, Since the mayor places such trust in me, I am willing to give it a try. His voice was resolute and powerful, reminiscent of an unyielding mountain. Upon returning to their lodging, Yangsheng voiced his concerns. Brother Yu, could this be a trap? His expression bore a hint of worry, casting a shadow over his heart. Regardless of whether it is a trap or not, this presents an opportunity for us, Yangyu replied. However, we must be thoroughly prepared. His gaze sparkled with wisdom, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky. The following day, Yangyu and Yangsheng set off with the mayor's entourage toward the ancient tomb. Throughout the journey, an air of silence enveloped them, tension and unease hanging heavily, like a thick cloud over their hearts. The ancient tomb lay nestled in a valley outside the town, surrounded by towering trees, ancient and majestic, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patches of light on the ground, resembling fragments of gold scattered about. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, ethereal and haunting, as if stepping into a mysterious realm. Everyone, be cautious. There may be traps here, Yangyu warned. His voice shattered the silence, heightening everyone's senses, as if tightening a bowstring. With utmost care, they ventured into the tomb, the narrow and dim passageway echoing with the sound of water droplets falling from the walls, creating a crisp resonance that reverberated in the stillness. akin to whispers from the beyond. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the torches on the walls, plunging the entire passage into darkness. A scream pierced the air, reverberating through the tomb, sending shivers down their spines. As if beckoning from the depths of hell, Yangjia swiftly reignited a torch, revealing a swarm of dark figures ahead. The shadows flickered and swayed, seemingly devoid of substance, akin to phantoms dancing in the darkness. "What is that?" Yangjia exclaimed, his voice laced with terror as he instinctively took a step back, as if confronted by a dreadful beast. Yangjia focused his gaze, only to discover a throng of ghostly creatures. Their bodies were semi-transparent, exuding an icy aura that sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of frigid frost and snow. "Fear not, for these are likely the guardian spirits of the ancient tomb," Yangjia reassured. His voice was steady and calm, imparting a glimmer of courage to the group, a courage that blazed like a roaring flame, dispelling the shadows of fear. The creatures lunged towards them, prompting Yangjia and Yangjia to advance. Yangjia unleashed the Nine Suns' divine art, his inner strength transforming into a radiant glow that illuminated the entire tomb chamber. In the brilliance of the light, the forms of the creatures became distinctly visible. The radiance akin to the dawn's first light, banishing the darkness. Under the illumination, the creature's movement slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Yangjia executed his sword technique, his blade flashing like shooting stars across the night sky. Dispatching several of the creatures. "Everyone, attack together," Yangjia commanded, his voice resounding with power, invigorating the group, akin to the beating of a war drum, stirring their fighting spirit. They all unleashed their martial skills, and in an instant, the tomb chamber was filled with the clash of swords, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. The winds of fists howled like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The creatures' howls echoed in a cacophony, as various lights intertwined, creating a vivid yet terrifying tableau, reminiscent of a life-and-death struggle. After a grueling battle, they finally vanquished all the creatures. The group, breathless and drenched in sweat, appeared as if they had just emerged from the water. Each bore wounds, some bleeding profusely, the pain almost unbearable. Yangyi's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age, 16 realm. Early blood exchange, strength 800,000 gene, speed 2,200 meters second, talent. Top-tier genius cultivation methods. Mysterious level techniques, great perfection. Starry sky technique. Major accomplishment, Nine Suns' divine art. Intermediate accomplishment, martial skills. Gale-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 42. Deeper into the ancient tomb after eliminating the first wave of creatures. Yangjia and his companions ventured deeper into the ancient tomb. The passages within were narrow and dim, with moss on the walls emanating a damp odor, permeating the air like the lingering grievances of time. Imbued with a sense of decay, the scent resembled an ancient curse, wrapping around them tightly, instilling a sense of oppression and unease, as if each breath carried a heavy burden. "Be cautious. This place exudes an eerie aura." Yangjia cautioned his companions. His voice reverberated in the narrow passage, weighted with gravity, like the tolling of a warning bell, resonating heavily in their hearts. The torch in his hand illuminated the path ahead, the flickering flames casting shadows on his solemn face, which appeared resolute amidst the interplay of light and darkness. Yangjia closely followed behind Yangjia, gripping his sword tightly, his palms slick with sweat. As if perspiration were tears of fear, ceaselessly flowing. "Brother Yu, I can't shake this feeling of unease." Yangxia's voice trembled, his anxiousness palpable, akin to a leaf quivering in the wind. Yangjia nodded slightly, his vigilant gaze scanning their surroundings. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, missing no subtle movements, seemingly capable of piercing through the darkness to discern all. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Filled with boundless rage and resentment, chilling their bones, as if their very souls were frozen by this sound. A colossal beast surged forth from the shadows. It resembled a lion, yet boasted enormous wings. Its feathers glinting like sharp blades, radiating a chilling light. Its eyes glowed a blood red, akin to flames of destruction, brimming with ferocity and bloodlust. The beast exuded a formidable aura, akin to surging tides, nearly suffocating them. As if an invisible mountain pressed heavily upon their hearts, it is a late-stage blood exchange beast. Yangyi's expression shifted, his heartbeat quickening like a frantic drumbeat, as if it were about to leap from his chest. Yet his gaze bore no hint of retreat. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit, a flame that burned bright and resolute. "Everyone, be cautious," the village chief exclaimed, his voice rife with fear and tension, as if the sudden crisis had rendered him irrational. He involuntarily stepped back, his face as pale as a sheet. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangyu charged forward. He invoked the Nine Suns' divine art, gathering his inner strength in his palm, the light of his energy shimmering in the darkness. Akin to brilliant stars illuminating the surrounding gloom, he hurled himself at the beast, his momentum like a streak of lightning cleaving through the shadows, imbued with the power to obliterate. The beast flapped its wings. A powerful gust of wind rushing towards Yangyu's attack. The air howled like a tempest, carrying the force to annihilate all, colliding with Yangyu's inner strength. Boom! The clash produced a tremendous shockwave, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls, resembling a spider's web rapidly spreading, as debris rained down, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The overwhelming force caused the group to stagger, tumbling to the ground like leaves caught in a storm. Helpless and adrift, Yangshang and the others joined in the fray, their weapons glinting with cold light amidst the flames, that gleam embodying a flicker of hope and despair, faint yet unwavering. But the beast's defenses were formidable. Their assaults merely left shallow marks upon its body, akin to raindrops on stone, vanishing without inflicting significant harm. This won't do, Yangyu thought anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, akin to pearls strung on a broken thread, cascading down his cheeks, glimmering in the firelight. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his mind racing to devise a strategy, like a high-speed machine, leaving no potential solution unexamined. Seizing the moment, the beast retaliated, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of flames. The flames surged forth like a fiery dragon, engulfing everything in their path, scorching the air into a distorted haze, as if they hailed from a burning inferno. Yangyu swiftly evaded, the flames brushing past, singeing the edges of his garments, releasing a charred scent. His clothing was instantly torn, and his skin burned with a sharp, searing pain, as if pierced by countless needles. "Brother Yu, what should we do?" Yangshang cried out, his voice filled with despair and helplessness, as if he were a drowning man desperately calling for rescue. His eyes reflected his dependence on Yangyu, as though Yangyu were his sole lifeline. With unwavering determination, Yangyu's gaze pierced through the darkness, instilling a flicker of hope among them, a hope akin to the dawn's first light, albeit faint, yet brimming with strength. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its eyes," Yangyu shouted, his voice firm and powerful, reminiscent of a general commanding an army. Upon hearing this, the group adjusted their aim, gritting their teeth as they launched another assault, placing all their hopes on this one decisive strike. Their eyes were filled with resolve, akin to warriors marching toward death, unflinching in their resolve. Yangyu charged once more towards the beast, drawing its ire. The beast, enraged by Yangyu's audacity, launched a frenzied assault against him. Its claws were like sharp daggers, repeatedly slashing at Yangyu, carrying a deadly threat. Employing his agile footwork, Yangyu deftly dodged the beast's onslaught. His figure weaved in and out of danger, like leaves caught in a gust. Yet he remained unscathed. His movements were ghostly, elusive, and difficult to pin down. At that moment, Yangshang and the others finally struck true, their attacks landing on the beast's eyes. The creature howled in agony. Thrashing in pain, black blood oozed from its eyes, cascading like a dark waterfall, its body trembling incessantly, as if it were a mountain on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu unleashed a full-force strike, his inner strength surging forth like a torrent. His fist, imbued with boundless power, struck the beast's head. That force was akin to falling stars, carrying an aura of annihilation. The beast collapsed with a thunderous thud, its breath gradually fading. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, which swirled like yellow smoke, filling the air. The group exhaled in relief, their bodies collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were etched with fatigue and a sense of survival, as if they had just escaped from the depths of hell. After a brief respite, they pressed on. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the path. Two passages extended in different directions, shrouded in darkness, laden with uncertainty and danger. The gloom resembled an endless abyss, poised to swallow them whole at any moment. "Which way should we go?" someone asked, his voice fraught with confusion and fear. Akin to a lost child in the dark, unable to find his way home. Yangyu scrutinized the two passages. One was enveloped in a faint mist, seemingly concealing countless secrets and perils, the vapor acting as a mysterious veil, obscuring the truth within. The other passage echoed with a faint whisper of wind, intertwined with some enigmatic sounds that resembled ghostly murmurs, sending chills down their spines. "I believe we should take the misty passage," Yang Sheng suggested. Yang Sheng's gaze fell upon the fog-laden corridor, harboring a flicker of hope, as if within that mist lay a thread of vitality. Yang Yu pondered for a moment. No, the path with the wind. The fog could be toxic. His voice resonated with unwavering determination, revealing a keen perception of danger, as if he could see through all facades. The group heeded Yang Yu's decision and ventured into the wind-swept passage. Within the corridor, the howling wind echoed, as if something lurked within its depths. The wind sound resembled the whispers of specters, imbued with endless eeriness and terror, sending chills down their spines, as if invisible hands caressed their backs. "Everyone, be cautious." Before Yang Yu's warning could fully escape his lips, a volley of sharp arrows shot forth from the walls. The arrows fell like a torrential downpour, glinting ominously in the darkness, each flash a harbinger of death, inducing a visceral dread. The crowd hurriedly dodged, their figures weaving through the corridor, peril at every turn. Their movements were akin to startled birds, frantic and hurried. Alas! A misfortunate soul was struck by an arrow, releasing a cry of anguish that reverberated through the tunnel, instilling terror akin to the tolling of death's bell in each heart. While evading the arrows, Yang Yu endeavored to discern the mechanism's control point. His gaze swept rapidly across the walls, leaving no suspicious spot unexamined, as if he were seeking a messenger of light amid the darkness. At last, he spotted a protrusion on the wall. Yang Yu leapt forward and pressed it firmly. The arrows ceased their deadly assault, and immediate silence enveloped the corridor, save for the heavy breaths of the group, each breath a precious pulse of life, faint yet invaluable. "Let us proceed," Yang Yu declared, his voice shattering the stillness, instilling courage and impetus within the group, like a lighthouse guiding them through the darkness. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 realm. Early stage of blood transformation, strength, 900. 000 gene, speed, 2500 ms, qualification. Top-tier genius cultivation technique. Xin level technique, great perfection. Xingchen Ju, major achievement. Zhuyang Shunjue, medium achievement, martial skill. Puffing fist, great perfection. Chapter 43. Treasures and traps. Yang Yu and his companions continued to advance slowly along the passage formed by the gusting air. The atmosphere growing increasingly tense and oppressive in the profound darkness. The meager light emitted by their torches barely illuminated their path. With each step forward, they could acutely sense an invisible, immense pressure trailing them like a ghost. Water droplets perpetually dripped from the walls, producing a crisp sound that resonated starkly in the eerie silence, as if heralding the ominous arrival of an unknown and perilous fate. "Viewer, why does this place instill such a deep-seated dread?" Yang Sheng whispered, his voice betraying a hint of uncontainable tremor, his eyes nervously scanning the surroundings, as though countless malevolent gazes lurked within the endless shadows, watching them. Yang Yu's focus remained unwavering, the torch in his hand flickering slightly, casting light upon his taut face. "Cousin, we must exercise utmost caution. There are likely many unknown dangers awaiting us ahead." His voice was steady and calm, though his heart raced with heightened vigilance, aware that he must not reveal any trace of fear at this moment. Just as they conversed, a colossal, imposing stone door loomed ahead. The door towered majestically, resembling a mystical entrance to an entirely unknown realm. Its surface was etched with a myriad of bizarre symbols, glimmering with an enigmatic radiance, akin to the peculiar stars in the night sky. The town leader stepped forward with an air of urgency, meticulously scrutinizing the stone door, his eyes brimming with fervent desire and anticipation. "This may very well be the entrance to the treasure." The excitement in the leader's voice was palpable as he instinctively reached out to touch the mysterious symbols. The others shared in the eager anticipation, their eyes glinting with avarice. However, Yang Yu remained vigilant, cautiously approaching the stone door. The moment he reached out to touch it, The door slowly creaked open, releasing an overwhelming gust of wind. "Everyone, be careful," Yangyu shouted, his voice echoing through the narrow passage. Shattering the fantasies of wealth that danced in the minds of the group, as the air settled, they beheld a spacious chamber within, lined with an array of invaluable treasures and ancient, mysterious tomes. The treasures sparkled alluringly in the flickering torchlight, while the tomes emanated an ancient and enigmatic aura that were rich. Someone exclaimed excitedly, their voice piercingly sharp with exhilaration, unable to contain the urge to rush into the chamber and seize the treasures. Yet, Yangyu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this seemingly idyllic scene was likely veiling a hidden, monumental danger. His instincts warned him that matters would not unfold so simply or easily, though not act recklessly. Yangyu admonished urgently and sternly, his tone resolute in an attempt to restrain those already blinded by greed. However, some could no longer suppress their inner desires, recklessly surging toward the treasures at that moment. The ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast was thrashing beneath. A massive figure slowly rose from the depths of the chamber. It was a guardian radiating an overwhelming aura, towering several meters high. Resembling a mountain peak standing before them, its bulging muscles resembled impenetrable rock, each one brimming with an intimidating power. Its eyes glowed with a fiery red light, forbidding to behold. "Intruders, die!" the guardian bellowed in fury. Its voice thunderous, resonating like a clap of thunder. The entire chamber trembled with the force of its roar, dust cascading from the walls. Yangyu's heart sank. He could ascertain from the guardian's aura that it was at least at the pinnacle of blood transformation, a tremendously formidable opponent, surpassing any foes they had previously encountered. "Everyone, attack together!" Yangyu shouted, his voice imbued with fearless courage and resolute determination as he charged forward without hesitation toward the guardian. The group unleashed their respective martial skills and techniques, a dazzling display of light erupting as their inner strength surged forth. Various sharp weapons and powerful energies intertwined, launching a fierce assault on the guardian. Yangyu executed the Juyang Shunjue, his inner energy blazing like an inferno, as his fist, infused with overwhelming force, struck toward the guardian. His figure darted forward as swiftly as lightning, appearing before the guardian in an instant. The guardian raised its powerful arm, effortlessly blocking Yangyu's attack. Its arm was as unyielding as steel, and Yangyu's fist met it with a force akin to striking a towering mountain. Yang Shang's sword plunged rapidly into the guardian's form but merely left a shallow mark. The sound of metal scraping against the guardian's skin was excruciatingly shrill. "This creature is far too strong," Yang Shang exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The guardian swung its colossal fist, crashing down upon the group. The strike was accompanied by a fierce, whistling wind, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! The ground erupted into a vast crater, dust swirling chaotically, debris flew in all directions, and some unfortunate souls were struck by the shrapnel, emitting anguished cries of despair. "This cannot continue." Yangyu thought rapidly, evading the guardian's onslaught while devising a counter-strategy. His mind functioned like a high-speed machine. His eyes fixated on the guardian's every move, searching for an opening. Suddenly, he discerned a pattern in the guardian's actions. After each attack, its left leg exhibited a brief, discernible pause. "Everyone, focus your attacks on its left leg," Yangyu shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos, providing clear direction to the group. They immediately concentrated their firepower, unleashing assaults upon the guardian's left leg. The sounds of crashing weapons and energies resonated as they struck the guardian's limb. Creating a symphony of impact, the guardian staggered, its movements affected, its steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu leapt into the air, channeling all his strength into a single punch directed at the guardian's head. His fist soared like a brilliant meteor streaking through the obsidian night. The guardian swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His body crashed heavily to the ground, producing an immensely dull and thunderous sound. At this moment, the crowd exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor in utter exhaustion. After such an incredibly intense battle, they were utterly drained, barely able to sustain themselves. Yangyu was gasping for breath, yet he quickly mustered the strength to rise and began methodically collecting the treasures within the secret chamber, As he picked up an ancient tome, an indescribable joy filled his heart. The book emanated an aura of profound antiquity, as if it contained boundless power and profound wisdom. Yangyu's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age, 16 realm. Early blood exchange, strength, 1. 000 gene, speed, 2800 ms, talent. Top-tier genius cultivation techniques. Profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major completion. 9 Yang divine technique, intermediate completion, martial skills. Wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 44. Escape from the ancient tomb after enduring numerous dangers in the secret chamber. Yangyu and his companions finally reaped a bounty of precious treasures. Just as they were filled with joy and prepared to depart, they were astonished to find that the path they had come was now barred by an overwhelmingly powerful barrier. The barrier flickered with a strange light, colorful yet exuding a chilling aura, as if a seemingly insurmountable chasm lay before them. "What are we to do?" Yangsheng exclaimed anxiously. His voice was laced with extreme panic. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, glistening in the dim light as if reflecting his inner fear. His eyes revealed deep helplessness, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, as though he had lost all hope. Yangyu furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp and focused as he meticulously examined the enigmatic barrier. His eyes were keen, as if they could penetrate this obstruction, seeking out its flaws. "Everyone, remain calm. Let us first search for any other exits." Yangyu's voice was steady and resolute, striking the hearts of the panicked crowd like a heavy hammer, providing them with a rare sense of comfort. Upon hearing Yangyu's words, the group grasped onto the lifeline and began frantically searching the secret chamber. Their footsteps echoed in the stillness, sounding particularly clear and urgent. Each face was painted with anxiety and anticipation, a complex expression intertwining the desire for survival with the fear of the unknown. However, after an exhaustive search, aside from the firmly sealed door, they found nothing else. At that moment, a low, wrathful roar filled with murderous intent resonated from afar. The sound seemed to emanate from the deepest depths of hell, brimming with endless resentment and fury, striking fear into their hearts as if their very souls were being shaken. "This is bad." The previous battle may have stirred a more powerful presence. Yangyu's expression instantly turned grave. His heart racing like a frantic drumbeat, accelerating with each passing moment. His mind raced like a high-speed machine, swiftly devising strategies to confront the imminent crisis. The town chief also displayed profound concern. His brows tightly knitted together, forming a deep frown. "Yangyu, we must find a way to leave here quickly." The town chief's voice trembled slightly, revealing his deep-seated fear and unease regarding their perilous predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Yangyu's eyes flashed with determination as he declared, "Everyone, concentrate your strength and try to break this barrier." His gaze swept over the group, filled with steadfast resolve, as if to convey that unity would allow them to overcome this challenge. The crowd nodded in agreement, unhesitatingly unleashing their most potent attacks in an instant. The chamber was illuminated, vibrant flashes of light from various techniques and martial skills intertwining, creating a dazzling and awe-inspiring spectacle. The fluctuations of their inner strength spread like ripples, distorting the surrounding air with their formidable power. However, the seemingly indestructible barrier only trembled slightly, akin to an unyielding shield, showing no signs of breaking. "This won't do. Our power is too scattered," Yangyu exclaimed, his voice hoarse from urgency. "I will take the lead. Everyone, channel your inner strength to me." Taking a deep breath, his eyes brimmed with resolve, ready to face this immense and uncertain challenge. The group nodded in unison, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly transferring their inner strength into Yangyu's being. He instantly felt a surge of power so immense it threatened to burst his body. The torrential inner strength surged through his meridians, akin to a raging beast desperate to break free from its restraints. Enduring the intense pain, he unleashed the most powerful strike of the 9 Yang divine technique. 9 Yang burning heaven. Inner strength rapidly coalesced in his hands into an enormous fireball, so scorching it seemed capable of incinerating everything in existence. The surrounding air twisted and warped from the heat, the very fabric of space quaking under the terrifying temperature. The fireball, embodying an unstoppable momentum of destruction, hurtled toward the unyielding barrier. With a deafening roar, the impact resonated, shaking the entire ancient tomb. The powerful shockwave reverberated through the chamber, causing dust and debris to rain down from the walls. Under this formidable assault, the barrier finally revealed a minuscule crack, resembling a spider's web, slowly spreading outward. "Put in more effort," Yangyu shouted hoarsely, his voice remaining clear amidst the thunderous noise, filled with unwavering resolve. The others gritted their teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into their efforts. Their faces turned pale as sheets, beads of sweat cascading down like rain, yet they persevered steadfastly. Yang Yu's assault became increasingly ferocious, the fireball shining ever more brilliantly, resembling a burning sun. Finally, through their collective resolve and relentless efforts, the seemingly indestructible barrier was successfully breached. In that instant, a radiant light burst forth, and a tremendous force surged toward them like a tidal wave. However, just as they breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to depart, a colossal python abruptly appeared before them. Its massive form loomed like a small mountain, its scales glinting with a cold, lethal sheen, each resembling a razor-sharp blade, emanating a chilling aura. Its enormous eyes radiated a merciless intent to kill, exuding the formidable aura of a perfected blood exchange realm, rendering them nearly breathless. "It's a guardian beast," someone cried out in terror, their voice thick with despair and helplessness, as if they could already see the shadow of death swiftly approaching. Yang Yu gritted his teeth and declared loudly, "Everyone, do not fear. Charge together." His voice resonated with fearless courage and unwavering determination. Before his words had even settled, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging at the python. The python opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of dark green venom. The venom shot toward them like a rain of arrows, its speed so swift that evasion seemed impossible. Yang Yu flickered, evading the deadly liquid with an otherworldly speed. The venom splattered onto the ground, instantly hissing as it corroded the surface, leaving behind a massive pit and a plume of acrid white smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Sheng lunged forward with his sword, aiming for the python's eyes. Yet, the python's reflexes were incredibly swift. Its tail lashed out with explosive force, sending Yang Sheng flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the hard wall. "Cousin," Yang Yu cried out anxiously, his voice filled with concern and urgency. "Brother, don't worry about me. Be careful," Yang Sheng shouted from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute, brimming with trust and encouragement for Yang Yu. In that instant, a blazing fury ignited within Yang Yu, and he unleashed the nine-yang burning heaven once more, the colossal fireball embodying his anger and determination, hurtling toward the python like a shooting star. The python agilely twisted its massive body, continuously evading Yang Yu's strikes. Simultaneously, its powerful tail swept across, and its sharp claws slashed wildly, each attack carrying a lethal threat. In the midst of this intense battle, Yang Yu suddenly sensed a breakthrough in his realm. It was an exceedingly subtle feeling, as if a powerful and mysterious force was slowly surging within him, relentlessly impacting his meridians and acupoints. "Now's my chance," Yang Yu silently urged himself, channeling all his inner strength to guide this mysterious force. His body was enveloped in a radiant glow, and the inner strength within his meridians surged forth like a river breaking through a dam. At last, Yang Yu successfully advanced to the mid-stage of blood exchange. His power surged tremendously, and his attacks became increasingly fierce and formidable. Each strike carried greater strength, gradually turning the tide against the python that had previously held the upper hand. Ultimately, with his keen insight, Yang Yu identified the python's fatal flaw and delivered a powerful punch to its critical spot. The python emitted a piercing scream, its colossal body crashing to the ground. "Lifeless, we must hurry," Yang Yu shouted, his voice tinged with an undeniable fatigue, yet more so with unwavering determination. The crowd swiftly followed in his wake, hastily fleeing from the perilous and enigmatic ancient tomb. Yang Yu's attributes panel: Host, Yang Yu age, 16 years realm, mid-stage blood exchange, strength 1,500,000 gene, speed 3,000 meters per second, qualification, top-tier genius techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major success, 9 yang divine technique, medium success, martial arts, breaking wine fist, great perfection. Chapter 45. A heartwarming moment after Yang Yu and his companions narrowly escaped from the ancient tomb. A wave of excitement rippled through Liulin town, shaking the entire small settlement with their thrilling experience. The bright sunlight generously poured over the ancient town streets, infusing the normally tranquil and serene surroundings with an extraordinary vibrancy. Yang Yu and Yang Sheng, bearing the precious treasures and mysterious manuscripts acquired through arduous trials in the tomb, walked back to town with steps that, though slightly fatigued, radiated an extraordinary resolve. Yang Sheng's face still bore the remnants of anxiety and deep-seated dread, as if he remained ensnared in the terrifying scenes experienced within the tomb. This truly was a life-and-death ordeal, Yang Sheng said with a tremor in his voice, reminiscent of leaves caught in the wind. Fraught with unease and fear, each word seemed to escape through clenched teeth, as memories of the extreme dangers faced in the tomb sent chills down his spine, an eerie coldness creeping along his vertebrae. Yang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting profound contemplation, akin to a bottomless abyss. Yet the rewards are indeed substantial. These treasures and manuscripts will undoubtedly aid our family's development immensely. His voice was steady and resonant, like a resounding bell, filled with confidence and anticipation, as if he could already envision the family's rapid rise to glory due to these hard-earned gains. News spread like wildfire, soaring with astonishing speed throughout Liulin town. In every corner, people whispered excitedly, their fervent discussions rising and falling like the chorus of cicadas in summer. They spoke of Yang Yu and his comrades' heroic deeds in the tomb, each face brimming with excitement and curiosity. In the tea houses, patrons sipped fragrant tea while giving Yang Yu enthusiastic thumbs up, praising his bravery and cleverness, their accolades echoing incessantly. Within the mayor's residence, the mayor personally received Yang Yu. The hall was adorned with solemn elegance, each decoration exuding refinement and taste. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden strands upon the floor, creating patches of dappled light that lent warmth and brightness to the entire hall. Yang Yu, you have performed a tremendous service for our town, the mayor said with a smile, his face radiating satisfaction and admiration, his countenance as warm as a gentle spring breeze. His gaze conveyed unreserved recognition, as if beholding a rising star. Yang Yu bowed respectfully, his demeanor humble and courteous. You flatter me, Mayor. Had it not been for our united efforts and mutual support, acquiring these treasures in the treacherous tomb would have been impossible. His eyes were clear and resolute, fully aware that every individual's endeavor and sacrifice were indispensable, key factors in their ultimate success. The mayor nodded slightly, saying, regardless, your performance is genuinely commendable. I had planned to host a grand celebration in town to honor your achievements. The mayor's tone was sincere and enthusiastic, his words imbued with gratitude and respect for Yang Yu, as if wishing to pour every compliment upon him. Yang Yu quickly declined, Mayor, that one tea be necessary. I wish to return to my family promptly and personally present them with these hard-won treasures. His gaze was filled with deep concern and a strong sense of responsibility towards his family. His determination unwavering and resolute, impossible to overlook. Understanding, the mayor nodded, his eyes filled with approval. Very well, if you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. He patted Yang Yu's shoulder, the weight of his hand conveying silent encouragement and hope, wishing for him to soar ever higher on his future path. After bidding farewell to the mayor, Yang Yu and Yang Sheng turned to return to Yang family village. Walking side by side along the town streets, each step resonated with strength and conviction. They felt the admiring gazes of the townsfolk upon them, those stares akin to warm sunlight illuminating their path. On the road, Yang Sheng could no longer contain his excitement, saying, Brother Yu, upon our return, our family shall surely hold its head high. His face radiated an unmistakable joy and pride, his demeanor suggesting he could already envision the family shining brilliantly in the future. Yang Yu smiled gently, his eyes glistening with hope, like twinkling stars in the night sky. I hope to make our family even stronger, so that each member can lead a stable and happy life. His smile was warm and resolute, a true reflection of his heartfelt love for his family and his beautiful aspirations for the future. Upon returning to Yang family village, Yang Yu's arrival instantly ignited a fervent cheer. At the village entrance, children dashed about joyfully, their bright laughter echoing like chimes in the air. They called out Yang Yu's name, their voices filled with admiration and affection for the hero. You have finally returned. His mother, Wang Ning, rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Her eyes sparkled with joyful tears, glistening like pearls. She clung to Yang Yu, as if fearing he might vanish from her sight again. The embrace so tight it felt as though she wished to merge him into her very being. His father, Yangjia, strode forward with pride, patting Yangju's shoulder. "Well done, my boy." Yangju's face glowed with immense pride and satisfaction. His son's remarkable accomplishments filled him with an unprecedented sense of honor, his expression seemingly proclaiming to the world that he had such an outstanding son. Yangjia carefully unpacked the treasures and manuscripts obtained from the tomb. Bathed in the warm sunlight, the treasures shimmered with enchanting brilliance, their radiance reminiscent of a dreamlike rainbow, dazzling to behold. The manuscripts exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if narrating untold legendary tales. "Grandfather, these items will undoubtedly elevate our family's strength to new heights," Yangjia stated, his voice brimming with anticipation and longing, his eyes painting a grand blueprint for the family's future, hoping these invaluable acquisitions would bring about a transformative change. Grandfather Yangjia received the manuscripts with trembling hands, his eyes filled with gratitude and emotion. You have sacrificed so much for the family." His voice quivered slightly, fully aware of the significance of these treasures for their family, as they represented hope and the cornerstone of their rise. The family members gathered around, eagerly discussing the treasures and manuscripts. Joy and anticipation radiated from their faces, their smiles blooming like flowers in spring. They envisioned a prosperous and radiant future for their family. A scene so enchanting and intoxicating. That moment, Uncle Yangjia stepped forward, his expression tinged with concern. You have gained considerable fame in Liulin town. We must be even more cautious, wary of jealousy and schemes from other factions." Uncle's face bore a deep worry, his grave expression serving as a reminder to Yangjia to remain vigilant and never lower his guard. Yangjia solemnly nodded. "Uncle, I understand. We will prepare thoroughly to face any challenges that may arise." His gaze was steadfast and resolute, fully aware that the road ahead would be fraught with difficulties and challenges, yet he was ready to confront anything, undeterred by the storms that lay ahead. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and Yangjia sat alone in his room, deep in thought. The moonlight outside poured like water over his face, outlining soft silver edges. He contemplated the future direction and path for his family, filled with a profound sense of mission and responsibility. "While we have made some gains, it is still far from enough. I must grow stronger to better protect my family," Yangjia vowed silently. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination in the darkness, that brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating his path forward. Yangju's attributes panel. Host, Yangjia. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-stage. Blood exchange, strength 1. 800,000 gene, speed 3,500 meters per second. Qualification, top-tier genius techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major success, 9 Yang divine technique, medium success, martial arts, breaking wine fist, great perfection. Chapter 46. The Zhao family of Weishui. The news of Yangjia and his companion's successful return from the ancient tomb spread like wildfire, racing through Liulin town and every corner of its surroundings with breathtaking speed. Whispers among the people, embellished and exaggerated, have transformed this already breathtaking tale into an extraordinary legend, rich with mythical allure. The name Yangjia shines like a dazzling star in the night sky, illuminating this vast land with its radiant brilliance. The populace extols Yangju's bravery and unparalleled intellect, their praises flowing like a relentless torrent. Consequently, Yangjia village has garnered significant attention, seemingly overnight evolving into a revered realm of heroes, radiating a sacred glow that commands admiration. On a sunlit day, Yangjia was engaged in a discussion with his father, Yangjia, regarding the future direction and plans for their family. Within the confines of their home, warm sunlight streamed through the narrow crevices of the window, cascading onto the floor in a dance of varied shapes. Yangjia sat upright at the table, his brow slightly furrowed, gripping a somewhat worn ledger with focused intensity as he meticulously deliberated the family's finances and developmental strategies with Yangjia. Suddenly, a crisp and urgent knock shattered the tranquility of the room. "Is young Master Yang in?" A resonant and powerful voice called from outside, laced with a hint of urgency and anticipation. Upon hearing the voice, Yangjia rose, his step steady as he approached the door. There stood a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, exuding an air of shrewd competence. Though of average stature, his gaunt features and piercing gaze seemed capable of discerning all truths. His eyes reflected a certain worldly savvy, rendering his true intentions elusive. Behind him trailed several attendants, each brimming with vitality and standing erect, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings as if guarding against any lurking danger. I am Zhao Fu, the steward of the Zhao family from Weishui County. I have come at the behest of my master to extend a special invitation to young Master Yang to visit our residence for a discussion. Zhao Fu stated respectfully, inclining slightly as a professional smile graced his face. Though seemingly warm, the smile carried an air of distance. Yet, his gaze betrayed a curiosity and scrutiny towards Yangyu, as if he sought to peer into his very essence. A wave of curiosity washed over Yangyu, yet he responded with politeness, "May I inquire as to the purpose of Zhao Leoi's summons?" His eyes, clear as water and resolute as iron, locked onto Zhao Fu's, attempting to glean valuable insights from the subtleties of his expressions to unravel the enigma before him. Zhao Fu smiled subtly, his expression reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, yet tinged with mystery. "Young Master Yang, my master holds you in the highest regard for your valorous deeds in the ancient tomb and wishes to befriend you to discuss grand plans. For further details, I kindly request you accompany me to our residence, where we may converse at length." His tone was sincere and earnest, making it difficult to decline his generous invitation. Yangyu exchanged a swift glance with his father, Yang Jun, whose eyes brimmed with deep concern and hesitation. His brow furrowed as if contemplating the myriad uncertainties that lay hidden behind this sudden invitation. However, he also recognized that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since it is thus, you should go, but exercise caution and proceed with prudence," Yang Jun advised earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on Yang Yu's shoulder to impart encouragement and steadfast support. Yang Yu nodded solemnly. Although a sense of unease lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by an intense anticipation for the unknown and an unquenchable thirst for challenge. He then followed Zhao Fu on the journey to the Zhao family's estate. Along the way, Zhao Fu elaborately detailed the Zhao family's circumstances, including their history, enterprises, and network of connections. His words flowed like a rapid stream, providing Yangyu with a preliminary yet comprehensive understanding of the Zhao family. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the Zhao estate. The residence was grand and magnificent, resembling a small palace. The vermilion doors stood wide open, as if warmly welcoming every esteemed guest. The stone lions at the entrance stood imposing and lifelike, showcasing the Zhao family's dignity and prestige. Zhao Leoi himself came forth to greet them, underscoring the importance he placed on Yang Yu's visit. "Young Master Yang, I have long admired your esteemed reputation," Zhao Leoi exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile as warm as the spring sun, evoking feelings of comfort and familiarity. Clad in a purple brocade robe adorned with intricate patterns, he exuded opulence, complemented by a golden sash embedded with various gemstones that sparkled with resplendent brilliance. Yang Yu promptly returned the gesture with a respectful bow, stating, "Zhao Leoi, you flatter me." His demeanor struck a balance of humility and confidence, reflecting respect for Zhao Leoi while maintaining his own independence, earning him newfound admiration. As they entered the parlor, the guests took their seats. The room was elegantly adorned, each ornament reflecting the Zhao family's wealth and taste. Zhao Leoi commenced the discourse, "Young Master Yang, to speak candidly, my Zhao family is considered a prominent and respected lineage in Weishui County. However, in recent years, we have faced concerted pressure from rival families, resulting in a significant decline in our influence and a precarious situation. Having heard of your remarkable intellect and prowess, I hope to enlist your formidable assistance." There was a hint of desperation in his tone, his gaze fixed intently on Yangyu, filled with hope as though Yangyu were his final bastion of salvation. Yangyu pondered for a moment, his expression serious. "Zhao Leoi, could you elaborate on the specific circumstances?" His mind raced, akin to a high-speed machine, fully aware that he needed more detailed and accurate information before arriving at a decision. Zhao Leiji sighed deeply, his breath laden with sorrow and indignation. "It is the Wang family. They have long harbored animosity towards my Zhao family, and their grievances have festered. Recently, they have allied with several other families, attempting to seize our enterprises and divide our wealth." A glimmer of rage ignited in Zhao Leoi's eyes, akin to a blazing fire, seemingly ready to incinerate all adversaries. Yangyu pressed further, "Does this imply that Zhao Leiji seeks my assistance against the Wang family?" His gaze sharpened, intent on uncovering Zhao Leoi's true motives and aspirations to avoid unnecessary entanglements and disputes. A flicker of determination flashed in Zhao Leoi's eyes, akin to a lightning bolt illuminating his vengeful heart. I wish for young Master Yang to aid my Zhao family in defeating the Wang family, ensuring they no longer dare to underestimate us. Should we succeed, there will be ample rewards, and I assure you, young Master Yang will be thoroughly satisfied. His tone was resolute, as if he could already envision the dawn of victory and the resurgence of the Zhao family's glory. Yang Yu weighed the pros and cons in his mind, fully cognizant that this represented an exceptional opportunity to elevate his family's status and influence, yet simultaneously aware of the immense risks and uncertainties involved. Zhao Leoi, this matter requires careful consideration. Please allow me to deliberate further. Yang Yu replied, his expression solemn and grave, his thoughts a tangled web, difficult to unravel. At that moment, it appeared the Wang family had caught wind of the developments and swiftly dispatched a formidable martial artist to provoke a confrontation. Yang Yu, you're merely an inconspicuous country lad, daring to meddle in Zhao family affairs? The Wang family expert scoffed. Towering and robust, he stood before them like a mountain. His muscular frame bulged with power, and his eyes brimmed with disdain and provocation, piercing through Yang Yu like a sharp blade. Without hesitation, Yang Yu rose, his gaze unwavering and resolute. What is there to fear? His voice, though not loud, resonated with strength and determination, declaring to the world that he was unafraid and ready to forge ahead. The two stepped into the courtyard, preparing for a showdown. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with anticipation, rendering it difficult to breathe. The Wang family expert launched the first attack, employing a sophisticated technique known as the phantom leg technique. His legs moved like shadows, swift as lightning, overwhelming the senses. Each strike formed an impenetrable web, the sounds of rushing wind accompanying each blow, seemingly intent on tearing Yang Yu apart. Yang Yu remained unfazed, responding with composure. He swiftly unleashed the Nine Suns' divine art, surrounding himself with a layer of impenetrable protection. The glow of his internal energy shimmered like a translucent shield, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. With a series of thunderous collisions, the leg strikes met his defense, each impact generating powerful waves of internal force that radiated outward. Dust was swept into the air, creating a hazy mist. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu counterattacked with the gale punch, the force of his strike roaring forth like a ferocious tiger, barreling towards the Wang family expert. His fist streaked through the air like a meteor, imbued with tremendous power and astonishing speed. The Wang family expert quickly evaded, secretly astonished by Yang Yu's remarkable strength. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such profound skill and mastery. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, locked in a battle of equals. The flowers, grasses, and trees in the courtyard suffered relentless devastation in the aftermath of the fierce battle between the two. Leaves fluttered chaotically, and petals lay strewn across the ground, as if the scene had borne witness to a dreadful calamity. The brick and stone surface was marred by conspicuous cracks, crisscrossing like a spider's web, reminiscent of a violent earthquake. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? The Wang family's expert felt an increasing sense of urgency coursing through him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. His breath quickened, akin to the labored gasps of a bellows. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu unleashed his power in an instant, delivering a precise punch to the chest of the Wang family expert. This strike, imbued with the full force of his being, struck like a cannonball, exhibiting tremendous might. The Wang expert let out a pained cry, blood spewing from his mouth as his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Realizing he was no match for Yang Yu, he dared not linger, turning to flee in a state of utter disarray. His figure appeared diminutive and pitiable under the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-blood exchange, strength 1,800,000 gene, speed 3,500 ms, talent, top-tier genius cultivation techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. Nine Suns divine technique, intermediate achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, chapter 47. Assisting the Zhao family after successfully repelling the formidable Wang family expert. Admiration and anticipation for Yang Yu surged within the Zhao family like a tidal wave. growing ever more profound and intense. Yet, amidst the chorus of praise, Yangyu found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. His profound gaze revealed a sense of unease and vigilance regarding the future. He understood that this recent victory was merely a beginning. Akin to a fleeting calm before a storm, the concealed power of the Wang family would not easily relent. Old Master Zhao's expression was as grave as a looming thundercloud, his gaze fixed intently on Yangyu. His tone heavy as if bearing an immense burden, he spoke slowly. "Young Master Yang, it is thanks to your bravery and extraordinary prowess that the Wang family has temporarily restrained themselves. However, I fear they may merely be biding their time, and we must not afford ourselves even the slightest complacency." Yangyu nodded slightly, his demeanor serious as a general poised for battle. He responded earnestly, "Old Master Zhao, the Wang family's power resembles a monstrous beast lurking in the depths of the ocean, unfathomable and not to be underestimated in the days to come. We must devise our plans meticulously, considering each step with utmost caution. Only then might we find a glimmer of hope amidst the impending tempest of crisis." At that moment, Zhao Fu rushed in with an anxious expression, his face etched with worry and unease. As if pursued by an impending disaster, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling, and gasped, "Master, bad news. Just received word that several of our Zhao family shops have been sabotaged by the Wang family, and the losses are beyond imagination." Upon hearing this dire news, old Master Zhao's brow furrowed tightly, the deep creases etched upon his face resembling the marks of suffering carved by time. His voice dripped with fury. "The Wang family has sunk to the depths of despicability. Employing such underhanded tactics, they are utterly unhinged, devoid of any moral compass." Yangyu maintained his composure, his voice steady and resolute. "Old Master Zhao, let us not succumb to panic. Such turmoil will not resolve our predicament, but may instead lead us to disarray. We must swiftly devise a strategy to confront this urgent crisis." Consequently, the group hastened to the Zhao family's study, which was thick with tension. Inside, the air seemed to have solidified, the orderly rows of books on the shelves appearing to await their wise and decisive judgment. "Young Master Yang, how do you believe we should counter the Wang family's insidious schemes?" Old Master Zhao inquired eagerly, his gaze filled with trust and anticipation, as if Yangyu were the sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Yangyu remained silent for a moment, his mind racing with strategies to address the Wang family's various plots. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze resolute as the dawn's light, and proclaimed, "Since the Wang family has initiated their assault through commercial means, seeking to undermine us, we must not sit idly by and allow ourselves to be slaughtered. First and foremost, we must wholeheartedly fortify our existing enterprises and enhance the protective measures of each shop. We must not only augment our security forces but also ensure that every aspect leaves the Wang family no opportunity to exploit. Simultaneously, we must dispatch the most astute and meticulous individuals to secretly investigate the Wang family's vulnerabilities and their hidden schemes. Once the opportune moment arises, we shall strike back with lethal force, ensuring they pay a heavy price for their malevolence." Upon hearing this, old Master Zhao nodded vigorously, his agreement evident in his expression. As he declared, "What young Master Yang suggests is indeed wise. We shall proceed according to your strategy. I believe that as long as we work together in unity, we will undoubtedly weather this storm." Just as the discussion reached a fervent peak, Yang Yu's cousin, Yang Sheng, rushed in like a whirlwind. His face was drenched in sweat, droplets rolling off him like pearls from a broken string, panting as if he had just completed a lengthy marathon. His expression fraught with urgency, as though the end of the world were now. "We have received an urgent report from Yang Family Village. A group of unidentified individuals has been loitering near the village. Their movements suspicious and seemingly malevolent." Yang Sheng gasped, his voice thick with concern. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. A sense of foreboding washed over him, quickening his breath. Could it be the Wang family's agents? How audacious they must be to extend their reach to Yang Family Village. The Wang family has truly gone too far. Old Master Zhao promptly interjected, "Young Master Yang, you should return to Yang Family Village to assess the situation. I will manage matters here for the time being. You need not worry." Yang Yu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding and support, Old Master Zhao. I will return immediately to address the crisis in the village and ensure that the Wang family's schemes do not succeed." With that, Yangyu and Yangsheng set off without delay for Yang family village. Along the way, both were consumed with urgency, wishing they could fly back to the village. Upon their return, Yangyu found the villagers consumed with anxiety, their faces marked by fear and uncertainty. Those familiar faces were now shrouded in gloom, as if stripped of their past vitality and vigor. "Why, you heir? You have finally returned." Yangjun approached swiftly, his voice trembling slightly. A quiver betraying his fear of the unknown dangers. Yangyu hastily inquired, "Father, what is the current situation?" Yangjun's brow was furrowed, worry etched across his features. "Those individuals are still lingering outside the village, behaving furtively. I cannot ascertain their nefarious intentions. I have dispatched watchmen to keep an eye on them, yet my heart remains uneasy." Yangyu's eyes sharpened, determination and courage emanating from him as he resolved to investigate the situation personally. He and Yangsheng stealthily approached the village outskirts. There, they observed a group of cloaked figures huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their voices low as if fearful of being overheard. Yet, the sinister tone of their conversation betrayed their malicious intent. "Once night falls, we shall strike, annihilating Yang family village without leaving a single survivor," one of the dark-clad figures hissed, his tone chilling and filled with murderous intent. Yangyu's fury erupted like a volcano, an uncontrollable blaze igniting within him. He could no longer contain his seething rage, bellowing, "You deranged villains! You shall not harm my family or the villagers." The dark figures were taken aback, scrambling to draw their weapons in a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with hostility and caution, like wolves cornered in desperation. Without hesitation, Yangyu and Yangsheng charged forward, plunging into a fierce and desperate battle with the cloaked assailants. Yangyu unleashed the Nine Suns divine technique, his inner strength blazing like an inferno. Each strike he delivered was imbued with tremendous power, as if intending to incinerate every foe before him, turning them to ashes. The dark figures, undaunted, retaliated with their own martial skills. In an instant, blades clashed and shadows danced. Inner energies collided with thunderous roars, creating a scene both exhilarating and terrifying. Bang! Yangyu's fist struck a dark figure's chest with explosive force. The assailant let out a pained cry, blood erupting from his mouth, glistening ominously in the sunlight. His body flew back like a kite severed from its line, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yangsheng was equally fearless, engaging several dark figures in combat. His sword swung with the ferocity of a tempest, his techniques sharp and exquisite, each strike imbued with lethal determination and indomitable courage. Another figure clad in black let out a harrowing cry before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. His eyes were filled with despair and terror. Yangyu, growing more courageous with each passing moment, appeared as if possessed by the spirit of a war deity, exuding an imposing presence. His assaults descended upon his foes like a tempest, rendering them utterly defenseless. Gradually, the black-clad assailants began to falter, retreating step by step, their morale deflating like a punctured balloon. "Run!" The remaining black-clad figures, sensing the dire situation, knew all too well they were no match for Yangyu and hastily turned to flee. Their silhouettes appeared pitiful and small against the backdrop of the setting sun's afterglow. Yangyu gazed at their retreating forms, clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain in his heart. He silently vowed, "Wang family, your heinous deeds shall not go unpunished. I, Yangyu, will ensure you pay a heavy price for your malfeasance." Blood for blood. Yangyu's attribute panel. Host. Yangyu age, 16 realm. Mid-stage blood exchange. Strength, 2 million gene. Speed, 4000 ms. Talent, top-tier genius cultivation techniques. Profound level technique, great perfection. Starry Sky formula, major accomplishment. Nine Suns divine formula, medium accomplishment, martial skills. Breaking Wine Fist, great perfection. Chapter 48. Scheming against the Wang family after repelling the black-clad assailants. Yangyu and Yangsheng, dragging their seemingly crushed bodies, slowly made their way back to Yang family village. The village entrance. The ancient locust tree swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves rustling softly as if whispering the profound tales of time's passage. The villagers, alerted by the sound of their return, hurriedly gathered around, their concerned gazes laden with deep worry and urgent questions, as if flames of curiosity sought to pierce through Yangyu and Yangsheng's hearts to uncover the truth. What exactly was the background of those individuals? Grandfather Yangjia inquired, his face lined with wrinkles that seemed to etch the burdens of time itself. He gripped his cane tightly, the veins on the back of his rough hands standing out, betraying his inner tension and unease. Yangjia furrowed his brow, responding gravely, Grandfather, I suspect they were sent by the Wang family. They are ruthless and appear intent on harming our young family, seeking to drive us to our demise. Yangyi's eyes radiated with unbridled fury and unwavering determination, akin to twin swords ready to pierce the encroaching darkness. His mother, Wang Ning, wore a face of concern, saying, What shall we do? We must quickly devise a comprehensive strategy to counter this predicament. Her voice trembled noticeably, her hands twisting the hem of her garment, rendering it a crumpled mess, mirroring her tumultuous emotions. Yangyu hurriedly reassured her, Mother, do not fret excessively, I promise you. I will not allow their schemes to succeed. His voice was steady and potent, akin to a resounding bell, conveying a rare sense of reassurance to his mother. Yangyu then gathered everyone together, and a tense, oppressive atmosphere quickly enveloped the spacious hall of the Yang family. The assembled individuals wore grave expressions, as if shrouded by a dark cloud. We cannot simply sit idly by and await our doom. We must take the initiative and deliver a decisive blow to our enemies. Yangyu declared resolutely. His gaze was firm and resolute, like a blazing torch illuminating the faces of those present, igniting within them the courage and fighting spirit they needed. Uncle Yangyi nodded in agreement. Yuer is correct, however. The Wang family wields considerable power in Weishu County. With deep roots, we must proceed with caution, deliberate carefully, and avoid reckless impulsiveness to prevent falling into an irretrievable abyss. Yangyi's brow furrowed tightly, as if tied in an everlasting knot, plunging him into a deep reverie. Cousin Yang Sheng eagerly suggested, What if we ally with the Zhao family to confront the Wang family together? This way, our strength would be amplified, and our chances of success would increase. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as though he had glimpsed a ray of light. Yangyu pondered for a moment before responding. This is indeed a feasible approach. However, the Zhao family is currently grappling with numerous challenges, and we cannot place all our hopes solely upon them. We must prepare for contingencies. Yangyu's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, producing a steady sound as his mind raced through various potential scenarios and countermeasures. At that moment, his sister Yang Xiao interjected, We could first gather evidence of the Wang family's numerous crimes, exposing their wickedness to the populace of Weishu County. Once the people's power is mobilized, the Wang family will find themselves isolated and defenseless. Wisdom sparkled in Yang Zhao's eyes, akin to brilliant stars illuminating the darkness of the night sky. Yang Yu's eyes brightened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as if he had seen a glimmer of hope amid the endless darkness. Sister, that is an excellent idea. Without hesitation, Yang Yu decided to send Yang Sheng and Yang Quan to Weishu County to investigate the Wang family's circumstances and collect relevant evidence. Days later, Yang Sheng and Yang Quan returned, weary and dusty from their arduous journey. Their faces were smudged with dirt, hair disheveled, and clothes drenched in sweat. Yet, their eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. You brother, we have unearthed a wealth of crucial information. The Wang family has been running rampant, committing all manner of atrocities. They have seized countless innocent people's lands and shops, leaving those poor souls without the means to survive. Enduring immense hardship, Yang Sheng declared with indignation. His voice trembled with anger, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the force. Yang Quan added, Moreover, they have colluded with the authorities, engaging in nefarious schemes to oppress the common folk. Those poor individuals, though filled with resentment and discontent, dare not voice their anger and can only suffer silently under the Wang family's exploitation and oppression. Yang Quan's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes brimming with hatred for the Wang family and sympathy for the oppressed. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu clenched his fists in fury, the joints turning white from the strain. These scoundrels are utterly unforgivable. Their deeds defy the heavens. I, Yang Yu, vow to make them pay a heavy price for their malevolence. His voice emerged from between gritted teeth, brimming with boundless anger and steadfast resolve. Yang Yu paced the room, his footsteps quick and purposeful, as if each step was a blow against his adversaries' hearts. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow upon his face, highlighting his ironclad resolve. In his heart, Yang Yu had devised a meticulous plan to ensure the Wang family would face dire consequences for their actions. Restoring justice. First, we will broadly disseminate the evidence we have gathered to incite public anger and dissatisfaction. Then, we shall join forces with the Zhao family, leveraging their strength to utterly dismantle the Wang family, leaving them with no chance of resurgence, Yang Yu articulated. His voice resonated clearly in the still of night, akin to a clarion call to battle, rallying everyone to march forward with unwavering determination. The assembly unanimously expressed their approval, eyes glimmering with hope, as if they could already envision the day of the Wang family's downfall. Yang Yu began to systematically arrange the specifics of their plan, ensuring that each individual was fully engaged in his directives, eager not to overlook a single detail. Yang Sheng, you are responsible for organizing the evidence into a comprehensive dossier and making multiple copies to ensure clarity. Allowing anyone to grasp the Wang family's transgressions at a glance, Yang Yu instructed, his gaze unwavering. Rest assured, you brother, I will complete this task and not disappoint anyone's expectations. Yang Sheng affirmed confidently, determination shining in his eyes. Yang Quan, you will reach out to the village's youth and organize a formidable guard force. They must undergo rigorous training to enhance their combat abilities in case the Wang family resorts to desperate measures and retaliates against us. Yang Yu continued, absolutely, Yuer, I will ensure this matter is handled well. Yang Quan replied without hesitation, courage radiating from his demeanor. Uncle, you and grandfather will remain at home to stabilize everyone's emotions, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Maintain your composure and do not let chaos ensue, Yang Yu directed, his gaze filled with trust and earnestness. Do not worry. Yuer, we will safeguard the rear, allowing you to proceed without concerns, Yang Yi assured solemnly. Yang Yu's inner thoughts. Wang family, you shall not escape this time. I will ensure your complete downfall and make you pay for your crimes. A blazing fire of vengeance burned within him. His eyes filled with steadfastness and fearlessness, like a valiant warrior poised to enter the battlefield, ready to confront a life-and-death struggle. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age. 16 realm. Mid-stage blood exchange. Strength. 2. 200,000 gene. Speed. 4,500 ms. Talent. Top-tier genius cultivation techniques. Profound level technique. Great perfection. Starry sky formula. Major accomplishment. 9 suns divine formula. Medium accomplishment. Martial skills. Breaking wine fist. Great perfection. Chapter 49. A sudden turn of events. Yang Yu's meticulously crafted plan against the Wang family unfolded like a grand, intricately choreographed play, gradually taking shape with methodical precision. Under his command, the people of Yangjia village moved like well-drilled soldiers, each fulfilling their role with precision, meticulously disseminating the incriminating evidence against the Wang family to every corner of Weishui County. Before the first rays of dawn had fully escaped the clutches of night, the youth of Yangjia village, bearing evidence potent enough to bring disgrace upon the Wang family, hurriedly made their way towards the city of Weishui. In an instant, it was as if a massive bomb had been detonated within Weishui County, igniting a fervor among the populace, whose anger towards the Wang family surged like an impending volcanic eruption. Reaching unprecedented heights in the streets and alleys, people gathered in clusters, whispering fervently, their voices rising and falling like tumultuous ocean waves, each swell more fervent than the last. The Wang family, who were used to wielding power with impunity, had unexpectedly committed such heinous and despicable acts. An elderly vegetable vendor trembled with rage, his basket shaking in synchrony with his quaking body, as if it sought to express his profound fury. Truly vile, utterly lawless. They must face their due punishment, paying a heavy price for their misdeeds. A young scholar, filled with righteous indignation, gripped his folding fan tightly, his knuckles whitening with the strain, his expression radiating a desire to see the Wang family suffer grievously. Meanwhile, within the Wang household, chaos reigned supreme. Servants rushed about, their faces etched with panic as though the end of the world had descended upon them. Master, it's dire. Outside, our crimes are laid bare for all to see. The populace is incensed, clamoring for our downfall. The steward of the Wang family stumbled in, breathless and wide-eyed, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, his gaze filled with profound dread, as if he foresaw the tragic demise of the Wang family. Wang Fugue, the head of the family, wore a countenance as dark as a storm cloud. Seated in the imposing armchair that symbolized his authority, his hands gripping the armrests with such force that his knuckles turned white. As though he might crush them to splinters, it must be the Yang family orchestrating this behind the scenes. Investigate thoroughly. I demand they pay dearly for this, he bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and resentment. A fire of rage threatening to incinerate all in its path. On the other side, Yang Yu hastened alongside Yang Sheng, their steeds galloping fiercely, the sound of hooves like a tempest, raising clouds of dust in their wake. They arrived swiftly at the Zhao estate, where the anxious Zhao elder paced back and forth, awaiting their arrival. Elder Zhao, the time has come. We can initiate our plan to eradicate the Wang family's malignant presence. Yang Yu declared, his gaze resolute and his demeanor serious, as his garments billowed in the wind, a manifestation of his unwavering determination. Elder Zhao nodded vigorously. Very well, we shall follow young Master Yang's directives. With a wave of his hand, the warriors of the Zhao family sprang into action, brimming with vigor and ready to depart, their morale soaring as if they were about to pierce the heavens. Leading the combined forces of the Yang and Zhao families, Yang Yu advanced toward the Wang residence with great momentum. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder, deafening and tumultuous, as dust obscured the sky. The banners of their ranks fluttered high in the wind, proclaiming the arrival of justice with pride. Before the gates of the Wang family, both sides braced for confrontation, the atmosphere so tense it was nearly suffocating. The warriors of the Wang family, weapons glinting menacingly, stood with fierce determination. Wang Fuguwei positioned himself at the forefront, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he could incinerate Yang Yu and his allies with a mere glare. Yang Yu, how dare you have the audacity to oppose my Wang family? Today shall mark your demise. Wang Fuguwei roared, his voice resonating through the air, laden with threats and arrogance. Yang Yu responded with a derisive laugh. Wang Fuguwei, your myriad crimes have been laid bare. Justice cannot be denied. Today is your reckoning, and the Wang family shall pay for their transgressions. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction and fearless courage. With a wave of his hand, Wang Fuguwei commanded, charge, annihilate them. As soon as the order was given, the warriors of the Wang family surged forth like a tidal wave, the battle cries deafening. An intense and brutal clash erupted instantaneously. Yang Yu led the charge, plunging into the fray without hesitation, unleashing the Nine Suns' divine art, his inner strength surging forth like a radiant sun, intimidating foes wherever he went. His figure darted through the throng like a specter. Each strike imbued with overwhelming force. Nine Suns' blazing palm, Yang Yu shouted, his palm striking out as a fiery intensity engulfed the warriors of the Wang family. The air warped around him, contorted by the searing power, as if the very fabric of space threatened to rend apart. Several Wang warriors, struck by the immense force, let out anguished cries, their bodies soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings. Crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, Yang Sheng, not to be outdone, wielded his sword with ferocity, the strikes swift and fierce, engaging in a deadly duel with the enemy. His eyes shimmered with resolve, each thrust aimed to eliminate his adversaries. Wind-breaking sword art. Yang Sheng's blade moved like a tempest, swift as lightning, piercing the vital points of an enemy before they could react. Leaving them lifeless, eyes still bearing the mark of terror and disbelief. Elder Zhao, calm and composed, directed the Zhao warriors in their valiant efforts. They moved in perfect harmony, advancing and retreating with precision, forming an unassailable line that repelled the Wang warriors' relentless assaults. During the skirmish, Yang Yu's keen eyes caught sight of Wang Fuguwei amidst the chaos. His gaze sharpened, akin to a predator spotting its prey, and he surged forward without hesitation. Wang Fuguwei, prepare to meet your end. Yang Yu roared, his voice booming across the battlefield like a thunderclap, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. Wang Fuguwei's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, yet he quickly masked it. Unleashing his ultimate technique, Dark Storm Fist, Wang Fuguwei's punches surged like a black tempest, howling towards Yang Yu. The force of his strikes uprooted the stones beneath them, sending debris flying in a chaotic melee. With a thunderous crash, their powers collided, producing a deafening sound that seemed to rip the very air apart, creating a brief vacuum around them. The shockwaves radiated outward, destabilizing nearby warriors. Yang Yu gritted his teeth. Veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted with exertion, he poured forth all his inner strength, vowing to overpower Wang Fuguwei. Wang Fuguwei, your demise is nigh, Yangyu bellowed, his voice echoing with unbridled fury and lethal intent. Ultimately, Wang Fuguwei could not withstand Yangyu's overwhelming might, receiving a crushing blow to his chest. His body flew backward, crashing against the imposing gate of the Wang residence with a resounding thud. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell, unable to rise. My lord. The warriors of the Wang family witnessed Wang Fuguwei's fall, their morale plummeting instantaneously. Their movements grew sluggish, eyes filled with fear and despair, as if their very backbone had been shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu led the charge, sweeping through the remnants of the Wang family like autumn leaves in a gale. The battlefield became a canvas stained with blood. A tragic tableau of defeat. The flags of the Wang family lay trampled underfoot, their once mighty lineage reduced to ruins. Yangyu's attributes panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, mid-blood transfusion, strength, 2. 500,000 gene, speed, 5,000 ms, potential, top-tier genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, grand accomplishment, 9 suns divine art, mid accomplishment, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, 9 suns blazing palm, minor accomplishment, chapter 50. Visitors from the prefecture city following the utter defeat of the Wang family. Yangyu and his clan rose to prominence in Weishui County, basking in the glory of their victory. However, the fleeting joy that success brought did not linger long, as new troubles loomed like a dark cloud. Swiftly enveloping them, on a sunlit day, Yangyu sat at home, fervently discussing with his family how to further develop their clan's enterprises. Inside, warm sunlight streamed through the exquisitely crafted window panes, casting an array of shapes and sizes of light spots upon the floor. Yangyu sat at the table, idly tapping his fingers on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. His deep-set eyes narrowed in concentration, meticulously contemplating the future plans of the family, each detail replaying in his mind. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, his expression frantic. His steps were hasty and disordered, as if something terrifying pursued him from behind. He breathed heavily, as if he had just completed a grueling marathon. Panic was etched across his face, conveying a sense of impending doom. Young master, it's terrible. A group of mysterious individuals has arrived outside, their intentions unclear. The household servant gasped for breath, his voice trembling with palpable anxiety, like a flickering candle swaying in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, Yangyu furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of alertness flashing in his eyes as he rose without hesitation, declaring, "Let us go and investigate." His voice was steady and powerful, akin to the resounding thud of a hammer striking the ground, exuding an undeniable resolve. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, they beheld a group of imposing figures clad in black attire, standing rigidly as if they were insurmountable mountains. Their expressions were as frigid as ice, seemingly indifferent to the world around them, emanating an aura of oppressive weight, akin to an unseen storm cloud suffocating the very air. At the forefront was a man with a stern countenance, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, as though he could pierce through to the very essence of existence, instilling dread with merely a glance. "Are you Yangyu?" the man inquired coldly, his voice reminiscent of sound emerging from a millennium-old ice cellar, devoid of warmth, as if capable of freezing the surrounding atmosphere in an instant. Yangyu regarded him warily, his hands instinctively clenching into tight fists, the knuckles paling under the strain. "Indeed, and may I ask who you are?" His tone was calm, like still water, yet his heart brimmed with caution, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. The man scoffed, his disdain palpable. "We are from the Lin family of Changlin County. Word has it that you have been making quite a stir in Weishui County, so we have come to meet this audacious young man." His words dripped with condescension and provocation, suggesting that Yangyu was but an insignificant insect in his eyes. A sudden weight settled in Yangyu's heart. The Lin family was a formidable power, far surpassing the Wang family. Their reputation in the region was thunderous, their influence akin to an enormous spider's web, ensnaring every corner, instilling a sense of trepidation. "What business does the Lin family have with me?" Yangyu forcibly suppressed his unease, striving to maintain his composure, attempting to glean even the slightest useful information from the man's expression and demeanor. With an expressionless visage, the man replied, "You have disrupted the balance here, and the Lin family cannot simply stand idly by." His tone was as unyielding as iron, suggesting that Yangjie's actions had encroached upon their inviolable core interests, a transgression that could not be overlooked. Yangjia straightened his posture, resolutely stating, "I act solely to protect my family and uphold the righteousness in my heart." His voice was as steadfast as rock, his gaze unwavering as it met the man's sharp scrutiny. Devoid of any hint of retreat or fear, the man let out a chilling laugh, sending a shiver down the spine. Righteousness? In this world governed by the strong, power is the only truth. Your so-called righteousness is nothing more than a juvenile jest in my eyes. His words dripped with scorn and derision, belittling Yangjie's steadfastness as laughably insignificant. That moment, Yangjie's father, Yangjun, hurriedly emerged, his face etched with profound concern, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. "Gentlemen, let us discuss this matter amicably. There is no need for such hostility." His voice carried a tone of helplessness and plea. Attempting to defuse the palpable tension, the man cast a disdainful glance at Yangjun, devoid of respect or compassion. "Humph, I offer you a choice. Either submit to the Lin family and become our vassal, or prepare to be completely erased from this world." His words struck like a heavy hammer, leaving those present gasping for breath. Yangjie's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Never! I, Yangjia, shall never bow to anyone's threats." His voice resonated with anger and defiance, like a lion roused to battle, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle against his adversaries. The man's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Then do not blame us for being unkind." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his followers to unsheathe their gleaming weapons, which glimmered ominously in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. As if poised to claim lives without mercy, Yangjia, undeterred, summoned his inner strength, feeling the powerful energy coursing through his veins. His gaze was resolute, radiating a formidable aura, prepared to confront the adversary, willing to fight to the death without retreat. At that critical juncture, Yangyi's grandfather, Yangda, spoke slowly, "Wait, this matter requires careful deliberation." His voice was imbued with the weight of years, recognizing the catastrophic consequences of confronting the Lin family head-on. With deliberate steps, Yangda approached the man, imploring, "Might you grant us some time to consider?" His tone bore a hint of supplication, a dignity relinquished for the sake of the family's survival. The man pondered briefly. Perhaps deeming the Yang family not an immediate threat, he coldly replied, "Very well, you have 3 days. Remember, only 3." With that, he turned and departed with his entourage. Once the Lin family departed, the Yang family fell into deep contemplation. The atmosphere within the room was heavy and stifling, as if a colossal stone pressed down on each heart. Worry and unease marred every face, as though the path ahead was shrouded in unending darkness and uncertainty. What shall we do?" "The Lin family is not a behemoth we can easily contend with," Yangjun said, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness, his voice tinged with fear of the unknown fate. After a moment of reflection, Yangyu resolutely replied, "Father, we must never yield to their tyranny, yet we cannot blindly confront them either. Our immediate priority is to enhance our family's strength." His gaze was unwavering, his mind racing to formulate a plan. Sister Yang Xiao hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps we could seek assistance from other factions? There might be those willing to lend a helping hand." Her voice held a glimmer of hope, yet was overshadowed by uncertainty and trepidation. Yangyu shook his head, his expression grave. "At this juncture, it is unlikely that any faction would risk offending the powerful Lin family for our sake. In this world governed by the strong, self-interest always prevails." He understood well that amidst this harsh reality, human connections were fleeting, and self-interest reigned supreme. Yangyu paced the room, his steps hurried and heavy. His mind churned with strategies to confront the looming crisis. "System, can you aid me in overcoming this challenge?" he thought to himself, aware that this was an unprecedented and daunting trial, yet he would not easily concede. Even if faced with an abyss, Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, mid-blood transformation, strength 2,800,000 gene, speed 5,500 ms, talent, top-tier genius cultivation techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star movement technique, great success, 9 Young Divine Art, medium success, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. 9 Young Blaze Palm, small success, chapter 51. Strategizing response. The 3-day ultimatum from the Lin family loomed like a heavy boulder, suffocating the Yang family in deep anxiety and unrest. Yangyu sat in the study, the dim light casting shadows on his furrowed brow, as if an indelible gloom had settled around him. His gaze fixated on the map spread across the table, thoughts intertwined like a tangled web, contemplating their course of action. Viewer, the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Do we truly intend to confront them? Yangjun entered the study, his footsteps resonating heavily in the near-silent room. His face bore the marks of worry, the lines around his eyes deepening, each wrinkle telling tales of his inner turmoil. Yangyu lifted his head, his gaze resolute. Father, the Lin family bullies the weak. If we submit, we shall never rise again. The dignity and honor of the Yang family cannot be trampled upon. Though his voice was soft, every word resonated with unwavering determination. Yangjun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yet their power is overwhelming. How can we contend with them? The Lin family is deeply entrenched in Changlin County, their influence vast, while we are but a small Yang family. His voice dwindled, revealing a profound sense of helplessness, as if groping in endless darkness without a glimmer of light. Yangyu rose, slowly approaching the window, gazing at the moonlit night beyond. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the courtyard, yet the cold radiance could not dispel the shadows in his heart. Father, we still have time to enhance our strength and seek allies. As long as we unite, we may yet possess the power to fight. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening under the strain, the veins on his hands bulging like coiled dragons. At that moment, his sister Yang Xiao entered with light steps. Though her demeanor was delicate, her face bore an expression of urgency and hope, breaking the heavy atmosphere of the study. Brother Yu, I believe we should visit other families in Weishui County to see if we can form an alliance. In Yang Xiao's eyes shimmered a glimmer of hope, a light akin to the flickering sparks of stars in the darkness. Though feeble, it irresistibly beckoned pursuit. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, creating a deep furrow upon his forehead. This was not without merit. However, the other families might be reluctant to take such risks. The reputation of the Lin family loomed large, and they would likely fear drawing flames upon themselves. A hint of concern tinged Yang Yu's tone, for he was acutely aware that in this merciless world, human emotions were fickle and self-interest reigned supreme. One must at least try. Perhaps we can find kindred spirits, Yang Xiao asserted. Her voice brimmed with unwavering conviction, her gaze radiating an indomitable spirit. Now, we are isolated and unsupported. If we could secure the assistance of other families, even a modicum of support could enhance our chances. Yang Yu nodded, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. Sister, I entrust this matter to you. Proceed with caution, mind your words, and strive to persuade them. His gaze was imbued with trust and expectation for his sister. After acknowledging her brother's words, Yang Xiao departed. Her figure glided like a delicate cloud, vanishing into the night, bearing the weight of her family's hopes and responsibilities. Her retreating silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly resolute. Yang Yu then conferred with his father regarding certain details. Yang Jun patted Yang Yu's shoulder, the weight of his hand seeming to carry 1,000 unspoken words. No matter what, we stand by your decision, Yuer. The future of the Yang family rests upon your shoulders. Yang Jun's eyes brimmed with trust and anticipation, his gaze akin to a beacon, illuminating Yang Yu's path in this dark hour. Moved, Yang Yu felt his eyes moisten, the glimmer of tears shimmering in the dim light. Father, I will not allow our family to fall into despair. I shall exert every ounce of strength to protect our home and kin. His voice trembled slightly, yet the resolve within remained unyielded. Meanwhile, the rest of the family prepared for the impending crisis. Third Uncle Yang Quan stood in the training grounds, his demeanor grave, resembling a formidable god of war. Everyone, focus your spirits and practice diligently. Fight for the family. His voice reverberated across the training grounds, deafening and powerful, as if it aimed to pierce the heavens. Yang Quan's gaze was sharp, scrutinizing every movement of the young disciples, leaving no minor misstep unobserved. Cousin Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, droplets cascading like pearls scattered from a broken strand, shimmering under the moonlight. His gaze was resolute, seemingly ignited by an unquenchable flame. Third uncle, I will strive with all my might. Yang Ming gritted his teeth, swinging his sword once more, the blade slicing through the air, conjuring a fierce gale. His figure danced in the moonlight, every motion imbued with strength and determination. Cousin Yang Shui diligently organized supplies in the storeroom, meticulously counting each item with a focused expression, as if handling the most precious treasures of the world. I hope we can weather this storm, she remarked, though fatigue marked her features, her determination shone through. Her hands moved tirelessly, arranging the supplies neatly to ensure logistical support for the family's impending battle. Alone, Yangyu arrived at the training grounds. The night breeze rustling his garments, the edges flapping in the wind. Yet he remained oblivious. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, embracing the tranquility of the night and the turmoil within. He understood that only by growing stronger could he lead his family to triumph over the Lin family. 9 Sons Divine Art, grant me a breakthrough. Yangyu bellowed, channeling his inner strength, a radiance enveloping him. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, his inner power surging through his meridians like a river breaching its dam. Tumultuous and unstoppable, his aura escalated, the air around him seemingly igniting, manifesting visible waves of heat. These waves distorted the surrounding scenery, rendering Yangyu's figure somewhat ethereal. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from within Yangyu, sending dust swirling into the air. The ground trembled as fragments of rock scattered, producing a cacophony of sounds. Yangyu opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. At last, the 9 Sons Divine Art has achieved a breakthrough. He felt the torrent of power within him, bolstering his confidence. The light of self-assurance sparkled in his eyes, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. Yangyu's Attributes Panel. Host. Yangyu Age. 16 Realm. Late Blood Transformation. Strength 3. 500,000 Gene. Speed 6,000 meters second. Qualification. Top-tier Genius Cultivation Techniques. Mysterious Level Technique. Great Perfection. Stellar Art. Great Accomplishment. 9 Sons Divine Art. Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills. Wind-Breaking Fist. Great Perfection. 9 Sons Flame Palm. Minor Accomplishment. Chapter 52. Journey to the Su family. 2 fleeting days passed. As swift as a fleeting shadow, Sister Yang Xiao returned to the Yang family, her steps heavy as though burdened by leaden weights, each movement appearing laborious and devoid of vitality. Her countenance was etched with fatigue and despondency, reminiscent of a frost-bitten flower, stripped of its former vigor. Those families are apprehensive about offending the Lin family and are unwilling to ally with us, Yang Xiao lamented, her tone laced with profound helplessness, as if exhaling a sigh from the depths of her soul. Her voice was hoarse and low, each word resounding like a heavy hammer striking Yangyu's heart. Her eyes, dim and devoid of light, seemed to have lost the flicker of hope, leaving behind only a haze of despair and confusion. Yangyu furrowed his brows, his 2 arched eyebrows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow that could crush a fly. It appears we must rely solely on ourselves. His tone was somber yet resolute, tinged with a hint of resignation, yet more so with an unyielding determination. His voice echoed in the empty hall, as if challenging fate itself. At that moment, third Uncle Yang Quan rushed in, his steps hurried, breaths rapid, each inhalation resonating sharply in the quiet atmosphere. A flush of excitement colored his cheeks, as if he had spotted a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Both Yangyu and Yang Xiao turned their gaze towards him, hope igniting in their eyes, though faint. It appeared precious in this moment of despair. Third uncle, what good news do you bring? They inquired in unison, their voices laced with urgency, akin to drowning souls grasping at a final lifeline. Yang Quan took a breath, striving to calm his racing heart, his chest rising and falling dramatically. I have learned that there exists a mysterious family in Weishui County, reputed to possess considerable strength, and they have some grievances with the Lin family. Excitement sparkled in Yang Quan's eyes, as if he had uncovered a ray of hope in the darkness. His voice trembled with anticipation for the future. Yang Yu's eyes brightened, the light akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, illuminating his countenance. Third uncle, please elaborate. His tone was eager, his hands instinctively gripping Yang Quan's arm with such force that it caused Yang Quan a moment of discomfort. Yang Quan continued, this family bears the surname Su, remaining quite low profile, yet their techniques and martial skills are notably unique. I learned this by chance from an old friend. and it is said that the Su family had previously clashed with the Lin family over business competition. I believe we should attempt to forge an alliance with them. Yang Quan spoke rapidly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he gazed expectantly at Yang Yu, hoping his news could usher in a turning point for their family. Yang Yu contemplated for a moment, his mind racing as thoughts and ideas flashed like lightning through his consciousness. He weighed various scenarios and strategies, meticulously analyzing each possibility. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately, he declared decisively, his eyes brimming with determination. That unwavering gaze seemed to convey to all present that he was prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. With urgency, Yang Yu set forth alongside Yang Quan and Yang Xiao, their steeds galloping swiftly towards the Su family. The sound of hooves thundered like a downpour, stirring up clouds of dust. This dust trailed behind them like a golden serpent, narrating their urgency and resolve. Yang Yu's heart swelled with both anticipation and trepidation. He hoped the Su family would become their allies in the fight against the Lin family, yet he feared they might reject their overture. Arriving at the entrance of the Su family, Yang Yu lifted his gaze. The grand crimson door stood tall and imposing, resembling an insurmountable peak. The brass ring glimmered coldly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a beast's eye. Instilling a sense of trepidation, Yang Yu approached, his hand poised to knock, yet a wave of anxiety washed over him. That tension coursed through his body like electricity, quickening his heartbeat. A servant opened the door. Regarding them with suspicion, his gaze swept over Yang Yu and the others, tinged with wariness, as if assessing uninvited guests. "Who are you?" the servant inquired, his tone frosty, exuding an air of detachment and indifference. Yang Yu replied, "I request an audience with Yang Yu of the Yang family." His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, imbued with sincerity. He fixed his gaze on the servant, hoping to convey his earnestness. After the servant went inside to announce their arrival, he soon returned to usher them in. The hall of the Su family was adorned with elegance and solemnity. The walls were adorned with the calligraphy and paintings of renowned figures, while a thick carpet covered the floor, each ornament exuding an air of exquisite luxury. Su Han, the head of the Su family, occupied the central seat, clad in a deep blue robe intricately embroidered with delicate patterns that shimmered with a faint luminescence. His gaze was profound and piercing, akin to that of a hawk, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet his eyes. He scrutinized Yang Yu and his companions, as if his gaze could penetrate their very souls. Discerning their innermost thoughts, "Young Master Yang, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" Su Han inquired, his voice calm yet devoid of any discernible emotion. It was as tranquil as a still lake. Leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery, Yang Yu addressed the matter directly. "Head of the Su family, I trust you are aware of the threats posed by the Lin family towards my Yang family. I have come today in hopes of forging an alliance with the Su family to collectively confront the Lin family." Yang Yu's unwavering gaze met Su Han's, reflecting neither retreat nor hesitation. His eyes conveyed a steadfast determination, as if imparting a belief in resilience and indomitable spirit. Su Han smiled enigmatically, a smile that was difficult to decipher. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, yet there was no mirth in his eyes. "Young Master Yang, the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Are we truly willing to take such risks?" The tone of his voice bore a hint of skepticism and hesitation. His fingers lightly tapping the armrest, the rhythm echoing the cadence of his contemplations. Yang Yu responded, "The Lin family rules with tyranny. If we do not unite, we shall inevitably fall one by one. Moreover, it is my understanding that the Su family harbors old grievances against the Lin family. Now presents a prime opportunity for us to retaliate together." His words were earnest and compelling, seeking to resonate with Su Han. The fervor and resolve in his voice reverberated through the hall. After a moment of silence, as his fingers continued their gentle percussion on the armrest, Su Han seemed lost in thought. The hall was enveloped in stillness, save for the echo of his tapping, reminiscent of time's slow passage. "You make a valid point, yet the matter of alliance requires careful deliberation," Su Han replied, his tone still serene, though Yang Yu could sense a flicker of uncertainty within him. "Head of the Su family, if we ally, the Yang family is prepared to share resources and techniques. Together, we shall stand against the Lin family's menace and achieve a mutual victory," Yang Yu declared, his voice imbued with both allure and conviction. He fixed his gaze intently upon Su Han, yearning to glean a glimmer of hope from his expression. At that moment, an elder from the Su family interjected. Head, this matter demands prudence. We must not hastily embroil ourselves in this conflict, lest we invite calamity upon the Su family. The elder's visage was etched with concern, his eyes scanning Yangyu and his companions with doubt. His voice was low and heavy, as if recounting an inescapable fate. Yangyu turned to the elder. Elder, the situation is pressing. If we join forces, we may yet find a path to victory. Furthermore, the Lin family's ambitions grow ever more insatiable. If we do not resist, we shall inevitably become their next targets. Yang Yu's tone was urgent and resolute, striving to sway the elder's opinion. His eyes brimmed with hope, eager for a change of heart. After a vigorous discussion, Su Han finally reached a decision. Very well, young Master Yang, the Su family is willing to ally with the Yang family. His voice rang out strong and resolute, as if shattering a long-standing indecision. His gaze sparkled with determination and courage, as though he were prepared to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. Yang Yu's heart soared with joy, a smile of gratitude illuminating his face. Thank you, head of the Su family. He bowed deeply, conveying his sincere appreciation. This bow was a gesture of respect towards the Su family and an expression of hope for the future. Upon returning to the Yang family, Yang Yu commenced discussions with Su Han regarding specific strategies. They gathered around a table, a map unfurled before them, fingers tracing various routes as tactics and plans began to crystallize in their minds. Yang Yu's demeanor was serious and focused, each thought meticulously considered. Yang Yu's attributes panel, host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, late-stage blood transformation, strength 3,800,000 gene, speed 6,500 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 Yang divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, minor achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blazing palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement, chapter 53, pinnacle of blood transformation following the alliance with the Su family. Yang Yu recognized the paramount importance of enhancing his own strength, as it not only pertained to the future of the Yang family, but would also be the key to victory in the impending conflict with the Lin family. Thus, he resolutely decided to enter seclusion for cultivation in preparation for the life-and-death battle that awaited him. With determined strides, Yang Yu approached the family's mysterious and tranquil secret chamber. The atmosphere was so silent that it felt as if time had come to a standstill, where even the sound of his heartbeat seemed distinctly audible. The surrounding walls were meticulously constructed from a unique stone, effectively isolating all external disturbances while emanating an ancient and enigmatic aura. As if each stone bore the wisdom and aspirations of the family's ancestors, in one corner of the chamber lay stone tablets inscribed with archaic runes, their faint, mysterious glow reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Adding an air of intrigue to the entire chamber, the secret chamber was suffused with rich spiritual energy, flowing through the air like a tangible stream, gentle yet potent. Yang Yu slowly settled onto a cushion. Inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm his mind completely, he closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, each inhalation melding him into the tranquil space, as if he had become part of this serene realm. Forging a subtle connection with every blade of grass, every stone, and every rune within the chamber, he prepared to practice the newly acquired greenwood technique. Yang Yu mused internally. The greenwood technique is a method that harmonizes with the forces of nature. I hope it will elevate my abilities. His eyes shimmered with anticipation and resolve, that steadfast gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all obstacles towards the shores of success. He closed his eyes once more, cautiously circulating his internal energy according to the incantation of the greenwood technique. A faint green glow began to emanate from his body, reminiscent of tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring. Vibrant and full of life, akin to the gentle sunlight piercing through morning mist, soft and warm. The spiritual energy within the chamber seemed to respond to some mysterious force, converging around him to form a small vortex. This energy danced playfully like mischievous sprites, joyfully flowing through his pores and acupoints, continually entering his being. Yang Yu's meridians were swiftly filled with the spiritual energy, his internal force coursing through them like a surging river, creating a tumultuous sound akin to thousands of galloping horses or crashing waves against the shore. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, each droplet falling to the ground with a soft clear sound, as though marking the passage of time. Yet his expression remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat, enduring immense pain while tenaciously striving for a higher realm. His brow slightly furrowed, lips pressed tightly together. Every muscle tensed, reflecting his inner fortitude and tenacity. Breakthrough! Yangyu roared internally, the sound reverberating through the depths of his being, filled with determination and courage. His internal force erupted suddenly, akin to a flood breaching a dam. Instantly shattering a critical issue point in that moment, his body quivered slightly, as if undergoing a profound baptism, every cell rejoicing, every drop of blood boiling with fervor. That instant, his aura intensified abruptly, and the surrounding green glow grew ever more resplendent. It illuminated the entire chamber, transforming everything into a vibrant green, as if the space had morphed into a forest in full bloom. Yangyu felt the powerful energy surging within him, his heart brimming with joy. As though he had glimpsed a ray of dawn amidst the darkness, that light growing brighter, illuminating his path forward. This pace of cultivation was truly astonishing. Yangyu marveled inwardly. However, he understood well that only by growing stronger could he secure a greater chance of victory in the impending battle. He recognized this was merely the beginning. A longer path lay ahead, fraught with further challenges. Thus, he continued to cultivate without hesitation, striving to elevate the greenwood technique to a higher level. Time slipped away quietly during his practice, and he seemed to forget everything, wholly immersed in his cultivation, the world reduced to just him and the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy. He became a solitary traveler, forging ahead on the path of cultivation, undeterred by any distractions or obstacles. After an indeterminate period, Yangyu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance akin to lightning flickering within them. That radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire chamber, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Dazzling and impossible to gaze upon directly. The greenwood technique has been perfected. Next, I shall attempt to merge it with the 9-yang divine technique, Yangyu murmured to himself, his voice resonating clearly within the stillness of the chamber. As though shattering centuries of silence, he closed his eyes once more, simultaneously circulating both techniques. The searing internal force of the 9-yang divine technique clashed with the life-giving energy of the greenwood technique within him. Merging in a tumultuous dance, these two distinctly different powers were like ferocious beasts, initially colliding and forcing his body to endure tremendous strain. The sensation was akin to two colossal mountains colliding within his being, every inch of skin and every bone bearing an indescribable weight of pressure. Yet, under Yangyu's steadfast will and astute guidance, these two forces gradually began to merge, reminiscent of two mighty rivers converging into a vast ocean. With a resounding boom, Yangyu's body trembled slightly as a powerful wave of energy radiated from him, swiftly expanding outward. The furnishings within the chamber were instantly shattered, reduced to a flurry of splintered wood. Swirling through the air like a flock of startled birds, the runes adorning the walls shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, as if enduring immense pressure, their light flickering like a tale of ancient lore being recounted. Success! Yangyu felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a marvelous sensation as if he had finally touched a higher realm of strength. This force flowed through him like an unceasing river, brimming with vitality and vigor. A satisfied smile graced his lips, infused with confidence and anticipation for the future, as if he could already envision the moment of triumph over the Lin family. At that moment, his cousin Yang Shang approached the chamber. His footsteps echoed crisply in the quiet corridor, shattering the prolonged stillness. "Yud, you have been in seclusion for several days. Everyone outside is waiting for you." Yang Shang called out eagerly, his voice laced with expectation. Yangyu opened the chamber door and emerged with poise. Under the corridor's light, his figure appeared remarkably upright, akin to an immovable mountain, resolute and imposing. Yang Shang gazed at Yangyu in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock and admiration. "Yud, your aura has intensified once again. It is truly remarkable." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, filled with admiration and awe for Yangyu. Yangyu chuckled, his expression brimming with confidence and determination. "Cousin, I have made significant breakthroughs. I am now more assured in dealing with the Lin family." His voice was steady and powerful, exuding an indomitable courage and resolve. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, Blood Exchange Pinnacle, Strength, 4,500,000 Gene, Speed, 7,500 ms, Talent, Top-Tier Genius Techniques, Shin Level Technique, Great Perfection, Star Technique, Major Achievement. 9 Young Divine Technique, Major Achievement, Greenwood Technique, Major Achievement, Purple Flame Technique, Minor Achievement, Martial Skills, Windbreak Fist, Great Perfection, 9 Young Blazing Palm, Minor Achievement, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Minor Achievement. Greenwood Palm, Minor Achievement, Chapter 54. A formidable foe approaches following Yang Yu's significant breakthrough in his training. Both the Yang and Su families were fervently preparing for their confrontation with the Lin family. However, the Lin family did not afford them much time. One morning, before the sun had fully dispelled the night's gloom, a cacophony erupted outside Yang village. The sound rolled like distant thunder, breaking the village's tranquility, as if heralding the imminent storm of battle. Yang Yu and the others swiftly made their way to the village entrance, where they beheld a group of Lin family's warriors standing menacingly. Clad in black attire, they exuded an aura of chilling darkness, brandishing sharp blades that gleamed coldly in the faint sunlight, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, resembling a horde of fiends from the depths of hell, poised to devour everything in sight. Yang Yu, how dare your Yang family defy the Lin family? Today marks your demise, boomed Lin Ming, the leading warrior of the Lin family. His voice resounded like a bell, reverberating through the air and causing discomfort to the ears. Lin Ming was tall and imposing, his muscles bulging as if each fiber contained explosive power. His broad chest resembled a fortress wall, while his stout arms appeared as iron pillars. His eyes glinted with a ferocious light, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Yang Yu stepped forward, gazing coldly at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with contempt and fury. His glare pierced through Lin Ming like two sharpened swords, eyes the Lin family not afraid of retribution for such tyranny. His voice was quiet yet resonant, each word detonating in the air like a heavy bomb. Demanding attention, Lin Ming laughed heartily. Retribution? In Weishui County, my Lin family is the law. His laughter was brazen and unrestrained, as if he wielded control over the entire world. It echoed throughout the open space, imbued with boundless arrogance and hubris. Elder Yangda, leaning on his cane, approached with a shaky gait. Each tap of his cane against the ground resounded heavily. Though aged, he exuded an unmistakable resolve. Lin Ming, do not be so arrogant. My Yang family is not to be trifled with. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with an unyielding spirit, the embodiment of resilience and courage honed by time. Lin Ming scoffed, old man. Those who know their place should surrender quickly. Perhaps we might spare your lives. His eyes brimmed with disdain, treating Elder Yangda's words as nothing more than a trivial jest, utterly unworthy of his concern. Yang Yu glared fiercely, shouting, enough with the idle chatter. If it's war you seek, then let us engage. His voice roared like a lion, brimming with fearless courage and determination, piercing the heavens as if to shatter the very sky. Lin Ming waved his hand. Charge! At his command, the Lin family's warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if the earth itself quaked at their malevolence. The air was filled with shouts and cries, saturated with the thirst for blood and slaughter. Undaunted, Yang Yu unleashed the formidable power of the fused 9 Yang Divine Technique and Greenwood Technique. His entire being radiated with intertwining golden and green light, reminiscent of a divine being descending, dazzling and blinding. In an instant, he repelled several of the Lin family's warriors. They were struck by an invisible force, sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Good lad, you possess some skill. Lin Ming, witnessing this, decided to take matters into his own hands. In a flash, he appeared before Yang Yu like a wraith, his speed nearly impossible to track, and he swung his fist toward Yang Yu. The wind howling as if it could shatter a mountain. A blood exchange, pinnacle warrior. Every strike Lin Ming delivered was imbued with immense power. The force of his punches roared through the air, threatening to tear it asunder, sending waves of sound reverberating. Yang Yu and Lin Ming engaged in a fierce clash. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, akin to two mountains colliding, deafening in its intensity. The surrounding air seemed to warp, creating visible ripples. The shockwave generated by their immense power surged outward, stirring up dust and leaving those nearby momentarily blinded. Yang Yu was inwardly astonished. Lin Ming was indeed formidable. Yet he did not falter. Rather, he grew bolder with each exchange. His gaze sharpened with unwavering resolve, his sole conviction being to vanquish his foe and safeguard the dignity and honor of his family. Each breath he took was infused with power, each attack executed with lethal determination. 9 Yang Greenwood Fist. Yang Yu roared, his fist glowing with a radiant blend of gold and green, the brilliance reminiscent of the fierce sun intertwined with the gentle spring breeze. Embodying both searing strength and vibrant life, he unleashed this punch at Lin Ming, channeling all his might and will into one unstoppable force. Lin Ming felt the potency of the blow, his expression shifting as he hastily raised his arms to defend. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, he braced against the overwhelming force. Boom! Lin Ming was pushed back several steps, his arms trembling as if bearing an immense weight. Staring incredulously at Yang Yu, his heart swelled with shock and fury. How is this possible? A mere child can actually repel me. Lin Ming spoke, disbelief saturating his voice, filled with resentment and confusion that he had suffered a setback before a younger opponent. Yang Yu replied with a smirk, "There is nothing impossible. Today marks the end for your Lin family." His smile radiated confidence and a yearning for victory, a manifestation of disdain for his adversary and an unwavering trust in his own strength. At that moment, reinforcements from the Su family arrived. "Lin family scoundrels, do not be so audacious." Su Han, leading the Su family's elite, joined the fray. Tall and handsome, his eyes reflected wisdom and decisiveness. Clad in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Behind him, the Su family's warriors exuded an air of magnificence, their presence instantly altering the tense dynamics of the battle. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The Lin family's warriors found themselves on the defensive. Their previously arrogant demeanor was suppressed, replaced by expressions of fear and unease. Their attacks became hesitant, their defenses riddled with vulnerabilities. Realizing the dire situation, Lin Ming sought to flee. Yang Yu would not allow such an escape. In a flash, he intercepted Lin Ming, moving with the swiftness of lightning, leaving no room for evasion. Trying to run? Not so easily. Yang Yu executed the flowing cloud sword technique, the blade striking like a bolt of lightning toward Lin Ming. The sword shimmered with a chilling brilliance, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. As if rallying for justice, Lin Ming fought desperately, but ultimately, Yang Yu's sword found its mark, piercing his shoulder and sending him crashing to the ground. He groaned in agony, his eyes filled with despair and terror. His former arrogance and haughtiness have now completely vanished, leaving only an abyss of regret and fear. "Young men of the Yang and Su families, strike fiercely," Yang Yu bellowed. His voice was imbued with fervor and inspiration. Invigorating the spirits of all present, it resonated like a battle horn, urging every warrior to advance fearlessly. Under Yang Yu's leadership, the martial artists of the Yang and Su families surged forward with renewed vigor. Akin to tigers descending a mountain, overwhelming the Lin family's fighters. Their attacks were swift and decisive, each move infused with strength and determination. They darted across the battlefield like valiant deities, fighting for justice and honor. In this fierce conflict, Yang Yu once again showcased his unmatched prowess and exceptional leadership skills. His presence on the battlefield was like an insurmountable barrier, safeguarding the dignity and glory of the Yang and Su families. Each of his strikes instilled dread in his foes, while every command he issued elevated the morale of his allies. Yang Yu's attributes: Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, peak blood transformation, strength, 5,000,000 gene, speed, 8,000 ms, talent, supreme genius cultivation techniques, Qian level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 Yang divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, minor achievement, wave step, minor achievement, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blazing palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement, greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, beginner. Chapter 55. Breakthrough to innate. The provocation from the Lin family was successfully repelled by Yang Yu, bringing a fleeting tranquility to Yang family village. However, this serene atmosphere did not induce any complacency in Yang Yu. He understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the road ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges and dangers. To prepare for future adversities, He must seize this rare opportunity to further enhance his strength, becoming a steadfast shield for his family. Upon returning to his room, a simple yet tidy space, sunlight streamed through the window. Casting soft patterns on the floor, reminiscent of a golden canvas, he gently closed the door, the faint click isolating him from the external clamor. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, with neatly arranged bedding, he prepared to commence his cultivation as usual. His gaze was resolute and focused, as if, in that moment, the entire world consisted solely of him and the impending journey of his cultivation. He first activated the 9-yang divine technique, feeling his internal energy surge like a scorching flame. Each thread of energy resembled a flickering flame, rapidly traversing through his meridians, instantly filling them with potent and searing power. Every inch of his meridians brimmed with this force, as if on the verge of combustion, the heat causing his body to glow slightly, yet he relished the sensation. Next, he transitioned to the greenwood technique, his internal energy transforming into a gentle and vibrant essence. It felt as though a roaring inferno had morphed into a babbling brook, tenderly nurturing every parched corner of his being. He sensed a subtle connection with the trees, flowers, and grasses outside, as if he could hear their breaths and feel their life force. The vitality of those plants seemed to flow unceasingly into him, merging with his internal energy, enveloping him in a serene and harmonious ambience. Purple flame technique, arise. Yangjia exclaimed softly, as a surge of purple fiery energy erupted within him. This force was both fierce and tumultuous, embodying the dual powers of destruction and rebirth. It intertwined with the previously harnessed 9-yang and greenwood energies, forming a unique power field. The three energies clashed and intertwined within him, causing his body to tremble slightly under the immense pressure. Every cell rejoiced while simultaneously enduring a rigorous trial. Yet his expression remained concentrated and unwavering, as if in his world, only the pursuit of power and the yearning for breakthroughs mattered. As Yangjia cultivated, his body radiated a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, red, green, and purple, blending in a surreal dance. The brilliance fluctuated, at times as intense as the midday sun, at others soft like moonlight, and occasionally mysterious like the twilight haze. His aura intensified, stirring the air in his room into small whirlwinds, akin to miniature tempests swirling around, stirring dust and energy alike. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, rolling down like pearls and dampening his garments. The fabric clung tightly to his physique, outlining his robust form, yet he remained oblivious, immersed in his practice. His lips pressed together, teeth lightly biting his lower lip, betraying the immense pain and pressure he was enduring. Yet his eyes held no trace of hesitation or surrender. I must break through to the innate realm, Yangjia silently vowed. His eyes sparkled with desire and determination, a fervent quest for higher realms and a longing for immense power. He envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of the innate realm, surveying all beings, safeguarding his family's honor and tranquility. Just as Yangjia was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, a gentle knock echoed at the door. The sound pierced the silence of the room, shattering his concentration. It resonated like a stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples of distraction. It's me, came the tender and concerned voice of his mother. Wang Ning. Her tone was filled with maternal worry and affection, akin to the warmest breeze of spring, softly brushing against Yangju's heart. Yangjia slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing his face, yet predominantly filled with respect and love for his mother. His gaze transitioned from the depth of concentration to clarity, tinged with a hint of regret at the interruption. He rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body, his joints emitting soft clicks, before walking to the door and opening it. Mother, what brings you here? Yangjia inquired, his voice laced with curiosity, yet more infused with concern for her. He gazed at his mother, warmth and affection shining in his eyes. Wang Ning looked at Yangjia, her eyes brimming with love. Her gaze wandered over his face, as if etching every detail into her memory. Within her eyes lay boundless tenderness and concern. Do not overexert yourself in your cultivation. Remember to rest, she advised softly, her voice gentle and warm, drifting over Yangju's heart like a spring breeze. A tinge of worry laced her words, fearing her son might harm his health through excessive training. Yangjia smiled. Mother, I understand. Please do not worry. His smile radiated sunshine and confidence, an attempt to reassure her. It was akin to the first light of dawn illuminating the entire room. Wang Ning sighed, her eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. Seeing you work so hard for the family, I feel both proud and pained, she expressed, extending her hand to gently caress Yang Yu's cheek, the warmth of her touch conveying a mother's boundless love. Though her hands were no longer smooth and delicate, they were imbued with the marks of time and profound affection for her son. Yang Yu grasped his mother's hand, though it bore a roughness. It radiated warmth. Mother, it is my duty to strengthen our family. His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance in Wang Ning. A glimmer of steadfastness shone in his eyes, a testament to his loyalty to his family and his hopes for the future. Wang Ning nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Good son, continue your cultivation. I shall not disturb you any longer. She slowly turned, her footsteps heavy with unspoken concerns. Her silhouette in the corridor's shadows appeared both lonely and filled with trust and anticipation for her son. Yang Yu closed the door and returned to his bed, yet his mind remained unsettled. His mother's love fortified his resolve. He must become stronger, ensuring a stable and happy life for his family. Her words echoed in his heart like a clarion call, urging him to forge ahead relentlessly. After several days of diligent training, Yang Yu felt he had nearly touched the threshold of the innate realm. It was a subtle sensation, akin to a delicate layer of paper that, with a gentle poke, could lead to a new dimension. Yet he was acutely aware that this final step was often the most arduous, demanding immense effort and unwavering determination. Just a bit more, one last push. Yang Yu clenched his teeth, channeling all his strength toward the breakthrough. He summoned every ounce of power within him, merging the energies of the 9 Yang Divine Technique, Greenwood Technique, and Purple Flame Technique into a mighty torrent, akin to a roaring river crashing against that seemingly fragile yet indomitable threshold. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within him, reminiscent of stampeding horses or the crack of thunder. A powerful force erupted, enveloping his body in a dazzling brilliance. This light illuminated the entire room, even spilling through the window to brighten a small patch of the sky outside. I did it. I've broken through to the innate realm, Yang Yu exclaimed with exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with joy and pride. He felt the formidable power surging within him, an unprecedented sensation as if he had forged a new connection with the cosmos. He could sense the atmosphere around him more distinctly, his perception sharpened, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 years realm. Innate stage 1, strength, 8. 000 gene, speed, 10,000 ms, qualification. Top-tier genius cultivation techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 suns divine technique, major achievement. Greenwood technique, major achievement. Purple flame technique, major achievement. Ling bow step, minor achievement. Frost technique, beginner, martial skills. Breaking wine fist, great perfection. 9 suns blazing palm, minor achievement. Flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement. Greenwood palm, minor achievement. Phantom blade technique, beginner. Thunder fist technique, beginner. Chapter 56. Attention from all sides. The news of Yang Yu's breakthrough to the innate stage spread like a tempest, swiftly sweeping through the entire Weishui County. Whether among the common folk on the streets or within the opulent residences of the powerful, everyone was fervently discussing this astonishing revelation. In a grand and luxurious mansion within Weishui County, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe sat with several clan leaders, engaged in heated deliberation over this sudden upheaval. A tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hall, with each person's face etched with profound concern. How terrifying that Yang Yu of the Yang family has actually broken through to the innate stage at such a young age, one clan leader remarked with deep unease. His voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat clearly visible on his forehead, his gaze filled with uncertainty and fear for the future. The brocade-clad elder furrowed his brow, the wrinkles on his weathered face deepening like ravines. This child possesses extraordinary talent and an astonishing rate of advancement. If we allow the Yang family to develop unchecked, they will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. His tone was grave, each word seemingly carrying immense weight, his eyes reflecting a profound worry, as if he had already foreseen the formidable threat posed by the rising Yang family. Another clan leader, his expression grave, clenched his fists and inquired, "What should we do? Should we ally with them or suppress them? This is a difficult decision." His gaze swept across the faces of the others, seeking a definitive answer. Yet everyone fell into contemplation. After a moment of reflection, the brocade-clad elder broke the silence, the only sound in the quiet hall being the soft tap of his fingers against the table. The rhythmic noise felt particularly pronounced in the stillness, as if counting down, heightening the anxiety within everyone. Let us observe for a time to ascertain the Yang family's movements. Acting rashly now may provoke unnecessary troubles. The elder's voice shattered the silence. Though his decision was cautious, it seemed the most prudent choice under the current circumstances. After all, facing a newly risen formidable power, blind actions could yield unpredictable consequences. Meanwhile, at the Lin family in Changlin County, the atmosphere was even more tense and filled with anger. How infuriating that Yangjia has actually broken through to the innate stage. I truly underestimated him before. The head of the Lin family slammed his hand on the table, his complexion ashen and his eyes ablaze with fury. The sturdy table emitted a dull thud under his palm, fine cracks spreading from the point of impact. As if enduring the head of the family's uncontainable rage, beside him, an elder's expression darkened, his brows furrowed deeply. Head, we cannot sit idly by. We must find a way to curb the Yang family's rise. Otherwise, our Lin family's position in Weishui County will be gravely threatened. The elder's tone was filled with urgency and concern, fully aware of the immense challenge Yangyi's breakthrough posed to the Lin family. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the head of the Lin family's eyes, his gaze sharp enough to kill. He paced the room, each step brimming with determination. Send someone to investigate Yangyi's circumstances. Seek out his weaknesses. I refuse to believe that a mere youth can turn the tides. The head's voice resonated with resoluteness, his resolve to thwart the Yang family's advancement at all costs unwavering. Simultaneously, news of Yangjia reached the ears of certain mysterious forces. In a mist-shrouded deep mountain, a clandestine organization was convening to discuss Yangjia. Their headquarters lay hidden among the peaks, surrounded by intricate mechanisms and formidable formations, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to approach. This Yangjia may indeed be a figure worthy of our attention. Send someone to observe him discreetly, a masked individual proposed. His voice was deep and hoarse, rendering his age and gender indiscernible. He sat in the shadows, enveloped by darkness, save for a pair of eyes that glimmered with intrigue. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with curiosity and vigilance. This organization had long operated in the shadows, manipulating many unknown affairs, and Yangyi's emergence had sparked a sense of latent threat among them. Amidst the multitude of watchful eyes, Yangjia remained unaffected. Diligently honing his skills within Yangjia village in the Yang family's martial training ground, his figure darted like a bolt of lightning, swift and fierce. One day, as Yangjia practiced martial techniques in the training ground, his movements flowed like water, each strike brimming with power and grace. Sweat soaked his garments, yet he showed no signs of halting. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if the entire world consisted solely of him and his training. His cousin, Yang Shui, came running over, her face alight with excitement and urgency. "Brother Yu, there are many strangers outside who wish to pay you a visit," Yang Shui exclaimed. Her breath came in quick bursts, evidently having run over, her forehead glistening with perspiration, and her cheeks flushed from exertion. Yangjia paused, wiping his brow, the sweat shimmering like tiny diamonds in the sunlight. "Let us first ascertain their intentions," he replied, his voice calm and steady, his eyes devoid of any panic, as if he had anticipated such an eventuality. Upon entering the reception hall, he was met by several unfamiliar faces, their eyes brimming with curiosity and expectation as they scrutinized the approaching Yangjia. "Young Master Yang, I have long heard of your esteemed name and have come to pay my respects today." A middle-aged man rose, a smile plastered on his face, though his eyes concealed a hint of scrutiny. Clad in an ornate robe, he wore an expensive jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of wealth and privilege with every gesture. Yangjia inclined his head slightly. "May I inquire your name?" "Sir?" His gaze remained steady upon the middle-aged man, attempting to discern clues from his expressions and movements. His eyes were clear and profound, making it difficult to fathom his true thoughts. The middle-aged man smiled. "I am a steward from the Qin family in the neighboring county. I come today to forge a friendship with young Master Yang." His smile grew brighter as he sought to bridge the distance with Yangjia. As he spoke, he retrieved a gift from within his robes and extended it towards Yangjia. Yangjia slightly turned aside, not accepting the gift, and replied, I appreciate your kind intentions, but might I ask if your visit is solely for the purpose of friendship? His tone was neither subservient nor overbearing, yet carried an invisible pressure. The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled and retracted the gift, saying, "Indeed, young Master Yang is straightforward. To be frank, my Chun family wishes to collaborate with you on some business ventures." Yang Yu's interest piqued, yet he maintained an impassive facade. "Perhaps you could elaborate further, sir." Seeing Yang Yu's interest, the middle-aged man began to elaborate enthusiastically. Subsequently, several others expressed their intentions in turn. Some were from nearby families seeking to win Yang Yu over, hoping he would serve their clan. Others were from different forces sent to probe the Yang family's true capabilities. Yang Yu skillfully navigated the conversations, revealing little information while avoiding offense. He consistently maintained politeness and a smile. Yet his words exuded an undeniable firmness. In the end, Yang Yu bid farewell to these guests. Standing at the door, he observed their departing figures, contemplating quietly. "It seems my breakthrough has stirred quite a commotion. I must strive even harder to enhance my strength to confront the challenges that lie ahead." Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 years realm. Innate stage 1, strength, 10. 000 gene, speed, 12,000 ms, qualification. Top-tier genius cultivation techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 suns divine technique, major achievement. Greenwood technique, major achievement. Purple flame technique, major achievement. Ling bow step, moderate achievement. Frost technique, minor achievement. Martial skills, breaking wine fist, great perfection. 9 suns blazing palm, minor achievement. Flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement. Greenwood palm, minor achievement. Phantom blade technique, beginner. Thunder fist technique, beginner. Wind god leg technique, beginner. Chapter 57. The Liu family of Anqi Prefecture. Yang Yu's reputation in Weishui County soared to new heights as he immersed himself daily in training, continually exploring the deeper realms of martial arts. One day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns of light across his study. Yang Yu sat at the table, intently studying a new cultivation technique. The words on the technique manual seemed to possess a mystical power, captivating his full attention and causing him to forget everything around him. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. An unfamiliar messenger arrived at the Yang residence, clad in a black long robe, with a blue sash around his waist, bearing a respectful demeanor. His steps were steady and forceful, each stride resonating with purpose. "Young Master Yang, my master requests your presence." The envoy spoke respectfully, his voice deep and clear, resonating with an unusual resonance in the tranquil courtyard, as if shattering an invisible veil of silence. Yang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. A flicker of doubt swelling within him, he lifted his gaze, his eyes piercingly fixed on the envoy, resembling 2 bolts of lightning that seemed capable of penetrating the envoy's very soul. "Who is your master?" he inquired, his tone calm yet imbued with an irresistible authority, akin to an unyielding mountain, unshakable and steadfast. The envoy presented an invitation letter, his hands trembling slightly, evidently feeling the weight of Yang Yu's imposing presence. His fingers, stiff from anxiety, held the letter as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. "It is evident, my lord," the envoy remarked, his voice tinged with reverence. Yang Yu opened the invitation, the paper of exquisite quality. Smooth and delicate, reminiscent of silk, the characters upon it danced elegantly, infused with vigor and grandeur. Reading. "The master of the Liu family, Liu Changfeng, cordially invites young Master Yang Yu for a discussion." Upon seeing this name, Yang Yu's confusion intensified. The Liu family, a powerful clan in Anqi Prefecture, why would they suddenly invite a mere scion of the Yang family from Weishui County? At that moment, his father, Yang Jun, approached, concern etched upon his face. His brows were tightly knit, forming deep furrows that seemed to carry a multitude of worries. The Liu family does not come with good intentions. You must exercise caution," Yang Jun cautioned, his voice laden with paternal concern. Each word steeped in profound love. Yang Yu nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on his father. His eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. "Father, do not worry. I shall go and see," he declared, his tone resolute, brimming with confidence and courage, as if no obstacle could deter his stride. With the invitation in hand, Yang Yu followed the envoy on the journey to Anxi Prefecture. The scenery along the way was picturesque. Verdant mountains and flowing waters harmoniously intertwined, the azure sky and white clouds reflecting off one another. A gentle breeze caressed, carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms and the essence of the fields. Yet, Yang Yu's mind was wholly detached from the beauty surrounding him. He pondered the Liu family's intentions, attempting to analyze the underlying reasons for this unexpected invitation from various angles. The trees lining the road sped past, as if time itself were racing. The sound of hooves echoed on the quiet path, shattering the rural tranquility. Yang Yu's gaze fluctuated between depth and determination. He understood that this journey to Anxi Prefecture could very well mark a pivotal turning point in his life. At last, they arrived at the Liu residence. The estate was magnificent and imposing, the crimson gates tall and dignified, seemingly capable of warding off all malevolence. The stone lions at the entrance stood vividly, exuding majesty, each appearing to possess life, reflecting the Liu family's nobility and authority. Liu Changfeng, the head of the Liu family, personally emerged to greet them, clad in a splendid purple robe embroidered with exquisite patterns that shimmered with golden threads. A precious jade pendant adorned his waist, catching the sunlight and radiating an enchanting glow. His face bore a genial smile, as warm as the spring breeze, evoking an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Young Master Yang Yu, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Liu Changfeng said with a beaming smile. His voice rang out robustly, resonating like a great bell in the air, instilling an inexplicable sense of warmth. As though they were old friends reunited after many years, Yang Yu clasped his hands in greeting. Master Liu, may I inquire the purpose of this invitation? His gaze met Liu Changfeng's unflinchingly, devoid of any retreat or trepidation. His eyes were resolute and keen, as if seeking to penetrate Liu Changfeng's heart to unveil the truth of the matter. Liu Changfeng replied, Young Master Yang, to speak candidly, our Liu family has recently acquired a lead on a mysterious relic. Yet it is fraught with peril. It is said that you possess extraordinary strength and wisdom. Hence we wish to invite you to explore it with us. Liu Changfeng's eyes shimmered with expectation and sincerity. As if placing all hope upon Yang Yu's shoulders, a stir coursed through Yang Yu's heart. A mysterious relic. This could present a valuable opportunity to enhance his strength. Yet, he understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The Liu family's invitation surely harbored deeper considerations. His mind raced, contemplating various possibilities. Master Liu, what makes this relic so special? Yang Yu inquired, his voice steady, akin to calm waters, seeking to extract more information from Liu Changfeng's response. Each word weighed with careful consideration. Liu Changfeng elaborated, according to my knowledge, this relic may conceal unparalleled techniques and rare treasures, but it is also guarded by formidable protective forces. These guardians are enigmatic and have thwarted our previous explorations. A hint of helplessness and regret flickered across Liu Changfeng's visage, his eyes betraying a yearning for the relic and a bitterness over past failures. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, rapidly assessing the potential risks and opportunities in his mind. He gently tapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword at his waist, producing a crisp sound. Master Liu, I need to deliberate on this matter, he stated, his tone resolute yet revealing a hint of caution. Do not rush, young Master Yang. Please take your time to consider while you stay at the Liu residence, Liu Changfeng replied, gesturing for someone to escort Yang Yu to a guest room for rest. His movements were elegant and decisive, embodying the demeanor of a family patriarch. Once settled in the Liu residence, Yang Yu began to contemplate whether to partake in this adventure. The room was elegantly furnished and comfortable, adorned with exquisite paintings and rare porcelain. Yet, he found himself devoid of interest in the decor, his thoughts consumed entirely by the matter of the relic. This may be an opportunity, yet it is also fraught with unknown dangers. Yang Yu mused inwardly. He paced back and forth in the room, the carpet yielding slightly beneath his feet. He fiddled with a jade pendant in his hand, a protective talisman he had carried since childhood. Its surface glimmering softly in his grasp. At that moment, a beautiful young woman entered the courtyard. She donned a flowing pink gown that swayed with the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The flowers embroidered on her skirt appeared lifelike, as if blooming in the gentle wind. Her face bore a sweet smile, her eyes bright and captivating, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Young Master Yang, I am Liu Yao. Having heard of your presence here, I have come to pay my respects, the young woman said with a smile, her voice melodious and refreshing, like a clear spring flowing through the mountains. Instilling a sense of serenity, Yang Yu gazed at Lu Yao, his heart involuntarily moved by her enchanting beauty. "Miss Lu, I am honored," he replied, a polite smile gracing his face, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Young Master Yang, regarding the relic, I believe it is worth the endeavor," Lu Yao stated, her eyes brimming with anticipation and encouragement, as if envisioning the dawn of success. Yang Yu queried, "What leads you to such a belief?" "Miss Lu?" His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yao, seeking to uncover further rationale in her response, his expression imbued with curiosity and uncertainty. Lu Yao explained, "Our Lu family has previously dispatched individuals to investigate. Although perilous, with your prowess, you are bound to reap rewards. Moreover, the treasures and techniques within the relic could elevate your strength, significantly benefiting your family as well." Lu Yao's voice was gentle yet resolute, stirring something within Yang Yu's heart. Gradually, Yang Yu found himself arriving at a decision. Yang Yu's attributes panel. Host. Yang Yu age, 16 realm. Innate first level, strength 12 million gene, speed 15,000 ms, talent, top tier genius techniques. Qian level techniques, great perfection. Star technique, great accomplishment. 9 Yang divine technique, great accomplishment. Greenwood technique, great accomplishment. Purple flame technique, great accomplishment. Lingbo step, medium accomplishment. Frosty technique, minor accomplishment. Sky-burning technique, entry level, martial arts. Wind-breaking fist, great perfection. 9 Yang blazing palm, minor accomplishment. Flowing cloud sword technique, minor accomplishment. Greenwood palm, minor accomplishment. Phantom blade technique, entry level. Thunder fist technique, entry level. Wind god leg, entry level. Falling flower palm, entry level. Chapter 58. Perils abound after thorough contemplation. Yang Yu ultimately resolved to join the Lu family in exploring the mysterious relic. On the day of their departure, the morning sun cast a gentle glow upon them, illuminating their resolute figures. Yang Yu, Lu Changfeng, and others gathered in the Lu family's grand hall, the atmosphere tense and serious, as they meticulously discussed every detail of the forthcoming expedition and the potential scenarios they might encounter. "Young Master Yang, this expedition to the relic is fraught with uncertainties. Everyone must exercise utmost caution," Lu Changfeng said gravely, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, his eyes reflecting profound worry and unease. The furrows on Lu Changfeng's brow seemed to narrate his apprehensions regarding the mission. Yang Yu nodded, his expression serious and resolute. His eyes were clear and focused, as if he had already prepared himself to face any challenges ahead. "Rest assured, Master Lu, I shall be vigilant," he asserted, his voice steady and powerful, akin to the calming toll of a bell, providing some solace to those around him. Yang Yu stood tall, exuding an aura that inspired trust. The group set forth toward the relic, the sounds of hooves and footsteps intertwining, resonating along the silent path. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with lush mountains and flowing waters, the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. Yet, they remained oblivious to the beauty around them. Their hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation regarding the relic. Each person's expression was taut, their eyes revealing determination and resolve. Upon reaching the relic's entrance, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. This atmosphere seemed to emanate from a bygone era, steeped in the passage of time and boundless mystery. The stone walls at the entrance are inscribed with peculiar runes, twisting and curling like an ancient cipher that eludes comprehension. "Be cautious. There may be mechanisms and traps within this ruin," Yang Yu cautioned, his voice echoing clearly in the vastness of the entrance. His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, every muscle in his body taut, ready to confront any potential danger. With utmost care, the group ventured into the ruins. The dimly lit passageway suffused with a musty atmosphere. This air, intermingled with dust and decay, enveloped them with a sense of oppression. Silence reigned in the corridor, broken only by the subtle sounds of their breathing and footsteps. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp arrows erupted from both walls, raining down like a tempest, accompanied by a piercing whistling that shattered the tranquility of the passage. "Watch out!" Yang Yu shouted, his form darting forward like a wraith to shield the others. He executed the Lingbo step, moving with an ethereal grace, as if transformed into a mere specter. Skillfully evading the arrows, each movement was precise and masterful, showcasing his exceptional agility. Simultaneously, he channeled his inner energy, forming an invisible shield that shimmered brilliantly, deflecting the onslaught of arrows. The projectiles clattered against the barrier, sending sparks flying and illuminating the shadowy corridor. That was close. Lu Yao exhaled, her hand pressed against her chest. Still shaken. Her complexion was pale, eyes reflecting residual fear. Her breaths came in quick gasps, her chest rising and falling erratically, clearly rattled by the recent events. "Stay close to me, do not stray," Yangyu instructed, his voice resonating through the passage, instilling a sense of safety among the group. His eyes were resolute, like a beacon in the darkness, guiding them forward. As they proceeded, they arrived at an expansive stone chamber. The walls of the chamber were adorned with strange gemstones that emitted a soft luminescence. These gems, vibrant and iridescent, imbued the chamber with an air of mystery. In the center stood a stone pedestal, atop which lay an ancient tome. The cover of the tome had yellowed with age, exuding an enigmatic aura, as if whispering tales of its antiquity and value. This could be a precious technique. Lu Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He yearned to approach and seize it, but Yangyu intercepted him, his arm extending protectively before Lu Chongfeng, his gaze filled with caution. At that moment, a horde of guardian automatons surged forth from all directions. Crafted entirely from metal, their joints gleamed ominously, radiating formidable energy. Their movements were synchronized, each step sending tremors through the ground. "These are the puppets of the blood exchange realm," someone gasped, their voice trembling with terror. The speaker's complexion drained of color, fear etched upon their features. Without hesitation, Yangyu charged forward, declaring, "I'll handle them." His tone was unwavering and fearless, as if no peril could deter his advance. Yangyu's figure shot through the throng of automatons like a lightning bolt. He unleashed the Nine Suns' divine art, his inner energy blazing like fire, each punch infused with searing power. He weaved through the automatons, the wind from his fists howling, creating waves of heat. The impact of his strikes against the metallic forms resonated with deep thuds, sparks erupting in the air. With a resounding crash, Yangyu landed a punch on one automaton, sending it staggering backward, a deep imprint left on its metallic body. The metal around the imprint began to glow red, as if scorched by searing heat. The other automatons swarmed in, but Yangyu, agile as a dragon, navigated effortlessly among them. He deftly dodged their attacks while relentlessly countering, each strike precise and powerful. His gaze remained focused and composed, undaunted by the surrounding threats. With a sharp crack, one automaton shattered, its components scattering across the floor, the remnants clattering heavily. The others joined the fray, each member of the group unleashing their own martial skills. Engaging in a fierce battle against the puppets in an instant, the chamber was alive with the clash of energies, glimmers of light, and the cacophony of battle cries. Every individual fought with unwavering resolve, striving for survival and the treasure that lay within. After an arduous struggle, they finally vanquished all the automatons. The group, panting heavily, bore various wounds, their garments soaked in sweat and hair disheveled. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Yangyu approached the pedestal, lifting the tome and flipping it open to reveal a mysterious technique known as the Chaos Art. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The ancient and cryptic characters on the pages seemed to pulse with boundless power. "This technique appears to be immensely powerful," Yangyu mused inwardly, his heart racing with exhilaration as visions of enhanced strength danced before him. Just then, the chamber began to tremble violently, and a massive stone sphere descended from above. Hurtling toward the group, the sphere, imbued with tremendous force, threatened to crush all in its path. Its rough surface bore the scars of time, resembling a calamity fallen from the heavens. "Quick, take cover," Yangyu shouted, urgency lacing his voice. A flicker of panic crossed his features, but he swiftly regained his composure. The group scattered in all directions, the stone sphere crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling. The entire chamber quaked, as if on the verge of collapse. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, innate first level, strength 15, 000 gene, speed 18,000 meters second, talent, top-tier genius techniques, mysterious grade technique, great perfection, star art, major achievement, Nine Suns divine art, major achievement, greenwood art, major achievement, purple flame art, Major Achievement. Lingbo Step, Intermediate Achievement. Frosty Art, Minor Achievement. Skyburning Art, Entry. Chaos Art, Uninitiated. Martial Skills. Wind-Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. 9 Suns Blazing Palm, Minor Achievement. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Minor Achievement. Greenwood Palm, Minor Achievement. Phantom Blade Technique, Entry. Thunder Fist Technique, Entry. Wind God Leg, Entry. Falling Flower Palm, Entry. Chapter 59. A second breakthrough after narrowly escaping the assault of the stone sphere within the ruins. Fatigue and vigilance etched on their faces, each member exhibited signs of breathlessness, their eyes betraying the fear and unease of unknown dangers still lurking. We cannot fathom how many more perils lie hidden within this ruin, Lu Yao remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. A hint of anxiety sparkled in her beautiful eyes, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, trickling down her fair cheeks. Despite her disheveled attire, she retained an air of elegance and resilience. With unwavering resolve, Yang Yu's gaze burned like an inferno. Regardless, we must proceed with caution, he proclaimed, his voice steady and powerful, inspiring courage and confidence in his companions. His eyes were sharp and determined, as if capable of piercing through all shadows and fears. His posture erect like an unyielding mountain. They traversed a narrow passageway, flanked by walls that glimmered with strange lights, flickering like enigmatic eyes observing their every move. The illumination cast upon their faces rendered their expressions more unpredictable. Be careful, something feels amiss here, Yang Yu cautioned, his voice echoing with an undertone of tension and alertness. His heart raced, every nerve on edge, prepared for the imminent threats, and no sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura surged forth from ahead. Enveloping them like a raging tide, stifling their breath, a colossal figure gradually materialized, the air around it seeming to warp, revealing the guardian of the ruins. The guardian emanated a terrifying pressure, each step inducing tremors in the ground. Its realm reached the innate third level, its formidable presence suffocating. Towering like a mountain, its muscles rippled with latent power, exuding an aura of invincibility. This is bad, a powerhouse of the innate third level. Lu Changfeng exclaimed, his voice laced with dread and despair, his visage paling instantly. His legs trembled, nearly buckling beneath him, his heart gripped by the fear of death. Yang Yu inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze. Fear not, we shall face this together. His voice resonated like a war drum, rallying the spirits of his comrades. Though fear lingered in his heart, it was eclipsed by a fervent desire for victory and an indomitable spirit against the challenge. With that, Yang Yu surged forward, unleashing the 9 Suns' divine art. His inner energy blazed within him like a roaring inferno, erupting from his fists as he charged toward the guardian. His figure soared like an arrow released from its bow, embodying an unstoppable momentum. Yang Yu's eyes radiated determination, each movement exuding strength and conviction. The guardian scoffed, a chilling laughter echoing from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. With a mere flick of its arm, it effortlessly deflected Yang Yu's assault. What appeared to be a casual motion concealed unfathomable might, rendering Yang Yu's attack as insignificant as a whisper in the wind. Yang Yu felt an overwhelming force rebound against him, propelling his body backward involuntarily. So powerful, Yang Yu's heart raced, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from his opponent's strength. Yet, there was no flicker of retreat in his gaze. Rather, his resolve intensified. Adjusting his posture midair, he landed gracefully and charged once more. Lu Changfeng and the others unleashed their respective martial skills and techniques, and in that instant, the chamber erupted in a dazzling display of light and swirling energies. However, the damage inflicted by their attacks on the guardian was negligible, akin to a mosquito biting an elephant. Lu Changfeng's sword sliced through the air with a whoosh, yet it could only leave faint marks upon the guardian's form. The internal power assaults from others fell as silent as a stone sinking into the ocean, provoking not the slightest reaction from the guardian. This predicament was untenable. While engaged in battle, Yang Yu pondered strategies. His mind raced, sweat trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. Yang Yu's breathing grew increasingly labored, yet his thoughts became ever clearer. Suddenly, he recalled the recently acquired chaos technique, with the mindset of reviving a dead horse as if it were alive. He decided to take a risk. His heart brimmed with hope and determination. Even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. Yang Yu closed his eyes, focusing intently, attempting to summon the mysterious chaotic energy within him. He concentrated, casting aside all distractions, and began to operate the chaos technique. A surge of enigmatic power erupted from his being, akin to the dawn breaking through darkness, both unfamiliar and filled with anticipation. The surrounding space seemed to warp, and the light underwent strange refractions. A soft glow enveloped Yangjia's body, and his aura began to transform. The Guardian sensed this power, displaying an expression of surprise. For the first time, a glimmer of vigilance appeared in his gaze, as if he felt threatened. The Guardian's demeanor turned grave, and he began to regard Yangjia with newfound seriousness. Seizing the opportunity, Yangjia launched an attack. The chaotic force melded with the internal power of the Nine-Yang divine technique, coalescing into an unprecedentedly formidable energy. This force surged towards the Guardian like a tempest. Yangjia's fist, infused with the intent to annihilate, barreled towards the Guardian. Boom! The strike landed heavily upon the Guardian, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Deep footprints marred the ground, and a crack appeared on the Guardian's form. Yangjia's blow ignited a spark of hope among the onlookers, rekindling their fighting spirit. The Guardian roared in fury, his voice reverberating like thunder. He unleashed a more ferocious assault, akin to a tempest bearing down on Yangjia. Each of the Guardian's punches came with a howling wind, each brimming with lethal force. Yangjia gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might. Each attack felt as though his body would be torn asunder. Yet his will remained unyielding. Yangjia endured the Guardian's relentless onslaught, refusing to succumb, his gaze resolute. "Yangjia, keep going," Liu Yao shouted from the side. Her voice was filled with concern and anticipation, embodying trust and support for Yangjia. Her words rang out clearly amidst the fierce battle, providing Yangjia with immense encouragement. Yangjia's potential surged forth, as if a volcano were on the verge of eruption within him. Signs of a breakthrough emerged. His internal power surged wildly through his meridians, impacting every acupoint. Yangjia's body began to tremble, sensing a formidable force gathering within. "Break for me," Yangjia bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the ruins. The internal power within him erupted instantaneously, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Yangjia's aura surged, successfully breaking through to the second level of the innate realm. In that moment, his presence intensified, causing the air around him to tremble in response. Yangjia radiated a powerful aura, leaving the onlookers in awe. With his newfound strength, Yangjia engaged the Guardian once more in fierce combat. This time, his attacks were even more ferocious, each move infused with tremendous power and momentum. His figure darted like a wraith, making him difficult for the Guardian to track. Yangjia's speed and strength surged dramatically, and his strikes began to wear down the Guardian. After an arduous battle, Yangjia finally discerned a flaw in the Guardian's defenses. Seizing the moment, he launched a full-force strike, decisively defeating the Guardian. His final blow was imbued with all his strength and determination, and the Guardian, at long last, could not withstand it. The Guardian's form collapsed with a resounding crash, dissolving into a burst of light that vanished from sight. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they sank to the ground, exhaustion evident on their faces, yet smiles of satisfaction illuminated their expressions. Yangjia's attribute panel. Host, Yangjia age, 16 realm, second level of innate, strength, 20. 000 gene, speed, 22,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9-Yang divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement, wave step, medium achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, sky burning technique, entry level, chaos technique, minor achievement, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection, 9-Yang fiery palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement, greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, entry level, thunder fist technique, entry level, wind god leg technique, entry level, falling flower palm, entry level, chapter 60. Full harvest. After vanquishing the Guardian, Yangjia and his companions continued their exploration of the ruins. They proceeded with heightened caution, each step taken with utmost care, fully aware that unknown dangers might still lurk ahead. Their footsteps echoed in the silent passage, imbued with a sense of vigilance and anticipation. "Yangjia, we owe it all to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss," Lu Chongfeng expressed gratefully. His eyes shone with sincerity and admiration. His tone earnest. Lu Chongfeng's face bore the fatigue of battle, yet his gaze was filled with gratitude towards Yangyu. Yangyu offered a modest smile, radiating humility and composure. There is no need for such formality. Lu family head, united, we shall undoubtedly reap rewards. His voice was gentle yet resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance. Yangyu's gaze was clear and profound, as if he had already pierced through the mists ahead. Gradually, they arrived at a spacious hall, its vaulted ceiling soaring high, seemingly touching the very sky. The walls were adorned with gemstones radiating a mysterious glow, illuminating the entire space in a bright, fantastical light. These gems sparkled like a multitude of stars, making one feel as though they were enveloped in a dream. Surrounding the hall were various precious treasures and manuals of techniques, each exuding an alluring radiance. Some treasures shimmered softly like moonlight, while others blazed brilliantly like the sun. The covers of the manuals flickered with strange runes, as if whispering ancient secrets. "Wow, so many treasures!" Lu Yao exclaimed excitedly, dashing forward. Her eyes brimming with delight and longing, her steps light as a joyful bird. Lu Yao's face glowed with excitement, captivated by the treasures, eager to touch and possess them. Yet, Yangyu did not rush forward. Instead, he remained in place, meticulously observing the environment. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, missing not a single subtle detail. Yangyu's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of alertness rising within him as he worried that this seemingly splendid scene concealed hidden dangers. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not act rashly," Yangyu warned. His voice was steady and grave, causing a chill to run through the group. Yangyu's words reverberated in the hall, instantly calming the previously excited crowd. Just then, the ground began to tremble faintly, the tremors initially slight, then gradually intensifying, as if a colossal beast were rolling beneath the earth. Mysterious runes appeared on the walls, flickering with eerie light, sending shivers down their spines. The tremors grew stronger, and the bodies of the group began to sway in response. This is bad. There might be a mechanism, Yangyu thought, his heart tightening, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Yangyu's heartbeat quickened, his mind racing as he contemplated countermeasures. Sure enough, several massive stone statues began to descend slowly from the ceiling of the hall. Towering several zhang high, these statues were exquisitely carved, their visages exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. Their armor and weapons radiating a chilling aura. These statues emanated overwhelming power, as if they were poised to come to life at any moment. Each statue was incredibly heavy, seemingly bearing the weight of endless years and strength. "What are these things?" someone asked in terror, their voice trembling with fear. The speaker's voice quivered, their legs growing weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Yangyu responded, "Everyone, do not fear. Let us assess the situation." Though his voice was calm, his heart was also filled with vigilance. Yangyu's gaze remained fixed on the statues, his body tense and ready to counter any potential attack. The eyes of the statues suddenly flickered to life. Their light akin to lightning, illuminating the entire hall in an instant. Moments later, they sprang to life, their heavy footsteps resonating with a dull thud as they charged towards the group. Though the statues moved slowly, each step carried immense force, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yangyu faced them fearlessly, unleashing the chaos technique that he had just begun to master. His internal power transformed into chaotic energy, enveloping his body and forming a faint glow as a protective shield. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, actively engaging the statues. Yangyu's figure vanished from sight in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Bang! Yangyu collided with one of the statues, the force creating ripples in the surrounding air. The sound of the impact thundered, as if it could collapse the entire hall. Yangyu felt a tremendous rebound force, his arm tingling, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat a single step. 9 Yang fiery palm. Yangyu shouted, flames bursting forth from his palm, resembling a fire dragon as it lunged towards the statue. The flames struck the statue, instantly turning its surface a vivid red. The flames danced upon the statue, crackling with a symphony of sounds, while thick plumes of black smoke billowed forth. The surface of the statue bore cracks. Yet it showed no signs of ceasing its relentless assault. It swung its colossal fists towards Yangyu with a force that seemed capable of reducing him to mere pulp. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng and the others unleashed their formidable skills, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling display of internal energy and martial prowess, engaging in a fierce battle against the statue. Lu Changfeng's sword struck like a tempest, each thrust infused with his profound internal force. Others exhibited their unique techniques, some delivering powerful punches, while others executed swift palm strikes. With a resounding crack, one statue finally shattered under their combined onslaught, its fragments scattering like dust across the ground. A mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration appeared on their faces. Seizing the moment, Yangyu charged towards another statue, employing the flowing cloud sword technique. The shadows of his sword flickered like flowing light, instantly transforming into countless beams that pierced the statue point. One of its arms was severed, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Yang Yu's swordplay flowed with the grace of a river, each strike precise and lethal. After a grueling struggle, all the statues lay in ruins. The group, breathless and drenched in sweat, felt their bodies weary, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. They finally exhaled in relief and began to gather the treasures and manuals scattered throughout the hall. Their faces radiated excitement and satisfaction, as if all their fatigue had evaporated in that moment. Yang Yu discovered a manual entitled Ethereal Technique, instantly captivated by the powerful energy and profound mysteries it contained. His heart raced with the hope of further enhancing his abilities. He sat cross-legged on the ground. With spiritual energy surging wildly into his body, he felt as if he had become a vortex, drawing in the surrounding energy. His aura steadily intensified, the breakthrough in the technique tantalizingly close. Surrounded by this energy, he formed a magnificent halo around himself. Break for me. Yang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a surge of immense power exploding from within him, akin to a tempest sweeping through the entire hall. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, his aura deepening and strengthening. His chaotic technique had advanced to the intermediate stage, while the flowing cloud sword technique reached its pinnacle of minor completion. Yang Yu's attribute panel, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, innate second layer, strength 25 million gene, speed 25,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, mystical level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major completion. Nine Suns divine technique, major completion, greenwood technique, major completion, purple flame technique, major completion, lingbo step, intermediate completion, frosty technique, minor completion, sky burning technique, entry, chaotic technique, intermediate completion, ethereal technique, entry, martial skills, breaking wine fist, great perfection. Nine Suns blazing palm, minor completion, flowing cloud sword technique, pinnacle of minor completion, greenwood palm, minor completion, phantom blade technique, entry, thunder fist technique, entry, wind god leg technique, entry, falling flower palm, entry. Chapter 61. Renowned throughout the land, Yang Yu and his companions reaped abundant rewards from the ruins and subsequently embarked on their journey home. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with verdant mountains and flowing waters resembling a poetic canvas, as a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of wildflowers and the freshness of grass. Yet, their minds remained anchored in the thrilling adventures and discoveries experienced within the ruins. Each life and death moment etched deeply in their memories. Lu Changfeng walked alongside Yang Yu, his face a canvas of emotion and admiration. Lu Changfeng's gaze frequently fell upon Yang Yu, as if he were re-evaluating this young yet immensely powerful companion. Brother Yang Yu, had it not been for you during this expedition, we might not have emerged unscathed. Lu Changfeng expressed sincerely, his eyes brimming with genuine gratitude, as if his words flowed like a river, ceaseless and profound. Yang Yu smiled in response, his expression warm and reassuring like a gentle spring breeze. You flatter me, Master Liu.it was the collective effort of us all that yielded these results. His voice was calm and gentle, as if everything were merely a matter of course, devoid of any hint of arrogance. Yang Yu's gaze was clear and resolute, looking towards the horizon as if contemplating the path ahead. Upon returning to Anqi Mansion, tales of Yang Yu's heroic deeds within the ruins spread rapidly like the spring breeze. On the streets and alleys, people buzzed with discussions about this young hero. His name resonated in the mouths of the masses, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the night sky. Whether in tea houses or among children playing in the streets, Yang Yu's exploits were recounted with fervor. His story became a popular topic of conversation, with every detail relished and steeped in legend. His fame grew louder, sweeping over Anqi Mansion like a tempest, in Yangjia village. Yang Yu's family and kin felt a mix of pride and concern upon hearing of his achievements. Yang Jun sat in the family hall, his brow furrowed with worry. His gaze fell upon the family tree hanging on the wall, but his thoughts wandered far away. My son has certainly made quite a name for himself this time. But I wonder what troubles may follow, Yang Jun remarked, his voice laced with deep concern, each word heavy with significance. He feared that Yang Yu's accomplishments might attract envy and malice, potentially embroiling the family in unnecessary disputes. Wang Ning, standing nearby, offered comfort, saying, "Our Yuer is capable. He will surely manage." Her eyes sparkled with unwavering faith, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, filled with confidence in her son. However, her hands nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Unable to entirely dispel her underlying worries, at that moment, Yang Yu was alone in his room, diligently cultivating and absorbing the knowledge gleaned from the ruins. The room was so quiet that only the sound of his steady breathing could be heard. He sat like a statue, his aura calm and profound, as he practiced the ethereal technique. His internal energy flowed through his meridians, emitting a faint glow that enveloped him like the morning mist, gentle and mysterious. This ethereal technique is indeed wondrous. It allows my mind to become so clear, Yang Yu thought to himself, delighting in the tranquility that enveloped him, as if he were one with the universe. With each breath and each flow of internal energy, he gained deeper understanding and insight into this technique. Suddenly, a cacophony outside shattered the tranquility. The sound pierced the serene atmosphere like a sharp blade. Harsh and grating. "Is Yang Yu there? We wish to challenge you," a foreign voice called from outside. The tone was filled with provocation and arrogance, evoking an immediate sense of aversion. The voice reverberated through the air, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Rising to investigate, he moved with steady and purposeful steps, each stride imbued with unwavering resolve. As if he could face any challenge with composure. Outside the Yang residence stood a group of martial artists, each wearing a serious expression, their eyes brimming with challenge. Leading them was a brawny young man, his arms thick and muscular, exuding an aura of boundless strength. His gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain, sweeping dismissively over the Yang family's entrance, as if everything here was beneath his consideration. "You are Yang Yu? I wish to compete with you," the young man taunted, his voice booming like a great bell, as if proclaiming his challenge for all to hear. His chest was puffed out, and his head held high, embodying an air of unyielding superiority. Yang Yu regarded him calmly, his eyes clear and resolute. "May I inquire as to why you wish to challenge me?" His voice was neither subservient nor haughty, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Yang Yu's gaze was like a deep pool, concealing the thoughts within. The young man scoffed, a smirk of derision crossing his face. "Your fame has spread widely. I wish to see if you live up to it." His tone dripped with jealousy and defiance. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking ominously. Yang Yu smiled slightly, confidence and composure radiating from him. "If that is the case, then let us proceed." His voice was succinct and resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. Yang Yu's figure stood tall in the sunlight, resembling a proud pine tree. The two made their way to an open space outside the village, surrounded by eager spectators. They whispered among themselves, excitement palpable as they anticipated this thrilling confrontation. Some placed their faith in Yang Yu, while others held high hopes for the young man, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. The young man launched the first attack, unleashing a ferocious series of punches. His fists struck like a tempest, whistling through the air with immense force. Each punch carried a gust of wind, seemingly intent on tearing the very air asunder. Yang Yu remained unfazed, executing the flowing cloud sword technique. The sword shadows flickered like countless stars, effortlessly neutralizing the young man's assault. His movements flowed smoothly, akin to a dance, graceful yet powerful. The collision of sword and fist resonated with a metallic clang. The clash of internal energies stirring up clouds of dust around them. Seeing this, the young man intensified his assault, unleashing his full power. Veins bulged on his forehead, clearly exerting every ounce of strength. His breath grew labored, and a glint of madness sparkled in his eyes. Yet Yang Yu remained composed, his gaze focused and serene. He waited for the opportune moment to unleash the Nine Suns' blazing palm. enveloping the young man in a searing inferno. The flames blazed fiercely, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. The radiant glow of the flames illuminated Yangyu's resolute visage, rendering him akin to a war deity. The young man, taken aback, hastily retreated, his countenance betraying sheer terror, evidently unprepared for the ferocity of Yangyu's assault. His steps faltered, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. "Is this all you can muster?" Yangyu inquired, his tone laced with a hint of mockery yet devoid of any derision. His gaze remained calm, fixed upon the youth as he awaited his next move. Enraged and humiliated, the young man charged once more. His eyes ablaze with fury and defiance, resembling a frenzied beast bereft of reason. His attacks became erratic, a mere outpouring of his unleashed wrath. Yangyu executed the lingbo step, his form flickering before he materialized behind the youth in an instant. With a gentle yet powerful palm strike, he sent the young man reeling backward. Yangyu's movements were ghostly, evading comprehension. The young man collapsed to the ground, his face awash with shame. He gazed at Yangyu, the earlier arrogance and provocation evaporating from his eyes. His lips quivered as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, no words emerged. "I concede," Yangyu declared, clasping his hands in salute. His voice was gentle and courteous, embodying his magnanimity and forbearance. In the sunlight, Yangyu's figure appeared especially towering, evoking admiration. This confrontation further elevated Yangyu's reputation, deepening the reverence people held for him. Yangyu's attributes: host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, innate second layer, strength, 30. 000 gene, speed, 30,000 ms, talent, supreme genius techniques, mysterious level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 sun divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement, lingbo step, intermediate achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, sky burning technique, beginner, chaos technique, intermediate achievement, ethereal technique, minor achievement, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection, 9 sun blazing palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement peak, greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, beginner, thunder fist technique, beginner, wind godleg, beginner, falling flower palm, beginner. Chapter 62. The martial artist gathering. Following his triumph over the challenger, tranquility returned to Yangyu's life for a brief moment. Each morning, sunlight poured into the courtyard of the Yang residence, as if draping the earth in a layer of golden silk. Yangyu would invariably appear there, diligently honing his skills. His stature stood tall like a green pine, straight and resilient, seemingly capable of touching the heavens. Internal energy swirled around him like flames, the scorching aura causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly, forming visible ripples. Each breath was akin to a dragon's exhalation, deep and powerful. Every movement seemed to merge seamlessly with the universe, flowing and natural. You have a letter," came the gentle and affectionate voice of his mother, Wang Ning. Her tone was akin to a spring breeze, softly caressing Yangyu's ear. Wang Ning approached, holding a white envelope, her steps light yet tinged with urgency, her eyes filled with concern for her son. Yangyu withdrew his energy, the fiery internal force enveloping his body retracting instantly as if a weary bird returning to its nest. Without the slightest hesitation, he exhaled softly, the breath manifesting as a wisp of white mist that lingered briefly before dissipating. Upon receiving the letter and opening it, a look of confusion crossed his face. His brows knitted slightly, resembling a small hill, as his gaze fell upon the words on the paper. Reading intently, "Mother, this letter is peculiar. It is an invitation to a mysterious gathering," Yangyu remarked, his voice tinged with curiosity and vigilance. His eyes remained fixed on the letter, attempting to glean further clues from the text. Wang Ning expressed her concern, saying, "Could it be a ruse? Given your burgeoning fame, it is inevitable that some may harbor ill intentions." Her eyes brimmed with worry, her brow furrowed as if capable of crushing a fly. Gently, she placed her hand on Yangyu's shoulder, seemingly wishing to impart strength and comfort through this gesture. Yangyu pondered for a moment, his fingers lightly tracing the letter's surface, as if he could feel the sender's sentiments through the paper. The letter's earnest tone and references to experiences unique to him within the ruins suggested authenticity. Yet caution remained paramount. His gaze resolute, Akin to the brightest star in the night sky, he had made his decision. Within him, two inner voices contended, one urging him to bravely forge ahead, the other advocating for prudence. Ultimately, the yearning for the unknown and the pursuit of strength prevailed. Yangjia resolved to investigate further. Clad in a flowing azure robe, reminiscent of tranquil waters, it shimmered softly in the sunlight. A white sash encircled his waist. Adorned with a gem-studded sword whose hilt sparkled, and the scabbard bore exquisite engravings, he set forth toward the location mentioned in the letter, an idyllic estate nestled within the mountains beyond the city. Surrounded by verdant trees like a sea of green. Towering and majestic, the trees intertwined their branches, forming a natural emerald canopy. A crystal-clear brook meandered nearby, its gentle babbling resonating, revealing the sandy stones and darting fish beneath the surface. Upon entering the estate, an elderly man approached, dressed in a gray robe, somewhat worn yet impeccably clean. His hair was gray, but his gaze was profound and sharp, exuding an extraordinary aura as if he could perceive all. "Young friend Yang, I have long admired your reputation," the elder said with a smile, his wrinkles unfurling with his grin like the crevices of time. His voice was warm and rich, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Yangjia clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask who you are, esteemed elder?" His eyes reflected respect and curiosity, clear and bright as morning dew, untainted by impurities. The elder laughed heartily, his voice resonant as thunder in a clear sky. "I am the master of this place. I have invited you here to discuss a matter of great importance." He gestured invitingly, leading Yangjia into the estate with graceful and natural movements. As if performing a solemn ritual, inside, Yangjia observed several unfamiliar faces. Some donned splendid brocaded garments, their flowing sleeves embroidered with intricate patterns, shimmering with golden and silver threads in the sunlight. Others wore simple warrior attire. Marked by the passage of time, yet each exuded an extraordinary aura, their eyes revealing a seasoned steadiness and sharpness. Their gazes swept over Yangjia, imbued with scrutiny and curiosity. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yangjia." The elder introduced, the sound echoing through the room like the tolling of a bell point. One individual appraised Yangjia from head to toe, his expression a blend of scrutiny and astonishment. "So young, yet with such accomplishments, remarkable indeed," he remarked, his voice deep and magnetic, as if capable of penetrating the soul. Yangjia responded with a smile, "I am flattered by your praise." His demeanor was humble and courteous, displaying no hint of pride in the face of their accolades. His smile radiated warmth like sunlight, evoking feelings of friendliness and comfort. The elder articulated, "The purpose of gathering you all here is that a mysterious secret realm is about to open. Rumored to harbor unparalleled opportunities, albeit fraught with peril, I wish to invite you all to explore it together." His tone carried a blend of anticipation and gravity, as if divulging a decision of life and death significance. The assembly fell into contemplation, the room enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the gentle rustle of the curtains swaying in the breeze, a sound soft and subtle, akin to the whisper of fairies. Yangjia mused inwardly. This may be a golden opportunity for self-improvement, yet it teems with unknown risks. His heart raced slightly, feeling his blood surge, intertwining a thirst for the unknown with excitement for the challenge ahead. "What makes this secret realm so special?" Yangjia broke the silence, his gaze fixed intently on the elder, eager for more information. His eyes sparkled with desire and anticipation, like a starving individual gazing upon a sumptuous feast. The elder spoke slowly. "According to ancient texts, this secret realm may contain treasures capable of breaking through the bottleneck of the innate realm, along with lost formidable techniques. For us martial artists, these treasures and techniques are undoubtedly irresistible temptations. However, the realm is fraught with various unknown dangers, featuring powerful guardian beasts and intricate traps." His voice was low and deliberate, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious tale. Each word bore heavy significance, instilling an invisible pressure upon the listeners. Yangyi's heart stirred. He recognized that to advance in martial arts, he must continually seek opportunities and challenges. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all hesitation and fear, transforming it into unwavering resolve. "Esteemed elder, I have made my decision to join," he proclaimed, his voice resolute and powerful, imbued with determination. The light in his eyes shimmered with conviction, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating his path forward. During the ensuing preparation period, Yangyu redoubled his training efforts. He sequestered himself within the family's secret chamber, thick with rich spiritual energy, enveloping him like a dense mist, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable. Seated on the ground, Yangyu simultaneously circulated multiple techniques, his internal energy surging like a tidal wave, relentlessly impacting his meridians and acupoints. Each strike is akin to the relentless waves crashing against the rocks, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. Yet, Yangyu clenches his teeth, silently enduring the torment. Chaotic formula, grant me a breakthrough, he bellows, his voice reverberating throughout the chamber as if it seeks to shatter the very walls. Suddenly, his internal energy erupts, the formidable force causing the surrounding stone walls to fracture and debris to cascade down. At last, the chaotic formula has reached its pinnacle. Yangyu opens his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them, illuminating the entire chamber like a flash of lightning. He senses a profound enhancement in his strength, his body brimming with vitality, as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 16 realm, innate second layer, strength, 35 million gene, speed, 35,000 ms, talent, supreme genius techniques, mystic level techniques, great perfection, star technique, great success. 9 young divine technique, great success, greenwood technique, great success, purple flame technique, great success, lingbo step, medium success, frost technique, minor success, sky burning technique, entry level, chaotic formula, great success, ethereal technique, minor success, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection. 9 young blazing palm, minor success, flowing cloud sword technique, minor success peak, greenwood palm, minor success, phantom blade technique, entry level, thunder fist technique, entry level, wind god leg, entry level, falling flower palm, entry level. Chapter 63, Trial Invitation. During his days in Anxi Prefecture, Yangyu's strength continually flourished, and under his guidance, the family thrived. Each dawn, he was invariably the first to grace the courtyard for training, his posture as upright as a pine tree, as his internal energy coursed. The surrounding air seemed to swirl gently, forming a subtle cyclone. Sunlight bathed him, casting a glow upon his resolute visage, where every contour appeared etched with an unwavering dedication to martial arts. As the morning light broke and a gentle breeze swept through, Yangyu donned a white training attire, its edges fluttering in the wind. He closed his eyes, hands gradually rising, as his internal energy flowed like a babbling brook through his meridians. With each breath, he felt the essence of the world being drawn into his being, transforming into a part of his strength. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, falling to the ground and evaporating in an instant. Consumed by his internal force on this day, as Yangyu practiced in the courtyard, sunlight streamed like golden threads upon him. His internal energy swirled, his breath steady and powerful, each inhalation resonating with the very fabric of nature. His body appeared to fuse with the environment, becoming one with the cosmos. "Young master, there is a letter for you." A servant hurriedly approached, his steps brisk, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He clutched a finely crafted letter as if it were an invaluable treasure. His breath quickening, a blend of anxiety and excitement evident on his face. Yangyu paused his training, his movements fluid and natural, harmonizing with the surroundings. He gently lowered his hands, retracting his internal energy, causing the cyclone to dissipate. Opening his eyes, he regarded the approaching servant with clarity and brightness. He took the letter, unfolding it, his brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. The seal on the letter was unique and mysterious, stirring a sense of vigilance within him. Whose letter is this? Yangjun had approached, his steps firm and resolute. A look of concern etched upon his face as he gazed at the letter in Yangyu's hands. Yangjun's imposing figure radiated authority, his eyes reflecting a father's care and curiosity about the unknown correspondence. Yangyu replied solemnly, "Father, this is an invitation from a mysterious place, beckoning me to partake in a trial." His voice was low yet steadfast, revealing his inner contemplation as his fingers lightly traced the textured paper of the letter. Yangjun, filled with concern, queried, "A mysterious place? Could it pose a danger?" His brow furrowed deeply. Worry etched in his eyes, a hint of unease lacing his voice. He understood the perils of the martial world, where every unknown invitation could conceal immense risks. Yangyu smiled, exuding confidence and composure. Father, there is no need for concern. I shall exercise caution. This may be a rare opportunity. His gaze turned resolutely toward the horizon, as though he could already glimpse the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Excitement sparkled in Yang Yu's eyes. He yearned to test his mettle in broader realms. Returning to his chamber, Yang Yu meticulously examined the invitation. The paper was of exquisite quality, the characters inscribed in a flowing, artistic style, imbued with an air of mystery. He sat at his desk, fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, lost in thought. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of his breath and the gentle tapping of his fingers. This invitation is indeed peculiar, yet with my current strength, I am not inclined to fear it, Yang Yu mused inwardly. His gaze was focused and profound, as if he sought to unravel the truth behind the letter. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, rustling the pages of the books on his desk, but it could not disturb Yang Yu's thoughts. As night fell, the family gathered together, the warm glow of the lanterns illuminating the room. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, but everyone's thoughts were captivated by the invitation. Under the soft light, each expression was vividly clear, filled with worry, anticipation, and trust. "Yuer, please be cautious," Yang Xiao said. Her eyes brimming with concern and warmth, her voice gentle yet earnest. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, her appetite having waned. Yang Yu nodded reassuringly. "Sister, fret not. I shall proceed with care." A smile graced his face, aiming to quell his family's apprehensions. His smile was like a spring breeze, warm and comforting. "Yang Yu, since you have decided to go, exercise the utmost caution. The family awaits your safe return," declared Elder Yangda. His tone grave yet earnest, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and trust. His gaze was resolute, imbued with unwavering faith in Yang Yu. Yang Yu replied earnestly, "Grandfather, I understand." His look was determined, his sincerity palpable, instilling confidence in all present. His eyes radiated gratitude toward his family and hope for the future. The day of departure arrived swiftly. Yang Yu bid farewell to his family and embarked on a new journey. With a satchel slung over his shoulder, he strode purposefully out the door. The morning sun cast a golden hue upon him, stretching his shadow long behind. His family watched his figure until it vanished at the road's end. Yang Jun stood at the entrance, gazing in the direction of his son's departure, lingering in thought. After several days of travel, Yang Yu arrived at the location specified in the invitation. An ancient mountain range loomed before him, undulating and shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystique. The peaks soared into the clouds, seemingly touching the heavens, while the verdant trees in the valleys whispered with the occasional call of birds or the roar of beasts, heightening the aura of mystery and danger. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Yang Yu gazed upward, filled with awe and anticipation. As he stepped into the mountain range, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. It felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon him, making each breath a struggle. His steps faltered momentarily, his brow furrowing. This place is indeed formidable, Yang Yu thought, his vigilance heightening. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state, allowing his internal energy to circulate within him to counteract the oppressive force. His resolve strengthened. He understood that the true challenge was only beginning. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the nearby thicket, launching a surprise attack with ghostly swiftness. The speed was so astonishing that it left little room for reaction. The figure darted like lightning, appearing before Yang Yu in an instant. Yang Yu sidestepped, his movements as agile as a leopard, effortlessly evading the assault. His gaze sharpened, fixating on the assailant. Lowering his stance slightly, he prepared to counterattack at a moment's notice. "Who dares to ambush me?" Yang Yu thundered, his voice echoing through the valley, infused with wrath and authority. The sound resonated like thunder, causing leaves to tremble and rustle. The assailant, clad in black, had his face obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of cold, menacing eyes. His realm was comparable to Yang Yu's, both standing at the innate second layer. The expression in the black-clad man's eyes was one of ruthlessness and malice. "Humph! Those who arrive here are all adversaries." The black-clad man sneered, his voice hoarse and grating, as if it originated from the depths of hell. The aura emanating from him was ominous, sending chills down one's spine. Yang Yu's eyes glinted with frost. If that is the case, then do not blame me for being merciless. Before he could finish speaking, his figure surged forward, vanishing from sight, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged at the black-clad man. Without hesitation, Yangyu unleashed the 9-Yang divine technique, his internal energy igniting like flames, surging forth from his palms as he attacked the black-clad man. The air around them instantly grew searing hot. As if set ablaze, Yangyu's internal force surged like a roaring inferno, sweeping toward the black-clad figure. Unyielding, the black-clad man retaliated with a strange technique, a shroud of black mist enveloping him as he engaged Yangyu in a fierce clash. The collision of the black mist and Yangyu's fiery internal energy produced a sizzling sound. Boom. The clash of their energies erupted with a deafening roar, shattering nearby trees and sending splinters flying. The tremendous impact left fissures in the ground. The light generated by the collision was blinding, akin to the blazing sun. As the battle intensified, Yangyu fought with increasing fervor, his fists striking with unyielding might. Each blow brimming with immense power, as if capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. His silhouette weaved through the forest like a bolt of lightning. Yangyu's martial arts were as ferocious as a tempest, leaving the man in black struggling to defend himself. Gradually overpowered, the black-clad man's movements became increasingly chaotic, his breath growing more erratic. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yangyu struck his chest with a powerful punch, causing the man to spit blood and collapse. This punch, infused with overwhelming force, left the black-clad man utterly defenseless. Is this all you've got? Yangyu scoffed, his eyes brimming with triumphant joy and disdain for his opponent. Standing there, he exuded an aura of authority, resembling a war god. Having dealt with the man in black, Yangyu pressed onward. Yangyu's status panel, Host, Yangyu age, 17 realm, innate second layer, strength, 40 million gene, speed, 40,000 ms, qualification, top-tier genius martial arts, mysterious level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major success. 9-Yang divine technique, major success, greenwood technique, major success, purple flame technique, major success, Ling bow step, intermediate success, cold frost technique, minor success, burning heaven technique, entry-level, chaos technique, major success, ethereal technique, minor success, martial skills, breaking wine fist, great perfection. 9-Yang flame palm, minor success, flowing cloud sword technique, minor success peak, greenwood palm, minor success, phantom blade technique, entry-level, thunder fist technique, entry-level, wind god leg technique, entry-level, falling flower palm, entry-level. Chapter 64, Fierce battle in the valley. After overcoming the challenges posed by the mysterious invitation, Yangyu continued his relentless pursuit on the path of martial arts. He trained diligently every day, his internal power deepening and his martial skills becoming increasingly refined. One day, while practicing martial arts in the courtyard, his agile form cut through the air, his punches creating a howling wind that sent leaves swirling around him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on his body. Yangyu's movements flowed like water, each strike imbued with power and rhythm. His fists were formidable and forceful, akin to the might of thunder. His legs were light and agile, reminiscent of a sudden storm. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splashing onto the ground, instantly evaporated by his immense internal energy. At that moment, an old friend rushed in, visibly excited and bearing astonishing news. A mysterious ruin had been discovered in a remote area, said to harbor boundless treasures and potent martial techniques. Breathless with excitement, his friend's face flushed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this news, Yangyu felt a surge of inspiration. In that instant, he envisioned himself gaining immense power within the ruins, bringing glory to his family. A spark of excitement and anticipation flickered in his eyes, his blood boiling with fervor. He understood that such an opportunity was rare, and thus resolved to investigate further. This ruin is fraught with unknown dangers. You must exercise caution, Yangjun advised worriedly, his eyes filled with concern as he tightly grasped Yangyu's shoulders. The furrows on Yangjun's brow deepened. Reflecting his anxiety, Yangyu smiled reassuringly. Father, do not worry. I shall act with utmost caution. His gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence, offering Yangjun a measure of comfort. Yangyu's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. Providing a glimmer of solace to Yangjun, accompanied by his cousin Yang Ming and several skilled members of the family, Yang Yu embarked on the journey to the ruins. The scenery along the way was picturesque. With emerald mountains and flowing waters resembling a poetic dream, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the wheat fields to sway softly with a rustling sound. In the distance, the mountains undulated, harmonizing beautifully with the azure sky and white clouds. Yet, they were too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty, each face etched with seriousness and tension. Yang Yu pondered potential scenarios, occasionally discussing strategies with his companions or lost in solitary contemplation. His gaze was profound, as if he could pierce through the mist ahead. After days of travel, they finally arrived at the valley where the ruins lay. A thin veil of mist enveloped the area, swirling like gossamer, lending an air of mystery and eeriness. The towering, twisted trees stood like ancient guardians, silently observing their arrival. The branches intertwined, creating a complex network that seemingly obstructed outsiders from entering. Everyone be cautious. The atmosphere here feels off. Yang Yu cautioned. His voice was low and solemn, immediately alerting his companions. Yang Yu's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, his body slightly leaning forward, prepared to confront any impending danger. They cautiously ventured into the valley. The grass beneath their feet slick and treacherous, each step fraught with unseen peril. Dew on the blades of grass soaked their shoes and pant legs, chilling them to the bone. Before them stood an ancient stone door, intricately etched with peculiar patterns, as if narrating ancient tales. The markings resembled mysterious symbols, glimmering faintly with an otherworldly light. "Brother Yu, this stone door appears quite extraordinary," Yang Ming remarked, his voice tinged with tension and curiosity. His eyes were fixed intently on the door, attempting to decipher its secrets. Yang Yu stepped forward, scrutinizing the patterns on the stone door. The intricate design seemed to harbor some hidden order. He extended his hand, gently touching the door's cold, rough surface, searching for a means to unlock it. His brow furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a group of uninvited guests appeared. "Ha ha, Yang Yu, I never expected to find you here," declared a man in a black robe, his eyes glinting with malice and a cold smile playing on his lips. His voice echoed through the valley, sharp and grating. Yang Yu frowned. "So it's you?" Liamo of the Black Wind Gang. His voice was icy, laced with hostility that a flicker of disgust crossed Yang Yu's eyes as his fists instinctively clenched. Liamo sneered. "The treasures of this ruin cannot be monopolized by the Yang family." Behind him, a group of Black Wind Gang disciples wore menacing expressions, their eyes filled with greed and desire, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. "Then let us see who possesses the greater skill." Yang Yu replied, his tone resolute and unyielding. His voice rang clear, filled with determination and courage. Both sides were on edge, the atmosphere thick with tension. It felt as though even the mist in the air had solidified, leaving only the heavy sounds of their breaths and heartbeats. Every nerve was taut, a great battle on the verge of eruption. Limo was the first to attack, unleashing a dark attribute technique. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to be shrouded in darkness, an aura of malevolence pervading the atmosphere. The dark force surged forth like a tidal wave, exuding a suffocating pressure. Unfazed, Yang Yu activated the Nine Yang Divine technique. His internal energy blazing like a searing flame, roaring inferno enveloped his body, confronting Limo's assault. The flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, creating a stark contrast against the encroaching shadows. With a thunderous clash, their energies collided, generating a powerful shockwave. The reverberations rippled outward, causing the surrounding rocks to splinter and shatter, a cacophony echoing through the valley as if the earth itself were quaking. What immense strength! Yang Ming and the others gasped in awe, instinctively retreating to avoid being caught in the fallout. Their expressions mirrored shock and reverence, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the power on display. Although Yang Yu's realm was comparable to Limo's, his techniques were far more intricate. His internal energy surged like a torrential tide, quickly gaining the upper hand. Each of Yang Yu's strikes was imbued with tremendous force and precise control, gradually forcing Limo into a defensive position. Ninth Yang Flame Palm. Yang Yu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of raging flames from his palm. The inferno roared like a dragon, charging towards Limo. The heat was so intense it seemed capable of turning everything to ash. Liu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily dodged. His movements through the flames appeared somewhat frantic, sweat beading on his forehead as his breath quickened. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Yangyu flashed forward in pursuit, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning streaking through the valley in an instant. He vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. The two engaged in a fierce chase within the valley. The sounds of their footsteps and energy clashes resounding through the air. The wind howled, and leaves danced wildly, as if the entire valley trembled in response to their battle. Yangyu's rapid pace brought him close to catching Liu, who suddenly pivoted and unleashed a devastating move, Dark Storm. A formidable force of darkness surged forth, resembling a black tornado infused with a sense of annihilation. The dark tempest roared, drawing everything into its vortex. Unperturbed, Yangyu executed the chaos technique that a shroud of chaotic energy enveloped him, neutralizing the encroaching dark force. The chaotic energy swirled like a whirlpool, consuming the dark might, crackling as it clashed with the shadows. Liu, prepare to meet your end. Yangyu seized the moment to unleash his final strike. Gathering all his internal energy into his palm, he formed a colossal energy sphere that radiated dazzling light. Brimming with unmatched power, the overwhelming force surged forth like a torrent toward Liu, who found himself unable to withstand it, sent hurtling backward. His body slammed against the mountainside, sliding down and spitting blood, leaving behind a deep imprint in the stone. Humph, utterly delusional, Yangyu remarked disdainfully, gazing at the fallen Liu, his eyes filled with pride and victory. Under the radiant sunlight, Yangyu's silhouette appeared remarkably towering, his presence exuding a formidable and unwavering energy. After resolving the crisis involving Liu and others, Yangyu finally discovered the method to unlock the stone door. Following the patterns etched upon the door, he channeled his inner strength, and the stone portal gradually creaked open. As it swung ajar, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him. Stepping into the ruins, he was greeted by the pervasive scent of antiquity. The walls flickered with faint glimmers of light, while a thick layer of dust blanketed the ground. Yangyu treaded carefully forward, his heart brimming with anticipation. Yangyu's attribute panel, host, Yangyu age, 17 realm, innate second layer, strength, 45. 000 gene, speed, 45,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound grade techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 sun divine art, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement, ling bow step, intermediate achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, sky burning technique, beginner, chaos technique, major achievement, ethereal technique, minor achievement, phantom technique, beginner, martial arts, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, 9 sun flame palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor peak, greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, beginner, thunder fist technique, beginner, wind god leg, beginner, falling flower palm, beginner, dark destruction fist, beginner. Chapter 65. Annihilation of the Scaled Beast upon successfully entering the ruins. Yangyu and his companions encountered a labyrinthine network of corridors, resembling an immense maze. An ancient and enigmatic energy pervaded the air, instilling an intangible pressure upon them. Everyone, be cautious. There are likely numerous traps and mechanisms within. Yangyu warned the group behind him, his voice echoing solemnly in the expansive passage. Yangming followed closely beside Yangyu, tension etched across his face, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Brother Yu. This place feels eerily ominous, sending chills down my spine. His voice quivered slightly as he instinctively gripped his weapon tighter. Yangyu patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. Fear not, I am here. His gaze was resolute and steady, providing Yangming with a modicum of comfort. They proceeded cautiously along the corridor, the torches on the walls flickering intermittently, casting dancing shadows that heightened the eerie ambience. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, as if it emerged from the depths of hell, brimming with unbridled fury. This is bad. We have a situation. Yangyu halted, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the source of the sound. His body tensed, inner power coursing within him, readying for an imminent confrontation. From the darkness emerged a colossal beast, its frame immense like a small mountain. Its eyes glinted with a malevolent light, seemingly capable of devouring one's very soul. The scales upon its body shimmered ominously, each resembling a razor-sharp blade. This is a scaled beast. Judging by its aura, it must be at least at the late stage of the innate ninth layer. Yang Yu's heart sank. He understood all too well that this would be an exceedingly arduous battle. Yang Ming and the others gasped sharply, their faces paling instantaneously. Even among them, the strongest was merely at the innate second layer. And facing such a formidable creature filled them with dread. "Brother Yu, what do we do?" Yang Ming inquired, his voice trembling as his legs wobbled slightly, nearly failing him. Yang Yu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Everyone, remain calm. I will handle it." His voice resonated with unwavering confidence, instilling a flicker of hope within the group. With that, Yang Yu summoned his inner strength and unleashed the nine-sun divine art. In an instant, he radiated a searing aura, akin to a blazing sun descending upon the shadowy corridor. Sensing the threat, the scaled beast lunged at Yang Yu with ferocious speed, a tempestuous wind trailing in its wake. Yang Yu deftly sidestepped, his movements as agile as a wisp of smoke. He evaded the beast's assault and landed a punch against its flank. Bang! The beast merely staggered slightly, while Yang Yu was jolted back several steps by the recoil. His arm tingled from the impact, and he marveled at the beast's sheer strength. This creature has tough skin and dense flesh. It won't be easy to defeat, Yang Yu mused internally. However, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit ignited even more fiercely. No longer holding back, he executed the phantom technique he had recently mastered. His form became ethereal, akin to a specter as he encircled the scaled beast. Launching rapid strikes, thud, thud, thud. A flurry of attacks rained upon the beast, producing a series of dull thuds. Though none were fatal, they incited the creature's wrath. The scaled beast opened its cavernous maw, exhaling a cloud of noxious black smoke. The acrid fumes quickly enveloped the area. Yang Yu swiftly enveloped himself in protective inner energy and utilized the Ling Bo step to retreat. "Everyone, fall back," he commanded, his voice somewhat muffled by the smoke. Yet his companions heeded his directive and promptly withdrew. As the smoke dissipated, the scaled beast charged once more at Yang Yu, its speed and power amplified, as if intent on tearing him asunder. A glint of determination flashed in Yang Yu's eyes. 9 Sun Flame Palm. His palm ignited with fierce flames, blazing with an intensity capable of incinerating all in its path. He struck the scaled beast with tremendous force. Colliding head-on, boom! This blow finally inflicted injury upon the beast, which roared in agony. The flames licked at its scales, causing them to sizzle ominously. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu unleashed an even more ferocious barrage of attacks. Alternating between fist techniques, palm strikes, and sword maneuvers, his figure danced like a phantom, a blur of motion as each strike was imbued with formidable inner strength and lethal intent. Crack! Yang Yu's sword pierced the beast's eye, eliciting a horrific shriek. The creature writhed violently, desperately attempting to shake off Yang Yu's relentless assault. Ultimately, through his unwavering effort, the scaled beast collapsed with a resounding thud. Its massive body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Brother Yu, you're incredible." Yang Ming and the others rushed over, exhilaration evident on their faces, their expressions filled with admiration and joy. Yang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. "Oh, not celebrate too soon. We know not what other dangers lie within these ruins." Despite his fatigue, his voice remained vigilant. They pressed onward, arriving at a spacious hall. The ceiling towered high above, and the walls were adorned with enigmatic runes. At the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay an ancient tome radiating a mysterious luminescence. The light shimmered like a dreamlike palette, captivating the attention of all present. Could this be the legendary mysterious inheritance? Yang Yu's heart raced. His pulse quickened involuntarily, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Just as he prepared to approach for a closer look, several figures suddenly sprang forth from the shadows. "Yang Yu, that inheritance belongs to us." The leader, a man with a sinister countenance, eyed him with avarice and tyranny. Yang Yu furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" His voice was frigid, laced with hostility. "Humph, we are members of the Black Sha gang. All treasures within these ruins are ours," the man declared, revealing the malevolent grins of his companions behind him. Yang Yu scoffed derisively. Just you lot? His tone dripped with disdain. Enough chatter. Attack. With a wave of his hand, the man gestured for his gang to launch themselves at Yang Yu. Unfazed, Yang Yu charged toward the adversaries. His movements were electric, intertwining with those of his foes as a fierce battle erupted once more. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host. Yang Yu age. 17 realm. Innate second layer. Strength. 50 million gene. Speed. 50,000 ms. Talent. Top-tier genius techniques. Profound grade techniques. Great perfection. Star technique. Major achievement. 9 Sun divine art. Major achievement. Greenwood technique. Major achievement. Purple flame technique. Major achievement. Ling bow step. Intermediate achievement. Frost technique. Minor achievement. Sky burning technique. Beginner. Chaos technique. Major achievement. Ethereal technique. Minor achievement. Phantom technique. Minor achievement. Martial arts. Wind-breaking fist. Great perfection. 9 Sun flame palm. Minor achievement. Flowing cloud sword technique. Minor peak. Greenwood palm. Minor achievement. Phantom blade technique. Beginner. Thunder fist technique. Beginner. Wind god leg. Beginner. Falling flower palm. Beginner. Dark destruction fist. Beginner. Chapter 66. Ancient techniques. Yang Yu faced off against the members of the Black Sha gang, the tension in the hall reaching a fever pitch. As if the very air had solidified. Each breath felt heavy and hurried, their gazes filled with vigilance and animosity. Humph, Yang Yu, if you know what is good for you, you'd best leave. This inheritance is beyond your reach. The leader of the Black Sha gang spat with venomous intent, his eyes wide with fury and greed, as if Yang Yu were the obstacle that must be eliminated. Yang Yu's gaze was cold, resembling the frost of a harsh winter, sending shivers down spines. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, exuding disdain. You think you can monopolize this inheritance? Dream on. His voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with confidence and scorn, standing tall like an unyielding mountain. The members of the Black Sha gang exchanged glances, finding resolve and ruthlessness within each other's eyes. In an instant, they charged at Yang Yu in unison. Unleashing a barrage of martial techniques, their inner power surging forth, causing the air to whistle ominously. In an instant, the internal force blazed with brilliance, and the shadows of fists and the winds of palms intertwined to create a deadly net. Enveloping Yang Yu. With a swift movement, Yang Yu executed the lingbo step, evading the first round of attacks like a specter. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a vague afterimage. Is that all you can do? Yang Yu taunted, his voice echoing throughout the hall, laced with profound disdain. As he dodged, he began to cultivate his counterattack. He formed hand seals, gathering the internal energy of the 9 Yang divine art in his palms. Manifesting a blazing sphere of flame, the flames roared, as if they would consume everything around them. 9 Yang flame palm. Yang Yu bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. The fiery palm print surged toward the members of the Black Sha gang, carrying boundless heat and formidable power, warping the air in its wake. The Black Sha gang members hastily combined their strength to defend against it. The clash of their powerful internal forces erupted in a thunderous explosion that was deafening. Cracks appeared in the walls of the hall, and stones tumbled down, raising clouds of dust. How can Yang Yu be this formidable? A member of the Black Sha gang revealed a look of terror, his voice trembling with fear of Yang Yu's might. The leading man gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not be afraid. He is but a single individual." His face was etched with tension, yet his gaze remained defiant and unwilling to yield. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu drew his sword from his waist and unleashed the flowing cloud sword technique. The sword shadows flickered like flowing light, instantly piercing towards his foes. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind trails of brilliant light, breathtaking yet filled with lethal threat. One member of the Black Sha gang, unable to evade, was struck in the shoulder by Yang Yu's thrust, blood splattering forth. He cried out in agony, staggering backward. "Curse it!" The leading man shouted furiously, invoking a dark attribute technique, as the surrounding light seemed to be devoured. Darkness spread instantaneously, enveloping Yang Yu, with a chilling and sinister aura permeating the air. Yang Yu's heart sank. This technique is rather sinister. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. His gaze grew resolute, filled with an unyielding spirit towards the unknown challenge. Chaotic technique. Yang Yu activated the chaotic technique, transforming his internal force into chaos energy, colliding with the dark technique. The two formidable powers clashed, producing a soul-stirring roar, boom. The immense shockwave made the entire hall tremble, deep fissures forming in the ground like a spider's web. Stones from the ceiling continually fell, as if the entire hall were on the verge of collapse. The members of the Black Sha gang retreated in disarray from this blow, many sustaining internal injuries. Their faces turned pale, blood trickling from their lips, their breaths becoming erratic. Yangjia is nothing short of a monster. Some began to falter, their voices trembling, legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet Yangjia offered them no respite. Launching another wave of attacks, his figure darted like a bolt of lightning, swiftly weaving through the ranks of the Black Sha gang. Today, none of you shall escape. Yangyi's voice was laced with murderous intent, cold and resolute. Every move he made was imbued with lethal determination, leaving his enemies no chance of escape. After an intense battle, the members of the Black Sha gang finally could not withstand any longer. Collapsing to the ground, some lay unconscious, others groaned in pain, their previous arrogance extinguished. Yangjia, just you wait. The Black Sha gang will not let you off. The leading man growled fiercely before losing consciousness. His eyes brimmed with resentment and unwillingness, yet he was powerless to resist any further. Yangjia snorted coldly, if you have the capability, then come at me. His voice was chilling, filled with contempt for the Black Sha gang's threats. Having dealt with the Black Sha gang, Yangjia approached the stone platform, his gaze resting upon the mysterious ancient tome. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand. The moment he touched the ancient tome, a powerful force surged into his body, like a tidal wave rushing through his limbs and bones. Yangjia felt a sudden darkness envelop him as he lost consciousness, his body collapsing softly as if sinking into an endless abyss. When he awoke once more, he found himself in a mysterious space. Surrounding him was a hazy light, devoid of boundaries or direction, evoking a profound sense of confusion and insignificance. Where is this place? Yangjia pondered, his voice echoing in the void, yet receiving no reply. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his ear. Young man, your arrival here is proof of your eligibility to receive this inheritance. The voice seemed to emanate from antiquity, imbued with endless vicissitude and mystery. Yangjia respectfully replied, thank you, esteemed elder, his tone filled with reverence and gratitude. This inheritance is an unparalleled technique from the ancient times, known as the Qingyun transformation technique. Cultivating this technique allows one to transcend the heavens and reverse the universe. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. You must consider this carefully, the ancient voice warned, tinged with a hint of trial and caution. Without hesitation, Yangjia responded, esteemed elder, I am unafraid of difficulties and wish to accept the inheritance. His gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of hesitation or retreat. Very well, let us commence. Rays of light surged into Yangyi's mind, an overwhelming flood of information and cultivation methods causing his head to throb painfully. The light sliced through his consciousness like sharp blades, while the information crashed upon his thoughts like raging waves. Yet, relying on his steadfast will, Yangjia gritted his teeth and persevered. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his body trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any thought of surrender. Time passed unmeasured, and finally, Yangjia completed the acceptance of the inheritance. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a transformative shift in his aura. That aura was potent and mysterious, as if it contained boundless strength. Yangyi's attributes panel read, Host, Yangjia age, 17 years realm, innate second layer, strength, 60 million gene, speed, 60,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 young divine art, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement, lingbo step, medium achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, sky burning technique, entry level, chaotic technique, major achievement, ethereal technique, minor achievement, phantom technique, minor achievement, Qingyun transformation technique, entry level, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection, 9 young flame palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, peak minor achievement, greenwood palm, minor achievement, Phantom Blade Technique, Entry Level, Thunder Fist Technique, Entry Level, Wind God Leg Technique, Entry Level, Falling Flower Palm, Entry Level, Dark Destruction Fist, Entry Level. Chapter 67. Innate Third Layer. After receiving the inheritance of the Qingyun transformation technique from the mysterious space, Yangyu slowly opened his eyes. A profound and enigmatic light emanated from his gaze, as if imbued with limitless wisdom and power. The aura he exuded became increasingly powerful and mysterious, surging outward like tumultuous waves, leaving Yang Ming and the others astonished yet elated. "Brother Yu, you have finally awakened. This inheritance appears extraordinary," Yang Ming exclaimed excitedly, his eyes wide with surprise and curiosity, unable to resist inching closer to experience the powerful aura. Yang Yu smiled faintly, his grin akin to the warm sunlight of spring, radiating warmth and confidence. "Indeed, the gains are immense, but we must leave swiftly to avoid further complications." His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a reassuring strength. The others nodded in agreement, swiftly departing the ruins alongside Yangyu. Throughout their journey, their spirits soared with excitement, discussing the extraordinary encounter they had just experienced. Upon returning to the family, Yangyu immediately entered seclusion to begin cultivating the mysterious Qingyun transformation technique. In the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a torrent of spiritual energy rushing towards him. The energy seemed irresistibly drawn to him, forming visible whirlpools that eagerly flowed into his body. His mind was immersed in the technique, as the internal force navigated through unique meridian pathways. With each circulation of internal energy, it surged like a roaring river, vigorous and unstoppable. The Qingyun transformation technique was indeed profound. With each complete cycle, he could sense the growth of his internal power. Yangyu felt a surge of joy within. He could distinctly perceive his strength steadily rising, every inch of his meridians being nourished and fortified by the potent internal energy. However, the cultivation process was not without its challenges. The overwhelming power of the technique put immense pressure on Yangyu's meridians. As if they might burst, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed, his body trembling slightly. "I cannot give up. I must break through." Yangyu clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. His lips bled from the pressure, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute, as if two unyielding flames burned within him. At that moment, Yangyu's point allocation system activated, a mysterious force aiding him in soothing his meridians and accelerating the flow of internal energy. This mysterious power flowed through his scorching and painful pathways like a cool spring, offering a semblance of relief and hope. After several days of arduous cultivation, Yangyu finally succeeded in advancing the Qingyun transformation technique to the minor achievement stage. Yangyu exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. That brilliance, akin to lightning, instantaneously illuminated the entire secret chamber. He rose to his feet, his aura surging forth like a tempest, causing objects around him to tumble. His power had undergone a remarkable enhancement, and his attribute panel had also transformed. Yangyu's attribute panel read, Host, Yangyu, age, 17, realm, innate triple, strength, 80, 000 gene, speed, 80,000 ms, qualification, top-tier genius, techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major success, 9 Yang divine technique, major success, greenwood technique, major success, purple flame technique, major success, lingbo step, intermediate success, frost technique, minor success, sky burning technique, entry level, chaos technique, major success, ethereal technique, minor success, phantom technique, minor success, Qingyun transformation technique, minor success, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blazing palm, minor success, flowing cloud sword technique, peak minor success, greenwood palm, minor success, phantom blade technique, entry level, thunder fist technique, entry level, wind god leg, entry level, falling flower palm, entry level, dark destruction fist, entry level. Just as Yangyu reveled in his newfound strength, an unexpected guest arrived at the family estate. "Is Yangyu present?" A resounding voice echoed through the Yang family's courtyard, reverberating like thunder and causing dust to rain down from the beams. Yang Jun emerged from the house and beheld a man clad in resplendent attire, accompanied by several attendants. The man's garments were embroidered with exquisite patterns and crafted from fine materials, clearly signifying his distinguished status. A haughty expression graced his face, and his eyes glinted with disdain. "May I inquire who you are?" Yangjia asked, his expression a blend of confusion and caution, sensing the visitor's ill intentions with a cold laugh. The man replied, "I am Li Feng of the Li family. I have heard that Yangjia obtained a mysterious inheritance in the ruins and have come to exchange insights." His voice dripped with provocation and jealousy. Yangju's expression shifted. "My son is currently in seclusion and cannot meet with guests." His tone turned serious and frigid as he sought to avert an unnecessary conflict. Li Feng, however, was relentless. "Humph. Young family head, if you do not allow Yangjia to come out today, do not blame me for being impolite." His tone was firm, laden with threats. At that moment, Yangjia, having heard the commotion, stepped out of the secret chamber. His strides were resolute and powerful, his gaze calm and composed. "It appears to be a member of the Li family. What business do you have with me?" Yangju's tone was tranquil, yet his eyes exuded a chilling intensity. Although his voice was not loud, it carried an invisible pressure. Li Feng scrutinized Yangjia from head to toe. "I have heard you acquired a formidable inheritance. I am eager to see your capabilities." His gaze was rife with jealousy and skepticism, as though doubting Yangju's true strength. Yangjia offered a slight smile. "Then I invite you to enlighten me." His smile radiated confidence and composure, dismissing Li Feng entirely. The two proceeded to the family's martial arts arena, where numerous young family members had gathered, holding their breath in anticipation of the impending battle. Li Feng was the first to strike, unleashing a fierce fist technique, the wind from his punches howling through the air. His figure darted like a specter, appearing before Yangjia in an instant. His fist aimed directly at Yangju's face. Unfazed, Yangjia executed the Qingyun transformation technique, channeling his internal energy into a protective shield that effortlessly deflected Li Feng's assault. The shield shimmered like transparent crystal, exuding an enigmatic glow. Li Feng's fist struck it and merely stirred a faint ripple. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Yangjia mocked, his voice laced with derision. Deepening Li Feng's scowl, enraged, Li Feng intensified his attacks, his fists fueled by surging internal energy, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath them. Each blow carried immense power, as if intent on annihilating Yangjia. Yangjia swiftly dodged the onslaught, countering with fluid grace. Yang blazing palm. The searing palm wind surged toward Li Feng, akin to a raging inferno, enveloping him in its intense heat and formidable force. Caught off guard, Li Feng was struck by the palm wind, stumbling back several steps, a portion of his clothing singed, his face contorted in pain. "Impossible! How can your strength be so formidable?" Li Feng exclaimed. Shock evident on his face, unable to fathom his own vulnerability before Yangjia. Yangjia coldly replied, "What other techniques do you possess? Feel free to unleash them." His voice was as frigid as ice, sending a chill through Li Feng. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng lunged forward again, his eyes filled with desperation and madness, attempting a final struggle. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the arena reverberating with the overflow of internal energy. The sounds of their strikes akin to thunder. Each collision resonated like a thunderclap, each attack leaving spectators breathless. Ultimately, Yangjia triumphed with a single stroke of the flowing cloud sword technique, his blade slicing through the air like a shooting star, effortlessly penetrating Li Feng's defenses and rendering him powerless to retaliate. "I concede," Yangjia stated, his tone tranquil and composed, as if this outcome had been anticipated. Li Feng's face turned pale as he fled with his attendants, his retreat marked by a sense of disgrace and defeat. Yangjia watched his departing figure, understanding that this was merely the beginning. Numerous challenges awaited him in the future. Yet, he felt no fear, for he possessed the strength and confidence to confront whatever lay ahead. Chapter 68. An unwelcome guest. After defeating Li Feng of the Li family, Yangju's reputation soared within the locality. In every street and alley, tales of his valor circulated, his name becoming synonymous with strength and courage. However, this newfound fame also brought him additional troubles. One day, while Yangjia was at home discussing family matters with his father, Yangjun, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serious light upon their faces. Suddenly, a servant hurried in to report, "Master, young master, there is a gentleman outside claiming to be an elder from the Qingfeng sect seeking an audience." Yangjun exchanged glances with Yangyu, both filled with intrigue. Yangjun's brow furrowed slightly, concern flickering in his eyes, while Yangyu's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. The Qingfeng sect, we have no prior dealings with them. I wonder what brings them here, Yangjun remarked, his voice tinged with uncertainty and unease. The Qingfeng sect held significant renown in the martial world, and their unexpected arrival perplexed Yangjun after a moment's thought. Yangyu replied, "Father, regardless of the circumstances, we should meet with them first." His tone was resolute, exuding a sense of calm assurance. The two entered the reception room, where they found an elderly man clad in a blue robe. His piercing gaze fixed upon them. The elder emanated an imposing aura, akin to an invisible mountain, instilling a sense of dread. His face, lined with wrinkles, bore an air of authority, each crease telling tales of his extensive experiences in the martial world. "I am Yangjun, and I regret not welcoming you properly, elder," Yangjun said respectfully, bowing slightly in deference. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Yangyu. "You must be Yangyu." His voice was deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Yangyu replied with unwavering dignity, "Indeed, I am the younger generation." His gaze met the elder's without flinching, reflecting extraordinary courage and confidence. The elder spoke. "I have heard of your mysterious inheritance obtained in the ruins, your tremendous rise in strength, and your victory over a member of the Li family." His eyes scrutinized Yangyu, as if attempting to see through him. Yangyu felt a tightening in his chest. Uncertain of the elder's intentions, he cautiously responded, "It was merely a stroke of fortune." His expression remained serene, though his mind raced to devise a strategy for this encounter. The elder continued, "The Qingfeng sect has always valued talent and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks." His tone was imbued with pride and confidence, as if he believed this was a tremendous opportunity for Yangyu. Upon hearing this, Yangjun's face lit up with surprise, exclaiming, "This is wonderful news." "You are," his eyes sparkled with excitement, fully aware of the Qingfeng sect's power and influence, viewing this as a rare opportunity for Yangyu. Yet, Yangyu frowned slightly, responding, "Elder, I appreciate your kind offer, but I am not currently inclined to join any sect. I wish to explore the path of martial arts through my own efforts first." His voice was firm and clear, revealing his desire for freedom and independence. The elder's expression darkened. "Young man, do not be ungrateful. By joining the Qingfeng sect, you will gain access to abundant training resources and profound techniques. There are many experts within the sect who can guide your cultivation. This is an opportunity that countless seek." The elder's tone grew stern, his eyes flashing with a hint of menace. Yangyu replied resolutely, "Elder, I understand your good intentions, but I have my own plans and aspirations. I believe that through my own efforts and experiences, I can achieve success. I hope for your understanding." His tone was unwavering, showing no signs of yielding. The elder snorted disdainfully. "You must think this through. The consequences of refusing the Qingfeng sect are not something you can bear." With that, he swept away, his movements exuding anger and displeasure, leaving a chilling breeze in his wake. Yangjun watched Yangyu with concern. Might this offend the Qingfeng sect? They are a powerful faction." His brow furrowed, worry etched across his face. Yangyu reassured him. "Father, there is no need to worry. As long as we continually enhance our strength, we need not fear any threats. Moreover, I believe that justice and strength will speak for us." Yangyu's gaze was imbued with unwavering determination and confidence, his words resembling the warm rays of the sun, dispelling the shadows that lingered in Yangjun's heart.